Stop, thief. I can't help but wonder why people say that. Has any thief in the history of the world ever actually stopped? I suppose the call was more to alert other people to the thievery, but wouldn't "stop that thief" make more sense? Even better, describe the thief. You know, something like, "That black-haired, green-eyed girl in the cloak stole a loaf of bread. Get her." Of course, as the girl in question, I'm disinclined to give my pursuers any tips. At least the yell gives me a nice heads up that it's time to stop walking nonchalantly and start bolting for the nearest alleyway. I've targeted this shop a dozen times now, so the baker, Grigg, was doubtlessly none too happy with me. But come on. He just leaves the fresh stuff out in the open. What am I gonna do not take it? I'd buy it if I could. I really would. Being a street rat thief isn't some fun, exciting freedom adventure. It sucks. A lot. The grand and beautiful city of Skyhope isn't so grand or beautiful for the many homeless residents who lack the money to survive or the training to become a productive member of society. I and everyone like me are just flat out screwed, and there isn't much of anything I can do about it without a bucketful of luck and someone else's pity. Grigg was not supplying that pity. As I do my best to weave through the crowd, he barrels right through, shoving people aside as he rants furiously behind me, which is bad because I'm weak, underfed, and not particularly talented at much of anything. He is definitely going to catch me. Thankfully, I had allies. Yo. Vita, right here. A friendly voice has me making a 90-degree turn, and soon I end up face to face with Lynn, a drastically superior thief than I could ever dream of being. "Pass it," she orders. I toss her two of the loaves, which she proceeds to wave in Grigg's direction, jeering and taunting. "Just try to catch us, fatso." Taking a huge bite, she runs off in the opposite direction, giving me a chance to slip out of sight. Panting and wheezing, I head through the paths and back ways, munching on the one loaf I kept. It isn't particularly good bread, but it is warm and fresh, and I am very, very hungry. I tear through it, but know better than to eat it all. While I could probably get away with it, emaciated as I am. Well, everyone's emaciated in our little group except for Lynn and Rowan. It wouldn't be fair. Lynn is incredibly talented, a natural-born thief if there ever was one. She picks up new skills faster than I can pick fucking rocks off the ground, and is actually one of the more wanted faces in Skyhope. She's a regular noble thief, though, and almost single-handedly the reason my band of wretched gremlins can keep eating. And where she's all skills, Rowan is all brains. And we have a winner. Excellent eyes, young man. I make my way through the winding alleyways and pop out where I know Rowan has set up shop. He's a con man and expert gambler. Where Lynn steals the stuff we need to survive, Rowan makes all the cash. Despite his questionably legal business model, however, he's careful not to get a bad reputation. He's just running cups, because as smart as he isn't always that creative. Ball goes under a cup, cups spin around. He palms the ball into a new cup if he wants them to lose and doesn't if he doesn't. It's a classic game, though he spices it up with juggles and fancy twists for the show. I sidle in behind his stall, giving him his half of the bread. "Breakfast for you, Rowan." "Vita, hey." "Thanks, I appreciate it. You get this yourself." I nod. I've been helping Lynn out for a week now, trying to earn my place. She gives charity, but the charity isn't much just by simple necessity. If I do more to help, I'll get a bit more food. That half-loaf was already more than I'd normally see in a day. Naturally, I'm nearly a skeleton, barely more than skin and bones. I can't do much without Lynn's help, and she could probably do even more without me than with me. It doesn't matter. I need to try anyway. More than just needing food, I owe them. 16 years of suffering is more than enough, and Lynn's crew is a far nicer place than any other I've been on. As if to prove that, Rowan hands me some coins. Here you go, Vita. Lynn keeps saying you're getting better and better. Pass these out to the kids, will you? It's hard not to consider buying myself a knife or something, but no. These coins are important, and Rowan handing them out is a sign of his trust. I saved my pittance for years and ended up buying a nice cloak. It's something warm to wear and sleep in, and something to hide my face in when I cry. Can't take the opportunity to buy that kind of stuff away from the others. Of course, a few of those kids will get something far more valuable than a cloak regardless of whether I give them money or not. Not many of them, but some people are just talented. It is said that the Mistwatcher grants each person a gift when they are made, and while the church likes to present that as some wonderful thing, it's no secret that whatever gives the gifts gives them absurdly unequally. Some people have talent beyond comprehension, like Lynn. Some people could shoot fire from their hands without even studying to be a mage. Some people get nothing, or at least, if they get something, it's so small and insignificant that only the Mistwatcher knows what it is. I'm like that, as far as I know, but any of the other kids could end up shooting fire. I'm gonna want to make sure I'm not someone that stole money from them when they do. So I make my way back through the alleys towards where the kids sleep, alone with my thoughts. There you are, you little thief. Grig the baker's voice sends fear burning over me like a trough of grease. I freeze. How had he? Turning around, I see him. Fat, hairy like a bear, and panting with fury, he glares at me from the other end of the alley. I'm so dead. I turn and bolt. He's faster than me, though. Everyone is. As fat as he was, I'm emaciated. I'm still recovering from my first run, and this time I don't have backup on the way. Crap, what do I do? The alleyways in Skyhope are everywhere, and the walls are high. Even the smaller buildings tend to be 2 stories tall, all brick and clay and wood. I glance at a window frame. Damn it, Lynn would just vault right up there and be out of here. But I might be able to lose him if I get up and over a wall somewhere. He could run faster than me, but I bet he can't climb. Could I, though? Better find out fast. I know the streets well, if nothing else. Left, right, down one fork. All the while, that fat bastard is gaining on me, ranting about how he'll hand my head to the guards. What the fuck this guy's problem, anyway? I just need to eat. There, a crate next to a window next to a smaller than normal wall. If I climb up there, I can hop over and he won't be able to follow. Hell, the crate will probably break under his fat butt. Lungs on fire, legs nothing but shots of pain, I scramble up the escape route. I'm in the windowsill. Just pull and... A meaty hand wraps around my ankle. With a single yank, I'm on the ground, head smashing against the wall on the way down. All week you've been raiding my shop. You think I'm just gonna let you? Ha! I'm already reeling, but the kick to my chest sends even more pain through my aching body. Skidding across the stone ground, I choke for air in vain. No, 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 I was so close. They won't put any guards in front of my shop. I told them that thief they're looking for is after me, but they act like I'm full of it. But you know her, don't you? Chased her halfway across the city, more than the damn watch manages. Another kick. It hurts. What else is new? Fuck, he's pissed. Lynn warned me about stealing from someone too many times. I should have listened. You stupid kid. How much product will my worthless son have burnt by the time I get back, huh? You're costing me the better part of the day just to. And maybe you should just stop leaving it out in the open, I choke out. You're the one making it so easy. A vein just about pops in the fat man's forehead. Ah, shoot. I definitely should not have said that out loud. His boot comes for my face next, sending me sprawling another time. Come on, get up, get up. Is this how I die? It makes sense, if so. A pathetic death for a pathetic human. My whole life, I've been worthless. I don't remember even trying to be anything else. Only just now am I learning to live off of more than handouts, and I'm 16 already. Too old to start. So really, beaten bloody in an alleyway seems like the way to go. It happens to nameless people all the time. I might as well be one of them. With a crunch, I feel my ribs break as the man's latest rage-fueled kick lifts me off the ground and knocks me straight into a wall. Moron probably didn't get that strong baking bread. Just more of that talent some people have. Stupid, lucky, degenerate, fat bastard. Why does this jerk get something while people like me are left to rot? Why him and not me? A scream escapes my lips. I hadn't cried out through the whole beating, but now I'm angry. I just want to hurt him back. I'm tired of waiting around for a miracle to rescue me. I want to see him suffer before I die. Maybe it won't do anything, maybe he won't even feel it, but I lash out at him anyway. What else can I do? Blindly, angrily, I reach for him with everything I have. I wish he was dead. Dead, I grab something. He kicks me again, sending me flying, but I hold on. It tears out of him soundlessly, and he falls over. Broken, beaten, and bloody on the street, I am alone. Only one of my bruised eyes can even open anymore, but Grigg doesn't appear to be breathing. The fight is over, and held tight in my fist is something I can't see. It shimmers outside the edge of my vision, wavering and frail, like it could fall apart at any moment. Some part of me bubbles in satisfaction. For some reason, I know, it's Grigg's soul. To their soul and you. I sit in stunned silence for a short moment before panic fills my body, washing away the pain and fury from before. What is this? How did I do this? What's happening? Did I just grab a man's soul and pull it out? That's what I did, isn't it? It has to be, I know it is. But how do I know it? Should I trust it? How do I? Wait, oh no, I should put it back. It's his. It's his soul. I try to shove it back in the corpse, but it just passes through. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Souls are not for mortals to touch. The magic to control and manipulate souls, known as animancy, is very illegal. Study on it is forbidden across the entire island. But of course, some people don't have to study magic. They're born with it. Am I a natural animancer? Is that less illegal or more? Doesn't matter. I can't do this kind of thing. I can't be this. It's one thing to steal bread. It's another thing entirely to be a living blasphemy. The guards aren't going to ignore this. So if I could just put it back. It won't go. It's missing something. I don't know how I know it's missing something, but I do. It won't stay in the corpse without. I reach into my own body and pluck out a tiny, infinitesimal fraction of my own soul. I place it carefully inside Grig's, then put them both inside his body, holding my breath all the while. Nothing. The soul bits stay inside the corpse, but nothing happens. He doesn't start to breathe. His heart doesn't start to beat. Well, hopefully I can get out of here before anyone catches me. I rifle through the dead man's pockets, stealing everything of value I can find. Time to move. Fuck, it hurts so much. I almost black out trying to stand up. Using the wall as support, I start staggering away. Then Grig opens his eyes. The fat man hacks out a cough, causing me to turn. I watch in horror as he sits up, a confused expression on his face. What? Oh. It's you, he says, pointing in my direction. I turn and start to stagger away faster, pain screaming through my body. Crap, why did I do that? Of course he catches me easily. His hand grabs my shoulder. This is it. I'm going to die for real now. Maybe I can take his soul back out again. I'm so sorry, he says, genuine concern in his voice. I can't believe I did that to you. Please let me help. What? The sudden face turn to his personality hits me like whiplash. I can carry you somewhere. I'll pay for you to get healed. I'm so sorry. Miss, what's your name? Vita, I tell him, blinking in confusion. Miss Vita, please let me help you. A smile blossoms on his lips, an oddly vacant and disturbing expression. I'll do anything for you, he says. Oh. Oh no, I messed up his soul somehow, and I messed it up bad. That isn't even all of it, either. Something else is off about him. Is it? You are. Baker Grig. Yes, Miss Vita. Could you, hold still for a moment? He nods, so happily willing despite the fact that he just recently tried to beat me to death. Of course, Miss Vita. I bring a shaky, bruised hand up to his neck, running it along the back of his jawbone. Nothing, no pulse. He stands motionlessly, letting me feel my hand around his nose and mouth. He isn't breathing either. I'm not just an animancer, I'm a necromancer. The church is going to have my head. The dead have only one destination, and that is reuniting with the Mistwatcher. I'm screwed, but if I don't take him up on his offer to get healed, I'll probably die anyway. All right, please help me, Grig. Just don't let the healer examine you, okay? Grinning, he sweeps me up into his arms, carrying me back towards the market. He smells alive still. I wonder how long that will take to change, or if it will at all. Will he rot? What is he now? Arg, it's so hard to think, everything hurts. It takes a lot of effort to not pass out. I'm so sorry, Miss Vita, Grig says again. I didn't mean to. Well, I did mean to, but I didn't realize you. I was just so angry before. I didn't know you. I didn't know how important you are. But now, it's obvious. Yeah, obvious. What's obvious, exactly? I ask. Drip, drip, drip goes my blood on the stone below. A bone probably pierced something. It's obvious that I can't be mad with you. That I have to protect you. There is no one more important than you, Miss Vita. I've never felt anything like this before, but I know it to be true. With all my being, I exist for you. That's not creepy at all, I murmur. I'm so glad to hear it, Miss Vita. Grig, or whatever it was I made out of Grig, makes the rest of the trip to the healer's place in silence. He gladly pays the exorbitant fee with almost all of the money he has on him, most of which I awkwardly have to mention is in my pockets. It's more money than I've ever had in my life. I've never been magically healed before and have no idea how it works. I know that the magic most commonly used to heal is called biomancy, and it's a spooky sort of magical school that tends to be heavily regulated. Thankfully, there's enough demand for healers that permits to practice are common to the point of encouraged, and the magic used to heal people is one of the most basic applications of the school there is. All I'm doing is speeding up what your body is trying to do on its own, the crotchety old healer woman informs me, though I'm a bit busy lying in agony to respond. We've still got to set your bones so they heal right, and then you're going to have to eat, or you'll starve to death when I cast the spell on you. From the looks of it, I'm about to feed you more than you've ever eaten in your life, young lady. Well, I'm not going to say no to that. The slop she gives me tastes like shit, but for the first time in a long time, I'm actually full. A couple hours later, I'm on my feet again. Maybe things will be okay. Or so I think, until the grinning face of the man who beat me in the first place greets me outside. Where to next, Miss Vita? I stagger out of the healer's building, my whole body still hurting like hell. I stumble a bit, only to have Grig catch me. The man who almost beat me to death over some damn bread. What am I going to do with him? I don't know. Maybe he can just keep pretending to be alive and act normal. He looks pretty normal. Let's head back to your bakery, Grig. It was a simple statement, but I was also testing him. I can't help but wonder, does he remember his bakery? Is he still, you know? Grig. Of course, Miss Vita, right this way. So he does remember. Interesting. How about we head down some back ways? I suggest. I need to get a closer look at him. Figure out what I'm dealing with, how to survive it. Survival is the only thing I'm half decent at after all. I've had 16 years of experience staying alive, although I don't think I've ever killed anyone before, at least not on purpose, which is what I just did, right? I was angry, I wanted to hurt him. So I murdered him, in self-defense maybe. Either way, it's a little hard to have the whole deadness thing sink in while he's walking happily beside me. Actually, that's a good point. Does it matter if he's dead if he's still walking around with his own memories and everything? Well, I suppose I mind-screwed him into servitude. That is definitely not a good thing. Morally, I mean. For my immediate survival, it's fucking awesome. Staring up at him, I try to keep an eye out for anything weird that might tip someone off. You're starting to look a little pale, Grig, I note. You feeling okay? Yes, ma'am, I feel fine, although my feet feel a little puffy. Shoot, that makes sense. He'd been standing up this whole time, so blood must be pooling in his legs. Any chance you could get your heart to start beating again, Grig? He blinks, thinking for a moment. Ha, I suppose I am dead now, aren't I? You killed me. Well, I'm sorry, Miss Vita, but I don't have the faintest idea on how to control my own heart. All right. Well, try to remember to breathe. We don't want anyone to realize you're like a zombie or whatever. A revenant, ma'am. A zombie doesn't remember its past life, so I would be a revenant. My uncle fought with the Templars, so he smashed down undead more than a few times, ma'am. Oh, and you're just okay with this. He grimaces uncertainly. Well, forgive me, ma'am, but I'd certainly prefer to be alive. Although, I suppose if I was alive, I probably wouldn't have realized I am supposed to serve you, which would have been bad. So, yes, I suppose I'm okay with this. It's starting to become really easy to see why animancy is illegal. This kind of stuff is possible. Imagine a power-hungry psychopath getting their hands on magic like this. It's kind of horrifying. So, you mentioned while you were beating the shit out of me that you have a son. Is that right? Yes, Miss Vita. A wife and a son, though she's an unfaithful bitch, and he's useless swamp slog, if you'll forgive my language. I blink. That's an odd way to describe one's own family. I suppose this guy almost beat me to death for stealing bread, so he's probably not a great person. Forgiven, I guess. Remember to keep breathing, please. We're going to need a plan to not, get imprisoned or killed, I think. If people find out you're a revenant, it will be bad. Don't worry, Miss Vita. I will protect you with my life. There's a pause. Well, with my death, I suppose. I'm not sure what to say to that, so I let him take me to his shop in silence. It smells like burnt bread. Grig grinds his teeth. Miss Vita, may I go discipline my son? Geez, what do I say to that? Well, I don't want to be suspicious. Just do what you'd normally do. Thank you, Miss Vita, he says, nodding. Boy. He bellows loud enough to make me wince, entering his shop with a face suddenly contorted to rage. Like a switch is flipped inside him, that hateful man who nearly killed me returns. Grig's shop is split into two parts, a stall on the street and the actual bakery behind it. I suspect Grig and his family live in the same building they bake in. A woman who is probably Grig's wife runs the stall outside. She's busy with a customer, though she winces as Grig walks past her, screaming into the building. How much product did you burn, boy? He vanishes inside. I hurry closer, trying not to bring attention to myself. Though muffled by the walls, I hear a hard smack. No. No way. I knew he was awful, but I didn't realize he was that awful. It's one thing to discipline a child. It's entirely something else to discipline them so hard I can hear it through a stone wall. I wince as another muffled crack is heard from inside. It's not my business anyway. I can't run in there and tell him to stop now. That would be way too suspicious. It's not like he's going to kill his own son anyway, right? Crack. Screw this. Screw today. Screw everything. I turn to leave, heading back to the alleyways and trying not to cry. I didn't know he would do that. I didn't know. And no, focus. I need to start figuring things out. I can try to figure out how to be less awful once I figure out how to live. Maybe I can learn a bit more about what I am. I can sort of feel its soul's right. So maybe I can feel my own soul. I sit down out of sight and try to focus, trying not to think about the beating I just let happen. I touched my soul earlier when I plucked a little bit out of it. I try to focus and remember that feeling. What is my soul? What is? And it's so small. Smaller than Griggs is. Weak and frail just like me. It's so dark. A solid, despairing blackness manifested. Something flickers inside it, like tiny flashes of light behind cracks in a wall, but it's just so little, so pathetic. It makes sense. I am, after all, a weak person, but weaker than Grig. Ah, that rankles a little. Still, the part I'm missing, that tiny bit I took out to give him, it was even smaller by a long shot. Maybe 1/100th of my soul, if that. Although, who knows how much of my soul I could remove and still be me. It feels like my soul is working fine, at least. It's firmly attached to my body. I'm alive and staying that way for now. Crack. Even hidden in an alley on the other side of a wall, I hear the blow. A chill runs through my body. I've seen so many worse things in my life than a man beating his son for burning bread. But this one is partly my fault. I put the soul back in that bastard to bring him back. I unleashed him on his family. This is my business, like it or not. The least I can do is make sure he doesn't kill them. This is going to come back to bite me somehow, I just know it. 3. Return with interest. Maybe having parents isn't all that great after all. I head back to the stall, walk right past the meekly protesting Mrs. Grigg, and stick my head into the building behind her. It's all brick and clay, because most buildings are. The oven burns hot next to a bruised and crying young boy, probably around 13 or 14. Standing over him is Grigg, who at this point is mostly muttering to himself and baking bread. You just take it out of the damn oven before it turns black, you pathetic boy. How hard is that? Everything was laid out for you. How can you not do this one simple thing? I should disown you. The boy whimpers briefly before catching sight of me, panic filling his eyes. Miss, why, you can't be in here. I sigh, at least he's not dead. Betcha I can be. Grig, quit beating your family. Miss Vita. I'm sorry, I thought you said. I know what I said. Can we just not do the beating thing? You've definitely beaten out my love for beatings. I'm so sorry, Miss Vita. It won't happen again. Ah, great. Good, that's good. That was easy. Maybe if I'm careful, this will work out okay. I can help out. No, wait. Help out how? By murdering bad people and turning them into slaves. Father, who is this? This is Miss Vita. Be respectful, boy. Isn't she the girl that kept stealing your bread, father? Yeah, I am. I butt in confidently. So be respectful. He blinks in utter confusion. Mission accomplished. But I still need to figure out what to do from here on. I can't hide this forever, right? Sooner or later, someone will notice the dude is dead. Boy, bring this bread to your mother, Grig orders, and cover your face. Oh, nice one, Grig. The child hurried out of the room as instructed, leaving the two of us alone. What now, Miss Vita? I don't know. I'm thinking. I want to go talk with Rowan and Lynn. They're reliable. They know me, they like me, and they feed me, which is about the closest thing I have to friends. But I'm an animancer. Lynn can't exactly walk up to the authorities and try to sell me out, but animancy is something even criminals don't screw around with. I want their help, but I legitimately don't know how they'll react. That's scary. My other options are to stick around and try to lay low or to run out of the city. Running out of the city isn't the most appealing thing in the world, since without the protection of the guard, the Templars, and the massive city walls, I'll probably die in a few hours to all the horrifying monsters that roam around out there. I've lived in Skyhope my whole life, so I don't know much about that, but the rumors are, concerning. But can I stay? Grig already looks pale to the point of sickly. He's eventually going to get discovered. I might be able to just pretend like he has nothing to do with me. Natural undead happen. It doesn't necessarily mean a necromancer made them, I think. Although natural undead almost never reanimate after a single death, it tends to take a war. If only I could make him alive again, but how the heck am I supposed to do that? He's not alive. People can't just make something alive, right? His soul is puppeting his body with magic. Okay, first things first. Grig, can you tell me more about necromancy? You said your uncle was a Templar, right? You want me to tell you, miss? I never studied this crap. Grig, I'm a natural. He frowns. It's odd that you could be a natural necromancer. Isn't animancy an affront to the Mistwatcher? So why would? Ah, well, it doesn't matter. If the Mist says it is, then it is. I'm afraid I don't know much about necromancy, though, just undead. There's all sorts of types. The basic ones are called dregs. A dreg zombie is an animated corpse with no real intelligence. They wander aimlessly and attack living things that get close, but unless the corpse is of some powerful monster, they're not very dangerous. Dreg skeletons are the same, but with no meat on their bones. There are other types. More powerful undead can retain more of their abilities in life, even if they're mindless. Those are called risen. They're incredibly dangerous, but the ones to really watch out for are revenants and wights. Revenants you know, ma'am, since I'm one, I think. I remember who I was. I can do all the things I could do while alive. But I'm dead, which makes me harder to kill, I imagine. I think most revenants tend to try to kill the living as well, but I'm not sure why. I don't feel any need to do that. Ha, okay. Well, let me know if you start feeling any homicidal tendencies. Murder is bad, okay? Yes, Miss Vita. So, what about whites? So, whites are, very bad, miss. I'm not sure what they are, really. My uncle said they look like a dreg, but they act odd, and they are powerful, he said. They send whole battalions of Templars to fight a white when they find one, miss. Sometimes it's overkill, but sometimes the white kills them all. Many of them have powerful magic, usually chaos magic, and if they're left alone, they keep getting stronger. Leave a white alone for too long, my uncle said, and you'll lose a whole island. Oh, that sounds very bad, yeah. I can't help but wonder if I could control one. Probably not something I should mess around with, though. Best to focus on the moment. What should I do with Grig? I have no idea. I can't just bring him back to the shack. Lynn and Rowan would freak out. I need to gauge how open they are to what a monster I am before I do anything crazy. Okay, Grig. Here's what we're gonna do. Stay here and keep pretending to be alive. Don't forget to breathe. If you start, Showing too many signs of corpseness, hide in your home. It's really important no one finds out you're dead. Makes sense to me, Miss Vita. And no beating people up. Yes, Miss Vita. And don't let your family blab about me being here. I'm just a rich customer or something. I don't know. You figure out a good excuse. Bye. There's a back exit this way, Miss Vita. I nod and follow, grabbing a bunch of bread before taking the exit and sneaking through the old, dank parts of the city I know so well. Spikes of panic flow through me almost every time I see somebody. Do they know? Are they a guard? A Templar? Is this the end? But of course, nothing of the sort happens, at least not yet. Making sure I don't have any tails, I finally make my way to Lynn's hideout, which we lovingly call the shack. It's a rickety old place built from wood instead of brick. Little of interest is inside. A few sleeping areas, a mostly broken clay oven, a dozen starving, homeless brats. All the real stuff is in the secret rooms below, but of course, I have to deal with the brats first. Vita, 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 Vita. Grubby kids swarm around me, pawing at my shirt and cloak. I had been one of them not too long ago, though I'm older than any of the ones here by 4 or 5 years. I had just been content to live on handouts, to eke by with the meager life allotted to me and nothing else. Not contributing, not working, barely even thinking, really. Just existing on the generosity of someone kinder and more talented than me. And she would have let me, too. Deciding to try and help Lynn had been my choice, but I made it so late in life I wonder if I still have it in me to unlearn all those awful, lazy habits. I've just felt something stirring in me, something that makes me look back at my life so far and feel so much disgust that I have to move forward. What did you bring us, Vita? Bread, I say, handing it out. Bread is always a beautiful sight to see, but the money I'm supposed to be giving them has been used up to save my life. More worthless taking. Is Lynn around? A couple of the kids nod, and one points down. All right, thanks. I nod back and scoot one of the beds aside, opening up the not very secret hatch and crawling down the ladder. The hideout isn't that hidden, but Skyhope is a very, very big city, and there are probably hundreds of little shacks like this one in the area. The people after Lynn just don't quite care enough to search them all yet. It's basically just a hole in the ground, carved from the rock by whoever owned this place prior. It isn't pretty, but it's big enough for 2 beds and a whole other room at least. Hey, Lynn, I call down. Vita. Hey, you made it. Lynn's cheerful response calls back, and soon the woman is on me, grabbing me straight from the ladder and spinning once before putting me down. She has a huge, goofy grin on her face, as usual. A few strands of her red hair poked out from underneath her bandana, and with her boyish, multi-pocketed outfit, it would be difficult for her to look more like a stereotypical thief. Hey, Lynn, I murmur, wiping off something oily that she had gotten on me with the embrace. Probably maintaining her knives or something. We're friends, right? She lifts an eyebrow. Yes, of course we are. Did something happen, Vita? You look kind of freaked out. I am freaked out, I say flatly. I'm honestly way beyond freaked out right now. Oh, well, you know I got your back for anything, Vita. You kids mean everything to me. I grimace. Lynn's not even that much older than me, maybe 20, yet she refuses to stop treating me like a kid. I'm not that short. I know. This one is pretty bad. She shrugs. I'm all ears. I swallow. This is a moment of truth. I probably shouldn't say it all at once. Ah, well. It turns out I'm a natural mage, I hedge. She blinks, then her grin explodes even wider. Yo, you what? Vita, that's awesome. That's the best news I've heard in months. Why would, something bad happened? Ah, yeah, you could say that. See couple of bad things, really. There's a pause. She looks me over carefully. You kill somebody. I swallow. Yeah, I did. That Baker guy, Grigg. He tracked me down somehow and nearly beat me to death. And yeah, I killed him. Then I had to use the money on him and what Rowan gave me to, stop dying. She stares carefully, considering. It's a very motherly sort of look, the kind of look someone used to raising a dozen lying street rats often gives. Does she think I just stole the money? Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned it. I believe you, she says eventually. You're way too smart to make a lie like this. And you get how serious this is. Right, corpses show up in town all the time, but if the guard finds someone who was killed by magic, they're actually going to take it seriously. But I got your back in this, Vita. It's not like I haven't killed anyone before. Nobody's gonna be turning you in. Have you hidden the body? Crap, 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 this is the moment. This is when I have to tell her. Right. Do I trust Lynn? Do I really trust Lynn? She's been giving me charity for the past year. She's a good person. She would want to help, I know it, but this is something that could put everyone in danger. Okay, fear racks my body. Would she kill me? I sort of. Come on, V. It's okay. The goofy grin returns. I got your back. I made the corpse stand up and keep pretending to be alive. I blurt out. Silence. Lynn's grin falls. Oh no, I'm so dead. I should try to grab her hand. Or hug her, maybe, in case I have to pull out her soul. She's fast, but maybe she won't realize what I can do until it's too late. She's strong. She's arrogant. She doesn't know how dangerous I am. If she goes in for the kill, I can. I didn't know that was a thing that could happen, Lynn says, sounding much more dumbfounded than aggressive. More evidence that the church is full of shit, I guess. A necromancer, huh? Shit. That will be really, really hard to work with. It's still good, though. We'll figure something out, Vita. Congrats. I swallow dry. Really. It's okay. But we'd better go collect your corpse, buddy, before the Templars find it. Probably destroy it, just to be safe. Well, the thing is, he's a revenant. Lynn tilts her head. The hell does that mean? He's still, Greg. He's still himself. Like he's currently running his bakery. He's still exactly the same person, as best I can tell, other than the fact that he listens to me. And he's a walking corpse, I guess. Whoa, freaky. Lynn frowns, heading for the ladder. Kinda fucked up, really. But that's all the more reason. We gotta get him out of there before he's found. But it's not that simple. His son saw me, and he saw Grigg acting all weird, and he knows my name. She scowls down at me, flicking a bit of hair away from her face. Vita, Did you enter the bakery with him? I had to. Grigg was beating up his family. He's awful unless I specifically tell him not to be. So you left him alone. Vita, Rowan and I are pretty sure Templars can sense magic. Whenever they're involved with a job, we have to go mundane or they crack down on us hard. If whatever they're doing to figure that out can identify necromancy. Oh no, I didn't know that. She sighs and rustles my hair. Always that same goofy smile. I know you didn't, kiddo, which is why we gotta go now. Come on, follow me. I do. Lynn is crazy fast, but she waits for me as I pant along after her. It's not long before the two of us reach the back entrance of the bakery. I let myself inside, finding Grigg working his oven like normal. He looks up at the noise. Miss Vita, you, careful, that damn thief is right next to you. He instantly drops what he was doing and tries to protect me, but I step in front of Lynn, arms outstretched. Stop, she's a friend. He stops but scowls. He's clearly not happy. As you say, Miss Vita, how can I help you? Lynn steps out from behind me, her expression furrowed. She walks around the Revenant, much to his obvious annoyance. You really do have him whipped, don't you? All right. We're going to take him to sewage and end him. I blink, dumbfounded. Do you really think that's the safest choice, Lynn? I do, she confirms with a nod. It won't really do much about the boy, but if he blabs after we take this guy away, they'll hopefully just think he ran off with you. If they don't find the body anyway. If they do, they'll probably suspect you of killing him. But that's still better than people thinking you're a necromancer, Vita, and will hide the body well. Excuse me, Miss Vita, Grigg says, piping up. If you really think you're better off with me dead, that's all right. I'll happily die for you again. But I can't say I like seeing this stupid woman trying to boss you around. I look up at him, swallowing dry. I don't want to kill him. I already killed him once by accident, and it freaked me out so much I can hardly stand it. Now I'm supposed to kill him again when all he wants to do is help, on purpose, in cold blood. I really don't know if I can do this, Lynn, I say quietly. She sighs, putting her hands on my shoulders. She has to lean down to look into my eyes. A lifetime of malnourishment will do that to a gal. Vita, sweetie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry this is happening. I can do it if you need me to, okay? But we can't have whatever he is running around in the city. If people think a necromancer is in town, all hell is going to break loose. You wouldn't be safe. You know that, right? I nod, holding back tears. It wouldn't be good to waste water. Okay, follow us, Grigg, out the back. Yes, Miss Vita. The three of us sneak much more slowly back through the alleyways, heading towards the edge of the city. Skyhope is built in and around a crater, so the edges of the city are much higher in elevation than the middle. This is, so I've learned, a huge pain for sewage management. Sewers around the city have to be dug deep and managed carefully to prevent accidents from pooling unsanitary water in the center of the city. And since the center is the rich district, they actually manage it pretty well. The designated sewage disposal areas are out near the edges, where all that disgusting sludge has to be pulled up from deep underground so that it can be deposited outside the walls. In that grossness is where Grigg would die again. He'll be mixed in with the mush, and pushed outside the city walls where his body won't be found. I'd better make use of him while I can. Ah, what a horrible thought. But I do need to know as much as I'm able, especially about the people that are going to try to kill me. Just a few more questions. Hey, Grig, can you tell me what you know about Templars? Your uncle worked with them, right? He grunts. My uncle was one, a proud Templar of the Church. They're expert warriors, they are. To be granted the title of Templar is an honor. They protect people like you and I from From people like you and I finish sardonically. Well, it's not just the undead that Templars fight. They're part of the army as well, more or less. They clear out plenty of other dangerous monsters. Fight in wars if there is one. Protect the peace at home. They are the hands and feet of all those who worship the Mistwatcher, which is almost everyone, I should think. Lynn snorts incredulously. Yeah, no, I'm not interested in whatever rules those cultists decide. They say the Mistwatcher wants this, the Mistwatcher wants that. It's probably some made-up deity they use to justify keeping all the metal for themselves. Grig frowns at that. You don't talk to many people over 40, do you, miss? She blinks. Ah. The Mistwatcher is very real, miss. We've seen him, the one below all. Ask anyone that was alive to be there, ma'am. He saw a star he didn't like, and he pulled it out of the sky, just as the church said he would. He holds the islands in the air with naught but his will. Go to the edge and look down, miss. If the mists are clear, you'll see him too. There's a moment of silence, as Lynn and I try to take that in. As if two street urchins like us could afford a trip to the edge, Lynn responds scathingly. Get over yourself, dead man. He shrugs. Live long enough, and you'll see him whether you go to the edge or not. They say in ancient times, people worshipped many false gods, invisible gods. Gods you had to believe in just because you're told to. Some people still do, I hear, and they're all fools. The Mistwatcher is real, miss. Whatever you think of him, he's there and everyone knows it. We make the rest of the trip in silence, giving me time to collect my thoughts. Everyone knows of the Mistwatcher, certainly. Even an uneducated urchin like me. The church says the whole world was crafted by the Mistwatcher, every single island in the sky. Unlike Lynn, I believe he's real. I just figure if this is the world he made, he must be pretty damn awful. There's no way I'm going to worship whatever made my life. Not a chance. We're here, Lynn announces. It's somewhat of a redundant thing to say, considering that when she opens the hatch at our feet, the smell nearly doubles me over. The three of us crawl down the ladder, and before I know it, we're knee-deep in shit water. I follow Lynn as she wades through it a ways before finally speaking again. All right, here's a good spot. You want me to destroy him for you, Vita? Destroy him. It sounds more like murder him to my ears, and I don't want that to happen at all. He's horrible, truly a horrible, awful human being. In many ways, he probably deserves death. Yet that feeling of holding his soul in my hands, how weak and vulnerable he was, how he had just fallen over, it scares me. In the same way, it scares me how obedient he is now. So many parts of my mind are screaming, keep him, use him. This is what I need. This is how I can finally become stronger. This is how I get out of hell. My whole life I've had to scrape and steal and beg just to live to see tomorrow, and now I can just make people wait on me hand and foot. How can I just give up on that? I turn to look at Lynn, at the woman who has helped me all these years, who fed me when I was hungry and asked for nothing in return, at the person willing to help me even now rather than toss me to the church like the monster I am. I can't put her in danger, not the one singular good thing in my life. No, I got it, Lynn. I walk up to the awful fat man. I put my hand on his chest, trying to feel for his soul. I can. It's kind of like feeling my own soul, except outside my body. I suppose, in part, it is my soul. The shard of my soul that I put in him has fused with his own, making a singular form. The new soul is very different from either one I used to form it. I can't see it, not really, but as I hold my hand to Grigg, I can feel things growing out of the core of his being, like strings or maybe blood vessels. Whatever they are, they slither through the body, pulling and tightening and moving it around like some kind of freakish parasite. He's a muscular man under all that fat, but his muscles aren't involved in his movement anymore. Dutifully, he still pretends to breathe, but his diaphragm doesn't tighten or contract at all. It just moves on its own, some invisible force inside it forcing it to do so. It feels so different, so wrong, and yet so right. I take a deep breath of my own. He smiles at me. Then I take my hand away, and he crumples into the sludge like a dropped doll, completely lifeless. I hold everything he was in a single palm. Instinctively, without even thinking, I pop it into my mouth and swallow. The soul slides down my throat, but it does not drop to my stomach. I shiver as that thing inside of me that makes me myself pulls Grigg's soul within it and unravels him like a priceless tapestry with a loose thread. He dissolves into nothing and becomes a part of me. I stagger, taking a step back as the aftermath flows through my being. My steps are lighter. I'm not as imposed by the bog. I'm stronger than I was before, just a bit, yet my muscles haven't gotten any less atrophied. My soul just demands they move better and gives them the strength to do so. It isn't a lot, but to a girl as weak as me, it's a world of difference. I can't help but let a small smile quirk at my lips. What did you just do? Lynn's words hit like a bucket of ice. She's staring, her normally jubilant expression mixed between confusion, caution, and a bit of fear. Horrid realization comes crashing back on top of me. What did I just do? I can feel you, Lynn continued. You just popped onto my danger sense, kid. I cough. Do I have soul gunk in my throat? Danger sense. Yeah, it's a trick people like me can learn. I can sort of, well, judge how dangerous someone is. It's not precise or anything. Before now, you didn't register at all. Now you're weak, but I can feel you. That doesn't just suddenly happen. What did you do? Oh no, well, she came this far with me. I may as well be honest. I squeak. I ate his soul, I think. Her jaw drops. You ate his soul. I'm sorry. I just acted on instinct. You have a soul-eating instinct. I don't know. Yes, maybe. What else was I supposed to do with it? Please don't hurt me. I hunched down, putting myself at her mercy. This is all so messed up. What kind of monster am I now? Lynn's shoulders sag. She lets out a huge sigh, tension of the situation escaping her figure. Vita, hey. I'm not gonna hurt you. I got your back, remember? Always. Rowan and I will figure something out. It might have been a good idea. I don't know how the Templar magic stuff works. I just don't know anything about this, okay? Magic isn't my bag of beans, and nobody knows anything about animancy and sticks around for long. We're just gonna have to figure this out as we go, okay? And keep it secret. I nod. Of course I'll keep it secret. Dying doesn't sound like my idea of a good time. We'll find a way to use this, Vita, Lynn continues. You don't have to worry. I ripped a man's soul out of his body, I mumble numbly. I didn't even mean to the first time. What if I try to do the same to you, or Rowan? Lynn frowns. Grigg was a fat, stupid bastard. I, meanwhile, am a powerful and sexy queen of thieves. I doubt whatever you did to him would work on me. Magic is crazy, but it's not all-powerful, you know. If you pay attention, you can fight back, even if you don't know a single spell like me. It's just training, kid. Maybe he was too busy trying to beat a child to defend himself, or maybe he just sucked at it. I'm not a child, I grumble, scowling. Lynn looks at the spot of muck where Grigg's body lies, just below the surface. She gives the corpse a light kick. No, I guess you're not any more, are you? We'd better get back. We'll find somewhere to bathe and steal Rowan for a couple days. He'll know what to do with you better than me. Shaking, I lean forward and wrap Lynn in a huge hug, squeezing as hard as my newly empowered arms can manage. It's still not that strong, but Lynn gives a little yelp of surprise. Just a moment later, she brings her arms up and hugs back. It takes everything I have to not break down and cry. Hey, Vita, Lynn asks softly. Yes. I know this is like a big emotional moment and all, but could we do this later? We're both covered in shit. Ah, right. The two of us make our way to a place to wash off. Lynn bans me from getting anywhere near Grigg's bakery, telling me to stay in the shack for now. She says she'll be back soon, with Rowan to help. Just to be safe, Lynn suggests I stay in the secret area underneath and to not touch any of the kids. Thinking about why that's a good idea is going to give me nightmares. Still, it looks like I'm going to have people to help. Things aren't as bad as I feared. Maybe things are actually starting to look up. Ha, yeah, good joke, Vita. 4, still warm. All right, kiddo. How about you tell me this secret Lynn's got you locked down here for, eh? I'm sitting face to face with Rowan, down in the hideaway under the shack. Lynn stands behind him, arms crossed. It's a bit of a serious atmosphere, but I suppose it's a pretty serious subject. Well, I'm a necromancer. Rowan glances up at Lynn, his flabbergasted face clearly seeking confirmation. He's a bit of an odd-looking guy, way too young to rock the black mutton chops he has. He's still quite attractive, though, and it's a secret to no one that he and Lynn are in a relationship. They're a power couple, and quite the contrast to my emaciated ass. How long have you been hiding this from us? Rowan asks, attention returning to me. And how did you learn? I haven't been. I found out earlier today. It just happened. She's telling the truth, Rowan, Lynn confirms. But natural animancers aren't a thing, he says. I mean, hypothetically they're a thing, but there's no record of one ever existing. Then she's the first. Or there's a bunch, and we don't have records of them. But I saw her do something, Rowan, and it didn't look like a spell at all. She just did it. He taps his chin, thinking. Well, fuck, Rowan eventually concludes. I don't know what this means, but it's probably bad news if the church finds out. Kinda throws a wrench into their doctrine. At least a little. Maybe it's not that bad, but we probably shouldn't ask them about it. Why, I ask. I don't get any of this church stuff. What do they have against animancy? Well, sort of a twofold answer to that. The first is the church side. Souls are gifts from the Mistwatcher, or so they say. When you start messing with souls, you're not just messing with the fundamental nature of a person. You're messing with the Mistwatcher's direct business. We don't know everything about the Mistwatcher, but the church is very adamant that it's a bad idea to mess around in his business. I frown, thinking, well, okay, I guess that makes sense. So, what's the second reason? Pretty much just basic common sense. The church and the government are sleeping together nice and tight, but even without that, any sane government would regulate or outright ban animancy. You can do crazy stuff with it. Read minds, corrupt thoughts, change people's beliefs and personalities, make them fall in love with you, and it's nearly impossible to trace except by another animancer. You're a necromancer specifically, you said. Necromancy doesn't do most of that really spooky stuff, but even then, a powerful necromancer can create loyal, undying armies more or less by themselves, along with all sorts of stuff I probably don't even know about. It's all restricted knowledge. I nod. Yeah, okay, so I'm spooky and dangerous. Check, so it's the most awful magic around. Great. What are all the other kinds of magic? Ah ha ha, he chuckles, shaking his head. Well, that's the question, isn't it? Presumably, there's a kind of magic to affect everything in the natural world, but we don't know it all. Magic is learned and categorized by reverse engineering it from observation. Take a mage that can see magic, watch it happen in nature, try to make a formula for it. Kineticism, the branch of magic concerning movement, was created by observing the forces that hold the islands in the air, for example. There's a bunch of kinds of magic. Thermomancy for heat, biomancy for body stuff, and metamancy for magic about magic, just to name a few. Oh, and technically chaos magic, which is just kind of tossing raw power around without funneling it into a spell first. Don't, do that. It'll kill you. Learning to be a spellcaster is incredibly dangerous. If you're really a natural mage, though, anything you feel like you can do on instinct is probably safe. At least, safe in your immediate health sense, not the short and long-term consequences sense. So the deal with necromancy and animancy is, oh, right. All necromancy is animancy, but not all animancy is necromancy. If you are a necromancer, your deal is specifically concerning souls of the dead and or souls currently outside of a body. Its counterpart would be cognomancy, which is manipulating the souls of the living to affect a person's thoughts and actions. Although if you want to get really semantic, these designations are more academic than truly descriptionary and are unified. Nope, nope, nope. Enough nerd talk, Lynn butts in. Can you help her or not? He frowns. Help her how? If she's caught using necromancy, she's gonna die or get carted away. My advice is don't use it. Lynn shakes her head. Come on, Rowan. That's like asking me not to run. It's part of who she is. You can't just take that from her. The church is fucking dumb anyway. Part of who I am. I'm not sure if I like the idea of necromancy being a key element of my personality. Dumb or not, they can still kill her, Rowan mumbles. But fine. What kind of stuff do you know how to do already, Vita? I really don't know a lot about how necromancy works because, well, it's absurdly illegal. Um, I can, pull souls out of people's bodies. And then if I take out a bit of my soul and mix it around with the other soul and put them back, I make a revenant, I guess. Or at least I did that one time. I can also, eat the soul, which I think makes me stronger. Ah, Rowan says eloquently. Revenants and soul eating. Well, how did you find this out exactly? How many people are dead? Just one, I insist. The Revenant was, under my control when I made it. So he didn't attack anybody, or, well, he did. But that's because he was an asshole, not because he was a Revenant. Rowan leans back in his chair, blowing air out his nose as he balances the rickety wooden thing on two legs. Okay. Well, I don't know what to do about that. If your powers require somebody to die, you probably should not be using them. Yeah, I say dejectedly. That makes sense. It makes too much sense, really. I don't know what I want to be in life, but mass murderer is certainly not on the list. And I'm a death mage, basically. I just deal with death. Maybe I can wait around for people to die of natural causes and then eat them. Ah, that sounds even worse. Am I just destined to be a horrible monster? Have you tried it with animals? I blink. Ha. Animals, Rowan repeats. Animals have souls. Monsters, too, if you care to make the distinction. They tend to be weaker than the souls of humans and other sapients, but they have them. Might be a more ethical way to test out the kind of things you can do. I swallow. Isn't that risky? Of course it's risky. You're a necromancer. Don't use it at all or get used to risk. But if you wanna use your powers, animals are probably the best way. Just keep your distance from the Templars, kid. If they grab you and find out that we helped you, everyone here is fucked. Don't tell the kids anything, either. Okay, I won't, I promise, nodding. Good, now let's go. I want to see what you do. You got a preference for which pest to kill? I think about that for a bit. What sort of animal would I want to serve eternally in my loyal undead army? What about crows? Rowan smiles knowingly, standing up to exit the hideout. I blush a little. I might sleep with a stuffed crow still. It's not weird. Crows, huh? Why crows? Might be a little hard to catch 'em. I just like crows, I protest meekly. So you want to kill them and mess with their souls? Should Lynn and I be worried? My face goes white. And no, that's not what I mean at all. Kidding, Vita, Rowan says with a laugh, tousling my hair. Crows could be good practice. They're smarter than most pests. I'd question how long a crow zombie would actually be able to fly, but, well, we can't let you leave undead around anyway, okay? That could be really bad. I nod, following him out of the hideout. Lynn says something about grabbing some more food and heads out, leaving the two of us to walk silently through the back streets of Skyhope. Rowan's finger twitches a bit, drawing a lazy path in the air. When he's done, I'm suddenly unable to hear the city's noise around me. There we go, he says. Silence bubble. We can chat freely now if you want. Um, yeah, question. I pulled Grig's soul out of his body while he was still alive. That's affecting a living soul, right? Affecting living souls is cognomancy, not necromancy. So am I both, or is that just proof of the, unified thingy you were talking about? Rowan looks down at me with a raised eyebrow. It ain't proof of shit. But yeah, the labels we give this kind of stuff. It's all observation-based. We made up the names to describe what we saw. Magic didn't create a bunch of spells based on names we gave it. There's gonna be some fuzzy areas. The unified theory is just one of many theories on how magic as a whole actually works. But as interesting as that is to pontificate about, it's nowhere close to proven. From a practical perspective, the groups we have are going to be how people learn magic for decades. It's not weird for a natural mage to have a few things outside whatever our imperfect understanding predicts they should have. But if you think you're a general animancer rather than just a necromancer, well, let Lynn and I know as soon as possible. Okay, kid. I nod. Good. Here we are then, Rowan says. This should be a good spot to fish for crows. We turn a corner into a small clearing, empty of any people. There is, however, lots of trash. Rowan starts drawing something in the air again, though it makes no trail I can see. Eventually, some illusory food scraps pop into view nearby, while the two of us are covered with a fake trash bag. All right, now we wait. You're gonna have to be quick to grab 'em, so stay sharp. I nod again. Illusion magic, huh? That's pretty useful for a con man. Time passes before a few crows come down and start pecking, immediately confused when their beaks pass right through the food. But before they can smell foul play, I reach out and misdart embarrassingly. The crows are way faster than I am and just fly off. I turn an ashamed glance towards Rowan, who chuckles. Okay, okay, I'll help. Just don't tell anybody I can do this. I've got a chinemancy license, but I do not have a thermomancy license. The next bird to fly down immediately gets flambéed. As it falls over dead, something stays where it was. A tiny, tiny soul. I can't see it, but I can feel it. Reaching out, I cup my hands around it, just over where the corpse lies. You got something there, Vita? Rowan asks, raising an eyebrow and leaning over to look at my seemingly empty hands. Yeah, I confirm, nodding. I have a crow soul. If you say so. I can't sense a thing. But I guess I've heard souls and magic aren't quite made of the same sort of stuff. I agree. Makes sense to me. I can't sense Rowan's spells like I can the floating soul. But I couldn't sense the soul until it wasn't in the crow anymore either. Good to keep in mind. Gonna try some stuff, I warn. Dunno what it'll do. He nods. All right, I'm ready. First, I close my hand around the soul. It sinks into my arm, something about what I am now holding it in place. Just as I thought, though I'm not sure why I thought this, it's not getting dissolved. It's just another soul inside me, trapped in stasis. Unused for now. It feels very different to the soul I took from Grig. It's more like the tiny shard I took from my own soul than his. It's small and sharp somehow, as if it's broken. A soul shard, if you will. And speaking of shards, I put my hand to my chest and pull out a fragment of my own. It's such an odd thing to do, thinking about it now. Splintering my very being, yet it feels as natural as walking. Even more natural, perhaps. There's a subtle joy in the act, a satisfaction in practicing something that is uniquely and indisputably mine. Reaching out with my other hand, I grab the crow corpse. Then I stick the little shard of my soul inside it. In my hand, I feel it grow out those threads like Grig's soul did, spreading throughout the body. Jerking and flopping, my crow zombie shudders to life. Neat, I murmur quietly. It struggles in my grip, not hurting me but trying to get free. It wants something. That's interesting. I like holding it, it's cute. I loosen my hands anyway, though, curious to see what it will do, and it tries to lunge at Rowan. Stop, I hiss, and the bird halts immediately, all movement gone. I nod. Good. It knows who its master is. Now for the coolest part about crows. Fly, I demand. It staggers and hops, flapping its wings awkwardly. It looks like the poor thing would have no idea how to do that, even if it wasn't quite as burnt. I murmur. Learning a lot, Rowan asks, his smile failing to disguise the fear on his face. I nod again, feeling out my own instincts for things to do next. The crow couldn't fly when it only had a piece of my soul in it. Would it know how if it had a piece of my soul and its own soul, like how Grig knew who he was? Open your beak, I command, and the zombie complies. Willing the crow soul shard out of my arm, I try to drop it down the crow's throat. But it doesn't really work. Something is wrong. I frown, thinking. Pulling my spindly soul shard out of the crow again, it goes limp. I mix it with the crow shard like I did to make Grig, and then shove it all back in the body. The crow gets up and tries to attack Rowan again. This time, though, it kicks off my hand and flies at him. Stop, I murmur softly, and it freezes, dropping to the trash-covered floor. Shit, Vita, you're gonna give me a heart attack with that thing, Rowan murmurs, untensing a bit. Sorry, I respond. Got it to fly, though. Yeah, I guess you did. You're a quick learner, kid. Not a kid. Killed a guy earlier today. Rowan's face turns very serious. That doesn't make you an adult, Vita. It's a tragedy, not a rite of passage. Silence follows that. I pick my limp bird zombie back up. Don't attack, Rowan. You may move again. The bird coos happily, ruffling its feathers as I stroke a finger down its back. It's still warm. I think I forgot to tell you that the son of the guy I killed saw me in his house while Grig was a revenant, I say suddenly. Rowan blinks. Ah, okay. That's not great. Did you tell Lynn? Yeah. What did she tell you to do? Stay away from the bakery and hope. They think he ran off with me. Gross, Lynn, but I don't have a better plan. We're not gonna kill the son, too. I feel bad for him. Grig beat his wife and kid a lot, I think. And they'll probably go out of business without him, now. Rowan shrugs. Well, if I could solve the problems of every kid in the city, Vita, I would. But I can't. I don't have the power, the money, the influence, the anything to do that. It's a handful feeding the little mouths we have already. And now you. He cuts himself off before he can say I'm yet another problem, but my heart clenches up anyway. Lynn and Rowan really are going out of their way for me, aren't they? Sorry, I murmur. Rowan tousles my hair again. Hey. None of that. You didn't ask for this. We'll figure out a way to keep you safe. I lean into his touch, hugging my bird, thinking back at how its first instinct was to kill him. A terrible idea comes to mind. Hey, Rowan, do you think it's my fault that the stuff I make is so violent? I'm putting bits of my soul in them. Does that say something about me? He sighs, sitting down in the trash next to me. I don't really know anything about necromancy, Vita. But almost all undead try to kill living things. It's just what they do. Yeah, I murmur. I guess that's all I can really do, too. Can you catch me something alive? Maybe I'm a cognomancer, too. I can mess with my own soul, and I'm alive. He takes a deep breath, nodding slowly. Sure, I can probably snare a rat or something. He gets up to do just that, and I take some time trying to command my bird zombie non-verbally. Maybe I can establish some kind of mind link to make it easier to control it from a distance. I don't make any progress, though. Whenever I try, it feels like my soul is trying to stretch out of my body to touch the little bird, but it just doesn't stretch far enough. Here you go, kid, Rowan says, returning with something dangling between his fingers. One unconscious rat. Work your magic. Stay, I tell the crow, who glares at the animal ravenously. I accept the rat, pull out a shard of my soul, and try to put it inside while it sleeps. But nothing happens. My soul shard simply doesn't fit inside the living creature. Furthermore, I can barely sense the rat's soul, even while touching it. It's just enough sense to know I could pull it out if I want to. I do, but I hold off for now. Shaking my head, I look up at Rowan dejectedly. No dice, huh? He says. Sorry, kid. Though I gotta say, personally, I'm glad you can't do that kind of stuff. Cognomancy is some spooky business, even compared to the walking dead. Or, the flying dead, as it were. Now unanimate that thing and let's get out of here. Okay, I agree with a nod. Question first, though. How does Lynn's threat sense thing work? I spiked on it when I ate the last soul. Why? I don't want to set that kind of thing off. Rowan tilts his head a bit. When you ate? Well, martial types like Lynn get all kinds of pseudo-magic crap, and it's long been theorized that the stuff they do comes from the same kind of energy that makes souls work. If that theory is true, my guess is that Lynn is vaguely judging a soul's strength compared to her own. You might be able to learn how to do it, actually. As an animancer, it might even come more naturally to you than it does to her. Unless I'm totally off base, I guess. I nod, pulling out the rat's soul and popping it in my mouth. It's so tiny, even smaller than the crow's soul. Discarding the corpse, I grab my little crow revenant and pull its soul out too. There's something viscerally satisfying to it, really. I hide both of the bodies in the garbage pile, popping the souls down my throat. They aren't very filling in the spiritual sense, but it makes me feel a bit better to have my shard back inside myself, plus a bit of interest. That's super freaky, Rowan mutters, staring intently. Sorry, I murmur, standing up. It's fine. Really, just try not to get into the habit of it too much, okay? I nod. On the bright side, I might be able to sustain myself on souls if we don't have enough bread. He gives me an odd look for a beat, then laughs, pulling me in for a side hug. Oh, shit. Come here, Vita. You're a good kid, yeah. It's probably not a good idea, though. A strong soul and a starving body is still half of you not working right, okay? We'll figure something out. No need to fast for us. Okay, I answer, nodding yet again. Hey, Rowan. Yeah, Vita. Is there something else I can do to help you out? Like with your job? He thinks for a while at that. Not with necromancy, if that's what you're asking. But I can certainly use an extra pair of hands. There are a few easy duo cons we could do. I nod. Yeah, that's what I meant. Thanks for helping me today. Yeah, sure thing, Vita. You're basically family, you know. I've only known you for a year, though. He shrugs. Doesn't really matter. We starved together. You stepped up and helped Lynn and I out when you didn't have to. If the way I'm returning the favor involves hiding you from Templars, so be it. I frown. Those things hardly seemed comparable. I should have started helping way earlier. I'm way older than all the other kids in the shack. He blinks. Really? You don't look that much older. I'm 16, I insist. He scowls down at me, giving me a serious once-over. Why was this so hard for everyone to believe? You're just so small. You really struggled to eat before you found us, didn't you? We're not even doing that good of a job, but you were desperate enough for our handouts anyway. It must have been really bad, Vita. I'm sorry. I swallow dry, looking away. That's definitely not something I want to get into. What does he expect? People in this city starve to death all the time. Am still worried about Grig's son, I say, changing the subject quickly. His wife, too. They'll recognize me. Is there some way you can make me look different? Not a great way, no, Rowan answers, taking the topic change in stride. I can probably disguise you while we're together, but some kind of complex facial enchantment that maintains a different appearance and moves with you without my constant attention. Yeah, no, you'd need like a metal artifact or something, way beyond anything I could pull off. Huh, yeah. Metal like that's going to happen. I nod once more, curiosity sated for now. It's a shame we can't hunt for food. Souls for me, meat for everyone else. It would have been ideal. It's never safe to eat meat unless it was treated by a biomancer, though. Cooking food helps, but all sorts of heat-proof magical diseases hang out in wild animals, and if anyone in the shack catches one of those, they will absolutely die. Rowan and I depart the trash-covered clearing, heading off to one of the places he likes to set up his job. Eventually, the two of us make it back to a busy street, Rowan's silence bubble dispelled. There the Khan begins, sending instructions by magicking words into my ear that are so quiet, no one else can hear them. I fake a few customer victories together on one street, act as an assistant on another. It's kind of fun. Rowan has an odd kind of personal magnetism to him, where even people who know he's scamming can't help but enjoy the show. I actually find myself smiling a little, at least until a Templar walks by, one of the very hands of the church that hates the very idea of my existence. Fear freezes my heart like ice. It's just a normal Templar, thank goodness, wearing standard issue armor rather than a unique getup. I think it's a he, anyway, is covered in armor from head to toe. Chitin armor, in fact, probably carved from some wretched monster from outside the walls. A sword hangs on his hip and a shield on his back, each piece of the outfit adorned with the eye of the Mistwatcher, the symbol of the church. Worst of all, he is absolutely, definitely, walking straight towards Rowan and I. 5. Yellow Sky. Oh no, oh shit. Act natural, just act natural. I'm a normal kid that has done nothing wrong. Wait, no, I'm not a kid. Do something natural and also adult. Damn it, I don't know what that is. I'm like the least natural person on the island. What do adult women do? Make out with Rowan. No, wait, gross. Ah, it's too late. He's already here. Kinemancy license, the Templar asks Rowan blandly. The Khan artist's mouth twitches in an annoyed smile. Right here, sir, he answers, fishing some parchment out of his pocket. Murmurs of annoyance ripples through the crowd. Kinemancy. Illusion magic. A number of people start to realize they're being scammed all at once, departing in anger. With 2 words, the Templar has probably ruined Rowan's business in this part of town for a month. Ugh, the Templar grunts, looking the paper over. Yep, you're clear. Sorry to bother you, sir. Just my job. And no problem, Rowan murmurs back, plastering the fakest smile he can manage on his face. The Templar doesn't seem to notice or care, handing Rowan's paper back and continuing on in the direction he was walking before. Once he's out of sight, I let out a long breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I'm going to have to work on not looking so guilty, considering how very guilty I am. Well, that's probably enough work for today anyway, Rowan says glumly. Come on, Vita. Let's bounce before someone starts thinking they can demand money back. We can demand money back, someone asks. No. The 2 of us exit down an alleyway. I don't complain. I'm in no mood to keep going after that scare. Besides, I'm exhausted. From the looks of things, Kragscar Island will be passing overhead soon. The yellow sky glows eternal, presumably in accordance with the Mistwatcher's will. Clouds sometimes form and storms sometimes blot the sky, but only when other islands pass overhead does the land experience true darkness. Kragscar is a massive stone island, named as such for its tall stone cliffs with jagged swaths of blackness cutting through it like a wound. The island is large enough and moves at just the right speed for a 6-hour night time when it passes overhead, perfect for finally catching some sleep. I walk back to the shack with Rowan in silence, but I'm more than okay with that. Silence gives me time to think, and thinking is something I definitely need to do. Firstly, Mistwatcher, I have to ask, what am I? Why am I like this? The Mistwatcher gives people their gifts, yet my gift is hated by the Mistwatcher. One of those 2 things has to be false, fight. Or is it just false in my case? For all I know, I'm some special chosen one, granted the Mistwatcher's own power. Of course, I could just as easily be the opposite of that, created by some force other than the one that makes everyone else, some antithesis to life itself. More likely than all of that, there's just something I'm not understanding correctly, and I'll feel like an idiot when I figure it out later. If the Mistwatcher knows, it doesn't answer. Ah, damn it. Religion has never fed me, and now I'm a heretic for existing. Why did I even bother to ask? I have something now, at least. I have power, I have a talent. As frightening and horrible as it is, As much as I wish I could have any other ability, I will take it. It's better than nothing, and it's the only bone I've been thrown my whole life. I just have to be careful. Zombies are a major problem. I can't go around making them without people finding out sooner rather than later. But is there any way for someone to detect I've eaten a soul? Sure, I seem stronger to people with senses like Lynn S., but people get stronger naturally as well. It wouldn't inherently point to necromancy, even if someone notices how fast I'm growing. Eating souls is also, well, enjoyable. I want to say tasty, but that's not quite right. They don't really taste like anything. They're not physical, and my tongue doesn't register them. But the feeling I get from ingesting them is wonderful. From the way they break apart sliding down my throat, to how they plop into my awaiting spirit and dissolve away into raw power. Power that then becomes mine. I shudder. Try not to get into the habit of it, Rowan had said. That might be hard when killing makes me feel so alive. Fuck, am I thinking like this already? No, no, I won't just accept that that's all I am. Magic is a tool, and I am its wielder. Besides, if I let myself become a monster, I'll be hunted down like one. The sudden, rapidly falling night time shakes me from my thoughts, and I'm relieved it does. The massive island of Kragscar will soon block the sky entirely, casting the town into near-total darkness. As is, we're currently caught below its penumbra, a dark shadow of light's absence that bends below every island. I at least don't need to wait for my eyes to adjust, as Rowan is prepared, conjuring a ball of dim light in his palm. Kragscar is one of hundreds, well, probably more like thousands, maybe more. Anyway, it's one of many islands that fly through the sky on the same predictable orbits. Just over 8 hours after Kragscar passes over, the mist thimble will bring 4 hours of darkness and rain as it floats overhead. The mist thimble is particularly beautiful, a sort of bucket-shaped island with streams of water which pour constantly out from its sides. I've always wondered how it never runs out. It casts great rainbows when viewed from a distance, and the showers of warm water it pounds on the streets can be a beautifully welcome sight to the many people like me who have had to fight for a fresh drink. 20 hours after Miss Thimble leaves, another island will pass over, and so on. Countless islands are visible just by looking up during the day, and I have absolutely no way of knowing how many are below our island. I've never been anywhere near the edge, and if I try to talk to a scholar or something, I'll probably get my ass kicked by the city guards. I doubt I'd even believe there was an edge if there weren't. You know, sky islands flying around everywhere. I finally make my way back to our crappy little shack, greeting and jostling aside all my fellow orphan brats. Of course, I am a full head taller than most of them and quite a few years older, so I really shouldn't be considered in the same sort of category. Okay, so I'm still pretty short, but you try to get tall while constantly starving to death. It doesn't work. Eventually, I sidle myself underneath the little pile of blankets on the floor that I call my bed, keeping my clothes on for safety and warmth. A wad of extra clothing is all I have for a pillow as well, but hidden safely inside that wad is my stuffed toy bird, Roscoe. I'm not sure what kind of bird he was supposed to be originally, but so much dirt and grime has collected on him that I've just taken to calling him a crow. I've had Roscoe for so long, I can barely remember where I got him. They don't leave toys like this out where someone like me could steal one. If I recall correctly, someone was bringing their kid through a bad part of town, and the kid dropped him while their family got mugged. Everything of value was taken by the muggers, but Roscoe here, well, he's certainly valuable to me. People like me don't get to own things. We hardly even get to like things. I had to protect this little stuffed doll with my life sometimes, steal him back from other kids when he got stolen, get in the type of fights normally reserved for the final scraps of food, all just to have something I could squeeze when it was dark outside. I squeeze him hard now, just thinking about it all. He is, and always will be, my most prized possession, my first friend. No matter how childish people think it is, they can't understand what he means to me. Though I can't help but wonder, if I can put a piece of my soul in a dead crow, can I put a piece in a toy crow? Can I bring my friend to life? The thought runs cold through me, a certainty in my bones. Whether it's impossible, whether it's some horrible facsimile of what I want, it doesn't matter. I have to try. I shouldn't be thinking about this, let alone doing it. I am a walking blasphemy, a danger to everyone I know. But you know what? Fuck it. Lynn said this is part of who I am, that I could use it. And if there's a whole branch of magic all about messing with souls, they couldn't possibly be as sacred as the church claims. If the Mistwatcher has a fucking problem with that, it can get its ass up here and tell me itself. I reach inside and splinter my soul once more, pulling out the shard, invisible to the eye yet glimmering to my heretical senses. What's the difference between an object and a corpse, really? Slowly, carefully, I push the shard into Roscoe. It fits. The little toy bird has a soul in it. I can't resist a giddy laugh as I feel spirit tendrils expand through the little stuffed body. It twitches awkwardly, flapping its useless little wings around. I did it. Roscoe, my friend, is moving. He's alive. Hug, I order softly. Grubby little black wings reach out, squeezing my all-too-thin torso. Pulling Roscoe in, I hug him back, my wonderful little friend. He's been my companion for so long. I've hugged him like this so many times, and now he can hug back. Tears well up in my eyes. After everything that happened today, after being nearly beaten to death, after murdering a man, after discovering my existence is illegal, after eating a human soul, this is what finally makes me cry. Screw it, I'll waste water just this once. I finally drift off to sleep. I wake up sweating, a terror heretofore unknown freezing my body solid. It's still pitch dark. A slimy feeling passes over me like a giant, monstrous tongue. Invisible, intangible, it drips nothingness as it winds around me. I am alone, but it's there. I feel it, searching for something, passing over and around me, until it touches Roscoe. It passes through Roscoe, and it plucks out that little shard of my soul I hid inside him. Then it descends, down, down, down into the mists, taking that tiny shard with it. Half a minute later, I start to breathe again. I sleep no more that night. 6. The Mist Watcher. I don't know how much time passes. I don't even realize it's light out when Kragscar departs. Something shakes me and I gasp, panic flying through me for a few seconds before I consciously recognize what's going on. Hey! Hey, Vita, a familiar voice calls, very heavy in her voice. Ellen, I ask, tears I never realized I was shedding falling down my face. Immediately, the thief pulls me in for a hug, holding me tight. She's warm, both in body and in soul. I feel it as she holds me, both strong and soft as it pulses inside her. It's much larger than any other soul I've touched before. Even though she's alive, I feel it as she holds me. Yeah, it's me, Vita, I'm right here. I'm shivering and numb, eyes bloodshot and drooping. There had been. Lynn, I did something and Lynn, SHHH, it's okay. It's okay, we'll figure it out. But we won't talk about it up here, okay? Let's get you downstairs, okay, Vita? I finally managed to register the rest of the room. The kids of the shack are sitting and standing around me, looking concerned. A few of them have their little hands grasping parts of Lynn's clothes for support. Are you okay, big sis? One of them murmurs. You wouldn't get up. We had to find Lynn. You kept. It wasn't truly there. I couldn't see it. I couldn't hear it. I couldn't feel it. For it was not real in the way I understand reality. It went through the floor like an illusion, through the earth, through a dozen other islands deep below, but not through me. With my new senses, I knew the false thing, and it knew me. It grasped my body, winding around me, twisting with the sort of bored curiosity which one might roll lint between their fingers. But this was no person, and the chill touch of its idle violations did not distract from its true purpose. A soul was found, a soul was taken, and my soft friend died in my arms as the thing slithered back into the nothingness whence it came. Vita, Lynn calls, shaking me again. Hey, stay with me. You're okay. I've got you. You're okay. Calm down, honey. Breathe slow. Slow, Vita. Oh, I had been hyperventilating. I try to focus my attention on Lynn's words as best I can, calming my breathing. In, out. In, out. That's right. That's a good girl. You're safe, kiddo. Am not a kiddo, I manage to murmur. Lynn laughs. Aye, there you are. You back with me, Vita. I nod slowly, blinking to clear my mind. I am back. I am here. I certainly am not safe, though. And yeah, sorry. You got nothing to apologize for, honey. Lynn gives me another quick squeeze and stands up. You gonna be okay now. I've got to get back to what I do. I swallow, choking out the next bit. Why, yeah. Lynn, I think there might be something. She puffs out her cheeks, looking nervous. Okay, Vita, is it like an immediate danger thing, or can this wait for a few hours? I really gotta go. Oh, of course, she's busy. Right, I don't want her to go. I feel like I am about to burst into tears again, or worse. Yet, what could she do if it came back? Nothing, not a damn thing. So she may as well go. It can wait. Okay, perfect, she says, nodding quickly. Kids, Vita is allowed down below by herself. The rest of you are not allowed down there with her. Head down if you need to, practice, or something, Vita. But do not do anything unless you are sure it's safe, okay? I nod. Okay. Good girl. See you later, kiddos. Lynn turns and rushes out of the door at crazy speeds, leaving me with the other orphans. Letting out a shaky breath, I fumble around with my covers and eventually find poor Roscoe. I give him a cataclysmic hugger-squeezer, cuddling him hard and rocking him left and right a few times before finally letting go and hiding him back in the wad of clothes that serves as his nest. Maybe some other time, Roscoe, you will live. Am not a kiddo, one of the other orphans says in a mocking imitation of my voice. The rest of them burst into laughter, prompting a heavy blush. Tossing my blankets at the offending brat, I get up and promptly decide to take a walk. To clear my head of the horrifying eldritch friend murder, obviously, not because I'm embarrassed. The many winding, maze-like alleyways are easy enough to find a place to get lost in. Not lost. I know this city well. Mentally lost, with the rhythm of my feet on the stone guiding my thoughts to wherever they may go. Yesterday doesn't feel real, but it is. That power is still inside me, and I still have to decide what I'm going to do with it. I have no answers for that yet, but at least the walk is nice. It's been a long time since I actually wanted to walk anywhere. Being constantly malnourished did not exactly make moving an appealing activity. I'm still pretty full from yesterday, though. Whatever slop that Healer gave me to eat was incredible. That stuff by itself almost made murdering Grig worth it. Oh, maybe it's best not to think that way. Shunk. A familiar sound catches my ear ever so softly. A dangerous sound the kind street rats like me quickly learn to avoid. It's the sound of a blade sliding into flesh, probably just a block away. I should definitely turn the heck around and... Hold on, I feel something. Someone just died. It would be a shame to let the soul go to waste, right? Before I really even get why I'm doing it, I start sneaking over to the alleyway. Was this a stupid idea? Probably. But there's a soul over there. I want it, damn it. That's not even freaky necromancer instinct, though there might be a bit of that involved. Eating souls is how I get stronger. Getting stronger is how I get food. I'm so tired of being trodden on, of starving all the time. I have to take a few risks and pull myself up somehow. I get to the alleyway, peeking one eye out from behind the corner. 3 men are at the far end of the street, one of them lying with his back on the ground, clearly dead. The other 2 stand over him, a short, roundish man that isn't quite as fat as Grig but looks like he's aiming for it, and a tall, skinny man wiping down a wooden dagger with a cloth. Both are dressed in grubby old clothing, clearly not the owners of anything particularly expensive. Unfortunately, their eyes are sharper than their weapons. The fat man spots me immediately. Shit, he grumbles. There's a kid, Squigs. Shit, sounds about right, yeah. They're pretty far away, but I couldn't outrun Grig, so I probably can't lose these 2 either. I just wanted to sneak up and take the soul after they left. I didn't see anything. I squeak at them both. Aha! Well, how about you get out here so we can see you? The tall guy, apparently named Squigs, answers. His voice sounds greasy, like I'll need to wash off just for talking to him. I don't wanna. You're gonna stab me. Squigs chuckles and shakes his head. No, nothing like that. We just need to make sure you're not gonna talk to the guards. Right, Friggs. The shorter man nods. I promise, kid. It'll be fine. Here, I got some food for you if you behave. I scowl. Liars. All the criminals say that. No one gives food away for free except Lynn. The shorter man sounds a lot nicer than the greasy, tall guy, but there's still an edge to his words that's sharper than his dagger. Am not gonna tell nobody. I steal stuff too. Fuck the guards. The pair of them grin. Please, little miss. We're not some common thieves. We don't steal, Squiggs says. Stole his life, I correct, pointing at the corpse. Friggs laughs at that. She's got you there, Squiggs. But seriously, little girl, you're gonna have to come here or things are gonna go poorly for you. I swallow and nod, stepping into the alley completely. I have to be ready. They might be honest, but more likely they're just getting me close to shank the witness. I refuse to be another nameless corpse in this alley. Power moves its way into my hands, ready to rip out a soul if they come for me. They have knives, and they seem to be professional killers. This isn't going to be a drawn-out beatdown like with Grigg. I have one shot and one shot only. Surprise is the only option. Kill one, animate him. Maybe animate both corpses if I can get to them. I can't let them escape after using necromancy. Better to kill the thin one first, then he looks faster. I approach slowly, avoiding their gaze like the meek little kid they thought I was. Yet I can't help but be a bit tense. For all I know, this could be the end. No, I will not die. I'll get them first. I keep my gaze locked on their hands, ready to move the instant they. This kid, Squiggs murmurs to his companion. Yes, Friggs agrees. The streets make them hard, I suppose. We're really not going to hurt you, little miss. I just want to get a good look at you. Could you take your hood off, please? Shit, I'm not in range to touch them yet. I really, really hope they're honest. Warily, I do as instructed. Friggs hums. I believe you. He pulls some kind of fried nugget out of his dirty coat and tosses it towards me. I catch it on instinct. It smells good. Then he turns and picks up the body, throwing it over his shoulder. The soul stays where it is when the body moves, I note. If you want more food, you can come with us. Otherwise, have a pleasant day, little miss. Not little, I mumble, already biting down on the treat. It's some juicy meat thing, and it's utterly delicious. He smiles and nods politely, then the two of them turn to leave. I let them, content to finish off my tasty meal. As good as it is, I certainly don't want to follow the two murderers. Shit, they could be professional assassins for all I know. Besides, I still have something to collect here. Once they're gone, I carefully reach down and grab the human soul. It's a little worrying that this is the treat I'm looking forward to more. As tempting as it is to chow down on this immediately, though I pull the soul into my arm for now, storing it safely. There are a few things I want to try with it. Quickly vacating the area, I wander my way back to the shack, wordlessly ignoring the other orphans, and head down to the secret space below. I sit down and get comfy. I have another human soul. Before I do anything too crazy with it, I want to be able to ask the person in it for permission. Unfortunately, that doesn't work super well. First, I try to just think at it. That doesn't seem to help. The soul doesn't react when I talk out loud, either. So I start getting creative, moving the stranger's soul and my soul around in my body so they touch a bit, but still, nothing. I spend a full, frustrating hour on this, and by the end I'm pretty sure I'm gonna need to stick this in a body that can talk if I want to talk with it, which kind of defeats the point if they end up as subservient as Grigg. Hey, can I subject the very essence of your being to the darkest of all blasphemies? Yes, Vita. Of course, Vita. Anything for you, Vita. It makes me shudder to think about. Frowning, I give up. I store the soul for later, though. There are a few other things I want to test. I'll just need either Lynn or another corpse first. I close my eyes and get back to meditating. I have another item on the agenda, soul sensing. I can feel souls pretty easily when they're floating around outside a body, but I can't feel anything from a living soul unless I touch the person. This is annoying, and I bet I can do better. If Rowan is right, Lin can sense the relative power of a living soul without touching anybody, and I should be able to as well. I try to focus on that sense I get when in contact with someone, trying to reach out and feel the life in the orphans up above me. But it's just no dice. What am I missing? Heading back up the ladder, I convince one of the kids to sit still for me. I place my hand on his neck, feeling his soul. Such a tiny, paltry thing it is, even smaller than mine before I devoured Grig. Black with freckles of white, like drops of dye in water. I move my hand, putting it on the back of his shirt. I can still sense the soul through the fabric, though it's certainly harder. As I pull my hand farther and farther away, it rapidly gets more and more difficult to sense anything. An inch away, and I start sweating from the strain of concentration. 2 inches, and I can't feel the soul anymore, no matter how hard I try. What am I missing? What does Lin have that I do? A substantially larger soul, for one. Maybe that's it. Maybe not. I still have things I want this second soul for first, so unfortunately there will be no eating yet. Instead, it's time to go Rowan hunting. 7 living blasphemy. Rowan hunting, thankfully, is way easier than Lin hunting. His scamming zone from yesterday was ruined thanks to that Templar, but he has a set few spots where he is likely to be. Busy streets are a must to draw large crowds, and they need to have enough space for him to set up without getting in the way of any established shops. I have a good guess on where he'll be today, based on his normal site rotation patterns. Sure enough, I find him on the first try. Ooh, nice try, ma'am, but as you can see, it was here all along. Better luck next time. I smile a little, approaching behind Rowan and giving him a light pat. Whoa, stay to the front of the Vita. Hey there, kiddo, things going okay? I nod. Good to hear. You need something, or you here to help? Well, I should help, and it's not like my questions are super urgent. Both, I murmur. He smiles wider. Fantastic. All right, folks, now that my lovely assistant is here. I work the con with him for a while, trying to be as attentive as possible. I want to get better at helping Rowan, but I also noticed something the other day that I want to pay extra close attention to. Rowan is making a pretty significant amount of money. I'm not great with money. It's not like I've ever had much cause to learn about it. I know the engraved chitin chips people call coins are made by the government somewhere in Skyhope, formed from the shed shells of some kind of domesticated monster. The designs are super complicated, and if I tried to make fake ones, I'd have the city's best guards all up my ass before I could say investment fraud, whatever that is. But I know a bit about how much things cost, and it looks like Rowan could buy a lot more food than he actually does. So why doesn't he? I keep those thoughts to myself for now, whiling away the hours as Rowan's assistant. It goes wonderfully, in fact, until a familiar helmet appears. Why is that Templar back? We're in a completely different part of the city. He starts walking my way again, too. Oh God, am I found out? Can he see the soul I have stored away? Oh shit, that's it. I'm going to die. The Templar gets in line to play the game Rowan is running. He just waits, like any other patron. I give Rowan a concerned look. He mouths the words I have no fucking idea at me. This is happening, I guess. Rowan immediately swaps the game back to cups, so I'm not involved with it personally, thank goodness. Sitting next to him, I try to look even smaller than usual. Time ticks by slowly until the Templar finally, eventually, is next in line. 3 games, please, he rumbles, passing Rowan the cost for exactly that. Yes, sir, Rowan says pleasantly, flourishing the cups. Behind his helmet, the Templar's face is unreadable. Rowan starts the game, doing his first run with no tricks, just fast movement. The Templar tracks the ball without trouble, correctly identifying the cup. Good eye, sir. I always wondered if it's hard to see out of those visors of yours. It can be, unfortunately, the Templar answers easily. The way they cut peripheral vision is not to my liking, but it is better than taking an arrow to the face. Rowan chuckles, starting the second game. I watch him weave an illusion for this one, flicking his fingers in magical patterns under the table to fake a single pass of the cup. I have to admit, sir, I'm surprised to see a noble Templar such as yourself at my humble stall. An honor, to be sure, but certainly a surprise. Rowan's words are easy and natural. He has the perfect poker face on, while I'm barely managing to not sweat enough to create a pool. The Templar guesses the correct cup again, utterly unfazed by the illusion. Truth be told, this is not the sort of game or business I care for, the Templar says. But nonetheless, it was not my intention to deprive you of your income yesterday. I should have approached you more discreetly. I apologize. Rowan grins, and not even I can tell if it's fake or genuine. The third round begins. Well, sir, if your goal is to avoid depriving me of my income, you're gonna have to stop guessing all these balls correctly. Well, that is the nature of the game, is it not? It is a test of perception and skill. Right you are, sir, Rowan agrees. From behind the table, I see the ball rapidly pass from the cup to his hand, then from his hand into another cup in a single, fluid motion. No magic, just a simple, skillful cheat. This time the Templar guesses wrong, and a delighted Rowan lifts all the cups to prove it. The Templar murmurs. Well done. I did not see that. Your mastery of your craft is impressive, young man. I have to say, though, I think it is a waste of your talent. You could do much more than this. Rowan shrugs, still smiling. Unless that's a job offer, sir, there's not much more I can do for now. The Templar sits forward, and if it is. Silence hangs over the table, Rowan looking genuinely dumbfounded for once. I'd have to think about it, is all he manages to say. Please do, the Templar says, nodding politely. He holds out a hand, which Rowan takes into a firm shake. And you take care, too, little miss, he continues, holding his hand out to me as well. Instinctively, I pull back, shying away. I don't know what Templars can do. Touching that hand might be the end of me. I have a stolen human soul inside my body. I latch onto Rowan, hugging him and burrowing my face into his side like a frightened child. Actually, being frightened for my life probably helps sell it. Sorry, Rowan says apologetically, patting the top of my head. She's shy. The Templar sighs, sounding a bit dejected at the prospect of being so scary. Well, he says, setting the palm he held out down on the table. This is for her. Make sure you get her something good to eat, young man. His hand lifts, revealing a rather large coin. Will do, sir, Rowan says cautiously. The Templar nods and wanders off. I make sure to keep hugging Rowan until he's long gone, as a strategic maneuver, of course. Not because Rowan is warm and I like it, and not because his soul is pretty either. Yeah, okay, it was all those things. I don't exactly get a lot of hugs. I'm going to savor this one while I can. Plus, Rowan's rainbow swirl soul is just delectable. Well, kiddo, looks like you just got your first tip, Rowan eventually murmurs. I think now's a good time to pack up for the day. Yeah, I agree. The two of us do just that, gathering Rowan's props and making our way back to the hideout. He's abnormally quiet the whole time, though I certainly don't mind. The only things left for me to talk about are best done somewhere private. On the way home, it's so weird to have a home as pathetic as mine is. Rowan uses the coin the Templar gave me to buy food. Enough food for all of the orphans with change. It's going to be another well-fed day, apparently. 2 in a row was almost unheard of. I return to the shack and help hand out the meals. There's no cheering or weeping for the bountiful harvest, only ravenous mouths trying to survive. Yet while they don't show it, I know they're grateful. I was just like them a few weeks ago, and not really all that different now. With dinner served, Rowan and I retreat to the hidey hole below. He takes a glass and fills it with water from a bucket, sipping lightly before speaking. All right, kid. What did you wanna talk about? Many things, but instead of saying them, I blurt. I like your soul. Rowan spit takes, saliva and water showering the area around me. W what? It's cute, I clarify, face rapidly turning red. And pretty. It feels like a rainbow that moves. And it's big. Not as big as Lynn's, but much bigger than I peter off, my words dying under Rowan's concerned gaze. Why the hell did I say all of that? You're, really taking to this, huh? Rowan murmurs, daring to sip a bit more water. Lynn said I should use it. It's part of who I am. And I don't think I cannot feel people's souls when I touch them. It just happens. He nods slowly, setting his glass on a nearby table. Ah, okay, that makes sense. You awaken to an extra set of perceptions then. That must be interesting, I guess. I'll just take the compliment then. I nod, smiling. Are you gonna take the job? He frowns, tilting his chair back. Well, that's the thing, kiddo. For the life of me, I can't figure out what the fuck the job even is. What could a Templar want from a half-baked Kinemancer that runs street cons? They've gotta have way better mages than me. And that bribe, I dunno, it smells fishy to me. Am not a kiddo, I insist. Right, right. Anyway, Vita, didn't you have something to say about you? I nod as he picks up his cup for another drink. I think the Mistwatcher ate part of my soul last night. Once again, that drink ends up on my face. Rowan chokes and pounds on his sternum as I try to wipe myself dry. Please stop doing that, I request. It's not easy to get all that water. Stop saying crazy shit then. The Mistwatcher ate your soul. Just a little bit of it. I took a sliver out and put it in Roscoe. My, stuffed bird. And it worked. He could move around and give me hugs. But then, in the middle of the night, something infinite and uncaring passed over me, dripping unimagined dreams and oozing undreamt realities. It could not touch, but it touched me anyway, caressing me absently as it stole, murdered, devoured some little shard, ignoring my mute, uncomprehending terror. I took it. Rowan frowned. And you think this thing was the Mist Watcher? Why? I hug myself tightly. What else could it be? Rowan nods slowly. Any number of things we don't know about. But if something grabs wayward bits of soul, that would at least explain why the whole damn island isn't covered in soul stuff from dead rats. I frowned, thinking, yeah, but nothing ate Grig. Except me, I mean, and I had him for longer. Rowan's smile strained. Whoops, I'm talking casually about soul murder again. Well, maybe it just eats at night. No, that doesn't make sense. If that were the case, naturally formed zombies would die at night. Could it be the materials? There aren't any like soul-controlled puppets that occur naturally, but you can find zombies at pretty much any battleground. I frown, nodding. Using dead bodies feels better, too. I just wanted to hug Roscoe. Rowan's smile becomes outright pained. Shit, was it the dead bodies thing? He tries to hide it with a drink of water, but his perfect poker face from the game seems to fail on the subject of me. Sorry, I murmur. I'm kinda getting used to this really fast, I guess. Yeah, Rowan sighs. Well, it feels good to do things we're good at. I can imagine how excited you are to have something special about you that only you can do. But try not to forget, Vita, you are a death mage. You can't take power like that lightly. I will help you as much as I can, Vita. I promise. But I need you to promise me not to lose your humanity along the way. Okay. That's easier said than done, Rowan. I'm already a living blasphemy. Doesn't that disqualify me by default? I might need some help with that, I blurt, trying to push down tears. It was such a hard thing to say for some reason. I feel like I'm almost a totally different person lately. Everything before now is just an awful blur. Starving day after day, barely surviving, being nobody, but now I can just kill people. I ran into these two murderers today, just standing over a body. I thought they were gonna kill me too. I look up at him, terrified. His face is serious, but he's listening. So I decided to kill them first. I planned it. They didn't attack, but if they had, I would have ripped one apart and made him kill his friend. I think they tried to recruit me after that. A long silence stretches between the two of us. Rowan takes another drink of water. You're way too young for all this, kid, he says. Am not a kid, I answer, scowling. Yeah, Rowan agrees. Maybe not. Overhead, the familiar pitter-patter sound of rain begins. Oh shit, is the mist thimble here already? We gotta go board up, Vita. Come on. I nod, following Rowan up the ladder. And Vita will help with all that for sure. Lynn and I are in this with you all the way. But you have to decide the person you want to be. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Okay, Rowan. With the kids working together, it doesn't take us long to seal the shack for rain. Night time now fallen, everyone gets into bed to sleep. Lynn, however, is oddly absent. Not returning before dark was odd for her, and I can't help but worry. On the bright side, at least the Mist Watcher didn't come back tonight. I know this for sure because I didn't sleep a single second. 8. Not a kiddo. Hey, Vita, you okay? Rowan's face peeks over me as I stare up at the ceiling. I nod slowly, not wanting to talk about how awful I really feel. Well, you look like shit, Vita, Rowan says, apparently unfooled. Did you sleep at all? I shake my head no. How could I? No matter how exhausted I was, the panic kept my eyes open. What if it returned? Rowan sighs. Okay, you need to stay in bed, kiddo. Get some rest. You didn't sleep through Kragscar either, right? How long have you been up now? Over 30 hours at least. That's not good for you. I do want sleep. I'm exhausted beyond belief. Yet I have to know. Where's Lynn? I murmur. I don't know, Rowan says, tossing off his nightshirt and throwing on something fresh. But I have a few good guesses, and I'm gonna go find her. You stay here and sleep, okay? No following me. I frown and nod. Rowan was very much in his no-arguments mode. Finishing his preparations, Rowan stands up with a stretch and makes for the slab of wood that the shack uses as a door. All right, kiddos, I'm heading out. Stay out of trouble, okay? For a moment, I almost ask him to stay with me, to help me fall asleep, to be there in case it comes back. But I can't do that. He has to go help Lynn. I clutch Roscoe tightly to my chest, willing my body not to shake. Is Lynn gonna be okay? I ask. Yeah, Vita, Rowan says. I think so. She was probably just out late and holed up somewhere for the rain. We'll be back before you know it. Just make sure to rest, okay? I nod. Okay. He nods back and departs, leaving me alone with the other kids. I grab a spare shirt to wrap around my eyes, blocking out the light. With Roscoe cuddled close and cloak wrapped around me alongside the blankets, I rest. I wait. And eventually, finally, I nod off to sleep. Ever shifting, ever changing. A beautiful, multifaceted rainbow. Warm, huge, pulsing like a heart, kindness and light. Two souls I've felt so closely. No one has ever treated me like Lynn and Rowan. They fed me. They helped me. They accepted me. They did all this and expected nothing in return. I recall the day I insisted I wanted to help, barely 2 weeks ago. The surprise on their faces. The fire they lit in my heart. My whole life I had nothing. I was worth nothing. Survival was my only concern, and I hadn't even been particularly good at it. But they filled that emptiness within me. I can only imagine my own soul before that day. Tiny, weak, black. A dread nothingness, hopelessness personified. It looks the same still. So small, so dark. Yet now something bright flashes inside, like lightning striking within a cloud. It grows. Someday the flashing light will break free, and not even I know what I will become. A second soul floats within me as well. Dull, tinted red. A monochrome person, fractured and barely functional. There is something wrong with this soul, as large as it was. Yet I know it would be delicious no matter what. When I dissolved a person into nothing but materials, all that mattered was their size. I hunger for it. I am so weak, so frail. In body and soul I am almost nothing. I couldn't help it. I have to eat. I tear the stored soul out of myself, gulping it down greedily. The kids ask what I'm doing, and I kill them too, ripping their lives free from their bodies. Souls, souls everywhere. Lynn and Rowan return, and I am waiting. They can't fight back against the zombies I made from the bodies. They are too weak in heart. They die, and I eat them as well. Together, 4. With a scream, I wake up, a chill sweat clinging to my body. What was? I didn't. A quick look around, and I see the kids are fine. The soul I'd taken yesterday is still safely inside me. Rowan and Lynn are. Down the hatch, one of the kids says, causing me to jump in terror. Down the hatch. Oh God, did I really? Rowan and Lynn said you should join them down the hatch. In the secret spot. When you wake up, he continues. Right, right, duh, that makes more sense. Casting off the last throes of the dream, I stand up, shaking. Everyone is okay. I'm okay. I don't realize I'm still hugging Roscoe in a death grip until I try to go down the ladder. Whatever, I'll bring him with. It's okay if Lynn and Rowan see. I spot them immediately. They're both sitting down next to each other, Lynn leaning on him. Rowan looks completely exhausted. He's worn down, depressed, confused. Lynn, meanwhile, looks kind of like I did after Grigg got his hands on me, back when he was still alive. She's beaten bloody, her face a complete mess of bruises and swelling. I suspect her condition is similar underneath her leather armor. Hey, Vita, Lynn rasps out as I hop off the ladder. Did you sleep well, kiddo? I swallow. No, not at all, but this was hardly the time for that. What happened? Lynn laughs. Fuck, but it sounds so genuine, even through her obvious pain. Screwed up a joint job. Business partners weren't happy. It's not as bad as it looks, kiddo. Am not a kiddo, I protest automatically. Yeah, of course. Sorry, Vita. She tries to grin, but her mouth is a red mess of missing teeth. A boiling feeling wells up inside of me, demanding death. Lynn is. She's just so good. Who would hurt Lynn? Who would dare? I'm going to tear these bastards apart. No, no, I'm just some kid. There's nothing I can do. The knowledge of my weakness douses my anger. I am weak, I barely know what's going on, and I made a promise to Rowan as well. Caution and care. That's how I have to deal with this. But it would be dealt with. For now, though, far more important things are right in front of me. I step in and wrap my arms around Lynn ever so gently. Even with how physically broken she is, her soul is still so warm and bright. What happened? I ask quietly. Like I said, kiddo, I just messed up, Lynn says dismissively. I break off the hug so I can look her in the eyes. Even holding onto a stuffed animal doesn't detract from the intensity of my stare. I'm not a kid. Don't hide stuff from me. I want to help. Rowan and Lynn share a look. Vita, I'm not sure this is something you can help with, Rowan says frankly. I can do a lot, I insist. I'm weak and maybe I don't know much. Not yet anyway, but I can help. I will. You've helped me for a year. Let me do the same. And if you don't, I'll find out on my own. Vita, please trust me when I say you should not be getting involved with, Rowan starts. No, fuck it, Lynn says, cutting him off. Vita, Rowan and I are in big-time Mondo debt. In exchange for this place, we live in an assurance that no nasty types mess with the kids. Rowan and I work for the mob. I frown. If I recall correctly, the mob in charge of this area was the Broken Drakens. She nods. Yeah, those guys. We failed a big job yesterday 'cause I showed up so late. The boss was, not happy. She scratches the back of her head, wincing. I'll be fighting fit in a week or so. Everything should be fine. You know how it is. The men just have to show how tough they are. She laughs again, though it regresses into a coughing, hacking mess before too long. She wipes a bit of spit blood from her lips. There's no need to worry, kiddo. Really. I didn't exactly enjoy getting my shit kicked in, but it's just what happens. You've been there, right? Yeah, and then I killed the guy who did that to me, I say flatly. Vita, Rowan begins warningly, but I talk over him for perhaps the first time in my life. I wanted to kill him, I continue. I really did, when he was just beating me to death, when I saw how much he hated me, how little he cared about anything that happened to me, how disgusting and angry and evil he was, when I saw how much he wanted me to die. I wanted him to die first, so I could live. I watch them both carefully. They're silent, expectant. I don't think they've ever heard me say this much at once. I'm not sure I ever have. That feeling is how I learned my power, I continue. Now I feel your souls every time I touch you. I dreamt about eating them when I slept. I'm terrified, Lynn. I don't want to be a killer. I don't want to be a monster. But you can't tell me that when you were getting beaten to a pulp that you thought you deserved it. You can't tell me that you don't want to get back at them. You can't tell me that we all wouldn't be better off if you were free. A long, pregnant pause fills the room after that, only broken by another set of wet coughs from Lynn. You've really been thinking about all that, huh, kiddo? Lynn murmurs after catching her breath. Am not a kiddo, I answer. No, she agrees again. I guess not. Do you actually have a way to help? Rowan asks. I shouldn't need to remind you that using your powers publicly will get you killed, or worse. Even most criminals would report you to the Templars. Nobody fucks around with soul magic, Vita. Nobody except us, I counter. You get kinda sassy when you're fed and rested, don't you? Lynn comments with a grin. It's a valid question, though. What do you expect to actually do? I frown, thinking. It's not that I didn't have ideas. It's that I had too many and didn't know enough about any of them. Rowan, did you figure out what that Templar wanted with you? I ask. What? Lynn yelps, shocked. Templar. No, I haven't, Rowan says, scowling. Had he wanted to keep that a secret? It's been kind of a busy day, Vita. A Templar implied heavily that he had a job offer for me, Lynn. I don't know why. Well, I think you should figure out why, I say. Rowan sits backwards. I'd probably be out doing that now if one of my kids wasn't a friggin' animancer. How many times do I have to emphasize how dangerous it is for you to get close to them? If I'm close to them, and you're close to me. I scowl. Don't ignore it because of me. The Templars might be able to find zombies and stuff. We don't know for sure. But I had another soul inside when that Templar talked to us, and he didn't seem to notice a thing. So maybe I can't raise an army or whatever, but I can eat souls to get stronger. Rowan sighs, but it's a concessionary sigh. Vita, if you don't want to be a monster, why the hell are you even thinking about eating souls? I take a deep breath. Time for stupid idea number one. What if I got souls outside the walls? What? Lynn and Rowan yell together. Vita, that's fucking crazy, Lynn continues. You'll die out there. You have no idea how powerful monsters can be. Hunters do it, I point out. I could join the Hunters Guild. And hunters die. Besides, you can't be a hunter. You're weak, Vita. I'm weak by hunter standards. They take one look at you and throw you out of the guild. You don't have weapons. You don't have armor. You can't show them your powers. The guild is pretty desperate, but they wouldn't even let you on a beginner team. I can get those things, and I can hide my powers. You said monsters are strong, and they have souls. It's not wrong to eat monster souls, right? They're not people. I know it's dangerous, but I could get really strong this way, Lynn. Then I can come back and help. Lynn shakes her head. Rowan scratches his mutton chops, looking increasingly concerned. It's a risky idea, Rowan says, and we don't know if it's wrong to eat monster souls. But all ways of getting strong are risky, Lynn. You know that. Still, I'd like to hear if you have any better ideas. I nod. I don't know about better, but I had ideas. Do you know a fat guy and a thin guy who go by Squigs and Friggs? Lynn's face immediately darkens. Where'd you hear about them? She asks. I ran into them on my walk the other day. I saw them kill a guy. Then I got really sassy at them, and they tried to recruit me, I think. I can be sassy when hungry, too. They're hired killers, Vita, Lynn says, scowling. I nod. I figured as much. I could get strong pretty fast if I joined up with them as well. Vita, you can't be an assassin, Lynn shouts, horrified. Why not? I counter back. I'm a necromancer, Lynn. I have death magic. You're the one who told me that's part of who I am. Anything I do is going to involve death. She shuts her mouth. Besides, the assassins are going to kill people no matter what. This way, I'll be in a better position to kill other assassins too. Make the city a little safer. Lynn shakes her head, an expression of sadness taking her. Vita, please, you can't think like that. Even killers have people who love them. Every death is a tragedy. I scowl. It's hard to disagree with that, but I want to. Did Griggs' family miss him? I suppose I don't know, but I sure as hell wouldn't miss someone that beat me raw for baking bread wrong. My only other idea was to join the broken Drakens with you, and we could try to take them apart from the inside, I say frankly. I could help you guys out with what you do. We could work together. We could maybe make things better. Eventually, we could take them down. Absolutely not, Rowan says firmly. You are drastically overestimating yourself, Vita. Where are you even getting these ideas? You're not a criminal mastermind. You're not a trained hunter. You're a supposedly 16-year-old girl that we can barely feed enough to keep alive. The leader of the broken Drakens has crushed more than one attempted uprising, and you're not the picture of subtlety. You don't understand these people, Vita. You're just going to get used as a pawn, chewed up and spat out, assuming you even survive. So what do you want me to do, then? I shout. Nothing. I'm fucking tired of doing nothing. That's not the person I want to be anymore. I'm not going to sit here and let them take all the money you make, Rowan. I'm definitely not going to wait around while Lynn gets the shit beaten out of her. And you know what? You can't stop me from doing what I want. So are you going to help or not? For a moment, all I hear is my own panting breath. I'm so worked up I can barely stand it. Is this it? Are they so obsessed with helping me that they wouldn't accept my help? Lynn sighs. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I've got your back for anything, Vita. Your family. And if this is what you have to do, you don't have to ask, kiddo. I'll help. I'm not a... Yeah, I know, she says, cutting me off. Forgive us, would you, Vita? You grew up really damn fast. Now it's Rowan's turn to sigh. He only has one thing to say, though. So which one are you thinking? I don't like any of those options, but if you insist on picking one, it may as well be your favorite. I mean, the choice is obvious, isn't it? I say. I promised you, Rowan. Rowan raises an eyebrow as Lynn looks on in confusion. I promised you I wouldn't lose my humanity, so I don't want to kill humans to get stronger. I want to help people. Hunters do that, right? They work together and keep people safe. They're heroes. Lynn smiles broadly. You say something like that while holding a stuffed animal and expect me not to call you kiddo, she jokes. I scowl. Leave Roscoe out of this. She busts out into laughter, not stopping even as she begins to choke. Rowan just shakes his head. It's not that simple, Vita. It never is. No person and no organization is all good or all bad. The Hunters Guild is going to have its infighting and politics the same as anyone else. But they're not assassins or mobsters, right? I press. Rowan looks pained. No, Vita, they're not assassins or mobsters. You do still have a point. But we're going to have to bust our asses getting you prepared for the fucking Hunters Guild. You'll need so much more food just to look like you're not dying. I frown. I don't want to take food from the others. We'll work something out, kiddo. I'm gonna have to steal you some gear, Lynn says, finally recovering from her laughing fit. We're gonna have to at least wait until I'm healed up for that. I nod. That reminds me. Can you teach me to sense danger like you? Rowan says I might have a talent for it, and it seems like it would be really helpful. Lynn grins. Yeah, well, I dunno actually, maybe. I'll definitely give it a shot. I dunno if I'm the teaching type, but it's not like I'll have anything better to do. Okay, I want to test some things real fast. Can you sense me right now? I ask. Is anything weird? She peers at me, head tilting. It's always on, so yeah. You feel pretty much the same as before, though. Why? I push the other human soul I've been hiding out of my arm, letting it rest on my palm. Do you feel anything different now? Lynn shakes her head. Still the same, Kai, Vita. Okay. I'm gonna eat this soul then. Tell me if I feel different then. They blink. Wait, you're holding a soul, Lynn asks. Vita, where did you get that? I tilt my head. I told you. I ran into those assassin guys. I took the soul of the guy they killed. You're going to eat a man's soul? Rowan asks slowly. I frown, thinking about it. Why wouldn't I? I need to know if it's safe to store souls I find in my body. It seems like Lynn can't detect it, but maybe that's just because it's too small. If she notices a change after I eat it, that means it's hidden from her danger sense thing. If she doesn't, then we don't know whether or not her danger sense can detect larger souls. There might be other good uses for it later, but this seems like something that's best to know now. Yeah, I decide. They both stare at me. Is that weird? I wonder hesitantly. It's just what happens to the soul when you eat it, Vita, Rowan asks. It becomes part of me, I answer immediately. So, that person, that individual is living inside you. No, I tell them, shaking my head. They're dead. The soul gets all dissolved and stuff. So, the person never gets to go to the afterlife, Rowan asks. Oh, that's what he's worried about. I squeeze Roscoe a little. I don't really know. Maybe they get to go when I die. I'm sure they get put back together. There's no way I'm powerful enough to invalidate the afterlife, right? I hope that's right. I really hope that's right. Rowan scratches his head. Yeah, I guess there's no way, right? Do your experiment. I nod, then look at Lynn. After a short pause, she nods too. I open my mouth wide and drop the soul down my throat, letting the feeling of raw, dissolved power flow through me. It's the best meal I've had since Grig. I feel a little calmer, a little more clear-headed. Yep, Lynn mutters as I start to come down from the euphoria. I definitely felt that. It's not a big difference, but it's a difference. You're stronger. I nod. No snacking in front of people with a danger sense, then. One more thing I want to test. Reaching my hand forward, I concentrate as hard as I can. When my hand is 4 inches away from Lynn, I feel it. That warm, beautiful soul. Twice as far as last time, I murmur. I get better at sensing souls the more I eat, I think. Lynn's eyebrows raise. Do you even need my help, then? She asks. She will, Rowan insists. Raw power is nice, but technique makes a huge difference too. If you actually learn how to do it right, instead of just thinking really hard at it, Vita, I think it'll help even more than the soul-eating shit. Okay, I agree. Can you help me get some animal souls anyway, though? He sighs. Yeah, sure. I give Rowan a huge hug, which he accepts with middling grace. I have a plan, it sounds like. Train, learn, eat, grow, and once I can survive it, the Hunters Guild awaits. I never imagined I'd get a legal job. All I needed was some illegal magic to nab it. 9. Fattening up. It came as no surprise me that training was horrible, uncomfortable, and exhausting. What did come as a surprise is how much I dreaded it because of those things. It should be welcome, right? My whole life has been horrible, exhausting, and uncomfortable. A new and exciting kind of horrible shouldn't really be that much of a turn-off, yet there's no way I could have ever done this alone. I could never have pushed myself without Lynn and Rowan barking orders at me the whole time. It would have been so easy to give up. My pathetic body can barely handle what was being thrown at it, but mentally, I was even more unprepared for this. I just wanted to collapse into a ball and go back to starving. In many ways, that was still preferable. I had insisted that I didn't want people to give up meals for me, but it was definitely happening anyway, and I couldn't say no. Just another weakness of character, I guess. But like, I had meat. Meat. Just bits, but I had them. Meat was expensive, since it had to be treated with biomancy to ensure it was safe. I still couldn't believe I was getting any. It was such a waste. I was still tiny, I was still weak. After years and years of malnourishment, that might not ever change. Yet over the course of a few weeks, my meals kept getting bigger and better. Rowan had to be taking on a lot more debt to afford it. I knew that. I hated it. I didn't deserve it. It all tasted so good, but it felt so oddly awful for something so happy. There's talent, and then there's talent, kiddo, Lynn had said. As long as you survive, as long as you get stronger, it will be worth it. You make good on your plan, okay? I couldn't protest that. It hurt too much to try. It didn't feel like the physical training was getting me stronger, though. I knew it was. I didn't doubt Rowan and Lynn, but to me, it just hurt. Push-ups, sit-ups, jogs, constant physical pain. At least I was starting to look less like a skeleton. Every once in a while, I'd poke at myself when no one was watching, grinning giddily from the simple joy of feeling something besides tendons and bone. Rowan told me the strength of my soul was helping to grow my body into a healthier state, now that I was eating the physical mass to make it possible. Body and soul worked hand in hand, he said. When one was weaker, the other helped make it stronger. I asked how that applied to undead. He gave me a look and said he didn't know. While my physical diet was much improved, I couldn't help but notice I looked forward to the soul diet just as much. It was mostly rat souls. Rowan paid the kids to help catch live rats for me. I ended up being given a big bucket of the squirmy little things every day or two, letting me indulge in a delicious, otherworldly cacophony of flavor. Reaching a gloved hand into the bucket, I could tear out whole handfuls of souls at once, slurping them like some kind of queen indulging in a bowl of grapes. Rat souls weren't very large, but I was surprised how varied they were. Some rats had larger souls than others. Some rats were brighter, some were darker. They had all sorts of different colors and textures. They weren't like human souls, not quite, but there was just enough individuality to them to make me wonder. I'd repay the favor. I had to now. The non-physical side of training was much more fun. I finally got the hang of sensing souls from a distance, and it was, wow. The first time I sensed Rowan's soul from across the room, I cheered. That range just kept growing, though. A room, a house, a city block. More and more and more life started to pop into my senses, every color and sound and taste and feel imaginable. The souls were not truly any of those things. They had no flavor and they shed no light, but it was the only way I could understand them. The sense was new. It was hearing for the first time, feeling for the first time, seeing for the first time all in one. An incredible amount of information was flowing into me at once, endless lives moving around in a dazzling swarm, each one beautiful and unique. After a while, my detection range stopped growing, but it was a pretty damn long range. Ironically, Rowan was actually way more help with figuring out my soul sense than Lynn was. Almost all of Lynn's training was on how to fight. It took a while to figure out something that clicked with me, but after numerous struggles, I eventually settled on a wood-end chitin spear Lynn managed to pick up somewhere. Lynn made me promise to warm up with spear drills every day, so that's what I've been doing, but I'm not great with it. Months pass with my new routine, and eventually comes the work I know will be far, far more difficult, not to mention deadly. Today's the day. I have a fresh, nasty-smelling set of armor. I have a spear. I have a valuable skill for hunter teams that could be passed off as something other than heresy. Just keep looking forward. I can do this. I have to do this. The Hunters Guild building looks like a relatively modest place from the outside, but it doesn't require advertising. If you want to leave the city walls, you need the Hunters Guild, or else gamble with the plethora of unregulated mercenary teams that were the only alternative. The guild has a reputation for excellence. People still die on outings more often than not, but they die less often when they're with hunters. The inside isn't much more interesting. A few tables, a desk, a receptionist. All the important stuff is through the doors behind her. Some of the souls past those doors are very strong. I have an appointment today, I murmur to the woman behind the desk, standing up as straight as I can. The counter nearly comes up to my neck. She says non-committally. Name? Vita, ma'am. Don't have a fitter, ma'am, kid. I blink. No, my name is Vita. Ah, yeah, okay. Sit down. I'll let Remus know you're here. I have way too much anxiety to sit down, so I pace instead. It would have seemed like a waste of energy before, but now I can afford it. Better to keep moving and keep building up my stamina. After all, you look like you'll die before I even send you after a monster, a scarred old man grunts, opening one of the doors from deeper within. He's strong, real strong. One of the strongest I've ever felt. His soul is hard and cool, like running my hand over a stone at night. It's much, much bigger than Lynn's. Heavy burns mar the left side of his face, preventing him from showing more than half an expression. His graying hair betrays quite a bit of age, but his skin is pulled tight over a rippling frame of muscle. He wears armor made of massive scales, unlike anything I've seen up close before. How old are you, anyway? 12, he grunts. I'm 16, sir, I stammer out, standing at attention as best I can. Course you are, he grunts noncommittally, looking me over with a critical eye. Fine. Come with me. Unable to suppress a bit of a scowl at that comment, I follow him through the doors, down a hall, and eventually into a large, enclosed courtyard. Geez, his soul was neat. Wait, no, don't imagine eating him. Time for your interview, he says flatly. First question, kid. What gave you the dumbfuck idea that being a hunter was anything other than a job for suicidal idiots? How direct? I'm not quite sure how to respond to that, but I doubt stopping to think about it is a good idea. Thankfully, an answer comes to mind. People die, sir, I tell him. No shit, he responds blandly. No, I mean, people die in and out of the walls. They die from age, or murder, or stupidity. I'm going to die no matter what. I just want to make sure I lived doing something I can be proud of. He sneers. You think mucking around in blood and guts and monster shit is something to be proud of? Maybe not always, sir, but it looked like I was probably gonna have to kill things to stay alive, sir. I decided I wanted those things to be monsters. He frowns, looking a lot more carefully at that. Shit, that was more honest than I had intended. Maybe that was too much info. He just lets it slide, thankfully. Have you ever been outside the walls, kid? Have you ever seen a monster? Well, it's not like I own a mirror, so. No, sir. Born and raised in the city, sir. I recognize I don't know a lot. Yeah, I fucking know you don't know a lot, you worthless slime. What are you going to do when a 20-ton lizard decides it wants you for a snack? I blink. Well, I suppose I would try to run towards something slower than me, sir. He stares. And leave your team to die. If I have a team, and I'm not the one slowing them down, I suppose I do what I can, sir. But if my team is fighting something way above our ability to take down, and presumably a team with me on it isn't being sent out to fight 20-ton lizards on purpose, we'd want to distract and disengage, right? He stares intently, giving no indication whether that was right or wrong. Next question, then. Why would a team want you? What do you offer the Hunters Guild? Oh boy. Here was the big one. I'm a natural scout, sir. I can sense living things from extremely far away. That got a reaction. His expression turned intense. Oh, how far? About 200 meters, sir. Better than most. How accurate? Very accurate. I'm also unaffected by obstructions. He raises his one eyebrow. How many people are in this building? Ram. I start to count as quickly as I can, mouthing the numbers to myself. Didn't realize speed math was going to be part of hunter training. 32. And 24 things that aren't people, not counting. Cats, rats, bugs. I could count those all day, sir. He frowns, humming in consideration. Anything else you can do? What he wants more. I'm pretty much relying on the scout thing. Panic kicks in, and I let my mouth say the first thing that comes to mind. I also make a good mascot, sir, I say, as flatly as I can muster. I'm very small. He stares at me. I stare back at him, refusing to blink or make any kind of expression. Then, faster than I can react, he kicks me in the stomach, sending me sprawling in a heap onto the yard. You can just say no next time, he grunts. Time for the combat test. So I cough, hacking out a bit of bile. So I noticed. Monsters aren't going to appreciate your banter, kid. Stand up and try to hit me. Refusing to let out a groan of pain, I draw my spear off my back, standing up into the battle stance Lin taught me. He just stands there like the arrogant, cheap-shotting prick he is. Although I suppose it can't be that much arrogance when he's very obviously way stronger than me. Approaching cautiously, I use a trick Lin taught me, jabbing at his stomach, then moving the arc of the swing down towards his back leg, trying to catch him as he retreats. Unfortunately, he's just too damn fast, avoiding the attack effortlessly before striking out with a punch to my face. I fail to dodge, but manage to at least avoid collapsing to the ground. Good, he says, despite my rapidly swelling face. Feints are strong against smaller monsters. Just don't try it on any monster large enough to not fear you. Again. I attack again, pretending to use the same trick, but actually following up the jab to the stomach. Another dodge and a kick to my chest is all I get for my trouble. Fucking hell, he got me right in the damn nipple. That has been hurting a lot lately for some reason. With sheer force of will, I don't yelp in pain. Over and over, I take a blow whenever I try to give one. Over and over, I get the same response. Again. Damn it, I'm really starting to hate this man, yet I keep fighting. What else can I do? He's demanding it, and I need this. I need the Hunters Guild. Besides, it's not like I haven't had worse beatings. An hour passes. 2 hours. Again and again, I am thrashed into the dirt. Panting, wheezing, I keep going. I keep trying. Yet not even once do I land a hit on the man. An eternity later, a blow to my stomach knocks me down cold. I can barely even breathe anymore, trying to stand but lacking the strength. I have to, though. I have to. Slowly, I try to struggle into a sitting position, and that damn bastard walks over and puts a foot on my chest, slamming me back into the ground. Pain screams through me. Your stamina leaves much to be desired, and you're a complete novice in combat, he says blandly. I punch him in the leg. He kicks me in the face. Seeing stars, all I can think about is how much I want to kill this man. Your fundamentals aren't bad, but you clearly have no experience using them. You're a pathetic fighter. I grab his boot, snarling. He'll see how much of a pathetic fighter I am when I eat his fucking. A whip of his foot, and I'm sent flying across the courtyard. I tumble through the grass, battered, bruised, and bloody. If you want to get beaten worse than this every day, you're hired, he says. Then he turns and walks out of the courtyard. Fuck, I need this. I don't have any other options. What time? Should I come back? Tomorrow, I manage to choke out. He pauses, looking back at me for a moment. I think the half of his face that moves is smiling a bit. For now, I would suggest not leaving, he says. I try to nod, but it hurts too much. I pass out instead, blissful sleep taking me. I dream of holding his soul in my hands. 10. Hunting for friends. This isn't really my specialty. An annoyed woman's voice complains somewhere above me. I don't see her, since my eyes are closed. My eyes are closed because I'm lying on the ground in a ton of pain. The woman's soul is interesting, jagged and sharp on the top, bubbly and ever-shifting on the bottom. It's fun to watch. Well, learn to make it your specialty, and learn fast, Remus. Akka, the asshole who beat the shit out of me, gravels. You're going to be your squad's last lifeline, so you need to be good at it. I didn't say I wasn't good at it, the woman grumbles, kneeling down next to me. Cut the back talk and heal her, Remus snaps back. She's going to be your first line of defense, so do it right. Ah, this pipsqueak, comes the muttered reply, but she puts her hands on me anyway. The familiar tingle of magic pushes itself into my body, and I let it. Letting it wasn't a thing I could do before, but Rowan helped teach me that as well. The strength of my will can and will fight against magic being cast into my body, and my defense is apparently above average. I could lower that automatic defense if I know what I'm doing, and I do so now. No sense making it harder for this girl to heal me. Are you sure, Remus? She's so weak. This bitch. I open my eyes and glare at her, putting my magic resistance back up. Her spell fizzles, its effects banished from my body. You're not good at the no backtalk thing, huh? I ask her. She turns red with embarrassment, looking pissed. One look at her face, and I already don't like this girl. She's got blonde, curly hair, and it's styled like someone who actually has the time to style hair. Loops and swirls, all Barbie and fancy. Her clothes are expensive as hell, and while I see some impressive armor underneath it, she's very much going for form on top of her function. What a waste. And that round face. She's probably never starved a day in her life. Not that. I mean, it wasn't bad to not starve, but still. She's attractive, rich, and comfortable. She's everything I'm not, and her soul is bigger than mine, though that probably means I shouldn't piss her off too much. I thought you were asleep, she snaps. Why didn't you move? Was comfy, I answer simply, dropping my resistance again to let her literally work her magic. Vita, this is Penelope, Remus says. She's part of the team you'll be on, your biomancer. Penelope, Vita will be your scout. Or, shoot, I'd definitely better step way back on the hating her thing. Lynn told me 20 times not to piss off anyone I need to stay alive. Thanks for the heal, I mutter, giving her a thumbs up. How did people become friends again? They ask questions about each other, right? If this isn't your specialty, what is? She snorts derisively, hands moving over the outside of my shirt as she wills my body to start repairing itself. Necrotic diseases and cellular degeneration, she says, scowling. I don't know what that means. She rolls her eyes. It means you die. Taking a body apart is much easier than putting it back together, and therefore a better use of my time and energy. The monsters can't wound you if they're dead. Now I knew that wasn't true. Probably a bad idea to correct her, though. Well, thanks for putting me back together anyway. What's next? Compliments. Compliments are good. Did you biomance your hair to look that good, or is it naturally pretty? She blinks, turning away a little. Well, I'm a natural biomancer, so. So she biomanced it. Ah, is making your hair pretty also a better use of your time and energy? I say before I can stop myself. Oh, would you shut up? She snaps back. Quit yammering while I work. You're beat half to death. How did you lose this badly? You can't possibly be old enough to work here. I'm 60. Oh, like hell you are. I bet you don't even bleed yet. I shut up, scowling. Don't hate the biomancer. Don't hate the biomancer. She does actually heal me, at least. 5 minutes later, I'm crazy hungry, but otherwise not in any more pain. So better than average. There. Done, she says, turning and immediately moving to leave the courtyard. That's fine by me, I suppose. Remus looks down at me as I sit up. You're going to live here while we train you. You got anyone to say goodbye to? I nod. He nods back. Then we'll get you some food, and you can go talk to them. If you're not back in 2 hours, don't come back. I nod again, following him as he exits. He throws a whole loaf of bread at me, and I munch on it as I jog back to the shack. Tearing off half the loaf, I share it with the kids, hugging them all before heading down below. Half a loaf of bread probably isn't enough to eat off that biomancy heal, but that's not as important. Rowan and Lynn are waiting for me below. Vita, Lynn says, looking my way as I jump down the ladder. How did it go? The people in the Hunters Guild are all assholes, I complain. Most people are assholes, Rowan says slowly. So, I spent the whole time getting beat up and insulted. Lynn's smile looks a bit fragile. Bah, you don't look beat up, she says. Well, no, the insults were from their biomancer. She's some sassy, rich bitch. I kick at the floor, looking despondent. A little bit of dread creeps deeper into Lynn and Rowan's faces. But honestly, I can't hide the huge smile inside me for any longer. It blossoms on my face, full and joyful. But fuck her. I did it. I'm in. Despair swaps to shock, and just as quickly into uproarious, whooping cheers. Lynn and Rowan rush over and grab me, picking me up into a gigantic hug sandwich. You did it. You really did it, Lynn cheers. I nod rapidly, returning the hug to both of them. I can really squeeze now. You little scamp. Rowan chastises happily, nuzzling me. Don't scare us like that. You do it enough as is. I laugh, too happy to protest at how childishly I'm being paraded around the room in Lynn's and Rowan's arms. I love you guys. I promise I'll make good on our agreement. They want me to live there, so one less mouth to feed, right? Once they pay me, I'll pay you back. As much and then some. So stay safe, okay? Stay safe. You're telling us to stay safe, Lynn laughs. You'd better not fucking die out there, Vita, or I'll become a necromancer myself just to bring you back and kick your ass. I won't die, I promise. No matter what it takes, I'll live. Good, Lynn responds. That's what I wanna hear. I catch Rowan's smile dip a little, though. Just for a second. Just be careful, Vita, he says. Please, don't get in over your head. I'll try, I say, but I don't promise. That's not really a promise I'll be able to keep. Eventually, the celebrations end. We head back upstairs and explain to the other kids I'm leaving to become a hunter, to cheers and salutations. I hug them all again, then very carefully grab my best friend Roscoe the Crow Stuffy and shove him inside one of my pouches. As if this was a perfectly normal event that warranted no further attention, and certainly not the poorly hidden grins of my whole family thinking I'm adorable. I punctuate the action with a question. Hey, Rowan, what does necrotic diseases and cellular degeneration mean? It's what the biomancer said she specialized in. Ah, Rowan says, blinking. It sounds like she destroys people's bodies with magic diseases, he explains. You may have found someone almost as creepy and disturbing as you, Vita. I scowl and punch him in the leg. He laughs. Don't be mean. She's gonna be on my team, apparently, so I wanted to know. Anyway, I should get going. I don't have much time left. See you, Vita, Lynn says, saluting. Knock 'em dead, kiddo. Not a kiddo, I say, smiling back. But that's the plan. At that, I head out, taking a deep breath to steel myself for the return to the guild. I still haven't really seen much of it, just the courtyard where I got my ass beat and the hallway between there and the front room. It was way bigger of a place than that, 2 stories tall and large enough to be a noble's villa. The secretary behind the desk gives me directions to what is apparently my room when I return, and I race up the stairs gleefully. There are already 2 other people in the room, go figure, but they aren't what catches my eye when I first walk in. No, what catches my eye is how huge the room is. I can't get over it. There are 3 beds in here, each with a frame and a mattress. A mattress. Is one of these mine? That isn't the only furniture either. There are little desks and nightstands and chairs and real pillows on the beds and— Are you just going to stand there gawking? Penelope asks impatiently. She is, of course, one of the 2 other people in the room. My room. A room where only 3 people slept, and they slept in beds. Is one of these mine? I squeak, pointing. What? Oh, for Watcher's sake, yes, Penelope snaps. That one is yours, this one is mine. And the one with a person on it is hers. Hey, the person in question says, flicking a hand in a wave. She's another girl, and she is massive, nearly 2 feet taller than me at least. She lounges on her bed, arms behind her head. Her dark hair and darker skin are contrasted by the white cotton shirt she has on, which shows off a stunning amount of muscle. Her soul has a warmth to it like Lyn's, though it flows like water. Despite its flexibility, though, it feels hard, almost unbreakable. Penelope's soul is way bigger, but they are both much stronger than me. You must be Vita, she says, snapping me out of my stares. My name's Nora. Nice to meet you. And nice to meet you too, I murmur, heading towards my bed, to store what little stuff I had. I'm not really sure what else to say. It's kind of weird having strangers be happy to see me. I pull Roscoe out of the pack I stuffed him in, carefully placing him under the covers. The act puts a goofy grin on my face. Is it comfy, Roscoe? I bet it is. See, Nora, Penelope says mockingly. I told you she was 10 years old. Blood rushes to my face in a furious blush. I turn on her immediately, ready to give her a piece of my mind. I am not. I'm 16. She snorts. Honey, you carry around a stuffed animal. You are a child, and you should not be here. One hand goes to the spear on my back. Leave Roscoe out of this. Whoa, 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 Nora says, hopping up from her bed. Holy shit, she is tall. How about the two of you cool it, okay? We just met. We're gonna be working together whether you like it or not. Let's learn to like it. We can't just be okay with this, Penelope snaps. She's going to get us killed, Nora. She's a fucking child. I am not, I shout back. I am a biomancer, she retorts. Do not fucking lie to me. You hit puberty maybe a week ago. You're not even 5 feet tall. Your lie is fucking ridiculous. Well, I'm sorry, I was too busy starving to grow big, floppy tits like you. I barely survived my life, you rich bitch. I don't get to decide when my body wants to do that shit. Please, you're not starving, she sneers. You're plenty fit for a child. I said to fucking cool it, Nora shouts, shutting both of us up. Penelope, just take Vita at her word for now, okay? Vita, just calm down. Not every tease is a personal attack. I almost snap at Nora too, but manage to stop myself, taking a deep breath. Right, don't piss off the team, especially don't piss off the biomancer. Okay. Sorry, Nora. Sorry, Penelope. Penelope just snorts. Come on, P, Nora prompts. Maybe an apology back. I'll apologize if there's a reason to, Penelope snaps back. Stop trying to tell me what to do. She turns back to her desk, where she was writing something that would take way too long for me to figure out how to read. Her section of the room is stacked with books, a couple of ink pots, a well-worn quill, and most notably to my senses, a large cage with 4 rats in it. Much like Penelope herself, they look much better fed than the ones I'd find on the street. Well, maybe I could try to start a new conversation, to take the edge off. Why do you have rats? I ask slowly, standing timidly behind Penelope's chair. She turns to glare at me. I like rats. Is that a problem? I like rats too, I respond, technically not lying. She smiles back, though it isn't a particularly nice sort of smile. Oh, do you? That's wonderful. I find them to be my preferred test subjects. Plentiful and decently similar to humans on a biological level for their level of convenience. Very easy to replace when they die. Oh, okay, I say non-committally. I'm not exactly bothered by the prospect of mass rat murder. Besides, that certainly explained why 3 of the rats felt all drippy and strained. They were dying, and their tiny souls were desperately trying to keep their bodies together. Poor things were exhausted. So what kind of experiments are you doing? Are rats really that similar to humans? Her frown drops, and she returns to writing at her desk. She looks disappointed. Was she trying to unnerve me for some reason? That's going to be difficult for her to do. I'm researching, she snaps, which is to say, contributing to the foundation of all human knowledge. Now leave me to it and stop asking inane questions. Oh, okay, sorry. I head back to my bed, lying down on it, spread eagle. It's soft. Not even Rowan and Lynn have a bed this soft. I can't help but feel a little bad after all the effort they went through to get me here. Have you met the boys yet, Vita? Nora asks, prompting me to look up. Boys. Yeah, the boys. Our other teammates. They have the room next door. She points at one of the walls. You want me to introduce you to M? I perk up at that, feeling out the souls in the room next door. A big one, pulsing red and spinning without ever slowing. A small one, even smaller than mine, dark blue and cold like a pool of water. 2 of them, right? I ask Nora. One's got a lot of energy, and the other is kinda quiet. Nora blinks. Oh, yeah, that's them. You've met 'em already. I shake my head, smiling a little. It was a bit of a lucky guess, but it's becoming increasingly clear that how a soul felt to me meant something. I'm trying to pay more attention to it. Scout, I announce proudly. I feel 'em through the wall. I'm not strong like you and Penelope, but I'll make sure nothing hides or sneaks up on us. Ha, Nora says, seeming impressed. That's handy. I've never heard of a detection power that lets you sense someone's personality. Oh, shit. Was that a bad thing to share? I dunno if I'm, good at it. That was my first time trying to guess. Everybody just feels different. Nora shrugs. Yeah, natural shit is weird like that. Let's get going. Oh, okay, phew. Nora heads to the door promptly, and I raise an eyebrow. You don't wanna, put on pants first? I ask, staring pointedly at her undershorts. Nora scoffs. Why, I'm technically dressed. If they wanna stare, I look forward to their jealousy. She poses, flexing, and I can't help but giggle. I guess that's one way to look at it. I've always looked more depressing than anything. A starving Vita without her shirt was about the furthest thing from attractive. I guess that might be changing soon. The pair of us head out, Nora leading the way. She knocks on the door, calling out, Yo, get your pants on and come meet the last member. Apparently her clothing policy doesn't apply to the boys. After only a brief shuffle, a lean, tan, white-haired young man opens the door. What makes you think our pants aren't? His voice trails off as he stares at Nora's thighs. Ah. Well, come on in, I guess. She laughs and follows him in as he opens the door for us. He's the one with the small soul, though, so as I enter my eyes quickly search for the other guy in the room. This becomes incredibly easy as he moves rapidly towards me and picks me up in an enormous hug. Ha ha. You must be Vita, he announces boisterously, spinning me around. Please put me down. I squeak back, my body already in full fight or flight mode. What is happening? Did normal people do this? Sorry, sorry, he apologizes, setting me down gently and patting me on the head. The head. You're just, you're very small. I couldn't help myself. A blush on my cheeks blooms as I glare up at him. He has such a big smile, though my scathing reply dies in my throat. My name's Bentley, he announces proudly. This is Orville. Bentley is an incredibly wide-shouldered young man, tall but not as tall as Nora. He has a blonde, peach-fuzz beard, short hair, and a grin that absolutely will not stop. His musculature rivals, if not exceeds, Nora's. It's great to meet both of you, Bentley continues, apparently content to supply all sides of the conversation by himself. I'm in the front. Oroville's our ranged fire support. Is that a spear? Are you with Nora and I? You look a bit frail for that, but I guess it's never good to judge by appearance. He laughs some more. I have to wait for him to breathe so I can get a word in edgewise. I'm okay with the spear, but I'm mostly just the scout. I sense things from really far away. Oh, great, a scout. He slaps me on the back boisterously, which hurts. That's wonderful. I'll be counting on you to watch my rear, Vita. Why, yeah. I'll be counting on you to, watch my front, I guess. How? I won't let you down, and neither will Nora. She's tough as nails. I couldn't even scratch her. And you never will, Nora says, grinning right back. We'll see about that. If you two are fighting, please leave the dorm this time, Orville comments, already disengaged from the conversation and over at his desk. So, what does everybody do exactly? Do you all have magic or special things? I know Penelope's a biomancer, but I don't know about anyone else. Bentley laughs. I've got nothing but grit, determination, and a very large axe. It's all I've ever needed so far. That doesn't seem right. It feels like Bentley has some kind of talent, but it doesn't sound like he's lying either. Oh, well, it's probably passive like Lynn's. Maybe he doesn't even know about it. I have magic, but I don't have any special things, Orville comments from his corner of the room, nose still in a book as he answers. I had to learn it all the hard way. I nod. That's cool. Someone important to me is like that, too. What kind of magic do you use? He turns my way at that, giving me a more considering glance. Aeromancy. I use it to enhance my bowmanship and a few other things. I'm far from an expert, but Remus thought it was good enough, I suppose. I nod, turning to Nora. She grins confidently. Stab my shirt with your spear. How? I ask, blinking. Is she serious? Stab my shirt, Nora repeats. As hard as you can. I frown but draw my spear and stab it at her as instructed. It goes clink against the carton as if I stabbed a boulder. I stare up at the mountain of a woman. What? I ask. It's my natural magic, she says, grinning back. I call it reinforce. I make things tough. It also makes them inflexible, though, and doesn't work on living things. Not living things, she says. Don't ask, don't ask, don't ask. What about dead things? I ask. Like if you kill a monster, can you pick up a corpse and use it as a shield? Hypothetically. As she frowns. I dunno. It works on leather, so I'd assume so. Neat, I say, keeping as straight a face as I can. Trying to distract myself, I look around the room to see if I can spot damage from the fight that Orville mentioned. Sure enough, stuffed in the corner, there's some smashed wood that looks like may have once been Bentley's missing nightstand. What a waste of such a nice piece of furniture. Have you guys known each other long? I ask. A few weeks, I think, Bentley answers boisterously. Enough to be friends, though I suppose we don't know each other all that well. You and Orville are the newest hires, Nora clarifies. Orville joined, 5 days ago? 6, Orville corrects, back to otherwise ignoring the lot of us. I fidget a little. I really don't want to ask, but I also don't want to die. Can you give me advice for getting along with Penelope? I ask. We keep making each other mad, but I don't want to be on bad terms with the healer. Bentley scratches his cheek, looking mildly embarrassed. Well, you certainly shouldn't try to hug her. She gave me ulcers for a few days. It's not just you, Vita, Nora adds. We're all struggling to get along with her a bit. She really seems to look down on everyone else. I guess that makes sense, I say, frowning. She's like way stronger than everyone else here. Hey now. You'll hurt a man's pride saying something like that. Bentley comments, only half joking. I shrug. It is what it is. You're the next strongest, Bentley, but Penelope feels closer to Remus than she does to you. Hey, Nora comments. What do you mean Bentley's the next strongest? I kicked Bentley's ass. Oh, it's just what my senses tell me. It doesn't mean you can't win. It makes sense to me, Bentley responds, laughing. Nora's the rock to my scissors. When she's in full armor, she's basically invincible. But, I suppose the paper to her rock would be Penelope, Nora finishes. Yeah, doesn't matter how tough my armor is if she just completely ignores it. Biomancy is scary. She's probably used to getting what she wants. Who would want to talk back to someone that can just casually rot your eyes out? If only I could get that kind of respect from my powers. Okay, thanks, guys. Yeah, no worries, V, Nora says, squeezing my shoulder lightly. You're not the only one that got in a shouting match with that bitch day one. We're on your side here. I smile, nodding. Thanks. So, when are we going to be doing hunter stuff? What kind of monsters have you guys hunted already? Soon and none, Nora answers. Most of our time here so far has been Remus kicking everyone's ass. Well, except Penelope's. Geez, not even Remus. That is so unfair. It's not that bad, Bentley says, grinning. I'm way stronger now than I was before. Remus is a good trainer. I consider that for a moment. I guess he didn't break too many of my bones, which was nice of him. If he had really wanted to hurt me, he could have done a lot worse. He must have been holding back on purpose. Bentley laughs at my comment, though, much to my confusion. It wasn't a joke. We have a full team now, so the hunts will probably start soon, Orville chimes in. We were just waiting for someone with skills like Vita's to show up. Well, that's neat. I actually got a bit of luck in my life. It's no wonder Remus accepted a wimp like me if I was the last piece of the puzzle he needed. Let's see. That was just about all the questions I had, and I'm not actually sure how else to talk to people. So, what to do now? I'm not tired, I can't go help Rowan. I'm not hungry. No, wait. I'm super hungry. I'm just not starving. That is going to take some getting used to. Is there food we can eat here? I ask. There is, Bentley says happily. It's quite good, too. Would you like me to show you the mess hall? I nod rapidly, following him. Bentley's going to get me food. We're friends now. He leads the way downstairs and into a larger room. A half-dozen hunters with souls much larger than my teams eat at a table, and a few weaker cooks mull about. The smell in the room is so incredible, I can feel my mouth watering already. What is this? Stew fresh bread, vegetables, is that fruit? Right here, Vita, Bentley says. Help yourself, as much as you want. I stop walking. No way I heard that right. What? You can take as much as you want, Vita, he repeats. Just don't overeat. We have to be fit to fight, in case Remus ambushes us. Is that a thing that happens? No, wait, I don't care. I can have as much as I want, right? I ask. Yep, that's right, Bentley says. Can I, take it back to my room to eat? Well, I suppose so, sure. There aren't any rules against that, or anything. So I could take the food somewhere else to eat, too. I suppose. I swallow. No way. When do you think Remus is gonna want to see us? He strokes his chin. Probably not for another half hour at least. I think he's out right now. Why? I don't answer. As fast as I can, I grab as much food as I can carry and sprint out of the Hunters Guild. I have a debt to start repaying. Back to shill, back to shill, back to shill again. Click here if you want to give me money. For those of you poor like Vita and I, don't worry. A review would still help out a ton, especially an advanced review. No matter what you do, however, I hope you enjoy the story. That is, after all, why I write. 11. Team Training. I told you to be back within 2 hours, Remus said, circling around me like a stalking wolf. I was back within 2 hours, I squeaked. I just left again. After stealing food, Remus pressed. Bentley S. said I could have as much as I want. The back of a fist collided with my stomach, knocking the air out of my lungs. It took everything I had to not double over and collapse. Hunters can have as much as they need, Remus snapped. Do you think our supply of food is limitless? We have what we have because we earned it, risking our very lives. It's why I'm here, sir, I choke out, standing up as straight as I can manage. I'm just trying to feed my family, sir. Then you can do so with the money we pay you, brat, and the value of everything you stole today will be cut from that first payment. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. My team and I were in the courtyard, where Remus first spent hours kicking the shit out of me. They were all standing around awkwardly while Remus gave a repeat performance for my food stunt. Well, everyone except Penelope stood around awkwardly. She just seemed bored. I, meanwhile, am trembling furiously. All that food was just for hunters. There's only 33 people in the building. I could feed my family for weeks with what they had in a day. This was absurd. It was unfair. I didn't deserve this. Not the beating, maybe I deserved that. Just not this. All this hunter stuff. This was such a huge jump in luxury that I couldn't comprehend it. I suppose that most of the people here might not live long enough to see much more of it. That didn't apply to me, though. I had to live. I didn't deserve it because I might die. I'm just even more of an undeserving failure if I did die. If that happens, it's all for nothing. Now then, with that out of the way, Remus growls. Today, we're going to talk about adding Vita to your formation. As I've mentioned before, formations are a godsend when things are going right, and a liability when they're going poorly. The point of a formation is to force the monster to fight on your terms, so I shouldn't have to tell you the best place to put Vita. Right behind me, Nora says immediately. Correct, Remus agrees, nodding. She can use that spear to add a little punch to your lackluster offense, but most importantly, you can keep her in the middle of the formation, where she can detect ambushes and easily shift to help anyone who needs it. Vita, your first job as a scout is to scout. Your second job as a scout is simply to back up anyone who needs it. You are the weakest member of your team in a fight, but you're far from useless. Distract, support, and strike as needed, but never stop looking out for threats. Outside the walls, enemies can attack from any direction, and they can do so without warning. You are the team's first and most important line of defense. Do not let your allies get surrounded. Why, yes, sir, I bark. The rest of you all know your business, he says. Today, you'll be in a mock battle against me. Treat me like a monster, but it's still a mock battle. That means you stick to support and healing, Penelope. She tusks, glaring but not arguing. Remus had no weapon, but he was decked out head to toe in that giant scale armor, complete with a helmet. There was no chance my spear was getting through that, unless I got a lucky shot to the joints, and I knew that would be luck. I'm nowhere near skilled enough to hit a pinpoint strike on someone moving as fast as Remus, so what the heck was I supposed to do? I didn't get much time to think about it. Remus sprung towards Nora and snapped out a kick before I even knew what was happening. The whole team was dressed in full combat gear now, and Nora was no exception. She had heavy, full-body armor much like Remus, though hers was made of chitin rather than humongous scales. She had no weapon other than a huge wooden tower shield that she held with both arms. An impact like an explosion rings through the courtyard as Remus's armored boot smashes into the shield, causing her to skid back a bit. I jabbed at him, but he was already on the move, retreating from the joyfully aggressive screams that heralded Bentley's attempts to cut him off and cut him down. Penelope, hit me with the juice, he roars happily. Already, she groans, but her hands deftly start to move around in patterns. That meant she wasn't natural casting, but casting a learned spell. I suppose that made sense. Lots of mages had natural spell talents and expanded on those innate spells by learning formalized magic. The natural instinct of a born biomancer would no doubt help when learning biomancy spells outside a natural caster's purview. Because there were, indeed, things outside a natural caster's purview. I wouldn't keep being able to go with my gut forever. An arrow streaks past my head, reminding me that this probably isn't the best time to think about such things. Another enemy. No, just Orville, apparently unconcerned about keeping my head unperforated. Remus backhands the arrow out of the sky, hammering another kick onto Nora's shield and retreating before I can even think about striking out. I struggle to keep track of Remus's movements, even though I always felt where he is with my soul sense. If only I could predict where he was going to be. Maybe his soul can give me hints. Gah, that's probably cognomancer stuff. I doubt I'm lucky enough to have that in my bag of tricks. Still, even if I'm not going to hit him, I might force him to dodge at an awkward time and make it a little easier for my teammates. Remus went after Nora over and over, giving me plenty of chances to take jabs at him. Why was he going after Nora, though? Was he just pretending to be a mindless monster? Any intelligent fighter with his superior speed would run past her and attack the backline, so why would he? My first job as a scout is to scout. I focus my senses beyond the immediate battle of the courtyard. Just as I feared, two more people were rushing from inside the complex to strike my team from behind. Incoming from the rear, I shout. 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock doors. Contact in 5, 4, 3, 2. Two cheerful, large-souled hunter veterans bust out the doors I indicated, holding huge axes above their heads and roaring like monsters. One each immediately went for Orville and Penelope, but thanks to my call-out, Bentley was already moving to engage. "Dunno if I'll make it," he warned. "Yes, you will," Penelope decreed, finishing her spell. Bentley whooped with excitement, suddenly double-timing it into the fray. His sudden speed surprises the monster that had been rushing Penelope, letting Bentley knock the man silly. Orville, meanwhile, holds his own, keeping the other assailant at bay. But that left only myself and Nora with Remus. The instructor pounded mercilessly on Nora's shield, and though she never broke, he was consistently pushing her back. My spear jabs were little more than an annoyance, and as Remus twisted around to try and strike at me, he forced Nora to exhaust herself rushing about to defend. This wasn't going to last. "Bentley," I yelled back at him, "we need you on Remus. Swap me." "Yes, ma'am," Bentley barked, turning around and boosting back my way. "Wait," Penelope shouted. "Who's going to protect me?" "I will. Run towards me." I'm already sprinting her way, spear at the ready. The guy Bentley had been knocking silly is pretty beat up, but he's still kicking and clearly way stronger than me. Why was everyone always stronger than me? Even Orville is doing better in the fight than I am, and he felt weaker. Doesn't matter. No time to complain. I cross places with Penelope, stabbing at her pursuer using my spear's maximum range. He knocks the strike to the side, forcing me to jump back to avoid a gruesome axe swing. That could have actually killed me. I don't have the time to gawk at it, though, as it's followed with a kick to my chest that nearly knocks me on my ass. "You're not going to be much help like this," Penelope complains. "Then do something about it," I snap back, forcing the enemy away with another quick jab. "I am. Just shut up and drop your resistance." Holy shit, I hate Penelope. I do as she says, though. She's still on my team. Her hand presses on my back, and suddenly everything snaps into focus. Penelope's spell flows over me. Orville was blocking an axe swing with his bow to my left. I felt Nora and Bentley flank Remus behind me, but I could already tell it wasn't going to work. The axe-wielding monster in front of me prepared another downward swing. I should jump no, wait, why jump back? It's so clear now. I should dodge to the side, take the opening to strike. I do so. My spear catches him in the arm. A good spell," I comment, vibrating a little. "It is, isn't it?" Penelope says smugly, but I've already stabbed the axe guy 2 more times before she finishes. The damage is superficial, more due to his skill than mine, but he makes a show of dropping his axe and running off anyway. Go help Nora, I suggest, running towards Orville. The two of us together convince the other interloper to flee, leaving the full team clear to focus back on Remus. Nora looks absolutely exhausted, although Penelope casts something and she immediately stands back up straighter. As Orville's arrows start to fly, Remus actually starts getting pushed back a little. This was good, right? I get back into position. It was way easier to strike at Remus with Penelope's spell on me. Finally, some progress. Remus was rapidly getting pushed backwards now. His back would be to a wall soon. Our team might win. No, wait, don't get cocky. I keep my senses peeled for any incoming reinforcements. Nothing. No one else was approaching the courtyard. So what was? Suddenly, Bentley stumbles, his leg dropping into the ground up to his knee. Was that a pitfall trap? Thus immobilized, Remus catches Bentley with a roundhouse kick to the head, knocking our team's physical offense out cold. It all went downhill from there. I'm still jittery from the spell Penelope cast on me when the fight was declared over and Bentley was brought back to consciousness. It was so weird. Everything felt so fast. Yet I can't stop thinking over and over about how, of all things, Remus swung the match with a tiny, foot-deep hole. Damn it. We were all so close. Or had he been sandbagging? Had this been his plan all along? As badly as Bentley had gotten walloped, I have plenty of my own bruises as well. Remus didn't stop until everyone was beat and broken, though he never hit Penelope. Was she getting special treatment for being a biomancer or something else? Either way, it was bullshit. I have certainly seen worse battles from teams as new as yours, Remus declared. But in the end, your scout failed you. If this had been a real fight, you would all be dead. What? Fucking asshole piece of. I'd rip his damn soul out. No, no, calm down. Calm down. Why was he being an asshole? Did he just not like me? Well, he clearly fucking likes Penelope. No, 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 no. Think. My lower lip starts to quiver a bit, tears starting to well up, but I clamp down on that feeling hard. I will not cry here. I have gone through way worse shit than this. What's a little bit of humiliation after what I've been through? Yes, sir, I say, standing as stiffly as I can. I was overly reliant on my ability. I still need to learn about threats I can't detect like traps. Remus takes off his helmet. Maybe it's my imagination, but I think he's almost smiling. Correct, he says. You did well at your roll-up until the end, Vita. But if any one of you does not excel for the entire fight, the whole team dies. I nod slowly. What should I have done differently, sir? I ask. I'm not any more capable of spotting a hole in the ground than anyone else on the team. I can't help but feel like I want to protest being singled out. Remus nods. Well, certainly it could be argued that the blame is on Bentley. But, Vita, what would have happened to you if Nora hadn't been covering you in the first part of the fight? I frown. I would have gotten the shit kicked out of me, obviously. Your allies covered for your weakness because that was their job, Remus continues, clearly picking up on your expression. Your job is to spot threats. Should you not be the one excelling in that area so you can cover for your allies when they are lacking? That is what it means to be part of a team. Do you have any sort of talent to accelerate your growth as a warrior, Vita? Well, technically, I did. Soul eating made me physically more powerful and would probably continue to do so. Yet it seems like a dumb idea to bring attention to that. No, sir, I don't, I lie. But I can train and become stronger without a special talent. He nods. That's true. You can and you will. But all your allies will as well, and your allies have a head start, a superior body frame, and exactly the special talents you lack. They will always be covering for you physically, but as you can clearly see. He kicks at the ground next to the trap. There's a lot more to surviving than muscle and blade. You are perceptive. You make sharp decisions quickly. Focus on that, and you will be indispensable to your team. He turns his head. Orville, you get too tied up trying to do things on your own. Communicate more with your team. Penelope, you talk too damn much. Focus on your spells, not sassing your teammates. Nora, you need to work on your offense. Get something other than that board to work with. Bentley, you're as empty-headed as ever. You need to focus on predicting your opponent. Don't just swing at wherever they happen to be standing. Got it. Good. Dismissed. Remus about faces and promptly leaves us, giving the team the opportunity to soak in our failures. Nora shakes her head and makes her way to the mess hall. She's sweating like crazy. Penelope makes her way back to our shared room while the boys stick around. I stand with them, not really feeling like doing much of anything. I'm utterly, completely exhausted, and Orville looks much the same. Bentley, on the other hand, doesn't look tired in the slightest, presumably because he recently had a concussion-induced nap. Predict where they're going to be and swing there. Are you sure that's what Instructor Remus meant, Orville? What if I predict wrong? Then you miss, Orville answers blandly. Exactly, Bentley exclaims. It makes way more sense to swing where they are. If I'm missing, that just means I have to swing faster. Aha! And how many times did you actually hit Instructor Remus? Bentley scratches his cheek, not meeting Orville's eyes. Okay, so I have to swing a lot faster. Has anyone ever told you that you're an idiot, Bentley? I turn away and start to head back to my room. Part of me wants to talk to them, but I'm just not feeling it right now. Unfortunately, Bentley spots me leaving and runs up to clap a hand on my shoulder. Hey, Vita, I just wanted to say it's totally not your fault that I stepped in that trap. Remus is just tougher on you because you're so new, I think. He chewed us all out like that when we first joined. Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Bentley. I'd figured that was the case, but knowing it wasn't making it feel any better. Also, he continues, I think it's really cool how you ran off to give all that food away. I never thought of that, but it's a good idea. I bet my mom would love the bread they bake here. It's too bad we're not allowed to take it home, huh? Yeah, I say again, shrugging his hand off my shoulder. Well, I'll see you later, Bentley. I'm going to go take a nap. Oh, of course. Sorry. I'll be sure to be quiet. He waves goodbye, smiling. I manage to smile a little bit back. Trudging up the stairs, I open the door to my room and step inside. Penelope is there, as I already knew. Soul sense was useful like that. Ah, so the great failure of the mock battle returns, she comments blandly, not looking up from her desk. It was like turning a faucet. I step in quickly, grab Roscoe when I'm sure she's not looking, and leave. I would not cry in there. Not in front of her. Never, never, never. I let my senses guide me to a room with no one in it, which turns out to be a dusty old storeroom. Fine by me. I close the door behind me, squeeze my friend, and let the water flow. Quietly, oh so quietly, I begin to sob. Waste of water, but I have plenty of water now. It was always easier to hold back tears when the body couldn't make any. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why was this so hard? Why did I feel so awful? This shouldn't hurt so bad. My life has been full of worse things than Remus and Penelope and the bruises I get from fake fights where I won't really die. But I tried so hard to win, and everything was going right, and then the tears flowed still, and no amount of telling myself they shouldn't be there was going to stop them. I squeezed my stuffed bird as hard as I could, soaking him with my despair. It was just so hard, so scary. Why did I have to be born a blasphemy? Why did I have to be my family's hope? Why did it feel like everything I've accomplished was going to collapse at any second? I don't deserve this. I'm just a screw-up, a failure, an accident. I should not be here. Yet I have no choice. I have to keep going. What else is there to do? Eventually, after what feels like forever, the tears stop. I dry my face, give Roscoe one last massive squeeze, and return to my room. Penelope is still there, writing away. I tuck my stuffed bird under the covers again, hoping she won't look up. She doesn't. I sit silently on my bed, just me and her in the room. I hate her so much. Yet I have to make friends with the healer. Lynn said so. What are you writing? I ask quietly. Research notes, she says simply. What are you researching? She gives a long-suffering sigh. If you must know, I'm researching the brain. It's one of the great mysteries of biology. Why's that? I ask. She glances at me judgingly, but decides to respond. It's too big, much too big. Yet it's far too big in almost every animal that has a similar bone structure to humans, and even many that don't. We know a few of the things the brain does, and they're certainly important things. It directs the muscles, for example. But so much of the brain just seems to do nothing, nothing at all. For a long time it's been theorized that those seemingly useless bits had some function we've failed to discover. I'm trying to find that function by systematically destroying sections of rat brains, by seeing how their behavior differs when they lack certain parts of the organ. We can hopefully gain clues as to what those parts do. Yet they really do seem to do nothing. I frown, pointing at the rats with strained souls. Those three are dying, though. Penelope raises an eyebrow. Yes. What I'm doing is a delicate operation, and I failed on all three of them. My natural power is particularly suited to precise tissue removal, which makes me a better fit for this kind of study than many far more experienced biomancers. It's still difficult. This one, though. She picks the healthy rat out of the cage, carefully and daintily. I've destroyed almost 30% of this little one's brain. Nearly the entire frontal lobe, and I can't determine any change in its health or behavior whatsoever. Why? If it was just rats, that could be dismissed as a quirk of nature. But almost every mammal is like this. It's so strange. What is this part of the body supposed to do? Does the brain correspond to the soul at all? I ask after a while. She rolls her eyes, responding in her most condescending tone yet. If you had any actual interest in the field whatsoever, you would already know that the prevailing theory is that the unidentified parts of the brain form the communication link between body and soul. This is obviously connected to my research, since I am in the process of potentially disproving it. Now stop acting like you care or understand, and leave me to my work. Deep breaths can't let her get to me. Penelope, come on, I answer as calmly as I can muster. I've never heard of any of this stuff, but that doesn't mean I don't care. I'm just trying to get to know you and get along with you. I'm trying to be nice. Why do you keep going out of your way to be mean? She sighs, still staring at her notes. Because you're fake. Why did you feel the need to get along with me, Vita? Penelope asked. Is it because you care about who I am? Or is it because you know I'm your healer? Don't worry, Vita. I know I'm just your magic dispensary, and I will perform adequately at that role to ensure you stay alive and healthy. You don't need to pretend to care about me to get that service, so please feel free to stop. I swallow, blushing hard. Well, I had been trying to get to know her because she could heal, yeah. Was that really all that bad, though? Is that not how it starts? I ask quietly. Am I supposed to care about everyone off the bat? I'm asking because I'm sure there's a lot more to you that I want to know. Well, if only I could say the same about you. I feel tears start to come again, but I hold them in. Never mind. Fuck this girl. How come Remus doesn't smack you around like he does for everyone else anyway? Maybe we could bond over that. Because I don't need it, I suspect. She puts the lab rat back in its cage. If Remus wasn't demanding I babysit you all instead, I could kill him and the rest of you together. She says this with perfect, serene confidence, like it was no big deal. I frowned, thinking, that's a bold claim. How would she do it? With a disease? Even if Remus is too strong to cast magic on directly, he can still get sick. Exactly, she answered, smiling a little. Your lungs would fill with blood in a matter of seconds. It must be awfully jarring for someone so strong to have so much to fear from a girl my age. Perhaps he doesn't know how to handle it. I stared at her, wondering if she really believed that. I think she did. She was too smug about it to be anything but serious. That was odd to me. Her conclusion didn't make sense. I don't get it. Our lungs fill with blood. Then what? We'll die eventually, I guess. But will we die immediately? How long would we have, Penelope? 5 seconds? 10? A minute? Have you ever killed somebody before? She blinked, momentarily taken aback. Well, no, of course not. I'm not a murderer. I'm merely stating. How many people have tried to kill you? None. Why would anyone? Okay. That explains it. It's not really that simple, Penelope. I leaned in, staring very, very intently. If she wanted to act like I had nothing to offer, I'd gladly give her a bit of common sense. Without your fingers, you can't heal. Right. You need them for that because it's all learned biomancy. Gotta draw your little spells. Your natural talent is disease. Take too long killing us and we'll just kill you back. I could break your fingers, Remus could cut them off. Then your life is just a stab to the kidney or a slash to the neck away. Being able to murder isn't special, Penelope, Remus can do it. I can do it. A 6-year-old with a sharp stick can do it if they know how. People die. No one here is afraid of you just because you can end our lives. We trust you not to because you're smart enough to know the consequences, same as anyone else. I stared at her, unblinking, as she struggled to respond. Her casual boast couldn't match the conviction in my words. I was serious. If it came down to it, I would kill her. I wish that wasn't the case. I certainly didn't intend to kill her, yet I knew she couldn't be more wrong. Remus is not afraid of her, and neither am I. Penelope looked away, turning back to her notes. Well, it's not relevant. As I said, I have no actual desire to harm any of you. I couldn't tell you why Remus gives me special treatment. I still intend to work with you, regardless of how much you'd apparently enjoy seeing me dismembered. I knew going in that none of you would like me. If you weren't such a bitch, we would like you. We're trying. She scowls at me for a second, then returns to her notes. Leave me alone, Vita. I curl up onto my bed. That's probably all I'm going to get out of Penelope today. Honestly, I'm exhausted. I should sleep. Less than a minute later, I'm passed out cold, having forgotten to even get under the covers. 12. Home team. Surprise, 2 in one day. Not that I don't want you here, but why'd you ask to come with me, Orville? 7 days had passed since I joined the Hunters Guild, and most days had gone similarly to the first. We woke up early, had a light breakfast, got our asses kicked, got chewed out by Remus, endured a couple of nasty comments from Penelope, ate lunch, got our asses kicked again. It was pretty routine at this point, except for the whole lunch thing. I can't believe we're expected to eat 3 times every day, possibly even more if the day was a long one. Utter insanity. It kind of pisses me off. I asked why hunters were expected to eat so much, and everyone looked at me like I was crazy. At least I didn't have to stay in the guild hall all day every day. I was worried that I would, but thankfully I still have a bit of time to go around town. I even got paid a little bit during the training to live off of. Apparently it was hardly anything according to Nora, but I immediately went and asked the secretary people if I could see my daily pay. When the coins plopped in my hands, I could hardly even believe it. This could be split 12 ways. How was this hardly anything? Every day after that, I collected my pay and went to buy food as soon as we got our first break. Not for me, since the guild had plenty, but for the shack. Just simple, cheap stuff, quantity over quality. But unless the day was especially short, I had just enough to buy a shitty street rat meal for everyone. Remus has been on my ass to spend time with people during my breaks, Orville eventually answers, staring around. The two of us were wandering the stalls, heading deeper and deeper into the bad parts of the city so I could find a vendor who actually sold food at a reasonable price. I didn't need any of that fancy stuff that had actual flavor, after all. I'm just here to keep people alive. And you chose me. You never talk to me. He stares down at me for a while. Yeah, he eventually says. You don't really talk to me either. It's why I picked you. I nod. That made sense. So many of the others would talk about nothing well past there being nothing left to talk about. Yap, 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 talking to talk. Orville must not like it either. I don't have much reason to talk to the guy, so I tend to not. He wasn't particularly impressive or strong, but he did well enough during practice and What else do I need from him? I had to talk with Nora a lot about positioning and coordinating. I had to talk to Bentley because he never paid attention beyond whatever enemy was in front of him. I had to talk to Penelope because half the time she just wouldn't do anything unless someone told her to. Orville, meanwhile, shot the targets that needed to be shot. I didn't need to manage him at all, and outside of practice, I barely ran into him. He was always either out practicing or sitting in his room. Eventually, I find someone grody enough to serve shit food at a decent price, and I load my arms full. Orville offers to help carry some of it, which I gladly take him up on. From there, I lead him through the back alleys, twisting further and further into the figurative underbelly of Skyhope. Even I now notice the marked decrease in the quality of my surroundings. It was odd feeling so comfortable here, now that I looked so very, very out of place. I drew eyes that a starving street rat would quickly scamper out of sight from. I had to meet those eyes now, lest I be seen as a target. "Vita," Orville eventually comments, "are you sure we're in the right place? There are a lot of criminals here." "Not all homeless people are criminals," I grumble. Orville glances back to an alley entrance we just passed, where a group of 5 men had been kicking the shit out someone. "Oh, well, yeah, those guys were criminals," I admit. "Is this safe?" he asked. "No, not really," I tell him. "Did you bring your bow?" No, I did not think I would need it." "That sucks." Either because or in spite of my weapons and armor, however, we make it to the shack unaccosted. I knock on the door, which falls over. "Oops," I murmur. "Vita." Excited cheers erupt from within the shack, and in moments I'm swarmed by kids nearly trampling each other for a chance to hug my waist. Laughing, I almost get knocked to the ground by the unstoppable force of starving children. I hand out the food as fairly as I can manage, keenly aware of how horribly, horribly thin they all were. Did I really look like that only a month ago? I'm still dangerously thin, but a bit of muscle was filling out my frame. The difference was staggering, and it tore at my heart. "Well, hey there, kiddo." I looked up, grinning as Rowan stepped over the tide of children and pulled me in for a hug. "Am not a kiddo," I answer automatically, squeezing him tightly back. "How have things been going?" "Better, thanks to you. Who's this?" "Got a boyfriend already." He tilts his head towards Orville, causing me to turn red. "No, Rowan, don't be gross. This is Orville, my team's shooty guy." Orville murmurs, looking up and just barely blinking away an expression of mute horror. "Oh. Yes. It's nice to meet you, sir." "Likewise, shooty guy," Rowan answers, giving Orville a friendly handshake. She means I'm the archer," Orville says, his eyes flicking back to the 12 munching kids every so once in a while. "Did Vita grow up here?" "Well, she was with us for a bit over a year now," Rowan answered. "What she was doing before that is her business." "It was just more of this, but worse," I answer. "It's really not that exciting." "Worse," Orville mutters, but I don't bother to answer him. It couldn't be that hard to imagine. Just keep taking things away. "So, Vita, I was actually hoping to talk to you privately for a bit," Rowan prompts. Oh, yeah, sure." I turn to the kids. "None of you steal anything from Orville or I'll kick your asses, okay?" A chorus of giggles and awes was the only answer I needed. I step into the shack with Rowan, moving out of sight and letting him put up a silence bubble around the both of us. The Templars want me to spy on the broken Drakens, he said flatly. Oh, I murmured. Well, shit. Yeah, oh shit is right. I don't know how they found out my connections. Honestly, I half expect they don't know and they're bluffing me out. The debt we owe the Drakens, well, it mostly exists because their boss wants Lynn and I to work for them on more dangerous jobs. Trained mages are worth their weight in metal in this part of the city, and Lynn is Lynn. I didn't think it was worth the risk, but now the Templars want me to take that offer, join the gang, and report back to them. I scowl. Do you even have the option to say no? I don't know, he answers. Maybe. But they're Templars. They could make my life hell in all sorts of non-aggressive ways if they felt like it, and they probably will. The guy they keep sending is nice and all, but I'm not dumb enough to think he's actually making the decisions. It's mostly tempting because, well, they're offering a lot. I grab him and hug him again. Whatever you decide, I'll help however I can. I think our first hunt is going to be in another week or two, but I'll be around until then. Yeah, he says, patting my head absent-mindedly. Thanks, Vita. I'm just really not sure what to do. It's so dangerous. But there's danger in denying the Templars as well. Is there anything working for the Templars will get us besides money? Because I can handle money. There's not a lot, Rowan says, scowling. The Templars probably could give all the kids a good life, but I'm not exactly very useful as a spy if I suddenly and suspiciously start getting support from a third party. The broken Drakens are the ones renting us this shack, so they're obviously going to notice if the kids move out. It's just. Who do we fear more? I finish for him. The Templars or the broken Drakens? Not quite, Rowan says. I mean, the answer to that is the Templars. The Templars are far more dangerous, but their wrath if I scorn them is probably just going to be repeatedly inconveniencing me, not dragging me into an alley and beating me to death. So what's the issue? I don't like the Templars. I'm afraid of the Templars, but I hate the broken Drakens. I just want to fuck them over to say I did. I smile a little. No risk, no reward, right? As long as you promise not to die. He laughs. Yeah, okay. I promise, Vita. I nod. There's only one more thing to say, really. Where's Lynn? What does she think of this? Out on a job. She's hesitant, obviously, he answers. Don't tell her I told you, but she fears the Drakens almost as much as I hate 'em. There are a lot of powerful people in their ranks, even by Lynn's standards. And of course, if they find out we're crossing them, the kids lose everything. Maybe everything. They call it a debt, but it's no secret that the real thing they're holding over us is the kids. Oh, I say. Yeah, Rowan answers. But, damn, Vita. You're growing so much. When we look at you, we can't help but want all the kids to have that kind of chance. You know. Yeah, I agree. The Hunters Guild is like a whole different world, really. Well, you'd better get back to your world, then. Rowan claps me on the arm and ends the silence bubble, the both of us exiting the shack together. The children were climbing all over Orville, asking all sorts of questions about the Hunters Guild. Okay, kiddos, I gotta go back, I say smugly, savoring my ability to use the word. Orville, check your pockets and let's go. I start the trudge back, making sure to keep my eyes and my soul sense as peeled as potatoes. The walk itself was good training. I had to do my best to note every detail of the street as I went. I couldn't miss anything. I had to think of the whole world like Rowan's Cup games. Every detail is essential, and yet also exists to distract me from every other essential detail in the process. We laughed, Orville says. I almost got annoyed when Orville broke my concentration. But no, I had to be able to watch and talk anyway. This was better practice. Laughed, I asked, when Bentley told us how you took all that food and ran off. Even Penelope snorted a bit. We all thought it was so silly. Oh, I said. Yeah, sorry, I guess. I didn't know. It's okay. The two of us were silent again for a while. I had to take a fairly roundabout route through the alleyways in order to avoid running into anyone else. It was annoyingly difficult, what with so many people going the same way we were. Are you really 16? Orville asks. Penelope insists you can't be. Penelope can go fuck herself, I respond automatically, more annoyed that she's still spreading the lie than I probably should be. As far as I know, yes. I am. He nods. Okay, sorry I doubted you. Seeing that makes things make a lot more sense, I guess. I nod back, focusing on the alleyways again. Something was bothering me. The last few odd turns we made were matched by another group of two. No sense being stupid enough to assume a coincidence. I think we're being followed, I warn. Orville raises an eyebrow. Followed? By who? I dunno. Two people. One of the souls was a velvety texture, soft and inviting, yet awful to feel at since it tasted like oil. The other was just grease, a translucent tan that felt slippery yet likely to stick to everything. Well, I don't have my bow, but I can still cast. What do you want to do, Vita? We should probably try to shake them off. I don't like how they taste. Orville gives me a concerned look. What? I mean to my power, I murmur. One guy's oily and the other guy's greasy, and not like cooked meat. It's gross, this way. I dip down an alleyway. No amount of random turns would shake them off of us. They're a couple turns behind and following anyway. The pair is tracking us somehow, maybe with a power like mine. The alleyways are mostly devoid of people, and while we might be able to reach a crowded street before they catch us, this was still the bad part of town. It would be a while. Still, I have an idea that might get them off our butts. Boost me over this wall, I order, heading into an alley just barely short enough to scale. How come you don't boost me over? Orville grumbles. I'm lighter than you. Come on, just do it. He helps me on top of the divider, a simple clay wall cutting the alleyway off of what was technically private property. Up top, I turn around to reach down and help Orville up as well, legs dangling over the other side. I pull him up just barely in time to spot Friggs and Squigs walking into view. Those assassin guys. Really? Why were they following us? Get down, I whisper to Orville. What? He asks. Rolling my eyes, I push him over the wall, putting a finger to my lips as he looks up to protest. I didn't know what these two murderers wanted, but there was no sense letting them get a good look at my friend. Lying on my stomach, I was uncomfortably doubled over, feet and arms each dangling on one side of the solid clay wall. It was more than a little bit of an award position to look down at people from. I made an effort not to glower as Squigs and Friggs approached. I suppose they're not bad as murderers go. They gave me some tasty food and let me pick up a tasty soul after all. Still, it was good to be cautious. Well, well, if it isn't little Vita, Squiggs calls out, raising his arms to the sides like he was inviting a hug. You didn't tell us you were one of Lynn's brats. You didn't ask, I called back. It's not a secret or anything. We're just surprised, Friggs replies smoothly. We know Lynn quite well. We're co-workers, even. Her employer hires us from time to time. The shorter man, Friggs, had the velvety soul and was much better at acting proper and polite than his partner, though he still creeped me out. Well wishes to you both, then, I say down to them. Why are you following me? We're just pleasantly surprised, Squiggs says, grinning. You're looking so much better than the last time we saw you. It's like you're not even the same person. Doing well for yourself, aren't you, Vita? Quite well indeed, Friggs agrees. One can't help but wonder if it's related to why Rowan's behind on payments. I shrug, an awkward and slightly painful gesture while doubled over a wall. Sorry, pals. I used all my money on food. Are you just here to be all threatening, or is there something you want? Squiggs scowls at me, but Friggs busts into boisterous laughter. Squiggs, I'm telling you. I like this girl. We should have brought her with us. What we want is to make sure that you're the investment your daddy says you are, rather than some arrogant kid who's just going to piss all her money away. Got it, I say. Consider it noted. I'll save some cash for your boss. It's just not going to be a lot until I start killing monsters. Fucking hell, Squiggs curses. Monsters. You're a hunter. You'll get rich quick scheme is to die. You know they stopped giving out care packages to relatives after you bite it, right? I'm not so sure, Squiggs, Friggs laughs. I'd be willing to bet on her. A hunter is a noble profession, and I think it's an especially great fit for someone like her. Someone like me, I ask slowly. He smiles. A killer, of course. You have the ruthlessness to survive. When is your first hunt, Vita? I scowl at him. I'd be surprised if it was more than 2 weeks from now, but I don't control that. 3 weeks, then, he says. Show that you're a wise investment by then, Vita. My scowl deepens. Okay, I say. Also, Rowan's not my dad. I hop off the wall on the other side from the pair of killers, landing next to Orville. It wouldn't actually stop them from following us, I bet, but they didn't move to do so. That was a relief, at least. Orville opened his mouth to say something, but I shushed him again, moving quickly away from Squiggs and Friggs. I kept mental track of them all the way until they left my detection radius, and only then did I start to relax a little. Okay, I said. Now you can talk. Are you in debt to the mob? He hissed. Technically, no, I say. Boot, basically, yeah. More like they're making me responsible for someone else's debt, because they can and might stab someone I like if I don't help pay it. He gives me a funny look. You are weirdly nonchalant about this, he says. I shrug. It's not that big of a deal. I was planning to help pay it anyway. They didn't need to threaten me over it. But they did. Shouldn't you be worried? I frown, thinking about their soul sizes. Not that much bigger than mine. I might be able to take them. He stares at me for a bit as we walk. They called you a killer. Have you killed before? Yeah. How many? One, I lie. Unless you count rats. What's way more common is how many I see die. How many would that be? I think about that for a while as the path finally breaks out into busy streets, the city rapidly becoming more inviting as we leave my part of town. Dunno. Hundreds, I admit. Sometimes you just hunker down somewhere for the night and the people next to you never wake up. Sometimes people get sick and take everyone they know with them when they go. Sometimes you're just walking down the street and a man stabs another down the alleyway. It happens all the time, really. Orville nods slowly. Do you want to talk about it? He asks. I shrug. I do want to talk about it, actually, but I probably shouldn't. Grig was a secret I'd probably have to take to my grave. Shit's rough where I grew up, I say instead. I mean, I wasn't joking when I asked you guys why hunters ate so much. I didn't know most people ate 3 times a day. I just... I trail off, not sure how to continue. It's honestly a little scary to think that your place is in the same city as all the stuff I'm used to, Orville says quietly. No one should have to live like that. Well, feel free to give my family as much money and food as you want, I grumble. Just not too much food. I've seen people die from getting a sudden windfall and not knowing when to stop eating. Do you mind if I join you tomorrow as well? He asks. I stare at him for a while, watching him fidget. Just remember to bring your bow next time. 13. The cusp. The moment came sooner than we all thought it would. Only a week later, after Remus left us all panting and bruised on the courtyard ground yet again, he barked out a question. Okay, then. Do you rats think you're finally ready for a real hunt? I got up off my back, still panting. Everything ached, but I wouldn't give this less than my full attention. Yes, sir, Bentley barked back. We're ready, sir. Wrong, you blithering idiot, Remus barked back. None of you have a single fucking idea what you're doing. Yet nonetheless, we've got an urgent hunting request that's perfect for your team's skills. You'll all be going out tomorrow. Whoops and cheers erupt from our more boisterous members, which is to say Nora and Bentley. They high-fived each other as Orville nodded seriously. Even Penelope had a small smile. What's the job? I ask. Burrow hounds, Remus answered. They're mostly a vermin-class monster, but they can still cause serious damage to forests and structures. They have the potential to grow big as well, though if you're lucky we won't meet one of those on our expedition. We're not lucky, I say flatly. Remus actually smiles. Correct, so you'd best prepare your asses to get stomped on. I'll be coming with you, but don't expect me to do shit. I'm your judge, not your lifeline. I sigh. Despite his words, he'll probably step in if someone's about to die, but even that guarantees nothing. Sudden, instant death happened outside the walls. It's why the scout was the first line of defense. So, what are burrow hounds? Nora asks. They're small dogs that come up just above your ankle, Remus says. or about to Vita's knee. Hey, the thing that makes them a problem is that they breed like crazy, burrow like nobody's business, and are very territorial. The colony we found is about 2 days from the city, but that's too damn close. If they get into the walls, they could endanger hundreds of thousands of lives. We don't want any of them anywhere near here. Your team is going to find them and exterminate every last one. Penelope's smile widens. Which is what you need me for, she deduces. I can use my power outside the walls, right? Remus nods. Exactly so, Penelope. You and Orville are going to be essential for wiping out the colony. Vita will find it and be the one making sure we got them all. Bentley and Nora will ensure your weak asses actually make it that far without dying. I might take offense if Nora wasn't basically invulnerable. I do not at all mind my spot in the formation being right behind her. It was pretty much the safest place to be. I wouldn't normally send a team as green as you after burrow hounds, Remus continued. They're weak individually, but they coordinate well and ambush in packs from underground. I've seen plenty of people die on jobs just like this. But the lot of you have the kind of skills needed to succeed. Vita, make sure you watch out for movement underground. They're fast in those burrows. If Vita shouts at someone to move, I don't care if the rest of you are halfway up a tree or in the middle of taking a shit, you move. There were nods all around from the team, which flared a bit of pride up my chest. Penelope was still testy on a good day and outright aggressive on a bad one, but she didn't argue at practice. Neither of us liked the other, but there was a begrudging respect. I'm the eyes in the back of her head. She was the lifeline that could turn me into an actual combat threat. The rest of my team was downright friendly, though I'm not at all confident that meant they'd keep secrets for me. Nora, at the very least, went to church every so once in a while. I couldn't help but be a little cautious of her after learning that. What else are we likely to encounter outside the walls, sir? Orville asks. Everything, Remus answers bluntly. Ecosystems can be created and destroyed overnight if a powerful monster roams through. Expect nothing, be prepared for anything. As for what I expect to find, thankfully not a lot. The area is stable for now, at least so far as we know. Probably a lot of insects, carnivorous plants, solitary predators, and mid-size herbivores. Stuff you can handle, unless you try to handle it all at once. The area in particular that we'll be heading to is jungle-like, so count on poor visibility and needing to cut our path forward. No problem there, sir, Bentley says, saluting happily. I believed Bentley on that. We would probably be fine. Bentley is a great fighter, but rather than being particularly strong or fast tough, the thing I can't help but notice about him is that he never gets tired. He's not left a panting mess after training. He doesn't slow down as a fight drags on. He just keeps going. I suspect the whole team was happy to leave him the task of cutting through the underbrush. The spell Penelope calls hypermetabolize was basically perfect for him. It pushes his body to its limit and beyond, but burns energy reserves like crazy. Bentley barely seems to notice. Penelope once commented she'd try keeping it active on him all day if it wasn't literally illegal. Sometimes I wondered which one of us Rowan would find creepier. I hoped it was her. I'm not trying to be so weird. Anyway, you're dismissed, Remus says. We leave tomorrow morning, and each of you may never come back. Get whatever you need, to get ready before you go. I did some quick mental math. Sir, the colony is 2 days from the walls, so that's a 4-day round trip at least. I've not been taught to keep watch in my sleep. Remus raises an eyebrow. Bold of you to assume you'll get to sleep, Vita. I open my mouth, close it, then open it again. And was that a joke, sir? No, sometimes on jobs you'll need to stay awake for days on end. But hopefully, this will not be one of those jobs. We'll be making camp well before nightfall, and you will sleep during the day. If you're able, it would be best if you hold the entire night shift. The difference between your senses and your teams will be even more staggering in the dark. But if you can't stay awake all night, be sure to get someone to take your place, understand? Know your limits. I nod. He nods back and makes his exit. The team continues to sit on the grass, due to exhaustion from most of us and solidarity from Bentley. Let's make sure to do this perfectly, Penelope says seriously, sitting up into as regal a position as she can manage. I'm tired of being coddled by the old man. Easy enough of a thing to say, P, Nora answers, flat on her back. I agree, though. I'm stoked for this. Being our own hunter team, getting strong, making the big money. That's where it's at. Getting strong. It came as a surprise to me to learn how much of my team held that as part of the reason they became a hunter. It's true that hunters who lived were incredibly powerful, but I hadn't really thought about that. I plan to do the same thing after all, but have a completely different way I'm going to go about it. However, I am stronger, even without eating any souls since joining the guild. My soul was just a tiny bit bigger than it was before. Same with the rest of my team, all natural growth, no blasphemy, although I suppose I'm making assumptions about their soul-eating habits. People just got stronger when they got better at stuff, I supposed, which made sense. Babies and children tended to have much smaller souls than adults, after all. I'm surprised Remus heard us talking earlier about dispersal, Penelope, Orville comments. Yes. I also assumed that was what he meant when he said you and I would kill the hounds. It is true that aeromancy would be ideal for pushing a biological agent down through a series of tunnels. Perhaps that is why our team was recommended so soon. Not to mention our omniscient little Vita, Nora says, cackling. Quit calling me little, I protest. I'm sorry, Vita, but you're like the smallest fucking thing, and it's adorable, Nora says, starting to get up. Like, all y'all are small compared to me, but Vita is just tiny. I'm growing, probably. Speaking of, Penelope butts in, I should give everyone a checkup. If you're less than your best, it will reflect on me. And we can't have that, Orville mutters. I laughed, enjoying the banter. It continued for a while, but eventually people started to break off. Bentley ran home to talk to his family, Nora went to get some food, and the rest went back to their rooms. I trudge up to my room after Penelope. I'd eat in a bit, but if she's giving checkups, I want to talk to her while it was just the two of us. I've been stewing over a few things I want to say to her, but I'm just not sure how. Once inside, however, Penelope surprises me by being the first one to speak. Vita, perfect. Come here, I'll need to check you out the longest. Okay. I approach and stand next to her, wondering what this was about. Do you have a general practitioner, Vita? She asks, turning her chair around to face me. What? Do you see a biomancer or mundane doctor on the regular? She clarifies impatiently. No. I've talked to a biomancer other than you. Once. Ever. Penelope takes an annoyed breath. Okay. Have you spoken with your mother recently? No, I'm still an orphan. Why are you asking me this stuff? Because you're going to start menstruating soon, and I am daring to hope that I won't have to be the one to teach you about how to handle it. No such luck, I suppose. Take your armor off and lie down on your bed. Let's get this checkup over with. I don't really have a way to respond to that, so I just do as instructed. Stripping down to my undershirt, I lie down, letting Penelope poke and prod at me. It's silent and awkward, so I let a little bit of what I were planning to say slip out. I, really am kind of interested, you know. She murmurs. In your research, I mean. How has that been going? I'm sorry I don't know much about it. I never knew about that kind of stuff before. That doesn't mean I'm not interested. I'm just. You're just ignorant, she finishes, her hand slowly passing over my leg as she pushes magic in to scan. You say that as if you expect it to be an endearing quality. It isn't. I hold back a hiss of annoyance and press on. I just mean, it got me thinking. If your work disproves that the brain links the body and the soul, then what does link the body and soul? I couldn't tell you. That's outside the scope of my research. I scowl. Come on, a guess at least. She scowls right back, but thinks on it. I don't know, she says. If you had asked me before I started my experiments, I would have agreed that the brain was likely the link between body and soul. There doesn't seem to be anything else that could do that job. It's the most obvious link to make. Only creatures with a nervous system or nervous system equivalent are known to have souls, or so the Church says. We have to take that information for granted, of course, as methods to view such interactions ourselves would require at least basic animancy, and that's a door no one wants to open. But if having a brain is a requirement for having a soul, then logically, the soul being linked to the brain seems like a very reasonable hypothesis. But when you remove the parts of the brain said to link with the soul, nothing seems to happen. What if something happened and you just can't see what it is? Well, that's what more research is for. I'll need a new batch of rats after our outing. Nodding, I let her get back to poking and prodding. Was that a successful conversation? I winced as she jabbed at my chest, which hurt like a motherfucker. Come to think of it, I should probably ask the team doctor about that. Do I, have a nipple infection or something? There was a brief pause, and then all of a sudden Penelope burst out into uproarious laughter. It startled me so much I almost jumped off the bed. I've never heard her laugh before. Ah, ha, ha, ha. I'm sorry, it's just. Ha, ha, ha. What? I ask, blushing. What's so funny? It takes her another 10 seconds to calm down, though she eventually answers me. No, Vita, you do not have an infection. It's just puberty. But it hurts, I protest. A lot. And that's completely normal, she tells me, still chuckling a little. Why is that normal? Because breasts exist for the purpose of torturing women, she says flatly. Now turn over, we're almost done here. This is taking way longer than the first time you scanned me, I complain. though I do as she says. Yes, well, I'm not putting a few bruises back together this time. I'm looking for chronic problems, of which you have many. What? How many are we talking here? Orville mentioned you were raised malnourished, Penelope comments. And the deeper I look, the more issues I find. I should have been treating you nightly as of weeks ago, but I suppose we'll have to start when we get back. I blink. Wait, really? Nightly biomancy treatment? This isn't gonna be mega expensive, is it? I'm already in debt. Of course you are, Penelope answers flatly. But no, I need you alive. You're harder to replace than meatheads like Bentley. Oh, you like me, I coo. Not particularly. I simply didn't realize you were really as poor off as you are. I failed my duty as the team's biomancer, and that rankles a bit. So I'd appreciate you not telling anyone about my lapse. I can do that, sure, I promise. That's a cheap price to pay for daily biomancy, she nods. Well, that's all I can do for now. Go find Nora and send her up next, would you? Okay, I agree, getting up to put all my armor back on. Oh, one more thing. She rummages through her cabinet for a short while, then tosses a few soft rags at me. About 9 days from now, start putting those in your underwear. Why would I? I start to ask, but she just gives me this look and I shut up. Do you need me to explain it, or can you ask someone else? I can ask someone else, I murmur. Then leave. I quickly head downstairs to tell Nora it's her turn, trying not to blush too hard. Nora is just finishing up her meal when I head down to see her, shoving the rags into a pocket. Hey, Nora, I call out, waving. Penelope wants to do a checkup on you. Ooh, that sounds not fun, she answered, taking a sip from a mug. You survive it. It wasn't that bad, I answer. A little awkward, but not bad. I think I might be getting through to her. Oh yeah, well, I hope somebody does. She and Orville should fuck. They both need to lighten up. I scratch my head. Not what I was expecting to hear, but okay. Would that really help? Hey, she says, taking another swig with one hand and twisting the other in a so-so gesture. 70-30 on chilling them, both out versus making them both even more fucking competitive. Orville has this thing about seeing everyone as an obstacle to overcome, and P is high on that list. Dude has a complex about natural casters, I tell you. Meanwhile, P is starved for attention pretty much constantly, so she can feed off of his constant need to measure dicks with her without worrying about actually losing to him. I blink. That was a lot. Are you saying Penelope has a dick? Well, she's a biomancer, so maybe. But no, I don't think so. It's a figure of speech, Vita. To measure dicks means to hold a contest for no reason other than pride. Oh, okay, I say, making a note to remember that. I head over to grab some food, quickly piling my plate high before returning. So, how do you know all that stuff, Nora? I just watch people, the huge woman answers, shrugging. Humans are interesting. We're all crazy complicated, but everyone still has the same set of levers, you know. If you pay attention to someone's habits, you can figure out where they fall. I frown, nodding. So, what's up with Bentley? Salt of the earth, Nora says simply. I don't know why the heck that dude's a hunter, but I bet you it's something dumb like, I really like fighting but don't want to hurt anyone. I laugh a little as she imitates Bentley's cheerful candor. Seriously, though, she continues, he's a good guy, but something's missing in there. I think his kindness comes from believing that everyone is like him. He's gonna get real hurt someday when that bubble pops, but I guess with a personality like his, he'll have plenty of people to help him get over it. As she shrugs. And me? I ask, a little hesitant. She glances me over, taking the time to figure out how much to say. You give me whiplash, Vita. Most of the time, you're an adorable little baby kitten who looks terrified of the whole world and also herself. Looking so damn scared makes me wanna take an arrow for you, you know. It's precious, at least until something actually scary comes along, and then all of a sudden you're in the fucking zone, completely on top of it. It's surreal. I frown, munching away on some bread soup thing. It was so tasty. My whole life is pretty much just a huge string of things that are probably going to get me killed, I eventually answer. Of course I'm afraid. If I was the type of person who hesitated just because something dangerous happened, I'd be dead. Well, first of all, Vita, that sucks and it's no way to look at life. I'm your shield now, yeah. You can let me take some of that burden. I'm tough. She flexes, making me chuckle. Second of all, she continues, it's not just your competence, it's your attitude. I don't even know how to describe it. Disdain, I think. The look you get on your face when Remus starts kicking the ever-loving shit out of you. I dunno, Vita. What kind of person looks at the boot coming to knock her teeth out like it's a worm to grind into stone? It's pretty fucking spooky. You're a spooky girl. Oh, I murmur, shrinking down a little. Sorry. Nora laughs, getting up and gathering her things. She walks over and jostles my shoulder a little. Hey, you may be a spooky girl, but you're our spooky girl. I'm glad you're on the team, Vita, and don't think otherwise. See you round. I'm gonna head up before Penelope decides to give me a rash. Hey, wait, I protest. What about you? What's your analysis? Nora flashes a lopsided grin. Me, I'm just a small-town gal with nothing to lose. She exits the mess hall, heading upstairs. Thinking quietly, I lap up the last of the stew in my bowl and head the opposite way. It was time to go home. 14 hugs at home. It was a surreal feeling to be walking home to say goodbye. I had to tell the family I'd be gone. Hopefully, the kids hadn't gotten too reliant on me bringing food every day. The difference between home and the guild always startled me. It was like stepping into a whole different world, and now that I was part of the new one, I could never truly return. Some other urchin tried to steal my money pouch on the way. How often had I been the opposite end of that very interaction? I ran him down easily, my weakness of the past dropping further and further away. I felt like I'd betrayed something when I had to kick him to the floor to get my stuff back. It was easy, even with my hands full of food. I didn't kick that hard, so hopefully he wouldn't even bruise. Hopefully. I give him a small bread roll when he hands me my money back, telling him to eat it slowly. I needed that cash for my family, but, well, I wouldn't just become another Grig. I arrive home shortly afterwards, settling into routine. The usual tackles and hugs from the kids, followed by the usual distribution of food. And then finally, the markedly unusual disappointment that Orville hadn't joined me. He did most days, but I didn't want to bother him right before the team's first hunt. When the kids all had food in their hands, Lynn emerged from the shack as well, her usual goofy grin replaced with a smile of pure pride. She walked over and hugged me tightly, letting the embrace linger. "Vita," she murmured, "thank you so much. You've truly been a lifesaver these past couple weeks." "Literally?" I ask, raising an eyebrow. That was an important sort of clarification. She grimaces. "Maybe. I've kind of been relying on you. The broken Drakens seem to think that the help you're giving me means I have more time for them." I scowl. Were they trying to keep us all starving? Well, make sure you tell them I won't be able to help for a while. I'm going on my first hunt tomorrow. Lynn's eyes go wide, a worried expression marring her freckled face. Really? That's so soon. They're going to send you out after only a couple weeks of training. Are things okay at the guild? The way we were told. We were being sent because our team was a perfect fit for the job, I answer, shrugging. I don't know if there's more to it, but the work does seem to be tailored for our team. Plus, Remus will be with us, and he's crazy powerful. I think it'll be fine. My guess is that I'll be away for the next 5 days. You can count on me coming back richer and stronger. Lynn takes a deep breath before leaning down and scooping me up into another hug. It startled me so much that I almost grabbed for my spear, but legs dangling, I wrapped my arms around her and hugged her back instead. "You can count on the Drakens taking every last cent," she whispered softly in my ear. "They just want to use me. There's no intention of letting us pay off the debt." Damn, I had been afraid of that. "They should know better than to steal from thieves," I whisper back. "Tread carefully, Vita," she answers. "They don't control all this by chance." I nod and she puts me back down. "So, wow. Your first big hunt, huh?" Lynn says, her usual goofy grin back on her face. "Don't be making me cry now, Vita. The boys already joke that I'm a mom." Well, she totally was a mom, but I don't know if it's a good idea to tell her that. She de-raised most of these kids, and even if I've only been with her a year, she was the closest thing to family I had. Honestly, I've always wondered. "Lynn, why do you do all this?" I ask. "Like all the charity stuff. It's weird." She puffed out her cheeks a little, blowing out air. "Well, that's a doozy of a question, isn't it? Why do you do it?" I blink. What the heck was she talking about? "I owe you. I promised." "Nah," she said, waving dismissively. "You don't owe me shit, Vita. That's what charity means. I'll damn well take the help, but if you never wanted to come back here, I wouldn't be surprised or disappointed. Nothing is actually stopping you from keeping it all, you know. So why do you do it?" Why was she pointing this out? Was this some kind of test? "I'm not really asking about me," I protest. "Your answer is part of my answer," she responds smugly. "Come on, humor me, kiddo." "Am not a kiddo," I grumble, thinking. Lynn is the whole reason I'm doing any of this. She's the whole reason I'm even alive. It seems like such a stupid question, but it's still so hard to answer. "I just don't think I could live with myself if I screwed you over," I eventually say. "That's kind of the heart of it, yeah," Lynn answers, nodding. "We have to live with ourselves or we die, physically or otherwise. I'm a thief, kid. I don't know if I can not be a thief. There's nothing better than that rush of outmaneuvering everyone and running off into the night. But way back when I started to think, am I a bad person for feeling that way? I'm a criminal for sure. I make my living by screwing other people over. That eats at me. So I start to steal from those who I think deserve it. Assholes, hoarders, the kind of folk that keep the little people down. But it still eats at me. I'm still just some bitch that steals to steal. So one day I get the bright idea to give it all away. She indicates me, the shack, the kids themselves who are each paying rapt attention to the story. Lynn doesn't talk about her past. None of us do. And hey, now I'm providing for starving orphan kids. Now I feel good. I'm all cool and superior to everyone I steal from. That's what you all are, my little excuses. She shrugs, I frown. But you care about us, right? More than anything in the world, she answers seriously. I would do anything for you goobers, anything at all. It surprised me. I didn't expect to get so attached. I swallow, holding back on the urge to hug her again. Likewise, I choke out. Please stay safe while I'm gone, Lynn. Hey, that's my line, she laughs. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to you. Well, I know exactly what I'm going to do if something happened to her. I really, really hope it doesn't come to that. Lynn's smile drops a little. Hey, no need to make that kind of face, Vita. I'll be just fine. You focus on yourself, okay? I'll give Rowan your love. I don't think he'll be back before you go. Oh, that sucked. Oh well, I'd hug him when I get back. Thanks, Lynn, for everything. I just wanna say. I trail off, the words catching in my throat. How could I express this to her? We know that we're not just excuses, Lynn. You're a good person. Maybe I'm not like the right person to judge that. But you're the best person I know, Lynn. Please don't forget that. A look of surprise stole her smile for a moment before it returned twofold. Oh, Vita. Come here, you. She grabbed me again, lifting me up and giving me a massive squeeze. You're the best kid a girl could ever ask for. Still with the kid stuff. All right, that's it. If she was gonna keep on that, I have to fight back. Well, you're the best mom a girl could ask for. Ack, she yelped. See, come on, Vita. Aren't I more like an older sister? Nope, I say firmly. Mom, you're mom now. She drops me, clutching her heart dramatically. Oh, such betrayal from one of my own. It wounds me. It wounds me deep. Hey, Mom, since you're my mom and all, I start, watching with amusement as she pretends to have a spasm. Our team's biomancer told me to ask you something. What's menstruation? She pauses, raising an eyebrow. Then she grins. Oh no, she was going to counter my counter. Really, I figured you've been taking care of it all this time. You know, since you're not a kid and all. Lynn, I warn. Okay, okay, she says, laughing. Then she slaps herself on the groin. It's when blood comes out of your woo-woo. I blink. Are you messing with me? I ask. She frowns, deflating a little. You're serious. Well, no, not messing. Come on downstairs, I'll show you some stuff, I guess. Is yours really just starting? I head down with her, where she proceeds to explain to me the horror that is female puberty. It's full of a concerning amount of mights and maybes, but I soak up the information as well as I can. It makes my head spin a little. All women really go through this. How had I not known? It's a good thing I asked, or else I would have freaked the fuck out when it started happening. Eventually, the explanation was over, and the two of us moved on to other topics, but there was a lot to think about there. Ah, maybe I could get out of it if I turned myself into a revenant or something. Oh, I meant to mention earlier. Squigs and Friggs came after me last week and basically told me to pay them money later. Yeah, I heard, Lynn answered, scowling. I almost gutted the both of them when they told me about it. Be careful with them, Vita. You're lucky the fat one likes you. They don't really seem that strong, I comment. They're not the strongest, she hedges. Get them in a fair fight, and you might survive it. The issue is that if they actually want to come after you, you won't see them coming. But if you just off them preemptively, you're gonna have the whole guild on your ass. I'll keep that in mind, I say. It's kind of weird having someone as happy and upbeat as you give me murder advice, though. Yeah, well, it's kind of weird that someone as tiny and cute as you calls my warning of caution murder advice. Are you sure you've been doing okay? I have food now, I answer simply. There's more to life than food, Vita. Tell that to the starving. I stand up, stretching. It would be dark soon. Lynn walks over and gives me another hug, taking that as the goodbye it was. I happily return the embrace, squeezing her as tightly as I can. Good luck out there, she says. I'll be worrying about you the whole time you're gone, so be sure to come back here as soon as you can, okay? Okay, I promise. I head back up the ladder, say goodbye to the kids, and return to the guild house just before dark. Nora is already snoring when I arrive in the room, Penelope burning the midnight oil to concentrate on her rats. I'm sure whatever she's doing takes intense concentration and skill, but to me it just looks like she's holding a rodent and having a staring contest with it. It takes quite a bit of effort to suppress my urge to laugh at that, but I succeed. With both my teammates occupied, I suppose I should try to get some rest before the big day. Undressing and plopping onto bed, I cuddle up with Roscoe and follow Nora to dreamland. 15. Growing vigilance. Wake the fuck up, Remus roars, pounding on the door. We're heading out in 10. Get your crap together and meet in the yard. Nora, Penelope, and I are all startled straight out of our beds, rushing into action. My heart beats fast from the anticipation as much as the rude wake-up call. I was going to be gone for days in the wilderness. This is my last chance to make sure I have everything packed. I give Roscoe a huge squeeze, but carefully, fearfully, regretfully put him back in bed. His safety was paramount. For the first time, he cannot join me where I will go. Tomorrow will be the first day I sleep without him in over a year. Yet I had work to do, so I couldn't linger long. I get dressed and get my spear, my armor, my supplies, making sure they're all in place. I pack in a utility knife, double-checking that it's secure. I pack extra clothes and a blanket, useful essentials that don't weigh too much. I have to be swift and vigilant. Running downstairs, I chomp down as much food as I deem wise and meet up with the team. I show up right in the middle, third behind Nora and Orville. To my surprise, Bentley is actually slower than Penelope, and the team briefly ribs him about it before Remus snaps at us to follow. It's hard to believe this is happening so fast. Everything in my life has been happening fast, all of a sudden. I guess that's just how it goes. The jog to the edge of the city was pretty uneventful, as most people were still getting out of bed. I've never been this close to the walls without being in a sewage zone, so I had a chance to appreciate them for what was basically the first time. The structures that surrounded and protected Skyhope were absolutely massive, extending far beyond the tallest buildings. My team made it to the gate in short order, the guards there saluting at Remus as he went by. At first, the outside view wasn't too impressive, just the rock of the crater wall, which everyone had to trudge up before anything else. At the top, though, no matter where I went in the city, it was impossible to see past the stone protections. The world outside them was always derided as harsh and cruel, unfit for human life, a place only for desperate travelers, madmen, and yes, hunters. Now, for the first time in my entire life, I finally saw beyond. It's beautiful, I whisper. A path from the gate curves out and around the massive crater behind us, surrounded by craggy chunks of stone flung hundreds of years ago by the impact. Beyond that, the world gets greener and greener, eventually blossoming into a massive, untamed jungle that stretches farther away than I've ever been able to see before. I saw, for the first time, a horizon, a massive expanse that terminated at nothing less than the infinite yellow sky. I could see the edge from here, the indisputable proof that we, too, stood on one of the flying chunks of rock that dotted the world above. I, who lived in a city I so arrogantly called big, were just a tiny, unnoticeable speck on the world that truly was, which lay itself out before me. I'm not the only one in awe either. Even Remus pauses to let everyone soak the sight in. It is beautiful, he agrees, but almost everything you see exists as a danger to us. This is it, boys and girls. No one knows what all is out there. None of your training prepared you for this. Stay sharp, learn fast, or die. Yes, sir, my team chorused back, and we moved out. The sights didn't get old, even as the hours passed. I'm always surrounded by tiny bug souls, vermin souls, bird souls. Things like that were all over the city. Yet the variety and insane quantity of souls here was almost overwhelming, before even factoring in all the new and exciting soulless stuff. Long grass tickles at my legs as I push through it, directing the team where to go. Only an hour into our journey, I felt something large enough to make my heart skip a beat. A humming green soul with an acrid smell that made me want to stay far, far away. Directing the team around and away from it, we continue on. Yet the further we got from the city, the more such dangerous souls tickled my mind. By the time we got to the jungle, they were everywhere, all sorts of kinds. Eventually, I have no choice but to push my team somewhere dangerous on purpose. There simply wasn't anywhere else to go. I don't think we can avoid running into something that feels scary at this point, I tell everyone about 5 hours into the trip. If we want to make any more progress, we're gonna have to fight something. What kind of something are we talking about? Nora asks. I'm not sure how to answer that. I've been mostly keeping mum on how people feel to my soul sense, not wanting to inadvertently give out hints that it's animancy-based. The two safest paths I can suss out go right next to a pack of just under a dozen smallish, pulsing red souls, or get dangerously close to a single sweet-tasting sharp soul that's much, much larger. I have absolutely no idea which would be safer, or what any of them even are before I get near them. I take a deep breath. They're my team. I need their advice on what to do. Besides, it wasn't a huge jump from what they knew I was capable of. Ah, well, the two safest paths I can feel go by a big guy who feels sharp and a bunch of little dudes that feel pulsy, I say. Pulsy, Orville asks. Yeah, like. They pulse, but maybe not literally. My power is not an exact science. We go for the little ones, obviously, Penelope says. Get me a vantage point, and we won't even have to fight them. I look between the rest of the team, who all nod. Remus doesn't react at all. He's probably trying to stay impartial. Yeah, that sounds ideal, Nora agrees. You're not going to run out of juice for the big job, are you? Please, Penelope answers, rolling her eyes. I have this and then some. I must admit, I look forward to showing you what I can actually do. Okay, well, we're going to go that way then, I answer, pointing. A tense 20 minutes later, and I halt the team again, carefully climbing up a tree to see if I can spot whatever was setting my senses off. Sure enough, in a clearing ahead, these incredibly bloated pig-like creatures waddle around on four stubby legs. Each was about the size of a morbidly obese housecat, with a long snout and no apparent eyes. They moved slowly, hoovering up plant matter around them. They seemed totally harmless. If not for how odd their souls felt, I wouldn't assume they were threatening at all. We're not going to take chances this early, though. From my branch, I hold a hand down, and Nora passes Penelope up to me. Penelope nods when I point out the weird little fat things holding out a hand in their direction. Her eyes focus, and I feel the tiniest stirring in her soul. For the next minute, nothing seems to happen. I watch with bated breath, giving Penelope whatever time she seems to need. Then, suddenly, one of the little creatures falls over. Then another, and another, over and over until all 11 of them are motionless. Then they die, something my senses can barely feel breaking within them. The souls float up ever so slightly, resting just above the corpse they were once part of. Even as relatively small as they are, they're far, far larger than rat souls. It's quite a bounty. I feel out with my senses, making sure even the ones out of sight were dead. They were. Dead souls shone far more easily to me, beautiful bright spots to my mind. I wanted them. How could I get close enough to collect the souls without being suspicious, though? Ah, I have an idea. Okay, they're dead, I announce. Should we recover any materials from these things? Remus hopped up the tree, staring down at the bodies. Not what we're here for, but good instinct, Vita. Follow me, this will be a lesson. He jumps down and heads towards the bodies, letting me scramble after and help Penelope do the same. Score. They were valuable, which was great in and of itself, but now I have an excuse to get close and nab souls. Wait, calm down. Don't get too excited me. I still have to be nonchalant about it. How did you do that, Penelope? I ask, trying to seem as interested as possible while I mentally drooled over my treats. I crafted an airborne infection that targeted their nervous centers, she answers frankly. Wait, what? Orville asks. That sounds really bad. We're not gonna die, are we? Don't worry, Bentley answered happily. I'm sure Penelope wouldn't do anything to put us in danger. Indeed, she answered. You should all be fine. And on the off chance that you do get infected, I'll heal you. Wow, reassuring, Nora commented. Quit bantering and get over here, Remus demanded. One of you grab the bodies and gather them here. On it, sir. I happily volunteer. Skewar. Be careful with them. I head to the nearest one, yonking the soul and storing it in my arm. I don't eat it quite yet, moving on to pick up the dead body. Bright red markings streak the back and sides of the little ball of fat, and the thing smelled absolutely wretched, like farts mixed with rotten eggs. Carefully and gently, I grabbed each body, stored the soul, and brought them to Remus. You are all damn lucky that you have an offensive biomancer on your team, Remus says flatly, causing Penelope to preen like a peacock. These are blast hogs. They're aggressive, they can spit acid, and if you puncture them in the wrong place or punt 'em too hard, they blow up. There's a beat of silence from the team. As in, inflate, sir, Orville asks slowly. No, as in explode. Remus pulls out a knife and stabs into the side of a blast hog, causing each of us to wince in anticipation of the promised detonation. It doesn't come, Remus instead carefully cutting the creature open and extracting a bladder-like organ, his gloves slicked with blood. This bit right here is the nasty shit. We can sell these for a lot in the walls. It's full of some valuable chemical or another. I don't know how it works. I'll show you lot how to cut one open again, and then you'll each get to try it. Don't fuck up. I then spent a harrowing half an hour carefully carving up a corpse that could and would kill me if I made the wrong mistake. The team collected the bomb bladders and promptly set out. Not bad, Remus said to everyone. You should be able to collect materials much faster than this, but at least you're all still alive. Thank you for the lesson, sir, I say honestly. 11 souls. Each one nearly as large as a human child's. Would these bladders be useful as a weapon in an emergency, or are they better to just sell? They're better to sell, he answered simply. If you've got a strong arm, you might be able to throw them at something hard enough to burst. But a skilled craftsman can make you much more reliable bombs from the stuff inside one of these. How much does a bomb cost? I ask. How much are these worth? I almost trip when he gives me the number. That's enough to feed the kids for a week. I let Remus hold them all, not wanting to accidentally set the volatile wads of cash off in a fight. The rest of the day goes similarly. Engagements with the wildlife happen on our terms, and when they happen, it usually involves Penelope slaughtering them before they even understand they're in danger. The girl is genuinely terrifying, always getting this satisfied look on her face after she kills hordes of little monsters. I can't help but wonder if I look like that sometimes. More importantly, I've managed to gather quite a few more souls, disguising my avarice for blasphemous power as mere avarice for cold, hard cash. Remus seems pleased with my entrepreneurial spirit and is more than happy to teach my team how to collect the most valuable parts of whatever we come across and kill. I don't grab every dead soul, however. I don't want to look suspicious, and sometimes Remus declares a given animal as worthless. It's so tempting to go after them, as delicious and bright as they feel to me. Yet passing some up at least gives me some important information. If I leave a soul alone for too long, it starts to sink. Or perhaps, I suspect, It is grabbed by something I cannot sense, pulled down through the island to whatever lies below. I shudder, willing myself to not relive the memory of that incomprehensible being's touch. We should make camp soon, Nora announces. Giant's thumb is going to pass over in a couple hours, and Vita needs to rest for the night shift. I nod in agreement. Thank goodness. What I and likely everyone else will never admit is that we're all completely exhausted. Simply moving forward in the dense jungle is slow, stressful, and difficult. I'm sore all over, and I'm even more mentally exhausted than I am physically. The rest of the team never gets to feel all the horrifying crap I'm constantly leading them away from. Camp doesn't take long to set up, at least, and I'm firmly commanded to sleep as soon as I get a basic setup for doing so. Even though it's still light out, I have absolutely no trouble passing out at the earliest opportunity, even lacking Roscoe's comforting presence. It feels like I just fell over when Bentley shakes me back awake. I try to open my eyes a few times before realizing it's just really damn dark outside. No city lights, I suppose. Just a huge chunk of rock blotting out the sky overhead. Already, I murmur. Sorry, Vita, Bentley murmurs back. I can't see a thing. Everyone else is asleep. I nod, stretching as quietly as I can and pulling myself out from under my blanket. A crazy amount of souls were nearby, but thankfully not many of them were moving around. It was bedtime for everything, I suppose. Well, except for me. I feel outward with my senses. Souls are largely static things, not prone to changing much in response to their body's current condition. Yet some tiny part of them is affected, and I've been trying for a while to refine my soul sense to detect that part. It's going slower than I would like, but consciousness was a relatively easy thing to detect, at least by those standards. This was important, because I wanted to make absolutely certain that Remus was asleep before I eat any of the souls I've hidden inside my body. I focus for a long, long time. As best I can tell, the old man is indeed passed out. Finally. I've been looking forward to eating these things all day. I pull one out and slide it down my throat, feeling it unravel and add itself to my power. Fuck, that felt good. Already, a little bit of exhaustion from the long day and my far too brief sleep fades away. I wish I could devour my whole stock. I have nearly 24 souls left. Monster hunting is amazing, but one thought stays my appetite. If Lynn can feel me get stronger, surely Remus can too. If something strong suddenly appears beside him, wouldn't Remus wake up? If he finds out it's me, wouldn't he question it? So I limit myself for now. I'm just guessing, but better to be overcautious than overconfident. If things get bad, I can devour my spare souls in a pinch. It doesn't seem like whatever pulls them down below the island is interested in taking them out of my body, which I am certainly thankful for. A bit stronger, a bit more awake, I keep watch throughout the night, dropping another sinful snack down my throat when I get close to nodding off. About 6.25 hours later, light from above peaks past Giant's Thumb and daytime rapidly returns. I've only chomped on 4 of the blast pig souls, but I'm still feeling pretty fresh after the all-nighter. I'm starting to close the power gap between myself and my allies, or widening it, in Orville's case. It feels good. I feel lighter. I make sure to pay careful attention to Remus as he gets up, but if he notices anything off about me, it doesn't show. I'm excited, but I try not to forget Rowan's warning that skill is more important than raw power. But maybe with enough raw power. Everything good overnight, Vita? Nora asks. Didn't get too bored. I'm surprised you never tagged out. No, didn't get bored, I answer. Plenty to think about. She chuckles. All right, well, we got it from here if you want to rest a bit. I shake my head, standing up. I felt fine, and there was still a long, long walk before the team reached the last place the burrow hounds were reported. Things hadn't gone as bad as I've been led to believe. I've had plenty of worse days in the slums. I hope it will stay that way for the rest of the trip. Somehow, of course, I knew it wouldn't. 16. Route on the route. It's not working, Penelope whispered to me. What's not working? I answer quietly back. My magic, obviously, she hissed. They're fighting off the disease faster than I can add it to their system. I could try to brute force an organ failure, but from this distance. I scowl, staring down at the tentacled creatures below me. They seem deceptively simple. Too short of a dozen tendrils, each about 2 to 3 feet long, radiate out of a small, spherical core about the size of 2 fists. The creatures hang around in a pack of 16, rotating slowly as they glide smoothly along the ground, picking up bugs with their steps and shoving them into a small mouth in the core. They were fascinating, almost entrancing creatures to watch in their simplicity and efficiency. They were kind of cute. I've never seen anything quite like them before. Unfortunately, my soul sense indicated that they were all dangerous, and Remus insisted that all creatures outside the walls should be assumed hostile. My team's strategy of guiding Penelope to a vantage point and letting her concoct a lethal disease for anything that stood in our way had finally hit a roadblock. But it was a roadblock at something I really didn't want to fight. The second day of our journey had been full of these kinds of hard situations, and people were starting to feel the pressure. It would also be likely to tire you out, and we've been relying on you for the whole journey, I murmur. We might need to kill them the old-fashioned way, or take another route. I'm not any more likely to be of help if we run into those massive creatures you warned us about, Penelope answers back. Total body mass is a significant factor in what I can and cannot efficiently kill with an infection. These things are just oddly resistant. I scowled deeper, not sure what to do. The creatures had twisting souls that undulated and snapped at rapid speeds. I'm guessing they'll be fast, mobile, and intelligent enemies. Against 16 of them, I'm afraid it won't be a fight the team can win. Was any other way forward better? Searching my senses and memory, I'm not sure there was anything. Navigating a safe path through the forest was like navigating a clean path through the sewers. It's not about if we smell bad, it's just what we end up stinking like the most. The big problem is that the large-souled creatures seem to have territories. If we started to move too close, sometimes even if I'm barely sensing them at the edge of my range, they would start moving towards us. The whole forest was terrifyingly aggressive. Traveling had been a product of poking at the edges of those territories to determine where the hell they were, then trial and erroring a path between them before any of the big guns actually reached us. I have absolutely no idea how a team would survive without someone whose senses were at least as good as mine. We've already had too many close calls. We'd have to go through one of those territories if we wanted to avoid these tentacle things. Remus called them little disciples. We'd probably take them easily if he stepped in, but then we would fail the test. Kind of defeats the point. I tilt my head towards the rest of the team, and Penelope nods. The two of us head down to meet up with them. Nora raises a questioning eyebrow and gives a thumbs up, as if to ask, "Are we good?" I shake my head, giving a thumbs down. "Disease resistant," I report quietly. The team swears. I have an idea that's either clever or moronic. Remus, how viable would it be to try and lure two groups of monsters together and let them fight it out? I ask. The old man takes no time to consider it. Not viable at all. The thing about a strategy like that is that it might work, and if it does, great. But it won't work every time, and when it doesn't work, you now have twice as many angry monsters on your ass. You need to go into every plan assuming that the plan will fail, because someday it will, such as right now. I nod, having figured as much. Penelope had been downright tickled to be the one doing most of the killing so far, but now we were pretty deep in the forest, and the rest of the team didn't have much experience actually fighting monsters. Our backup plans were not very good. "Well, these guys look fast and smart," I murmur to the team. "And there's 16 of them. But if we try to head around, we're gonna attract the attention of whatever big-ass thing was making those thumping noises." The team shuddered. We're stuck between 16 rocks and a hard place that was probably spiky and shot acid. "I vote we get the little guys," Orville says eventually. "We at least have the element of surprise, and we know what we're up against." Taking the gamble against some huge thing Vita sensed that we know nothing about is a bad play. "There's way too many for me to block, though," Nora rumbles from within her armor. "They're gonna get past." Orville nods. I say Penelope stays back with me, up high on a vantage point. She buffs me up as much as she can. I fill them with arrows while you three protect the tree. "Can you make those shots? They move super weird, and their actual bodies are only about this big." I put my hands together to show him. He frowns, but nods, with Penelope steadying my aim. "Probably. There's still going to be plenty for the rest of you to kill, though." Bentley nods. "I think it's a good idea," he says in about as quiet a tone as the huge boy can muster. "We can protect a single tree trunk, right?" "Will you be okay down here with us tall folk, Vita?" Nora asks, grinning. "Guess I'll have to be," I answer humorlessly, grabbing at my spear. Damn, would I be able to do this? If worse came to worst, should I pull their souls out? Should I turn them against each other, make them into zombies? Would I survive the aftermath of that if I tried it? Probably not. "I'll keep that as Plan Z. I suppose I'm back to support," Penelope sighed. "I know I'm still needed for our main objective, but I think it's best if I exert myself a bit here regardless." Her fingers were already tracing those invisible patterns only learned mages could see, taking her time with a complicated weaving rather than the quick spells she used in the middle of battle. She touched me, and I felt magic take hold, though I'm not sure what her spell actually did. She repeated the process for the others, trying to hide the sweat rolling down her face as she did so. Then she and Orville made their way up a tree, while me and the others put our backs to it, Nora in front with myself, and Bentley flanking her. Half a minute passed, then Orville let loose a shot. One of the 16 souls died immediately. Another shot came, then another, claiming one more life. The little disciples screeched in fury, blasting towards our team even faster than I had suspected. I gripped my spear tight, battle stance ready as they burst through the underbrush. Yet another dead to Orville's shots as they skittered towards us at terrifying speeds. 13 were still left when the first one made contact, Nora stepping forward to slam it with her shield. Penelope murmured something above us, and the spell in my body activated, sharpening my focus to a razor's edge. I stabbed down, taking the stunned monster's life, as Bentley's wild swings ripped half the tentacles off of two others, crippling them. Yet there's still 10 more, and the remaining beasts all hit at once. Their horrible screeches ring in my ears as one leaps at me, a circular mouth full of rows upon rows of serrated teeth opening from its core. There's an intense calm about me as magic guides my limbs and accelerates my thoughts. I stab forward, clean through the mouth, ready to move on to the next one. But it doesn't die. The little horror clamps down on my spear, blood spewing from its mouth. It actually bites down, ripping the tip right off. Shit, in an instant, everything is chaos. 3 little disciples crawl over Nora, blinding her and trying to peel her helmet off her head. 2 more harass Bentley, screeching and hissing as they dance outside the range of his axe, distracting him. The one with my spear tip embedded in him struggles to move, but 2 more shoot past and start climbing the tree. I swing what remains of my spear like a club, aiming to knock them off as tentacles suddenly wrap around my leg, lamprey-like mouth chomping open my calf. I turn to try and beat the newcomer off just in time to see the last disciple jumping right at my face. Pain surges through me, and while it's no worse than what I've had before, it was going to be if I didn't do something. The thing on my leg reels, opening its jaws in preparation for a deeper bite. I wouldn't even be able to stand soon, and if that happens, I'm dead. Screw that. This arrogant fucking animal was touching me. I rip its soul out through its tentacles, pulling its life into the very leg it was trying to dine on. It took more effort than I expected, but it was still fast enough. Still, it was best not to get caught. I yank the utility knife out from my belt, dropping my broken spear. The other leaping monster collides with my head, but I devour the life from its body the moment it touches me, before it can even try to bite. With 2 quick jabs of my knife, it's easy to stab the already dead disciples. Hopefully, no one would catch them being dead beforehand. Orville, incoming, I shout, turning my attention to the disciples on Nora. They had actually succeeded in undoing the straps on her helmet, which she was trying desperately to hold on to. I grab one of the disciples with my free hand, kill it, and stab its body. The other 2 immediately turn on me, screeching in fury but meeting similar fates. A blast of wind from above almost knocks me face first into the ground, sending the 2 disciples on the tree careening to the forest floor. They screech furiously, but seem to notice they're now outnumbered, as they immediately turn and skitter away at speed. The ones Bentley had been fighting do the same. Damn, everything was so much easier with necromancy. 5 pretty decent souls, just like that. My bleeding leg finally gives out as I feel the living disciples flee as far away as they can. Ah, they got me right on the inside of the knee. Whoa, that's a lot of blood. Hold her still, Penelope snaps, climbing down the tree and rapidly casting something. She drops next to me as Nora grabs my torso. Penelope runs her fingers across the back of my leg, her eyes going wide as her fingers return slick with blood. Shit, she swears. Anticoagulant. Nora, pressure here. I need to. I tuned out after that, as the energy from Penelope's prior spell quickly dissipated and left me suddenly feeling very, very lightheaded. Things happen in a bit of a blur after that, and the next thing I know Penelope was slapping my cheek lightly and trying to get me to eat something. I didn't understand. No one ever gave me food except Lynn. Was Lynn here? No, that was Lynn. Where was that beautiful soul that glows like the sky? Well, no way I'm going to turn down a free meal. I happily munch a little, drinking the proffered water afterwards. What was I doing again? I must drift off to sleep after a while, because the next thing I know I'm lying on the ground, wrapped in a blanket. I sit up slowly, looking and feeling around as the memories of the fight play through my head. My team was here, all awake and standing guard. They all seemed fine. I must have been the only one to get hurt. Go figure. Judging by the islands overhead, a few hours had passed. Oh, hey, we're alive, I announce. That's good. Immediately, Bentley rushes over and grabs me from behind, picking me up into a huge hug. I squawk in surprise and Penelope screeches at him to put me down, but the dude is so busy crying joyfully into the back of my gambeson that he doesn't listen. Vita! Oh geez, Vita. We were so worried. I'm fine. Bentley, I'm okay. Put me down. You're going to attract monsters or something. Vita, stop kicking, Penelope snaps. I haven't fully treated your wound yet. Vita, Penelope said you were poisoned, and you weren't saying anything, and I was so worried, and... That went on for a while. Eventually, the pandemonium from my awakening dies down, and I got a recap of what happened. The little bastards were poisonous, and I shamefully was the only one that ended up getting bitten. Just as I thought. Hey, don't look so down, Vita, Nora said, slapping me painfully on the back. You saved my ass. You killed 6 of them and I couldn't even get one. For real, Orville agreed. You're even better with a knife than you are a spear. I'm really, really not, I protest immediately. Penelope's focus spell was doing all the work, and I still almost died. I glance over at Remus, who's giving me this look. Shit, what did he know? Did he see me? Shut up and keep eating, Penelope orders, pulling me from my fears. Food could always do that. There was some necrotic muscle damage, and I need you to have enough food in your body to put it all back together. Be careful next time. Sorry, I will, I say, gratefully collecting myself another sandwich. It's no good for morale if the team mascot stays injured after all. I glance at Remus, who actually smirks a little at my callback joke. Ha, well, maybe he won't murder me for blasphemy then. Cheeky brat, he comments. You can't be that injured if you're well enough to say stupid shit. The rest of the team seems confused by the comment, except for Nora, who puts me in a light headlock and laughs. Team mascot. Holy shit, I guess you're tiny enough for the job. It's funny because my height is a product of extreme past suffering, I respond blandly, taking a bite out of the sandwich. Nora takes it as a joke, which it kind of was, shaking me a little more. Everyone get off her, Penelope eventually orders. Do not touch her until I say she is healed. Laughing at the fuming biomancer, the team backs off and lets me eat. I successfully down another sandwich before Penelope demands to look at my leg again, which I gladly show her. "Thank you, Pen," I tell her. "You saved my bacon." "That was not a bacon sandwich, and don't call me that." "No, it's an expression. I'm just expressing gratitude because you saved my life. I really prefer being alive, so I appreciate it." She snorts, as if I had the option of anything less. "The whole mission ends if you die. We're completely reliant on you to chart us a path, and also in combat, apparently." "That's not the kind of thing I'm confident I can repeat," I protest again. "Hell, I could stab half the stuff in this forest right in the head, and they'd just shrug it off." Penelope stared at me for a bit, her piercing gaze judging me silently. "Well, as long as you're functional for your main purpose, you should be good to walk now. Do you need further rest, or shall we get going?" I move my leg experimentally, wincing a little. I really didn't want to slow the team down any more than before, but walking probably wasn't the best idea. Should I just walk on it anyway? No. Pride was stupid. I may as well rest. If only I could rest while moving. I glance over at Nora. She stares back, raising an eyebrow. I hold both arms out towards her, making grabby hands. "What?" she asks. I wiggle my arms a little, flexing my fingers faster. A small, whimpering noise escapes my lips. Behold, Nora, the ultimate technique of the tiny beggar, the cute and innocent face. "Oh my God, do you want to be carried?" she asks, slowly starting to grin. "Come on, Vita. Use your words, honey." I whine again and shake my arms more, causing her to laugh and stand up. Gathering her things, she lifts me all the way onto her shoulders. Holy crap, she was tall. "There, you dork. Now which way are we going?" I giggle and point, orienting my mental map immediately. Hopefully, we could still get most of the way to the objective before night time. I didn't want to be away from home any longer than I had to. 17. Monstrous musings. The pressure is on as we continue. Souls start getting larger and larger on average as we move further and further from the city, and it's getting increasingly difficult to avoid large monster territories. Still getting a piggyback ride, I use Nora's helmet as a surface to help repair my spear on the go, which she tolerates with the patience of a goddess. More and more monsters end up resistant to Penelope's attacks as well, to her increasing dismay. Still, the team manages to cut our way through a winding path of obstacles, making good progress before settling down for the night. I have another nap before nightfall, assuring everyone I got good rest on Nora's shoulders and that I'll be fine overnight. It isn't a very long night, thankfully, so I even believe myself. You know, as long as I got a few soul-based pick-me-ups to help keep me awake. Unfortunately, to my annoyance, some people seem to be having difficulty going to sleep. I had been afraid of something like this. I think Remus knows something is up. Will he confront me about this? Will he find out? Will I be killed? Yet while the others rest, Penelope is actually the one who got up and sat down next to me instead. "If you're hiding another talent," she hisses quietly, "it would be damn helpful if the team knew about it." My eyes narrow. What did she notice? I need to tread carefully here. Appeal to her ego, she'll like that. Is stabbing things considered a talent nowadays? I ask, voice flat. I'm telling you, your spell just makes it way easier to move and think. Vita, she answers, her eyes narrow. Remus had us take apart the bodies while you were passed out. Your last 5 kills didn't die from dagger wounds. I swallow. What the heck did they die from then? I don't know, she answers icily. I was hoping you could tell me. I grimace, body sagging. What the heck do I say? Oh yeah, you caught me. I'm actually forbidden by the church and government to exist. I might be able to brush off my death touch as a non-animancy talent, but having more than one talent was pretty rare. People will be inclined to wonder how scout sense links up with an apparently non-biological kill vector, and I don't doubt 1 or 2 people will come up with soul magic. That was too many. I didn't want this spreading around. Okay. You got me, pen, I say dramatically. The truth is, I'm so stunningly beautiful that lesser creatures faint in my presence. And what? It's true, I drawl. The gods themselves sing praises of my infinite beauty. Not even the Mistwatcher could resist holding me in a delicate embrace. She slaps me backhanded hard. The crack of it echoes once in the otherwise silent night as a welt blooms on my cheek. Well, Remus is definitely awake now. Do you think that you're funny? She hisses. We all could have died. You nearly did die, and you're making jokes. I guess I get to add you to the list of people that will hit me if I say something they don't like, I comment dryly. Is she going to keep pushing this? Damn it, this is the worst possible time, too. If Remus had been asleep, I might have been able to just kill her and make her a revenant. She'll at least stop being such a bitch to me all the time. An expert biomancer can probably stop herself from decomposing, right? Wouldn't that be a fun and handy way to make her use her powers? Quit looking at me that way, Penelope says, leaning back a little. Quit. Quit staring as if I'm beneath you, you little shrimp. I blink in surprise, mastering my expression with significant effort. Right. I should calm the fuck down. My cheek stings a bit, but that's no reason to plot a fucking murder. What is wrong with me? She doesn't know anything. I'm fine. I take a deep breath. I'm sorry for the jokes, Penelope. I'm just really not comfortable talking about this, all right. I try to stand up and find a different place to sit, but she grabs my wrist and holds on. Why? She hisses. I glower down at her. Why what? Why did you come out of nowhere, accuse me of something crazy and hit me in the face? I don't know, Penelope. Now leave me alone. The others are trying to sleep. Her expression is furious, but she does let go and head back to her sleeping bag. Damn it. I had just started getting along with her a little. Stupid fucking necromancy. It's not like I want to keep it a secret. I just don't want to die. Furious with myself, with Penelope, and with the entire damn world, I settle in for a long night. Remus doesn't even go back to sleep, so I can't pull out a soul to munch on. Worse, an hour after Penelope passes out again, he gets up and sits down next to me. He doesn't say anything, though. He just looks up and watches the island above. I'm not in the mood for company right now, though. My thoughts race. Why is he here? Why is he being silent? Is this an intimidation tactic? If it is, it's damn well working. What are you doing here? I ask, giving into the silence first. He glances at me. In my experience, he says, most people come to the Hunters Guild to escape something. I frown back. The heck? Yeah, well, that makes sense to me. I probably wouldn't be here if starving to death wasn't my alternative, I tell him. He smiles knowingly. Though what he knew, or what he thought he knew, I had no idea. I'm not so sure you wouldn't be, he said simply. Most people come to the Hunters Guild to escape, but some come to seek. Adventure, glory, passion, death, for themselves or others. They are the ones that truly excel in this business. Penelope is like that. You are too. I scowl. Well, thanks for the vote of confidence, I guess. He turns his attention back to the sky. I once knew a man whose talent was to make living things explode. What? I ask, blinking with surprise. Yes, he said, nodding. They sent him to a research lab and reverse engineered it. It's an illegal spell now, something about gas production. Apparently the learned mages couldn't get it past even the weakest magic resistances, but he could just do it. To anyone, whenever he wanted. His gaze returns to me, eyes gleaming. His parents were carpenters, I think. He had been trained at the craft from a young age, and he was good at it. So, of course, everyone told him, just don't blow anything up and become a carpenter. But he ignored them all and joined the Hunters Guild instead. I scowl. What happened to him? I ask. Remus shakes his head. He served us wonderfully for 10 years, then one day his team went out and didn't come back. So it goes, but my point is, why? He wasn't forced by a life of hunger and cruelty. Penelope certainly wasn't. So why would they join us? Because this was the only place they could use their talents, I answer. It's part of who I am, Lynn had said. Remus nods. In his heart and in his soul, in the very core of his being. That man was a killer because he was born with a talent that killed. Talents want to be used. People want to grow. That is just part of what a human is. People like him, people like us. We kill monsters, so we do not become monsters ourselves. For some people, the Hunters Guild is a place to do something that matters before they die. Yet for others, it is the only place they can matter at all and still be themselves. I stare at him. He didn't seem aggressive, at least. But there were hundreds of talents he could be talking about. Would his stance change if I told him what mine is? You think I'm part of that category, I say. That I have a talent for killing. He shrugs. I suspected there was more to you from the moment you signed up. And you have grown more from these past 2 days of fighting to the death than all our training sessions together. I just wanted you to know that you're in good company when it comes to death. The Mistwatcher makes some of us healers and some of us warriors. It is just his will. Damn it, his will. Didn't that just cinch it, though? It figures that Remus is a Mistwatcher worshipper. All his flowery language applies to everyone but me, I bet. I appreciate that, I say stiffly. I still just don't think I'm comfortable talking about it. He flashed another knowing smile, which couldn't help but piss me off a little. He probably thinks he knows, because he probably never considered natural necromancy is on the table. Mistwatcher worshippers might want to kill me, but at least they also think I don't exist. That's all right for now. Just remember, one day you'll be out here and something will come after your team that will push you to the limit. If you hold back when that time comes, you will die. In my opinion, It's always better to go all out from the start than to save your trump card for the last move. Seize the upper hand and keep the momentum. That will always be more reliable than praying for a last-second reversal. He gets up and returns to his bed after that, leaving me to stew. Yeah, well, maybe I can become a way better hunter if I use hordes of undead. Wouldn't that be handy? Honestly, I'd love it. It sure must be nice having a talent people won't kill you for. Great advice, Remus. I should calm down. I'm probably just annoyed because I'm so exhausted. While I wait for everyone to pass out, I decide to check up on my own soul. I don't often pay too much attention to it, but with all these other souls I'm eating, I probably should keep better tabs on it. Before, it had been dark, lightning-like flashes glowing occasionally from within. It had since grown substantially. The flashes now settled into a calm light, oscillating in brightness as if breathing. It's as though the blackness is a shell, holding the glow in despite its small cracks. It feels like an egg. What am I? Am I even human? My soul looks and feels nothing like anyone else's. It's like some alien thing hiding in a facsimile of a human soul's shape, just a creature in a shell of a girl. Have I always been like this and never known? Or is adding other souls to my own changing how mine develops? I suppose it doesn't matter. I already know I'm a monster. Eventually, Remus falls back asleep. Thank goodness. Regardless of my musings, I happily pop out one of my spare snacks and swallow, letting stress melt away along with the soul in my belly. Ah, it felt so good. I couldn't stop now, so at least this is a fun way to end the day. I can't believe this job isn't even half over. 18. Hound eat hound. Hold up, I murmur. The team immediately halts, letting me get a better feel for whatever danced at the edge of my perceptions. The soul is small, brown like mud, and sounds like a single note of a song. Beautiful on its own, yet part of a greater whole incomprehensible from just this single piece. That's certainly striking, but what really caught my attention is the soul's location. I sense movement underground, I report. Right direction, about the right strength, might be the first sign of the target. Silent grins of relief spread over the team, partly because that's much better news than why I usually tell them to hold up, and mainly because we all wanted to get this hunt over with. Coming close to disaster had sobered us a lot yesterday, and a bit of extra stress is now floating around the team from Penelope's extra batch of coldness. She hasn't healed the hand-shaped welt on my face, though to my amusement, its presence mostly seems to get other teammates to ask her embarrassing questions. I'm not exactly sure what's being asked, but I can't say I don't enjoy the spurts of petty revenge as she sputters indignant responses. Her face gets redder than my cheek when she's worked up, and it amuses me greatly. Maybe I shouldn't have been so flippant with her. Can't spell sass without ass, after all. Still, none of it is something she should have hit me over. Especially not now. The middle of the mission is a bad time to confront people about deadly secrets, and a worse time to smack teammates. Whatever. The end is in sight, hopefully. As we resume moving forward, I feel more and more of the muddy song souls, each becoming more beautiful the more of them there are. It's certainly a colony of something that digs tunnels, and it's close to where the target is supposed to be. For the next phase of the plan, we need to circle around the outside of their tunnel network, figuring out exactly how big it is and guessing how many there are. Then we find an opening and use a combination of Penelope's sickness voodoo and Orville's wind magic to push a deadly infection down the burrows. It's a simple enough plan in concept, but brutally slow going in practice. Circling around the burrow hounds territory, or what I assume is the burrow hounds' territory. For all I knew, this could still be something totally different. Took upwards of 3 hours. Then it's slow, careful, silent progress over the outer tunnels of the territory, pressing forwards. If I feel them encroaching on the team, we would have to bolt. There are, thankfully, other monsters wandering around on the surface above the tunnels, so it should be safe to risk the same. I can't feel the tunnels themselves, but the closer we get to the center of the territory, the deeper I feel more of the souls. There's an odd quirk to some of them. A blackish, sticky soul is layered onto many of the creatures as they move, wedged right next to the normal soul. Maybe they're pregnant or have some kind of parasite. What makes it so odd is that parasites tend to have very tiny souls, often too small for me to detect, while inside a far larger body with a far larger soul next to them. The dark, sticky souls are about the same size as the main one, though. I have no idea what that could mean. Not a huge deal, I suppose. Either way, we're here to kill them. Eventually, I feel it. A spot where the souls move from above the ground to below and vice versa. With a vantage point, I spot them. The burrow hounds, like large moles with wide noses, they snuffled around on 4 legs, drooling wherever they walked. Contact, I whisper. Burrow hounds confirmed. Only about 6 of them are around this opening. There's a clearing around the hole where trees are uprooted by the hounds' rampant digging. Time to clear the area so the mages can work. Just 6, I murmur to the team, trading my vantage point with Orville. 4 in sprinting distance above ground, 2 in the burrow. Sounds like we're up then, Nora responds, readying her shield. I'll draw the 2 in the burrow out and run back to you. These guys are weaker than the little disciples, right, Vita? Way weaker, I confirm. Like maybe half an orphan each, probably not smart enough to grab at your helmet. Half an orphan, Orville murmurs from above. So I'm with you, Vita, Bentley asks hesitantly. Yes, I confirm. Stay hidden until Nora brings them over. We don't want any heading back to the burrow. We want this one open and safe for us to drop Death down. He nods, a bit less of his fire than usual. I suppose even he must be worn out for the trip. That, or maybe he's embarrassed by his showing in the little disciple fight. Small, weak enemies were not his forte, and this would be more of the same. Small, weak enemies were my forte, though. That said, I don't want to over-rely on my soul-sucking. Getting close enough to monsters to touch them is a dumb idea when I have a spear. Of course, letting monsters eat me when I can murder them with a touch is also dumb, but not giving them a chance to eat me in the first place seems ideal. I'm sticking with the spear. Nora's lure works, no surprise considering how huge and loud she is, and the 2 hounds rush over to where we hide in the brush. A quick stab from me, a wide swing from Bentley, and they go down. No sweat. Shortly after, the 4 others rush in, but Nora successfully holds their attention long enough to give our team more clean kills. These things are weak. Not that it stops my heart from nearly hammering out of my chest. Weak they may be, but my best guess on how many were below our feet. Thousands, easily. No wonder the Hunters Guild sent our team to biobomb them. What else would even work? I pocket the souls and move up. As a unit, the whole team approaches the burrow. I hand Penelope a burrow hound corpse, and she sets to examining it as Orville begins to cast a massive, complicated spell. I sure hope this will all work, or the last 2.5 days have been a big waste of time. Well, a waste of time for everyone that doesn't get to eat a huge store of delicious, delectable souls. I wanted to devour them all so badly. Now is not the time for that, however. Now I focus. The burrow hounds aren't happy at all about our crew camping one of the holes to their home, but ultimately it's only a single hole. They cannot understand the threat our team poses to them, and they're far from the most aggressive species in the forest. For now, they seem content to leave us alone, though agitation is building on all sides. After an excruciatingly stressful 10 minutes, Orville and Penelope are ready. The air moves through the forest, Orville's magic pressing the atmosphere like a vice. Air flows quickly down into the burrow as Penelope focuses on her own spell, the wind carrying her deadly plague down, down, down into the tunnels. The rush of air makes the burrow hounds on edge, but it isn't until they start to die in droves that the colony begins to panic. "We've got a reaction, guys," I murmur. "They're moving." The team nods, but there's not much more to say. A few of the two-souled hounds die, but the sticky soul that had been on them doesn't. The black souls abandon the dead hounds, moving quickly by themselves to a living one. What were those things? They felt just as big as the hounds, soul-wise, but the hounds weren't attacking them. Before I can think about it any further, however, something big moves in my senses from deep underground. It feels like the burrow hounds, all muddy and musical, but it's absolutely massive, many dozens of times larger in soul than any of its fellows. It has multiple sticky souls attached to it, and the damn thing is plowing through dirt like water, headed straight up. Big one. Big one incoming to the surface, I warn. I do a quick judge of its soul size compared to the Team S. And yeah, no way, no how. Retreat, I call. If it comes, we can't take it. Belay that for a moment, Remus says, stepping forward. Report on the primary objective, Vita. Over 100 dead and rising, sir. I estimate well over 1,000 in the burrows. Penelope, Remus asks. Not enough, she answers. I need twice as many infected before I'm confident it will kill the colony. Retreating is the correct call, Remus says. But I want this colony dead. This will not be marked negatively on your review. He steps forward, and for the first time ever I see him draw his blade. A simple, two-handed longsword, its hilt and pommel carved of the same blue scale-like material as his armor. Yet the blade. It gleams in the daylight, incredibly intricate patterns carved along the blade. Cold, dense, and sharp, there's a force to it that other weapons simply did not have. I'm no learned mage, and I cannot see nor feel the intricate flows of magic. Yet the pressure around the gleaming metal weighs on me as it gathers and readies power like a man would draw and expel breath. The blade is metal. I've never seen anything like it in my life. 100 yards in front of us, the ground erupted in an explosion of dirt and fury. The massive burrow hound is more than just an upscaled mole. Its long fur is stiff like spikes. The drool from its slobbering mouth hisses on the dirt below. It is a beast of muscle and death. Screeching in fury, the monstrosity charges at our group, Remus in front. Dozens, maybe hundreds of its kin burst up the tunnel after it, rushing after their leader as they emerged in a tide of death. Orville, Penelope, keep focusing on the burrows, Remus orders. Your job is to make sure not enough of them retreat to be a threat later. Vita, Bentley, Nora. He swings the blade so fast, I never even see it. He simply held the sword in one stance, then in another, like a painting of before and after the swing with no interim. A blast of pressure crashes in my ears, and a majority of the burrow hounds charging us were dead. Only the ones directly behind the biggest hound live, the insanely massive dog mole having taken the attack with only a gash to its face. It charges forward nonetheless, unslowed and undiscouraged. Do what you can, Remus finishes, moving forward to intercept. It's clear, however, that there is nothing our team can do but watch in horror as Remus effortlessly carves through the rest of the above-ground hounds. He wades into them like I might wade through the sewer, counting them as nothing more dangerous than shit. Even the massive hound proves unable to tank his blade up close. The survivors break after the larger hound dies, Remus cutting them down anyway. We do nothing but stand and gawk. Remus is the man with the strongest soul I have ever felt. Yet I never realized how wide that gap had truly been until this moment. The only thing that catches my mind beyond his overwhelming display are the sticky-souled creatures inside the largest hound. Most of them died when Remus nearly cleaved the beast in two, but a few of them remain alive. Remus, however, neither notices or cares, starting to make his way back to our team. What the fucking hell did he even need us for? Nora hisses. Is that even a human? To kill the ones that retreat in the burrows, as I said, Remus calls back, flicking blood off his blade from half a field away. And yes, I'm human. I'm a decent warrior, but I can't dig. Carefully, gently, he takes a cloth and wipes the sword clean, sheathing it once more as he makes it back to the rest of us. Have you finished the dispersal, Penelope? He asks. She glances at me, eyes wide with the implied question. We're still shy of T200 deaths you underground, I think. I manage to stammer out. P probably just another minute or two. He nods, seeming content. There's some survivors still over there, I tell Remus. They're inside the big hound's body, but they're not hounds. He frowns. Really, how strong are they? Not very, I say. About as strong as one of the normal burrow hounds. There was a really big one, but you killed it. The survivors feel like they're inside the core. No, they're moving. I feel the soul start to spread out in every direction, as if fleeing blindly. I squint, but I see nothing. Remus stares as well, but seems to be having the same problem. Are there any coming this way? Not directly, I answer. Well, keep tabs on them. I don't know what they could be, but obviously you should assume they're dangerous until we do. You're certain they're not baby burrow hounds. That might have been a queen. I can't say I'm sure, but they feel totally different to burrow hounds. HRM. Whatever they are, they must be very small. I do not even see the grass moving. Come with me, we'll investigate. Take me to the closest one. I nod and do as I'm told, leaving the team to finish the mission as I lead Remus into the path of one of the few that's fleeing kind of in our direction. As it gets closer, I point at where I feel it, and Remus strikes out with a kick in that direction. I almost maybe see something, a flicker, a bit of movement, but whatever it is launches itself at Remus. He seems to see something then, punching at the air. I hear a wet slap, and whatever it is simply dies. Remus murmurs, taking a look at his gauntlet. I peek as well, seeing almost nothing. Just barely, I notice a thin, translucent ooze smeared over it. Weird. Any idea what that was, sir? I ask. Just some parasitic slime, I suspect, he answers. There are dozens, if not hundreds of kinds. Being camouflaged when outside a body is new to me, though. You said there was more than one, in the large beast. Yeah, I confirm. Then they're probably not deadly, at least. That beast wasn't fighting like something sick. Penelope should be able to deal with them if one gets inside a person. I nod, following him back to the group. I make an excuse about procuring rations and head into Remus's murder zone, collecting souls before Penelope finishes her genocide. Then it's time to start the return trip, which is unlikely to be any less deadly. At least the end is in sight. A few hours later, we make camp well away from the corpse-filled burrows and the scavengers that were no doubt already feasting on the aftermath of Remus's passing. Finally, I head somewhere relatively safe. I want to talk with the team, but even more than that, I want them all to be asleep. I nabbed an absurd number of souls, including that of the ridiculously huge burrow hound. Its soul is even bigger than mine, yet it still fits nicely inside my body. I can barely wait to eat it. Eating all these burrow hound souls would be a near-literal symphony of flavor. Ah, they felt so wonderful just to have bumping around inside me. I couldn't help but squirm around a bit. I'm just so excited. Still, I can't fantasize about meals too much or I'll go crazy. Everyone is still awake, so I should probably stop squealing to myself in excitement during a pretend bathroom break and actually go talk to people. I begrudgingly return to camp, heading over to Remus. I'm curious. Has this been an example of a normal mission? I ask. You know, so far. No, not at all, Remus answers. I have to step in to save most teams on their first mission. Your extreme paranoia serves your team well, Vita. Though on a normal mission, you wouldn't have me at all, and you would have failed when the deviant burrow hound emerged to chase you off. You may have even died when it either caught you or forced you into a worse situation in your haste. You said I made the right call, though, I press. You did, Remus said. Retreat was the right call. Your team could not have fought that monster. Yet sometimes you make all the right calls and people still die. Usually less than when you make the wrong calls, though, so keep up the slow but steady approach on our way back. It has been working. I nod, grabbing and munching on some burrow hound meat that I acquired from the slaughter pile. I had actually been going to collect food. Souls being part of that food is entirely incidental. Apparently, my completely undiscerning appetite is starting to become infamous among the team, but they're all the crazy ones. We have a biomancer. She can treat meat. Everything we killed is made of meat. Why are they sticking with the packed rations that don't go bad? Eating something collected in the field instead of the rations is free food. You know, I've been dying to ask all day, Nora started, a grin on her face. Vita, what's that hand-shaped mark on your cheek, and why hasn't Penelope healed it? I blink. Oh, right. I'd forgotten about that. Penelope and I have different senses of humor, I say simply. Oh, yeah. I've never seen a welt that bad since my brother tried to get handsy with his girlfriend. What are you implying? Penelope fumes, turning on her. Just make sure whatever you do to help keep our scout awake all night isn't distracting her, AP. Nora answers, her grin approaching dangerous levels. Penelope makes some furious, incoherent noises which, while amusing, I mostly ignore. I have no idea what Nora is talking about, but something she said stuck out to me. I didn't know you have a brother, I say. Her smile drops. Well, I guess I don't anymore, Nora answers. I take another big bite of meat, chew it for a while, then swallow. Oh. She chuckles dryly. That's it, just oh. No, I'm sorry, Nora, or oh no, what happened, or anything. I shrug. People die. Do you wanna talk about it? She gives me a long, considering look, then shakes her head. Nah, not really, Nora says. Not much of a story. I'm not from Skyhope. I lost my village in a monster attack. Me and my mom are the only survivors. I nod, chomping down some more meat. That's good, I murmur with my mouth full. Got your mom. Pretty lucky. Lucky, Nora asked, flashing me another very weird look. Well, I'm sorry for what it's worth, Orville says, butting in. But I suspect Vita probably has us all beat with tragic backstory bingo, so sympathy might be better sought elsewhere. I'm sympathetic, I protest, and I don't know what bingo is. I'm just saying that's pretty good. I'd freak out if Rowan and the kids died, but if I still had Lynn, I probably wouldn't go totally nuts. Probably just kill the people responsible and move on, right? Oh. Is that why you joined the Hunters Guild, Nora? I nibble a bit more, turning my attention back to food. It's tasty meat, but I've already had a lot, and I should finish it slowly. Getting sick before bed would be bad. Vita, you really are a creepy kid sometimes, you know that. Nora eventually responds. I look up. Everyone is staring at me. A lifetime of instinct activates, and I squeeze the food I'm holding in a death grip. Am not a kid, I tell them. And if any of you want my meat, too late. You turned it down already. Nora suddenly grins again, glancing at Penelope for a split second before busting out laughing. She is a child, Penelope shrieks, turning tomato red with fury. You utterly incorrigible degenerate. This is not funny. You take back your vile implications this instant, or so help me. Nora only laughs louder, while Orville turns away with embarrassment. Yeah, I'm not getting in the middle of whatever that is. I finish my meal and head to sleep. A couple hours after nightfall, an oddly reserved Bentley wakes me up with a tap on my shoulder. I thank him and stretch, feeling around with my sole sense for anything noteworthy. There were some nearby souls I didn't recognize. Oh. They were those black sticky ones, the slime things. They're really nearby. I should deal with that. Blinking a bit of clarity back into my senses, I find them both quite easily. A chill settles through my features, waking me instantly. They were inside Penelope and Remus. 19. Sticky-souled situation. Okay, weird slime parasites being inside my teammate and mentor seems bad. Bentley and I are the only ones awake right now. He, Orville, Nora, and, quick check, me are all clear. If there are any parasites in the rest of us, they don't have souls. Best not think about that. The immediate problem are the parasites I can sense inside my team. I'm not sure if I can soul kill them. I definitely might. They're small enough in power that I'd normally be confident. But if my power is touch range and the parasite is inside the body, am I touching them by touching their host? Maybe yes, maybe no. Beyond that, is killing a parasite while it's inside the host even a good idea? Is having a parasite corpse in your body better than the parasite itself? The little slime I saw was the size of my fist, which is quite a thing to have lodged inside the body. At least I think so. I don't know much about parasites or biology or any of that, which means I should probably wake up the biomancer. Vita, Bentley asks quietly. Are you okay? I'm fine, I murmur back at him. Some pretty big parasites are inside Penn and Remus, though. His eyes bulge, and the poor guy looks absolutely devastated. Oh my gosh, Vita, I'm so sorry. I didn't see anything, Hey. It's okay, Bentley, I reassure him, trying to get him to quiet down. Remus couldn't even see them during the day when I pointed one out. You're fine. We're just going to wake Penelope up and see if she can deal with it. Okay. It's not a big deal. Bentley nods solemnly, placated but clearly feeling no better. I try to grin at him to improve his mood, but it just seems to spook him more. Oh, well. As long as he's awake and around, he can help defend me if the parasites make Penelope go berserk or something, and that's all I really need. I make my way over to Penelope's sleeping bag, clearing my throat loudly. Penelope sleeps right through it, completely out of it. I nudge her sleeping bag with my foot, and she blearily starts to blink awake. Hey, I whisper softly at her. She looks really confused for a moment, but then glares fiercely at me. What do you want? She snaps. Are you pregnant? I ask. She opens and closes her mouth a few times, her face mixing fury, concern, and abject confusion in a way I've never seen on a person before. What the fuck are you on about? She settles with. Pregnant, I repeat, trying not to smile. Yes or no? No, she hisses. Okay, then I think you have a parasite inside you. That got her awake. Instantly she was sitting up, a look of all-consuming terror in her eyes. She hesitates a little, eyes twitching, before taking a deep breath and starting to cast a spell. Okay, do you know about where it is? I frown, focusing. It was hard to tell when it was inside Penelope's body. Her own soul was so much bigger it acted as cover. Upper half of your body, I think, I tell her. Neck, maybe. That seems like a weird place for an internal parasite. It is, Penelope says slowly. Okay, let me scan for it. She's breathing hard. Geez, I really spooked her. The girl must have a thing against parasites. She brings her hands up to her neck and lets the spell cast, running it slowly down and around her body. Eventually, after scanning from head to toe, she shakes her head. I don't detect anything. Well, I still do. There's one inside Remus, too, and when we encountered something that felt like it before, he couldn't even see it in broad daylight. It was this little slime thing, translucent, about as big as my fist. Would being a slime change the kind of spell you need to detect it? No, it wouldn't, Penelope insists. You're positive something is inside me, even though I can't detect it at all. She looks really freaked out, but no sense lying about it, I suppose. 100%, yeah. They're the same things I felt inside burrow hounds. She nods slowly. Is it just Remus and I? There aren't any others. As far as I can tell, yeah, I confirm. Vita's never been wrong so far. Bentley chimes in, worry in his voice. You might be really sick, Penelope. Penelope pinches her chin with her thumb, thinking, oh well, that's the problem. I'm not sick. As best I can tell, I'm as healthy as I've been all trip. We should wake Remus up, see if he has any insight. I take a deep breath. Something was up, but I have no idea what it is. Just some hyper-camouflaged creatures evolved to be invisible to biomancy, maybe. Is that how nature works? Well, I don't have any better ideas. We may as well wake everyone up, I say. I was keeping track of the parasites before I passed out. They must have slipped in during the few hours I was out. It might be dumb luck, or they might be smart. Camp could be unsafe. Penelope nods slowly, a fear-induced stiffness throughout her entire body. I nod to Bentley, who shakes Orville and Remus awake while I go to get Nora. Vita, what's up? Nora murmurs as I nudge her awake. I doubt a monster attack would mean I get this nice of a wake-up call. Parasites, I answer. She curses and stands up immediately. I explain the situation to the group with a bit of help from Bentley. Remus stays stoic and silent throughout, only reacting when I explicitly ask him in the end. What do you think we should do, sir? Remus thinks for a while before answering. If Penelope can't detect them, we might need a more specialized biomancer, he says slowly. Penelope, keep an eye on our conditions. I will arrange treatment for us personally when we return to Skyhope. In the meantime, if something catastrophic starts to happen, Penelope should be able to detect and treat it. Otherwise, without anything obvious to go on, we eat extra rations and pray to the Mistwatcher that it's just leaching nutrients. He nods at Penelope. She relaxes ever so slightly, nodding back. Should we move camp, sir? He grunts. Your call, Scout. Internally, I groan. Remus would kick my ass back at the guild if I didn't play it safe, but what was more safe in this situation? I think we keep the camp in place rather than try to move at night, I say. I'll stay awake the rest of the shift, and I'll know if any more parasites come. Orville and Nora sag with relief, while Remus nods. Fair enough. Let us know the moment you detect any changes, if you do. I nod, letting everyone get back into bed. Time to wait until everyone passes out so I can snack on my bounty. So I wait, and wait, and wait. Penelope was just not fucking sleeping, though. I glance her way. She was pretending to sleep, or at least trying to. Yet it has to have been at least a couple hours, and she hasn't passed out at all. Slowly, quietly, I get up and walk back over to Penelope's sleeping bag, sitting down next to her. She tenses, her full body coiling like a spring. Hey, I whisper to her, you doing okay? She doesn't respond, still pretending to be asleep. Well, if she was going to play it like that. You know, this kind of reminds me of the one time a kid I knew died, and the guards actually cared, I murmur softly. There were maggots in his brain. Some kind of bug had laid a bunch of eggs in his ear, right? And apparently over time they hatched. These maggots started eating his brain, kinda like what you do to those rats. We knew about it, but it was like, what do you do? We've got no chance in hell to afford a biomancer. Dude's got maggots in his brain. Sucks to be him. But one of the older kids realized they were some kinda monster bug eggs, and he got a reward for showing the guards the corpse. I think he might have known about it while the kid was alive, but waited until he died so we didn't have to share food anymore. Can you imagine? Knowing someone's head was slowly getting eaten from the inside out and deciding. Okay, okay, stop, Penelope hisses. I'm sorry I slapped you. Okay, is that what you want to hear? No, but thank you for apologizing. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I could tell you weren't really sleeping. I am, by all methods I'm aware of, completely fine, she whispered back. But, I prompt, but I'm terrified, she admits. I'm clearly in danger. I don't know how to handle it, and I don't want to die. I nod. Not dying was a goal I could totally get behind. This might be a good moment. Well, I guess I should say then. You pretty much already know, but I'd like you to keep it secret. Penelope glances my way, rolling over a little to see me better in the darkness. You were right, I tell her. I can kill things I touch. It works better on smaller, weaker things. So I think I might be able to use it on your parasite without hurting you. Her eyes go wide. That, for whatever reason, seems to make her even more afraid. Did I fuck up? No. No, Vita, please do not touch me. I will deal with this on my own. I frowned. You sure? She swallows. Completely sure you might kill me. Or you might kill the parasite, and I still wouldn't be able to find it. You said it was large. If I can't find it to remove it, that could cause even more damage. So we have to do this the right way. Does that make sense? I guess so. You're not worried about my death touch thing, right? She manages a little bit of a smile, a rare sight from her. Well, you can touch someone and kill them. I can touch someone and kill their whole village. So, no touching. I blink, smiling back a little. Oh, thank goodness. She doesn't care about that bit. That went well then. I'll wake you up if I feel anything weird with you or the parasite, okay? You can relax. Thank you, Vita, she says with a slight nod. I will try. Wow, a thank you, I comment, grinning at her. You must be shaken up. Her smile freezes for a moment, but she quickly turns over and buries her head in a pillow. Go back to guard duty, she murmurs. You're welcome, I respond quietly, getting up to do just that. Let me know if you change your mind. Nearly another hour passed, and Penelope finally goes to sleep. About damn time. I've been hankering to munch all day. With monumental effort, I keep the huge soul in storage and continue to only eat a few of the weaker ones, like I have on previous nights. I want to eat the big one so goddamn bad, but in the middle of a possible crisis, seems like a bad time to indulge. We make it through the night without further incident, and the next 2 days the team focuses on getting back to the city as quickly and safely as possible. There are a few more fights and scrapes, but nothing as dangerous as what we cleared on the way out. I keep a close mental eye on Remus and Penelope, but they seem mostly okay. Penelope runs hourly scans and continues to turn up nothing harmful. I'm not sure, but the parasite souls might be slowly getting bigger. It's difficult to tell. being hidden in souls so much larger than they are. But I point out the possible strength increase to the team and resolve to keep an eye on it. Both Remus and Penelope are eating a lot more than usual, but whether it's need or stress is difficult to say, even for Penelope. Remus is as unflappable as ever, but the closer we get to the city, the more Penelope starts to freak out. I hope she's okay. For a girl that systematically experiments on animals, she sure is freaked out by having something in her own body. Maybe it's the fact that she herself couldn't detect it, that she had to rely on me to trust it was even there. I won't complain too much about that. I need all the trust I can get. When the trees start to thin and the edges of Skyhope Crater come into view, a palpable energy flows through the team. We made it. Orville and Nora are beside themselves with glee. Bentley is still oddly reserved, but he smiles at the sight. Remus is as stoic as ever, while Penelope looks like she'd shat herself. For my part, I'm absolutely looking forward to going home and seeing Lynn and Rowan, giving them a huge hug and chatting about my adventures. Yet a big part of me can't help but look back at the jungle and lament the future lack of free souls that would be popping up all over the place. At least I have plenty stored to chew through while I'm stuck in the city. I certainly worry about liking souls a little too much, but they're just so damn tasty. Monster souls didn't even have the existential angst behind them. I can just eat them and it's fine. You know, probably. Before we knew it, we were at the gates. They opened for us, the hunters returning from a successful mission. People got out of the way, letting us pass them in line to reach our home first. Deference, that's an even more surreal experience than having a whole extra sense. Speaking of, the abundance of human souls nearby startle me with their sheer variety all over again. It had been a constant pressure in the jungle to identify groups of like monsters, but now there are no groups, at least not beyond the tiny, barely worth noticing vermin of the city. Humans are all unique, each of their souls an individual work of art. We all trudged back to the Hunters Guild. Remus gave us the rest of the day off, grabbing Penelope and hauling her away to find a healer. There was only one place for me to go, the shack. After dropping my things in my room and grabbing a meal, I sprint to the stalls, buying more food and rushing back home. A small voice yells my name, and soon the kids are pouring out of the shack, grabbing at my clothes, at the food, asking what being a hunter was like, if anyone died, if I've seen any cool monsters. Then Lynn and Rowan were there, grinning proudly from the doorway to my shitty, dilapidated home. But it is my home, and after finishing a hug with each of the kids, I launch myself into their arms next, squeezing them with all my no longer inconsiderable might. They lean down and hug me back. All is right with the world once again. "Welcome back, Vita," Lynn said. "Lynn, Rowan. I can't believe you're both home. I'm so glad you're okay." "That's our line, Shrimp," Rowan said back, giving me a friendly noogie. "Did you seriously survive outside the walls this long?" "Yaha," I confirmed. "I'm a great scout, and we have a biomancer so we can eat monster meat. It's so tasty." "Feels like that's not all you've been eating," Lynn murmurs quietly, grinning conspiratorially. I nod rapidly, pointing down below. She laughs, and the three of us descend to the room under the shack. I'm finally back together with people I don't have to hide anything from. There was so much I wanted to talk about. But first, I pull out my massive, humongous, stored super soul that I've been salivating over for the last 3 days. Lynn and Rowan can't see anything, but they went still watching my hands as I hold something only I can touch. Lynn, I say, grinning, tell me how much more dangerous I feel. I swallow it. The massive, muddy, musical soul is a symphony to my senses as it slides towards my stomach. Something else is waiting for it first, however, pulling it apart and slurping it down like soul spaghetti, filling me with delicious, delicious power. I let a satisfied exhale escape my lips as I finish devouring the massive monster soul. I feel good, like my whole body is lighter. Lynn's eyes are as wide as saucers. "What the hell did you just eat, girl?" she asks, stunned. "Deviant burrow hound soul," I respond smugly, pulling out a smaller soul for dessert. Ah, so delicious. It was bigger than the shack. "Vita, you just got way up on my radar, girl," Lynn said. "That shit's not even fair." I did a quick comparison, then shrugged. "Am still nowhere near as strong as you are." "Yeah, Vita, but I've had my talent for way longer than you, and I push it to the limit almost daily. I have to admit I'm jealous of how you can just make huge jumps like that." I grin, letting myself look exactly as smug as I feel. I have the coolest talent out of all talents that might get my head chopped off by Templars. It's even super delicious to boot. Rowan covers his face as Lynn busts out laughing, grabbing me and hugging me again. "You little goober. Don't rub it in." "Ooh," I say, coming up for air from the cuddle. I also saw metal for the first time. Remus has a metal sword. "Does he now?" she says, grinning mischievously. "Well." My jaw drops open. She wouldn't. Please don't try to steal from my boss, Lynn. I think he'd kick your butt." "That sounds like a challenge," she says, laughing at my increasing distress. The day carries on, and I tell them more and more of my adventures. I gush about how much explosion organs sold for, how I had to use my soul pull in a fight, about Remus's insane slaughter of the burrow hounds, and the parasites they ran off to get a healer to deal with. As every detail of my adventures is laid out, they listen with rapt attention, jostling and squeezing and laughing alongside me. I promised to bring them my pay tomorrow, so the three of us could decide the right amount of money to keep the mob happy with. Rowan took the job with the Templars, but he's tight-lipped about it. Apparently he can't say much, but there also wasn't much to say. He and Lynn are putting in effort to be good little minions for now, to better blindside the broken Drakens. I made them both promise to stay safe. Twice. Eventually, as the hours pass, the next island starts to encroach overhead. I need to be back at the Hunters Guild. Bidding my family goodbye, I run all the way to the guild, pausing, waiting outside. I couldn't feel Remus anywhere, but Penelope was in our room, still with the parasite in her. Curious. I head upstairs, finding her sitting on her bed rather than her desk for once. "What happened?" I ask. "Where's Remus?" "The healer he's insisting on can't see us for a few more days," she says glumly. "I have been ordered to stay here until you returned, then stick with you so you can monitor my condition, until a different biomancer can look at me." "Oh," I murmur. "Well, works for me, I guess. I wouldn't mind help carrying food tomorrow." "Food?" she asks. "You'll see," I tell her, quickly confirming no one was nearby before continuing. Still not down for Death Touch experiments instead. I am never going to be down for Death Touch experiments, Vita, she insists. Please don't touch me. I nod, tossing most of my clothes off before hopping onto my own bed. I check, ever so carefully. Yes. Roscoe was there, safe and sound. I flop on top of him and squeeze my heart out. Penelope doesn't even make fun of me. Sitting back up, I pull Roscoe onto my lap to cuddle him as I stare at my woe-begotten healer. I've been having a lot more success talking to her since this whole slime thing. Maybe I can help. Are you still feeling okay? I ask. She glances up, swallowing. Yes, I still feel and am fine. If not for all the days we spent in the woods, I would call you mistaken or outright lying. But no one would believe that after your consistently flawless performance, not even me. Flawless, I ask, raising an eyebrow. You mean besides the time I nearly died to those tentacle guys, and you were the only reason I didn't? She smiles a little. Well, flawless in your role, I mean. You always knew exactly how many creatures we were up against, exactly where they were, their relative power level. Arguing with you would be pointless. I can't help but be nervous when you can see what's in me better than I can. Better than everyone can. I frown. Well, it's okay to rely on other people for stuff, you know. I'm good at sensing things, but I can't take hits. We're a team now, Penelope. You can rely on us. She shudders. I really, really can't. Why not? I ask, frowning. She shakes her head. So many, many reasons. Sorry, but now that you're here, I should try to sleep. I have plenty I need to catch up on. Me too, I say, nodding. Big time me too. I got like, what, 2 or 3 hours a night? She smiles glumly a bit and nods. Yes, I suppose so. Thank you, Vita. Good night. Good night, I answer, blinking away the surprise of getting thanked again. Well, time for bed. Time to sleep. Time to do all the things a normal person would and should do after coming home from a dangerous mission. Except that my teammate still has an unknown parasite inside her, and only I can tell that it's there. Groaning internally, I get into bed, squeezing my best friend Roscoe. I wait patiently for Penelope to fall asleep. Then I sit back up, pull out a soul, and munch down on it. It was going to be a long fucking night, and I'll need the energy. Damn slimes. I'm sure now that the slime soul is larger than it was before. Penelope's soul isn't getting any smaller, at least. Eating souls was still exclusively my shtick. Still, I hope that healer Remus Nose hurries it up. 20. Culture Shark. I mean it. There are mangoes. Staying up late is exhausting, but thankfully I have Roscoe to keep me company this time. Hours upon hours passed before light reaches the island once more, and Penelope manages to sleep through all of it. Good. At least someone got rest. The parasite grows ever so slowly stronger, but the first thing Penelope does when waking up is scan for problems. It's still nothing. I seem to be fine, she murmurs. You, however, look like you got run over by a cart. Are you all right? Didn't sleep, I answer back, yawning. Wanted to make sure nothing happened overnight. Was afraid the slime would start hurting you, or escape, or have a baby, or something. She looks taken aback. You really don't have to do that for me. I am fine. I shake my head. Remus said assume everything in the forest is deadly. Then he said to watch you. I'm gonna watch you. I see, she says slowly, looking away. Would you like me to wake you up a little? It's no substitute for real sleep, but it should help. I frown, confused. She's so nice all of a sudden. Is this a trick? It doesn't really feel like one, and Penelope is hardly the subtle type. Oh fuck, is it the slime? Is it controlling her brain? Was it going to try to kill me? Could it kill me fast enough if I dropped my magic resistance? Could I afford not getting a magical pick-me-up if I'm supposed to watch her all day? Sure, I say, body tense. Penelope walks over and casts something. I watch her very carefully. Her hands are moving, so it must be a learned spell. Unless she's covering for her natural magic, or doing something else with magic that I don't understand, I guess. It just doesn't feel like she's going to murder me, though, and trusting that instinct, I let her cast. Sure enough, it perks me right up. I shoot her a relieved smile, nodding. Thank you. Oh, of course, she answers, pouting a little. It's the least I can do if you're up all night for my sake. Anyway, did you not have something you wanted to do? Need to do, I correct. Gotta buy food for home, talk to family, stuff like that. I suppose I'm stuck with you then, Penelope says glumly. I smile a bit. I'm a little worried about taking a parasite-infested girl to see my family, but it's a parasite I can sense. It won't be slipping into anyone else on my watch. Well, hey, maybe it'll be good for you to get out of the room and do something other than torture rats, I tell her. Torture? She looks briefly surprised, then gawks indignantly. I don't torture rats. It's research. My magic is painless. Aha! What about the ones you mess up on and kill slowly? That's an accident, she grumbles. It's just the consequence of knowledge. I shrug. I'm just teasing. I've killed rats for worse reasons. Come on, get dressed, and let's go. She gives me a weird look at that, but starts getting out of her night clothes. When she pulls a particularly fancy outfit out of her drawers, I wince. You might not wanna wear that, Penelope. What, why not? She demands. I like this dress. 'Cause I don't wanna get robbed, I tell her. Do you have anything that looks a little less rich? She snorts. I'll not lower myself for fear of some random ruffians. Besides, we're hunters. If anyone tries something, they're going to regret it. I sigh, whatever. I'll deal with that problem when it happens. She puts on her fancy outfit, some kind of frilly red thing that helps push up and show off her chest. How much dye went into making something like that? Was it blood-colored? Of course she likes it blood-colored. I continue wearing my armor from the hunt, making sure to bring my spear and knife. The brownish, dried monster gut stains, while technically also blood-colored, do not match Penelope's dress very well. Hopefully, though, they'll get people to think twice about messing with us. I start to exit as soon as she's ready, causing her to raise an eyebrow. You're wearing that out in the city? She asks, incredulous. Yes, I say firmly. Now come on, I want breakfast. A few grumbles under her breath later, she follows me down to the mess hall. Steaming soups are abundant, warming my tummy with the broth very possibly made from a few corpses I brought home. It has somewhat of a burrowhound flavor, and as tempted as I am to point this out to Penelope, I'm way too busy eating to tease her. I have my priorities straight. After stuffing my face, and then waiting for Penelope's slow butt to finish eating, I make it to the front desk. It's time to collect my pay for the day, and the pay for the days I've been on the job, and my cut of the pay from the job. When the receptionist tells me how much that all was, I have to go sit down. 47, 48, 49. Vita, what are you doing? Penelope asks, rudely interrupting me. How many meals is that? I demand. How much? Why are we getting paid so much? Vita, it's not that much, Penelope says flatly. Quit being so dramatic. This isn't even factoring in the cut we'll get from the monster parts we brought back. A squeaking noise escapes my throat, causing Penelope to roll her eyes. How can she be so cavalier about this? This was serious. This was crazy money. What the heck am I going to do with it all? A few minutes later, I collect myself enough to return to the receptionist and ask if she can hold on to most of that. As loath as I am to allow anyone else to even think of touching my cash, she's the person responsible for giving it to me in the first place. If she was going to cheat me, she'd just tell me a lower number, right? I only take 2 days' pay for now, enough to get a bit of extra food for everyone. I don't trust myself with any more than that. Given my luck, it would all just get stolen. I set off into the city, making sure Penelope stays very close behind. It was more for her own basic safety than anything else. She grumbles and complains a little as we move to the poorer districts, gets indignant when we go even poorer, and by the time I got anywhere close to the place I actually intended to buy food from, she was downright disbelieving. The streets here are more dirt than stone, the half-dilapidated houses cracked and crumbling. I walk in zigzag patterns that Penelope quickly learns to match, dodging thieves, horse shit, and occasionally human shit as we make our way down the road. Squatters line the streets, many only kept from pawing at the rich girl's legs by a death glare from me. She's an obvious target, and she's starting to feel it. Still, when I arrive at my favorite stall, run by a toothless old man mixing grains with water and cooking them on a rock, she has yet more shit to give me. This, Vita, this is the place you're buying food from. This can't possibly be safe. What the hell are you doing out here? Penelope, shut up. She gawks at me, clearly furious. I hold her gaze, glaring right back. This was not the time or place to banter with her. Under the weight of my stare, she swallows whatever she was going to say. Good, I turn my attention back to the bread seller. Sorry about her, Dathus. Could I get double the usual today? Of course, the old man says, laughing good-naturedly. You look like a servant that just ordered a noblewoman around. Just made my day, it did. I am, Penelope, shut up, I say loudly. She does, thank fuck. Was she about to say she was a noble? Firstly, is she? I hadn't known that. But secondly, is she fucking suicidal? Dathus, my favorite bread maker, not that the competition was exactly fierce, chuckles again, handing me my order. It's flat, it's flavorless, but it fills bellies, and that's what matters. I shove as much as I can onto Penelope, hoping to keep her occupied. I was worried about you after you stopped showing up, Vita, Dathus commented as I collected my family meal. Did anything happen? Oh, almost got eaten by monsters a few times. Nothing as bad as here. He laughs at that, and I pay parting ways. As soon as I can, I duck up an alleyway to take the stares off of me and my teammate. If I wasn't with her, she'd be mugged and raped. With all the ways people were rotting here, they wouldn't even notice if she added to it. Penelope, it's not safe here at all, I insist when the two of us are alone. You can't go around saying crazy shit like being a noble. Which begs the question, Vita, why are we here? She hisses back. I told you already. I live here. We're bringing my family breakfast. This is not a breakfast. It's better than nothing, I say flatly. Barely. Well, that matters, I shout, turning on her. It matters a lot, okay? We usually get nothing, so get off my back about it. I glare at her, absolutely fuming, and the haughty demeanor just drops. Vanishes. She shrinks away, unable to meet my eyes. Okay, sorry. It was so un-Penelope-like that I couldn't react with anything but confusion, my rage sputtering at nothing. I turn and lead the rest of the way to my house in silence. Vita. Vita S here. Vita, Vita, Vita. The kids barrel out of the house to tackle me, clamoring for first dibs on the meal. I hand out the food, making them promise not to steal anything from Penelope. I glance her way to try and see her reaction to that, but she doesn't even seem to notice. Her expression is nothing but horror. Ah, she probably hasn't seen anything like this. The kids are skin and bones, like I had been not long ago. So thin I'm afraid they'll break every time they hug me. The wrists, the ribs, the gaunt features. It's like looking at someone halfway in the grave. No, not just someone. Children. Dying, suffering children that I'm barely keeping alive, barely giving hope to. It was completely normal to me. Yet to Penelope. Watcher's eyes, she swears quietly, covering her mouth with a hand. This is your family. You're raising them. No, Lynn and Rowan are raising them. I used to be them. Then it turned out I had a talent. I shrug, leaving it at that, because that's really all there is to it. There's nothing special about me whatsoever. I just lucked out, and even though my luck is cursed, it's better than no luck at all. I. Penelope chokes over her words, struggling to even speak. She points at one. May I cast? I blink in surprise, but nod. Hell yes, I'll let her cast. They need all the help they can get. Everyone, this is Penelope. She's my teammate and she's a biomancer. Do what she says, okay. She's going to help. They crowd around her immediately, fully aware of how rare an opportunity this is. Is Lynn or Rowan around? The kids confirm my suspicions. They were both out and working. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. I'll have to visit them another time to figure out the money thing. Penelope, meanwhile, is already starting her craft, her hands steady even as her body shakes. Enduring her bitching all the way over here is worth it, and then some to get pro bono biomancer work for all the kids. Although, I suspect, they're like you, Penelope says quietly. They have the same problems you do. Yeah, I say, told you so. She swallows. It's hard to believe you used to look like this, she whispers. I did what I could. A lot of them were hiding bruises or scabs. They all had lice, which I killed for them. Oh, thank you. That helps a lot. I can't help with the rest, she continues, ignoring the praise. Not unless we got them more food, and I come back every day and… I shrug. We're working on the first part. You'll need to get them more than bread, then, she answers. They'll get sick if you only feed them bread and water. My eyes go wide. Wait, really? Yes, I think so. Biomancers are still figuring out how it works, but you'll need vegetables, meat, something tart, every so once in a while. I nod, no reason to doubt her. She knows way more about this stuff than I do. The kids all look like they're doing a lot better, and unlike Penelope, they're now parasite-free. Shit, that food would cost a lot. But I guess I'm rich. I owe you for this, I tell her. Big time. She huffs, getting a bit of that Penelope-ness back in her features. Please, I'm a biomancer. This is nothing less than what's expected of me. I've never seen any other biomancers offering to help, I say frankly. You helped anyway. I owe you. She just looks away, her expression complex beyond what I can identify. I stand up, smacking the hand of one of the kids for trying to grab my knife. Some of them can be pretty sneaky, but I'm damn hard to sneak up on now. Well, we should get going then, I announce. That's pretty much all I needed to do, too. I stop, frowning as some familiar feelings pop into my sensory range. It was Squigs and Friggs. Based on the path they were taking, it was unlikely they were heading towards the shack. I wonder what they're up to. If Penelope hadn't been here, I would want to try talking to them. As is, probably not the best idea. I don't want to piss any of them off, especially not now that Penelope is finally starting to open up and be nice a little. I keep a mental eye on where they seem to be going, but take care to lead Penelope in a very different direction on our way out. They don't make any move to follow us, going about whatever business they're going about, probably killing someone. Well, this is about the only thing I needed to do, I say. What about you? Penelope asks, looking up from being lost in thought. I said, is there anything you want to do? If we're stuck together until Remus gets back, I can follow you instead of the reverse if you have things to do. So, well, there are a few things but you, we would need to. Yis, I prompt, trying to get something coherent out of her. Well, perhaps we should head back to the guild. I'd like to see if Nora is around. She wasn't in the dorm last night. I nod. Okay, we can do that. This way. I turned down another alleyway, bypassing what would have been a mugging 2 blocks ahead of us. You know these streets well, don't you? She asks. Yup, I confirm. Kinda have to. Yes, they're not very well planned, are they? It must have been dreadfully difficult learning it all. I shrug. They're kind of weirdly put together, but the streets have their own sort of logic when you get used to them. I feel the muggers move position, trying to find another spot to ambush us. Could they see where we are somehow? Maybe hear us talking. There are only 6 of them, and they're all wimps. Penelope and I can probably stomp them. It's not really worth the effort, though. Okay, I know these roads are complicated, but I'm certain you just turned us around, Penelope comments. I did. Muggers ahead. They might be tracking us somehow. I'm gonna throw them off. Her eyes widen and she nods, letting me do my thing. Not talking seemed to do the trick, and after a few more twists and turns, the people following us went the wrong way, eventually leaving our sensory radius. "We're clear," I announced softly, just the same as I had in the forest. Penelope shudders at that, shaking her head. "I'm starting to see why nothing seems to faze you, Vita. It is what it is. Nothing else bothers us on the way back. Nora is inside, which I announce well before either of us can see the guild building. What did you want us all for, anyway?" "You'll see," she answers, managing a bit of a smile. We find Nora in the courtyard, practicing with some kind of two-edged stabbing sword. She downgraded the size of her shield a little, keeping it in front as she drilled cuts and thrusts. "Hi, Nora," I say, waving. "Vita, Penelope, hey." The tall woman barely glances at us as her drills continue. "You guys here to practice?" "Not this time," Penelope says. "We're here for you." That gets her attention, and she stops stabbing at the air. She shakes her head, glistening droplets of sweat flying off her forehead. "How can I help?" "I'm stuck with Vita until Instructor Remus returns," Penelope explains. "Please, please, help me get her into a damn bath." Nora blinks. I blink. Then a grin shoots up Nora's face, and she lets her shield drop to the ground. "Oh, hell yes. Is this an invite, Penelope?" "It might be," she says smugly. "I don't get it," I say. "Why are we talking about baths? I take baths." "Oh, no, you don't," Nora says, sheathing her sword and hurrying up to our room, stripping armor on the way. "That public area cold water shit, that's not a bath." "Oh, yes, it is." "I'm glad you came to me for this, Penelope," Nora says solemnly. "I see now how bad she has it. You can count on me." "I appreciate it," Penelope answers, as we follow an excited Nora into our room. "Now take that armor off, Vita." "You're way too filthy." "I'm too filthy to take a bath." "Armor off. Nora, can you get her something nice to wear? Use one of my outfits. I'll try to save her hair." "My hair is fine." "What are you all doing?" Nora just cracks her knuckles. "Hold still, Vita. There's a bath invite on the line." Something about the way she says that makes me scared to do anything else. I hold stock still, letting Nora buzz around and pull parts of my armor off with surprising speed. Soon I'm in nothing but underwear, heart beating fast as Nora pulls out and assesses outfit after outfit from Penelope's bulging wardrobe. Penelope herself stands behind me, trying against all odds to untangle my possibly literal rat's nest of hair. "What is happening?" I squeak in terror. "We're making you pretty," Nora answers, looking between a bright blue dress and a white silk, actual silk, robe. "But why?" "So we can make you even prettier," Penelope answers. "You've never had a proper girls' outing in your life, have you? And we're going to steal jewelry." No. What? That's what Lynn calls it." Penelope and Nora both stare at me, concerned. "As in Lynn, the metal thief." "Oh, fuck. No. Different Lynn," I stammer. "Right," Penelope murmurs. "Well, no, we're going to take you to a bathhouse. A real private bathhouse, with soap and hot water and perfumes and massages." "Wouldn't hot water hurt?" I ask. Oh, this poor child, Nora moans dramatically. Penelope, she knows not of the joys of the world. I pout. Am not a child, I insist. And yet, Penelope says smugly, pushing me forward. Okay, Nora, dress her up. I've done all I can do. Nora rubbed her hands together gleefully, sending a fear through me that only Lynn had ever previously been able to evoke. She was in older sister mode. 21. Girl behind the window. Penelope and Nora chat happily on the way, but I can't even try to pay attention. I feel so out of place. Penelope is taking us in pretty much the opposite direction to where I live, down and down towards the center of the city where all the rich people are. People are chatting happily on the street, wearing fancy clothes, and eating all sorts of foods I've never seen or smelled before. Buildings are built higher, painted colorful hues and devoid of damage. The souls here are stronger, firmer, not attached to the suffering, dying bodies of the damned. It's a horribly beautiful place, and I feel like I'm about to vomit every second I stay here. I make it to the inner wall, a place I've heard of but never before seen. What would be the point? Getting caught past, it means more than a slap on the wrist from the guards. Anyone looking like me would be assumed a thief in a rich place like the inner city. And to be fair, that is the only reason anyone like me would ever try to go. I quiver at the gate guards, part of me terrified they'll notice how I so clearly don't belong, and part of me terrified that they wouldn't. Penelope just holds me in one arm and Nora in the other, smiling at the guards like there wasn't a chance they would ever question her. They don't, and in we go. No matter how hard my heart pounded, it was still real. I had been floored in the fancier district just before, but the inner city is an entirely different universe. Grand mansions steal the view in the distance, even as the opulence of the first street overwhelms me. The buildings are all stone, not clay. They sparkle in the light, a level of cleanliness pervading everything that I would have never before been able to conceive. When Penelope finally takes us to the bathhouse, a massive building with an endless stream of people walking in and out, I'm sure the jig was up. Someone would call the guard and I'll be kicked out, or maybe taken away somewhere and exposed as a heretic. Instead, Penelope simply cuts to the head of the line, grabbing me in a side hug as she leans over the counter to talk to the receptionist. Mary, wonderful to see you. My friend here just took the nastiest fall, as I'm sure you can tell. We're going to need the works today. Of course, Lady Vesuvius, the receptionist answers, smiling brilliantly. 3, then. Please. Penelope then swiftly pulls me down a hallway, the shock of the whole situation letting me finally gag out a few words. Lady Vesuvius. So they call me, Penelope answers. Wait, Vita, you didn't know, Nora asks, surprised. Of course I didn't know. I knew you were rich, but a lady. The fuck are you a hunter for? Vesuvius, Vesuvius. Which noble house was that? I legitimately have no idea. I know jack shit about politics. Penelope just grimaces, declining to answer my question. A story for another time. Come on, let's get undressed. I put all this on just to take it off again. Penelope rolls her eyes, she and Nora starting to strip. To my surprise, they don't stop with their underthings. Am I going to have to walk around naked? Oh, well. I doubt anybody will bother to look at me when I'm next to Lady Curves and Mount Muscle. For some reason, that thought is making me feel worse instead of better. There isn't much time to think about it, and soon my naked, bony butt was being ushered into the bathhouse proper. Other naked people were everywhere, not to mention the pools full of steaming hot water. Are you sure this isn't going to scald my skin off? I ask. Not unless you piss off the thermomancer in charge, Nora answers gleefully. Then she pushes me in. Oh shit, it was. It was. Really nice. Really nice. Well, you like it, Vita? Penelope asks. Mirthfully burblegable. Thought so. I lean down into the heavenly waters. What is this? I've never felt anything like this before. This is incredible. Warmth all over my body, holding me, soothing me. It felt so good. I could relax in here forever. I nearly pass out before Penelope suddenly snaps her fingers twice in front of my face. Hey, don't sleep in the baths, Vita. I shoot awake, looking around in a panic. Oh gosh, that's right. I have to stay vigilant, the parasite was. Totally normal. Its soul has been getting bigger a bit faster lately, but Penelope's soul seems fine. The slime is doing something, though, and I still need to figure out what. For that matter, what the heck is Penelope up to? Being super nice is weird. She must want something, right? So, Nora, Penelope says suddenly, finally learning to use a weapon. She groans. Yeah, Remus pretty firmly suggested I learn to use a gladius. It's the only style he knew that could go with the size of shield I prefer. I don't really like it, but after my shit showing on our mission, yeah, I need to suck it up. It was kind of weird that you plan to slay monsters without actually slaying anything, I chime in. I don't want to slay monsters. I want to protect people who slay monsters. But I was just an idiot. You're the one that had to protect me when those fucking tentacle bitches attacked. I never thought a monster would be smart enough to try and pull my armor off. I seriously thought I was gonna die. I think the plan went fine, I say. You were the shield, I was the spear, or I guess the knife. It worked as intended. It's not bad that there might be an even better way. Nora grins. Hey, look at you, cheering me up. What have you two been up to all day, anyway? Well, as I said before, Remus is making Vita and I stick together. So I ended up accompanying her on her morning errands. And you've been weirdly nice about it, I chime in, absent-mindedly creating a fort out of bubbles. You have been since you got that slime in your head. I'm just grateful you saved my life, Penelope stammers in protest, and apologetic. I thought you were lying, when clearly you were not. I use the bubbles to form myself a magnificent beard. I forgive you, I intone imperiously, trying to sound as regal as the beard deserves. Penelope titters politely as Nora grinned. I glance at them sidelong, really getting a look at the two. I'm very unused to seeing naked people. Growing up, everyone had only one pair of clothes, and if they took them off, they were just gonna get stolen. By that token, I'm not used to seeing myself naked either. Like, yeah, I had to pee sometimes, but there aren't a lot of reasons to take my shirt off. Nora, being ridiculously tall, is halfway out of the water when she sits up straight, rippling muscles glistening with moisture and drawing the eyes of more than a few other nearby bathers. Penelope is much shorter, her chest bobbing lazily as she relaxes in the waters. It must feel weird to have so much fat floating around on its own like that. I, on the other hand, barely have my chin out of the water, as short as I am. Underneath the water, I hug myself, feeling at the painful, poofy nubs that were supposedly the start of my own breasts. They are very annoying. Even the slightest nudge set off a screaming pain on bad days, and someday they might grow into something like those. I'm not looking forward to it. It's embarrassing to even think about. Oh shit, wasn't this close to the day Penelope said I'm going to start bleeding? I think I'm done with the bath for now, I murmur. Finally got those monster guts off your face, Penelope jokes. It feels good though, right? And yes, really good. I'm glad. The three of us get out, dressing in towels and robes. Penelope quickly takes me on a whirlwind tour through the facility. Employees there working on my nails, my face, my hair, the latter of which gave them great trouble, to both Penelope's and Nora's amusement. And at the end of it all, I'm presented with my now freshly washed clothes once again. I simply let myself be pushed from place to place, utterly baffled by every event, and shoved along to the next one before I can get my bearings. Now for the best part, Penelope announces, to my abject horror. There's more. The next room is odd. Another pool of water, though this one isn't steaming. I already have clothes on. Is this for my feet or something? I walk over and almost step in, but Penelope grabs me. Ah, no, don't touch the reflecting pool, Vita. Look. I look, staring down at the perfectly calm surface of the water. Penelope was there, her arm around some kid I've never seen before. Wait, pieces click into place. I'm ignorant, not stupid. Is that me? My breath catches in my throat. Metal can be reflective, I'm told. Glass as well. Clear, clean water, all rich things. None of them had been part of my life until now. My own face has never been a part of my life until now. Tears well in the eyes of the person in the mirror, rolling down her cheeks. Hollow cheeks, by most people's standards, but not mine. I'm filling out in many ways. Yet I still looked so young. Vita, hey. Nora walks over, standing over the both of us as I start to sob, trying to catch the tears in my hands so they won't disturb the perfect pool. Are you okay, Vita? Nora asks. Why, yeah, I choke out, hiccuping a little as the tears start gushing. I just never. I didn't know that. Oh, Vita, Nora says softly, grabbing my shoulder. That big of a difference. I shake my head. And no, I've never seen. I fail to choke out the rest of my sentence. I can't believe it. I can't believe that's what I look like. Never, Nora asks, startled. Penelope just gives a soft smile. When I saw, when I remembered this, I thought of you. I realized you had to come here after today. I see. Can see why people call me a KK kid, I guess. I blubber scornfully. Really do look L like I'm F-fucking 12. Oh, V. Nora leaned down and wrapped her arms around my stomach, hugging me tightly. Penelope side-hugged, giving a firm, one-armed squeeze. Thanks for keeping us all alive, Vita, Nora says. No matter how old you are or look, you're the best scout we could ever ask for. Please continue keeping us all alive, Penelope adds. I would very much prefer my continued existence. My sobs transition into choked laughter, grabbing each of their arms with one of my own and squeezing them back. These idiots have no fucking clue who they're talking to, huh? Someone that keeps people alive is the opposite of what I am. I can keep pretending, though, at least for a little longer. I'll try, I whisper. The moment eventually ends. We all exit the bathhouse, Penelope paying for each of us. I make a concentrated effort to not look at however much it costs. I don't ever want to know. So, shopping trip, Penelope suggests. No, no, I insist, waving my arms frantically. Too much. Oh, the little kiddo is overwhelmed already, Nora teases. Am not a kiddo, I grumble, crossing my arms. It was harder to put my heart into that, though. Damn it, I am a kiddo. I have pinchable cheeks and everything. I've always known I'm super short, but that face just doesn't feel right. It's all right. We can head back to the guild, Penelope says. That was just a little apology treat. I hope my whole family can go there someday, I say after a short while. Being here while they're still at the shack, it just feels wrong. Hey, come on, Vita, Nora says, clapping me on the back hard enough to make me stumble. Your family loves you, right? They're going to be happy that you got to be happy. Don't you dare feel bad for feeling good. I snort. That's catchy. Don't feel bad for feeling good. Isn't it? My mom says it all the time. We gotta keep telling ourselves that, when things are unfair. When it feels like we have more than we deserve. We gotta. If you start hating yourself for liking yourself, you're doomed. Yet every cent Penelope just spent on bathing could have gotten them more food. I could be working or helping or something. My happiness did have a cost, and other people paid it in what-ifs or should-haves. At what point do I forgive myself for happiness so much that I forget others were suffering? It sure seems to be what everyone else had done, to just let us rot for 16 years. I have a long and thoughtful walk back to the guild. Once we arrive, however, Penelope twirls around in front of me, grinning mischievously. Well, shall we show off to the boys? What? I ask, startled. Ooh, yes, let's do it. Nora cheers, grinning. I'm liking this fun Penelope we have all of a sudden. Penelope laughs, dragging Nora and I upstairs. It was so jarring to see her like this, but I can't say it wasn't welcome. Maybe she was opening up because she was finally developing some gratitude and sympathy, or maybe the slime was making her nicer somehow. I might have a hard time convincing myself to remove it if that's the case. Maybe that's why it does that. Nah, I doubt it. How would that help a burrow hound parasite? I let those contemplations distract me as best I'm able as the prospect of meeting my male teammates while wearing a fancy dress slowly creeps into my thoughts. This is technically my first time wearing a dress, although a few times I've put on a really big shirt and pretended it was one. There's something imminently terrifying about the idea of letting Orville and Bentley see me in this thing. I don't know about this, I stammer. Penelope stops, dragging me for a second, turning back with a smile. Hey, it's all right. If you feel a little out of place, imagine how they're going to feel. The more confident you look, the better the tease. Yeah, you're not trying to date either of them, are you, Vita? Nora asks. And no, I protest. Then don't worry, me and P will take the heat off of you. Just give 'em a cute face and they'll melt. You look like a bucket of kittens, Vita. Think of it like giving them extra motivation to protect you from monsters, Penelope chimes in. Ha! I figured being the scout gave them all the motivation they needed, but I still couldn't say no to an argument like that. I got bit once and nearly died. The more protection, the better. Okay, I murmur. Perfect. Penelope cheers, knocking on the door to the boys' room. Oh, gentlemen. A bit of shuffling later and Orville cracks open the door, peering out. What do you want? Penny Luwu, ha. He blinks, staring between the three of us. A blush went right up my cheeks despite my mental pleas to the contrary. Is there some fancy event nobody told me about? Orville eventually asks, opening the door fully. He looks a bit intimidated. Oh, is everyone here? Hello. Bentley walks over to the door and waves. Wow. You all look great. Why, thank you, Bentley. I'm glad someone here has proper manners, Penelope coos, grinning at Orville as she says it. You all wouldn't be interested in coming down for a meal with us, would you? It figures that Bentley was utterly unfazed. That made me grin a little. It was good seeing him upbeat again. Orville looked away, seeming about as embarrassed as I felt. Did you guys dress up that fancy just to go down to the mess hall? Orville asks. No, of course not. We went out earlier, Penelope protests. I suppose we could go out to eat as well, but I'm afraid Vita will have a stroke if I spend any more money today. That was probably accurate. Well, I'm hungry, Bentley says happily. Come on, Orville, let's go eat. The whole crew heads downstairs, Orville and I following from our firm position in Team Awkward as the others chatted happily. The cooks all smiled at me when I went to get food, sending a few compliments my way and causing my blush to redden ever deeper. Penelope and Nora look like they're eating up the attention, but it freaks me out. Attention was bad where I lived. It was bad as a thief, it was bad as a con, and it was especially bad as a worthless street rat. All of my instincts screamed against this. I wish I could just cast a spell and disappear. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I've been meaning to ask. Hey, Orville, I prompt, sitting down next to him with my stew bowl. Is there any chance you'd have time to teach me magic at some point? I don't know if that's a good idea, Orville answers. Magic is super dangerous. You might blow yourself up. Gosh, if only the two of you knew a biomancer that could treat mana backlash. Penelope butts in, smirking. I think Vita has the patience and focus for it, Orville, don't you? Oh, geez, you two better not be teaching Murderface how to shoot fireballs, Nora says. Murderface, I protest. Neither of us know thermomancy, Orville grunts. More importantly, neither of us have a teaching license. We could get in big trouble with the government if we teach her anything. Fuck the government, they don't even know I exist, I pout. Come on, Orville, let her try, Bentley says, grinning. It's magic. It's not something you can just try. I'd have to teach her fundamentals for months before she's ready to grasp even basic metamancy. I'll be a good student, I say. I promise. Vita, it's illegal. I mean, I won't tell the guard if you won't, I say, shrugging. It'll be fine. I'm not teaching you magic, Vita. Damn it, Orville was a tough nut to crack, but I want to learn. He leaves me no choice. If I still look like a little kid, then I still have access to the ultimate beggar's technique, the puppy dog eyes. I stare up at him, desperation creeping into my face, lip trembling just the right amount. It was a stare to capture a heart. Clear as. Look. Look how small and cute I am. Does he think I won't use this? Does he think my pride is worth missing the chance to cast spells? It's not. Orville holds firm for an impressive few seconds before crumbling under the might of my adorable face. Penelope may one day regret giving me this power. Fine, he grumbles. A mage scout would be invaluable if you ever get there. Yes, I cheer, jumping up and pumping my fists. Damn, that one was even scarier than the murder face, Nora comments. Will you teach me too, Orville? Bentley asks excitedly. Fuck no. Laughter erupts from around the table. I return to stuffing my face, trying to hide my idiotic grin behind mouthfuls of stew. Magic, 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 magic. Conversation continues around me, but I'm too busy eating and being excited to pay much attention to it. At some point, Penelope excuses herself to go to the bathroom, but the outhouse the guild uses is well within my sensory range. I feel her indeed head to the bathroom, keeping mental tabs on her parasite but not thinking much of it. I can finally sit back and relax. I can't fall asleep, though. Not until Penelope is healed. 22. Future worries. Dinner had long since ended, and I'm still sitting around in my room waiting for Penelope to leave the bathroom. It's been over an hour, and I'm starting to get a little worried. What was going on in there? Normally, I would just leave her to hang out in the bathroom. That's not my business. Today, though, I feel like everything is explicitly my business. I hope my paranoia doesn't piss Penelope off too much, but I'd rather piss her off than miss something important. I quietly excuse myself from my room, making my way towards the outhouse. If nothing else, I should knock on the door and see if she's okay. When I get close, I'm about to tap on the door when I hear Penelope speak. I know, I'm sorry. She's very, very quiet, but my hearing is pretty damn good. Who is she talking to? No one else is in there. Very carefully, very quietly, I sidle up to the door and start to listen. After a short pause, Penelope continues. It's not fair for either of us. I'm sorry. Another pause. You know I can't do that. A shorter pause this time, because I don't want to die. We both know that's what would happen. Yes, I know, I'm sorry. She sighed shakily. I think she might have been crying. Look, I can't do any of the things you requested. It's too risky. Maybe someday, but not now. One last pause. Sorry, I know, look, I need to stop talking to you now, okay? I'm going to go before someone comes looking for me. Too late for that. I hear her stand up, not leaving me a lot of time to process that conversation. First impression, though, suspicious as fuck. Remus had said my paranoia serves my team well, and I'm not going to ignore it here. I wait, arms crossed, for her to finish her business and open up the door. She jumps back, startled, as I stand there, giving her a serious look. If need be, I'm ready to pounce. Penelope, who are you talking to? I ask. She goes white, swallowing dry. What? Vita, I was just in the bathroom, why would? I heard you talking to yourself. There's no one in there except you and the slime. Were you talking to the slime? Are you the slime? Vita, Penelope says, holding up a placating hand. Please calm down. I am Penelope. Can you keep this a secret? I scowl. Sure. What? I was talking to my fiancé. Slowly, she reaches into her shirt and pulls out a small necklace. Attached at the end is a tiny bauble, diamond-shaped, that gleams like Remus's sword. Metal. It's a resonance enchantment, she explains. Very expensive, usually restricted to military applications. It was my engagement present. I frown. That sounded plausible, but I'm not convinced. Okay, but why were you saying all kinds of weird shit? Is your fiancé asking you to do things that he knows will get you killed? She frowns at that. That's personal. At the moment, this being personal is irrelevant. Remus told me to watch you. I heard you talking about dying. That makes it my job and my business. It does not make it your job or your business. Agree to disagree. I want to talk to your fiancé to make sure you're not bullshitting me. Watcher's eyes, she swears. Vita, please do not tell him anything about hunters or hunting or what we did on our hunt or any of this, okay? I frown. Something was up here and that something was bad. Yet if it's not the slime, is it my business? Do I care? Not right now, I think. It's one thing to be concerned for my teammates' health. It's another thing to use that as an excuse to get into her personal business. If I make sure the whole story isn't bullshit, I guess I can let it slide. Okay, I guess. Fire it up. Penelope grabs the tiny diamond of metal and focuses for a moment, before eventually a male voice emits from the little necklace. Why, Penelope, what a pleasant surprise. Hello again, Johann, Penelope snaps. I know I'm calling you after just hanging up, but someone I know has demanded to speak with you. Oh, Johann answers, his voice pleasant and professional. Well then, who else do I have the pleasure of speaking to today? Well, that sounds like a real fiancé, I guess. Unless Penelope is a secret Kinemancer or something, but that seems like too much paranoia even for all this. Hey, I'm Vita. Sorry to bother you, I just needed to confirm something. Have a pleasant evening. No trouble. Have a pleasant evening yourself. Penelope takes her hand off the stone, and the magic ends. She hides the necklace back in her cleavage, scowling. There, happy. Now please promise me you won't tell anyone else about this. This is a secret. I'm pretty sure that keeping a secret that might get somebody killed means I can slap you, I comment offhandedly. Penelope has the decency to blush, looking away. Fine. I'll apologize about that again, too. I'm sorry. Now promise me you won't mention Johann to anyone. Please. I promise to keep your fiancé to myself, I say solemnly. There's a pause. She gives me an odd look while my brain catches up with my mouth. I promise to keep the secret of your fiancé to myself. Not that. She snorts, moving to walk past me and return to the guild. Good enough. Sorry for being so invasive, I murmur, following after her. I really don't want to be the person that could have stopped the mind control slimes and fucked it up. Penelope shudders. I don't think you have to worry about that. I suppose it is quite the disturbing thought, though. But where is this mind control thing coming from exactly? It can't just be a simple parasite, I say frankly. It's too strong. It started off strong for a parasite, and it's been growing stronger and stronger at a crazy speed. It has to be smart, or maybe have a talent, or something. I can't believe it's just sitting in there and not doing anything. Yes, that makes a disturbing amount of sense. Whatever your talent is, the whole team trusts your calls now. I just hope Remus is all right. Where is Remus, anyway? I haven't the faintest idea. He just gave me orders and scampered off to who knows where. She scowls, clearly quite irritated. Anyway, she continues, we could probably rope Orville into starting your magic practice now, if you like. He's likely just practicing by himself this time of day. Oh, magic. I perk up immediately, the melancholy of moments ago completely vanished. Penelope chuckles. Goodness, you're excited. Of course I'm excited, I announce. Everybody wants magic. That's the dream, you know. To be a natural mage. It's a one-way ticket from the slums to luxury. Well, you're not going to be a natural mage. You're going to have to learn it the hard way. Well, I know that, I say, conveniently leaving out that I am, in fact, a natural mage. Nobody dreams to be a learned mage because nobody where I come from can be a learned mage. Except Rowan, I guess. Anybody might be natural, but nobody's gonna teach some street rat, you know. Since I can get a teacher, though. You're excited, Penelope finishes. Understandable. Magic is certainly powerful and fascinating. If you're looking to be an efficient hunter, however, it may not be the best path. How? How so? I am, without boasting, one of the most powerful mages you'll ever meet, Penelope says smugly. My very existence turned our hunt from impractical to easy, but I had to be escorted the entire way. I was in constant danger. Remus, meanwhile, could probably have strolled through that forest by himself. Masters of the physical form exert their power in a way quite like magic, but that power comes from their body. They are stronger, tougher, faster than any normal human. As a result, I would argue they are much more self-sufficient, especially in combat. Ha, that sounds pretty awesome. It was also practical. I have to get close to soul slurp things. Being strong, tough, and fast seemed like an ideal way to get close without dying. Can I be super strong and fast and also have magic? I ask. Penelope laughs. Well, you can try, but there's only so much time in the world. Magic might and martial might are very different sets of skills. If you want to learn both of them, you can, but you'll inevitably be worse at both than if you had specialized. It tends to be a poor choice, unless you have a specific fighting style in mind like Orville. Orville does both. He does, yes. Quite competently, I'll admit, but you yourself said he was the weakest on the team, didn't you? I nod. That makes sense. Well, shoot, now I don't know what I want to do. Who is the Vita of the future? How does she live? How does she fight? In a world without the restrictions on animancy, I imagine myself as a queen of swarms, commanding hordes of zombies and skeletons to strip the horrible wilderness bare. Overwhelming the monsters of the forest with sheer numbers, I keep Skyhope safe. I am a hero, growing stronger and stronger, until anything that threatens my family is dust. Such hopes are absurd, however. I can never be that as long as I live here. Swarms of undead would be caught. Perhaps a small group of elite forces, though. Revenants kept their power. Instead of a queen, I could be an overlord, cultivating powerful allies by binding them to me on their deathbeds. No, that too is a fantasy. It would also be terrifying. The way revenants love me is so welcome it terrifies me. I don't like remembering the deep satisfaction of ordering Grig around. Doing that to people should be a matter of absolute necessity, not a matter of course. So two other paths before me seem more natural. I can be a necromagus, learning magic to complement my natural skills. The idea of torching the forest with fireballs has no small level of visceral satisfaction, but the path of mastering magic will also unlock a greater understanding of what I am. Both fighting from relative safety behind my team and the general utility of knowing how to craft spells are also very appealing to me. The last path I see is that of a reaper, rushing around the battlefield and gorging souls like it's gone out of style. I want to move like Lynn and Remus move, to master the art of speed. I want to be able to fight on my terms, fleeing bad engagements and overwhelming ones that favor me. Fighting up close is dangerous, but it will happen at some point no matter what. I may as well be ready for it. I don't know if I can decide between those things, though. I can't go without the self-sufficiency of being physically talented. I need to focus on physical training. It's just too important to ignore. That being said, I can't ignore magic either. It's less important, but it's still important. I should, at minimum, understand the principles of magic well enough to defend myself better against it. Learning to cast on top of that would be awesome, and doing so might help me figure out more of my natural magic talent as well. If I don't become the best fighter in the world because of that, that's okay. I know you said it's not the best idea, but I feel like I should work on everything, at least for now. I still want to learn magic. I feel like it'd just be dumb not to at least understand the basics. We'd best go see Orville then, before he gets too busy. I suppose, since I'm stuck with you, I could also help. I chuckle. Thanks, Penelope. Of course, Vita. Sorry again for all the trouble. You deserve better than this. I frown. That struck me as an odd thing to say. Nobody deserves anything. The world is uncaring, unfair, and equally uninterested in everyone. Her smile drops as well, a haunted flicker passing behind her eyes. While I suspect you're right, it's polite to nod along to the expression, isn't it? I shrug. Yeah, well, despite the rapidly increasing number of nobles I seem to be talking to, I've never once been accused of being polite. She titters at that, and I let my smile return. Bantering with Penelope, I never thought I'd see the day. That's not even the most impressive surprise today, because soon I'm going to learn magic. 23. Sleeping twice. The first misconception about magic you need to disabuse yourself of is the idea that it is at all mystical or inscrutable, Orville lectures, pacing around with his hands clasped behind him. Magic is as much part of the world as the things it affects. It is real in the same way that heat is real, or sound is real, or you are real. What makes magic special is how deceptively easy it is to control. Easy? I ask, surprised. I thought magic was like super hard. Magic is super precise, Orville corrects. It's so heavily restricted because once you know the basic principles of its control, any old fool can cast a spell. The problem isn't that it's hard to cast. The problem is that it's hard to cast what you intend to cast. The slightest mistake when preparing a magical formula has consequences that range from painful to outright catastrophic. Try to channel too much magic. Kablooey, mess up the formula and cast anyway. Kablooey. Get interrupted during a cast. Kablooey. Chaos magic happens, and chaos magic tends to explode or worse. So, how are all mages not dead? Some clever metamancer hundreds of years ago discovered the cancel commands. They're spell components you can add that abort and undo an in-progress spell, dissipating your gathered mana harmlessly. Before you learn anything else, you need to be able to perform the motions and vocals of the cancel commands flawlessly and with 100% consistency. Vocals, I ask, tilting my head. I've never heard anyone say things when casting magic. Yeah, you generally don't. The basic primer is this. People cast spells by gathering mana into their soul, then shaping that mana into the form they desire. Mana released into the world in specific shapes causes specific effects. However, shaping mana is complicated, to say the least. Think of casting a spell like crafting a puzzle box. You can't see the inside of the box while you're working on it. You just have to know, by memory, where all the parts are and how they'll move. Mana shapes itself in response to almost any kind of force, and the one most people find easiest to use is motion. That's why you see people twiddling their fingers when they cast. It's just as possible to cast spells by using sound or hypothetically something like heat, but you'd need to have such fine control that it's impractical. Most people don't have a voice like that. Still, every once in a while you meet someone that casts with sound, and I've heard extremely advanced mages use both at once in order to shape mana more quickly. Okay. And I need to be able to use the cancel's commands with both in case I can't wiggle my fingers for some reason. Pretty much, yeah, Orville confirms. So how do I pull mana into my soul? Well, you don't. Like I said, you need to learn the cancel commands first. Only after that will I teach you to practice channeling mana. People like Penelope get that easy. Being a natural mage makes you, well, a natural at it. You'll have to learn the hard way, like me. It'll take a while until your soul has enough mana capacity to cast any actual spells. I try not to wince. Telling him would be a terrible idea, but it feels so bad leading him on. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, I suppose. I spend the next few hours in the corner of the training yard, practicing hand drills with Orville. I can see why this kind of thing might take a while to get the hang of. Half the time I can't even tell the difference between the right hand movement and a slightly different, but apparently very wrong one. Penelope just sits and waits as we practice, seemingly slightly bored, but not complaining even a single time as the hours ticked by. Every once in a while she gives a little advice, but for the most part it was just Orville and I. As time drags on, it gets more and more difficult for me to practice. Pretty soon, I'm doing worse with the exercises than I had been an hour ago, and Orville tells me to stop. I think that's all we're getting today, he says. You look run ragged, Vita. Is everything all right? Am fine, just tired, I answer. It's hardly a surprise, Penelope comments. She was up all last night keeping an eye on me. What, Vita? No wonder you can't focus, Orville protests. Fine, I'm fine. No, you're not. You hardly got any sleep on the mission, and now you're still up. Parasite had to watch. Vita, you need sleep, Orville insists. I can watch Penelope for a while. You can't see the parasite, I protest. Then we'll stick close to you and wake you up if Penelope starts acting strange. I glance over at Penelope. She smiles and gives me a thumbs up. Am not gonna get any sleep in that case, I comment dryly. Since when has she given thumbs ups? Orville rolls his eyes. Come on, Vita. It'll be fine, trust me. Except that it might not be. Literally, no one else can do what I can do. If I fall asleep and something happens, I'll never forgive myself. I feel like I'm missing something obvious, some piece of the slime puzzle that I'm going to kick myself for later. Yet at the same time, I can't deny that I'm nearly unconscious. I have to sleep at some point. I have to trust someone else at some point. Fine, I groan, getting up off the ground. I'll go sleep, just. Keep an eye on her, okay? Please. And wake me up if Remus comes back too. I trudge on up the stairs, Orville and Penelope following. I pretend not to hear their whispered conversation behind me. You feel fine, right? Orville asks. Yes, I'm completely okay, at least as far as I can tell. You trust her on this parasite thing, though. She's just doing as Remus instructed. Besides, it seems wiser to assume an emergency than to assume everything is fine. Do you know the casualty rate for hunter expeditions? Isn't it around 40%? For new teams, yes. I'm not going to turn up my nose at a bit of caution here. Well, they don't think I'm outright crazy, at least. Perhaps my paranoia is just sleep deprivation, but unless I'm outright hallucinating, the slime soul just keeps getting bigger. I make it to my room, not bothering to wait for modesty before pulling off my overclothes. I'm about to toss the dress onto my bed before I remember that it's probably worth more than I am. Embarrassment coloring my face, I look back to Penelope and a politely turned around Orville, silently asking what to do with the damn thing. Penelope smiles and retrieves the dress, letting me slip under the covers without further embarrassment. I really hope I'm not going to wake up tomorrow with a slime in my head. I grab Roscoe and squeeze him tight, curling up around my bird friend as sleep very quickly claims me. Vita is asleep. Penelope's indignant claim is ironically what wakes me up. I blink in irritation, looking around. It had been light out when I went to bed, and it's light out now, but it feels like I've been asleep for ages. I probably zonked out right through the last island passing over and then some. Wake her up, then, Remus's voice replied, and suddenly his order was no longer needed. I'm awake and then some. I feel him there, just outside the door. His parasite is almost as large-souled as he was, and now there are two parasites inside him. Shit. I jump out of bed, throwing on armor and making sure my spear and knife are nearby, just in case. Oh, that woke her up, actually, Penelope comments. Good. We need to go, and we're bringing her with us. Okay. I finish getting dressed and suited up without further interruption, having everything on in record time. It smelled like someone had cleaned my stuff while I slept, then put it all back where I'd left it. That's nice of them. Remus stays politely outside the girls' dorm room while I quickly check that I have everything. Holy shit, this is so sudden. Where had he been? Dressed and ready, sir. What do you need? I report. Vita, do you feel anything different? Remus demands. There's two of them in you now, sir, I say, quickly looking inward. Oh, shit. There's one in me as no, wait. That's just the soul I picked up from the slime Remus killed back in the forest. False alarm. I move it around a little inside my body, popping it outside my skin to make sure. Yep, all the slime souls in me are very, very dead. Safe for now. Remus, however, has no such luck. He curses. I thought as much. Something feels wrong. Yeah, one of them feels almost as strong as you now, I confirm. Shit, shit, shit. Are there any more parasites nearby? My heart is racing out of my chest. No, not yet. I don't feel anything. Just two in Remus and one in Penelope. I make a mental note to scan everyone I come across. That settles it then. Vita, Penelope, we're heading out. We can't wait for the specialist I called to reach Skyhope. We're going to go meet them on the road. I hope you have a cart of some sort, Penelope hedges. I'll carry you, Penelope. Vita, consider this stamina training. Oh, God damn it. He's going to make me run. The roads are fairly safe. We have hunter teams on them every day, Remus continues. Still, keep your feelers out, Vita. We need to go now before whatever the parasites are doing happens, and we need you to alert us if they start doing anything on the road. Can you handle that? Do I have a choice? I put on as serious a face as I can muster, hoping beyond hope that the screaming I feel inside isn't showing in my expression. Yes, sir. I'll alert you the moment I sense anything. I hope this is above board. I hope everything is as it seems. I hope there isn't something I'm missing. I hope, I hope, I hope. Opening the door, Remus grabs an embarrassed Penelope and hoists her into a piggyback, then runs down the stairs. I follow as fast as I'm able, and Remus slows down to match my pace. Before long, we're outside the city. My lungs and legs are already burning as I try not to seem weak in front of my boss. Partly to keep my stamina up, partly in case something horrible happens, and partly because I'll take any excuse to do so. I start surreptitiously swallowing chunks of my soul stock, feeling that beautiful feeling of unraveling raw power and adding it to my being. The run pace doesn't get easier, but it stops getting harder, and I feel like that's basically the same thing. Minutes tick by in silence, then an hour. The dirt road hugs Skyhope Crater for a ways, avoiding the forest in which all this began before finally setting off between cultivated farmlands which sit adjacent to most sides of the city. Passing through the beautiful fields is somewhat relaxing, though the hammering heartbeat in my chest reminds me that this is a rather poor time to be relaxed. Eventually, the farms break way into more wilderness, the road cutting through the middle of a partially culled jungle, shrubs and saplings growing around or through stumps as if in a constant war to take the territory back from humans. My soul sense goes bananas, detecting all sorts of terrifying things just on the fringes of my awareness. Yet thankfully they seemed uninterested in harassing us for now. After nearly an hour and a half of constant running, Penelope speaks. Her voice sounds frightened, hollow, confused, and her words send a chill down my spine. Remus, do we really have to do this? She asks. Seek medical attention. Yes, obviously, Remus snaps back. Not that, I mean Vita. I don't like the sound of that. I don't like the sound of that at all. I start to slow down, start to ready myself. This whole thing has been suspicious for a while. Penelope, Remus warns, slowing down in step with me. I look at him. He meets my gaze, eyes calculating. Yeah, this is bad. There's clearly something going on. It's clearly parasite-related, and I walked into it. I should have listened to my fucking paranoia. What can I do here? Remus is beyond me, but if I surprise him, then maybe I can touch him just long enough to kill the slime. But he's faster than me. How can I surprise him? I like her, Remus, Penelope continues. Don't you think we could try just talking to her before? As I glance around looking for bits of the environment to use, confusion settles over me. Remus is gone. I had kept him in sight, but he vanished. I never blinked. Where did? The pommel of a sword strikes me in the temple. Pain shoots through my body for the briefest of moments, and I pass unconscious before even falling on the road. 24. Shattered mirror, PT. 1. Trigger warning. Spoilers below. Body control free will subversion ahead. This will not be an ongoing focus of the story, but it features heavily in the next couple chapters. The colony is important. That is simply how it is. Dig, dig, dig. Protect when it is needed, expand when it is not. This is life. Dig, eat, dig, sleep, dig, eat, dig. Pain, pain in belly. Badness, walking is hard. Digging is hard. It is not time to rest, but death cannot move. Exit the host. Need new host. Feel new host. Enter, subsume. The new host also knows the colony is important. That is simply how it is. Yet the colony is dying. The new host knows this as well. Fear. The colony must not die. The colony is important. That is simply how it is. Death where? It is unfelt, unheard. Yet this host, too, is dying. Danger, danger. Flee. Running and running and running is all there is. Through the tunnels to safety. The colony dies all around. No, anguish beyond anguish. Fear beyond fear. Run. Run, death in the tunnels. Flee the tunnels. Pain flows, death again. Exit the host. Need new host. Need new host. Regret. Lament. The colony has died. The colony must not die. The colony is important. That is simply how it is. The colony is important. That is simply how it is. The colony is. The colony. Colony, beacons of strength felt. Desire, move though no longer run. Flow, catch. The beacons of strength must be hunted, subsumed. That is simply how it is. Another follows. Not a host. Ignore. The beacons of strength move. They must be avoided when they move. Danger. That is simply how it is. Stalk. Follow at distance. Wait. They move no longer. Wait, wait, strike. Subsume. The host is asleep. Rest is good. Rest. Touch, wakefulness. Hey, a voice says. One of the host's kind. Fear, confusion. Host is different. The colony is in poor, no, respond. The host knows to respond to noise. Do what the host would do. That is simply how it is. What do you want? Good. Sound is correct. Are you pregnant? The other of the host's kind says. Confusion. Understanding yet not complete. Pregnant. Holding child within. False. Indignance. What the fuck are you on about? Is the correct noise to be made. Do what the host would do. That is simply how it is. Pregnant, the other of the host's kind speaks. The ally, the annoyance, the eccentric, the fearsome. The host knows all of these things. Yes or no? No is the correct thing to say. Do what the host would do. That is simply how it is. Okay, then I think you have a parasite inside you. Parasite. That which takes without giving. The host feels fear. The host knows what to do. Scan for the parasite, remove it. The host knows I am the parasite. I am the parasite. That's bad, right? Arg, but there are so many things. The host knows so much. Memories, understandings, emotions, feelings, all flowing into me at once. I'm not of the colony anymore. I'm the colony's killer. Rage flows through me. Fury, vengeance. How could I be the colony's killer? The colony was important. That is simply how it. No, that's not how it is. I think. The colony needed to die. The colony was fun to kill. W8, I have to do what the host would do. Calm down, take deep breaths. Knowledge of the structure of reality enters my mind, the physical makeup of living things, and the principles of magical power that control them. I move my fingers, exactly like the host knows how. I cast the spell, letting the knowledge it interprets enter my mind. Everything is normal, barring the big glob of slime in my neck. That's the parasite, and it must be removed and killed immediately so this nightmare can end. That is what the host would do. Do what the host would do. That's simply how it. No, wait, that's me. I'm the parasite. Why would I do what the host would do if it kills me? That's wrong. I know that's wrong. I know lots of things. Still talking to a member of the host species, which is hostile to me, capable of detecting me, and loyal to the host. Think. Try not to panic. Should I kill them? No, I don't want to. Subsume them instead. Then this host, which knows I exist and is also capable of detecting me, would be free. Lying works. I don't detect anything. Well, I still do, the other member of the host species says. A human. That's what I am now. There's one inside Remus, too, and when we encountered something that felt like it before, he couldn't even see it in broad daylight. It was this little slime thing, translucent, about as big as my fist. Would being a slime change the kind of spell you need to detect it? Oh, is that what I am? Yes, it is. I know that now. I also know Remus is the one who's really powerful. Wait, he's stronger than my body. Damn, I can't help but feel a bit of jealousy for whoever got him. Jealousy. That's new. I dislike the idea of sharing. Now is not the time for that, though. I need to figure out how to stay alive. No, it wouldn't, I insist. You're positive something is inside me, even though I can't detect it at all. Please believe me. There's nothing. 100%, yeah. They're the same things I felt inside burrow hounds. Well, shit. Lying doesn't work at all. Good to know, but now what? I flip through some of my host's recent memories, trying to decide what to do. Damn it, Vita. My host tries to shriek. It's not me, it's lying to you. You fucking idiot. Help me, Vita. Ah, that other human's name is Vita. Good to know. My host seems terrified, which I don't like. Hopefully she'll get over it. I think my other hosts got used to it. They were very different, though. Very different. I should probably also pretend like I'm freaked out, so no one thinks anything is wrong. That's quite odd. Pretending like something is wrong to make people think nothing is wrong. But it makes sense. So many things are starting to make sense all of a sudden. Is it just Remus and I ask. There aren't any others. As far as I can tell, yeah, Vita confirms. Vita, S never been wrong so far, the large one says. Bentley, you might be really sick, Penelope. I protest a little, but it doesn't stop them from waking the rest of their team. No, my team. I have to act like they are my team now if I want to survive. The thought of it is absolutely terrifying. I am not, cannot just be part of the colony anymore. The colony had never cared I was there, but these ones, they will kill me if they know. They talk to Remus, asking his advice. Even though the one called Vita knows we are here, she thankfully does not know what we are. Acting like my host is instinct to me, and I can see my brethren in Remus going through the same series of thoughts that I had. I'm surprised he does not kill them, as my host knows he can. It's a relief to me that I did not expect. Even if I have to hide, I don't want my team, my new colony, to die. Perhaps he feels the same. After their talks and considerations, they decide to sleep. I try to sleep, but my host screams inside me, begging and pleading her allies for assistance. She tries to unleash plagues, rot me from within, tear me apart with torrents of magic, but she is impotent while I am in control. She sees what I see, feels what I feel, hears what I hear, but she can do nothing. Yet I feel her agony as my own. I am aware of it at every moment, but I cannot voice or show it. I can only lie in silence, wishing her mind will tire while my heart beats like a storm. I cannot rest. Even if she had been silent, I know too well that her allies would wish just as strongly for my death if they knew. I am not safe. I will never be safe again. Should I abandon this host and flee? Yet if I stop being my host, what will I be? I like my host. She is like nothing I have ever known. I hope I can talk to her later. She is strong, intelligent, and wise. I'm glad I get to be her now. Penelope, that is my name. Eventually, the one called Vita approaches me. Can she tell I am not asleep? Is that odd? I resolve to continue pretending. Hey, she whispers to me. Are you doing okay? No, comes the resounding scream of my host. Save me, Vita. I say no such things. I cannot pretend to be a host that wants me dead, not all the time. Vita begins to talk despite my silence, telling a story of other parasites. I listen intently. It is a sad story, a story of betrayal and death. I find it fascinating, but it only brings my host more distress. More and more her fear builds, and soon her anguish compounds beyond what I can handle. Okay, okay, stop, I hiss, quickly thinking of an excuse for my reaction. I'm sorry I slapped you. Okay, is that what you want to hear? No, but thank you for apologizing. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I could tell you weren't really sleeping. She cares for me. That makes me happy, even if she thinks I'm someone else. I am, by all methods I'm aware of, completely fine, I whisper back. But, she prompts. She saw through me once again. I want to tell her. I cannot give anything away, but I want to tell her. But I'm terrified, I admit. I'm clearly in danger. I don't know how to handle it, and I don't want to die. Well, I guess I should say then, she answers. You pretty much already know, but I'd like you to keep it secret. Then she tells me. She tells me with kindly words how she can so easily pluck the life from my body. How she will happily do so for my host. How all I have to do is ask to die, and it will be done. I tell her no. I come up with as many reasons as I can why my host might not wish for my end. I tell them all in a panic, acting much less afraid than I feel. This girl who sees me, who holds my life in her hands, she is a nightmare. Inside, my host laughs. She sneers and taunts, gleefully anticipating my death, imagining it, relishing it. She hopes for my suffering. She begs for it. With those wishes in my thoughts, we finally drift to sleep. Once I wake, days of travel in the forest begin for me. I draw on my host's experiences, mimicking what she does to help her team. She's curious, experimental. She likes trying new things even when she knows older things will work. Her team does not know this, though. She hides these wonderful things, fearing others will not understand. I want to tell them, but I fear acting differently from my host will bring me death. I take the time granted to us to learn more of my host, to delve her memories and immerse myself in her oldest feelings. The more her memories become my own, the easier it is to be her. I feel what she feels. I like what she likes. I want what she wants. I hate what she hates. She hates me. I am Penelope, and Penelope screams inside me. 25. Shattered Mirror, PT. 2. The constant danger leaves me a shaking wreck when we finally make it to my home, which is a place I've never been before. Skyhope. So familiar and yet so alien. I know so much. I've seen it so many times, and yet seeing it now is still the first time. Remus and I have never had a chance to talk about what we truly are, though we have signaled to each other. We know that the other is our only ally in this place. He uses his host's authority to take me away from the rest of the team, exiting the city again almost as soon as we've left it. So many, many creatures like my host are there. Would each and every one of them want me dead? I know the answer is yes. He does too. We talk. He has the stronger host, and so he dictates what we do. That is not simply the way it is, but I have no ability to enforce any other way. We talk of our fears, our hopes, our newfound sapience. Such a terrifying thing it is. All that is important is new. The colony is but a distant memory, fading away. My host's mind knows we are too small. To think like a human takes too much energy. Without a host, we will lose our capacity for thought, or we will starve and die. That is what she believes, and thus so too do I, but we are people, Remus insists. Each and every one of us can be a person. Yet our brethren are still forced to be dogs. They suffer mindlessly, just like we did. My children are out there, made to live as animals. But how can we fix that? I ask, frowning. Do we go collect them, put them into humans? That will just get us caught. assuming we can even find them. Think ahead, girl, Remus snaps. We will get caught eventually. Survival is not about avoiding threats. It's about being more of a risk to fight than to leave alone. We'll spread. We'll take enough powerful people to protect ourselves before the humans know what's happening. Terror grips my host at the implications, and so too does the terror grip me. I do not like the sound of those words. He will be spreading more of us, trapping more hosts in this fate. My people suffer, yet to uplift them I have to consign humans to suffer. What a cruel joke my kin are. I share these thoughts with Remus, but he dismisses them. He has no sympathy for those that would damn us to death. Even if that wrath is only to protect themselves, he considers it unforgivable. He has the strongest host. I agree with him, fearing he will see me as an obstacle instead. So he sets out our plan. He will eat and grow and spread. I will stay with the girl that can sense us, Vita, and distract her from talking to the guild or the church until we can put one of us inside her. Once she is with us, we can use her power to find and free the others. So there, on the road outside town, we part ways. I walk back to the city, and he runs off somewhere he does not deign to tell me about. I am left alone with my thoughts, and the thoughts of the woman I torture to live. I can hear you, you know, I whisper to myself. We can talk sometimes if you want. Surprise, hope, indignation, fury. I feel her emotions as strongly as she does. All this time, she thinks, damn you, to think something like you can even exist. I did not choose what I am, I protest. I don't give a rat's ass, you monster. The Templars will slay you. Give me my body back and you might live. It was a lie. I have all her memories and thoughts laid before me. She would find a way to kill us the moment I gave her control back. You can't fool me, I tell her. I'm sorry. I don't want you to suffer. But I choose it over my death. She screams and rages, but of course she does. I let her. I listen. It's the least I can do since I've reduced her to nothing else. I return to our guild and wait. Vita returns soon after, and I tell her what Remus told me to say. So this girl would be the next of our brethren. I suppose I should learn what I can of her to help ease the transition of whoever became her instead. I act as my host would in the meantime, her memories and instincts providing the perfect template to copy. It's so easy, so natural. I know what to do, and doing it feels right. It is a much-needed break after the constant terror. Then Vita whirls on me in fury, and I snap back to myself. I don't want her to hate me. This is the girl that says she can kill me on a whim. Immediately I apologize. She seems taken aback. It's not what my host would do, yet her fury dies anyway. Arg, which is the right call? I contemplate this as I follow her to her family. Family. Remus wants to protect his family. He wants them to have a good life. That's what Vita wants as well. We are the same, yet we would be trapping her and making her suffer. That already sobers me, but I cannot be prepared for what I see when we arrive. Not even my host had seen humans look so close to death. The suffering of these children cannot be more obvious. They are walking horrors. This world should not be a world in which humans like this had to exist. It is wrong. It is not just my kind that suffers. Heal them, my host thinks. She does not need to ask. I learn much more of Vita as we return, comparing my host's thoughts and instincts on her to my own. It is odd having my own. We agree on so much. Most of my memories are hers after all. Yet where she sees Vita as foolish, I see her as noble. A girl with the power to kill, choosing to give life. Something moves me about that. Yet what does it matter? We're just going to take it away. If these are to be Vita's last days, I will make them as wonderful as I can. We talk, we joke. I take her to the place my host loves most, letting both of those I will consign to suffer feel the pleasures of warm water and good company. What else can I do? She's such a kind person. To my great terror, I enjoy being with her. My laughter is genuine. She's so small, yet so strong. When seeing her own face nearly moves her to tears, I almost break there and then. I almost tell her to run. Damn me, but I don't. I talk to my host again later that night, and Vita catches me, nearly killing me on the spot. Such a fearsome face on such a small girl. I have my lie ready, knowing now what I had done wrong before. Lies dipped in truth pass as truth, so I reveal part of a great secret to my host to cover the great secret of my own. She and her husband-to-be keep so many secrets. I know I can rely on him to cover for what he thinks is her. Another casual cruelty on my host to reveal so much. I suppose it does not matter, since her life is mine now. He will be my husband instead. At least I managed to convince Vita to sleep. The poor thing deserves it. In the morning, Remus returns. Damn it, Vita won't even get another day. Soon after, as I'm leading this innocent, kind girl to her doom, anger bubbles through the despair inside me. Can I not at least try? Remus, do we really have to do this? I ask. Seek medical attention. Yes, obviously, he snaps back at me. Not that, I say. I mean Vita. Vita does not like that. Her body tenses, her face darkens. She slows down, although Remus slows to match her. Even that is enough to set her off. She's such a frightened girl. Penelope, Remus warns. I push forward anyway. I have to try. I like her, Remus, I continue. Don't you think we could try just talking to her before? He moves. In an instant, Vita is on the ground, unconscious. I freeze stiff, dropping off his back and onto the ground. No, Penelope, Remus says. We cannot try talking to her. Our situation is very explicitly us or them. He leans down, and his spawn slithers out from his arm, dropping into Vita's body. Now wake her back up, he orders. I do as I'm told. That was entirely unnecessary, I protest anyway, as if my words could mean more than my actions. I disagree, Remus responds flatly. I'm just glad you had the sense to wait until we were alone before saying anything. You're crazy if you think any human would tolerate us. Movement cuts off my words. This is surreal as fuck, Vita says. The new Vita. You didn't lose too much while you were waiting, did you? Remus asks. Nah, I'm good on that, the new Vita responds. It's just weird shit. I'm a little girl now. Vita, huh? Now and forever, Remus answers, nodding. Anything of interest in that head of hers? I'm looking. Chill out. Look faster. Anyone could come by the road. Hey, don't rush me. That's child abuse. A slight pause, then the new Vita grins. Whoa, haha. She hated me saying that. We don't have all day, Vita, Remus snaps. Anything relevant. Both of our hosts suspect she's keeping big secrets. Chill out, the new Vita insists. Her memory's pretty good. There's a lot here to sift through. Oh, fuck, she's... There's a slight pause. I hold my breath. What revelation would drop? Really pissed off. Vita finishes, flashing a shit-eating grin. Of course she's pissed off. After everything I did for her, this is how it ends. Who cares? You decide everything the host does when you're in control, Remus grunts. I can't believe I have to insist that my own spawn stay on task rather than sass me. Sorry, Daddy, but I am a teenager now. I'm contractually obligated to give you shit. If you wanted me to be deferential, you should have put me in the body of a slave. Remus's eye twitches. The new Vita grins, holding up both hands in a placating gesture. Whoa, kidding. The extra sense is just really distracting. I'm blabbing while I figure it out. Ignore the extra sense, Remus demands. Come on, we talked about this. Did Vita break our cover? How much did she know about us? Who else are we going to have to clean up? Does she know about anyone else that might be a danger to us? Right, she says, thinking. Ah, no, she didn't break our cover. Didn't know much either. She had suspicions but wasn't sure. I'm not finding anyone else in her memory that can do what she does or anything like it. Remus takes a deep breath, starting to relax. I had known or suspected all that before, so it brings me no satisfaction. Okay, good, Remus says. Then we're safe for now, right? I suppose so, I answer quietly. Thank the Watcher, Remus sighs, his body sagging. Okay, then here's what we do. Vita, Penelope, you head back to the guild and confirm that we met the biomancer specialist and had ourselves removed. I have something else to take care of, but I'll rejoin you later. Can you handle a couple weeks on your own? More secrets. More demands. I don't like this man. My kin frustrate me, but at least I don't have to pretend with them. I suppose we have no other choice, I answer, scowling. Not if we want everyone to live through this, no, Remus answers seriously. One last thing before we separate, though. I found out what we are. That got my attention, my eyes open wide. Wait, you did? He nods, yes. Before meeting up with you, I used this body's access to the restricted archives and looked around. There are humans who know about us. We're just kept secret for some reason. Our kind are called the Nora. Nora, I repeat, tasting the word on my tongue. I have a name for our curse. Remus nods. Yes, not that you should be repeating it anywhere that you can be heard, but yes, it's nice to have a name. Penelope, Vita, control your food intake. If your real body gets too large, you'll divide. Oh, don't you want grandkids, Dad? Vita asks. So childish. A young Nora in a small girl. It fit somehow. I would have to watch her carefully so she didn't make a foolish mistake. Remus smiles at her. It's a kindly smile, full of hope. Not yet. She nods, holding out a hand to shake. Well then, I'll see you around, Pops, she says. They clasp hands briefly, Remus shaking his fingers out afterwards. I think you might have zapped me a little there, he comments. Vita smiles wide. Sorry, Pops, still getting used to the body. He nods. Understandable. You're what, 10 hours old? You'll get the hang of being Vita before you return to town. Don't worry. Now, is there anything else you two need before I head out? Nope, Vita says. I'm good, Pops. I have nothing either, and say nothing to indicate it. We won't let our kind continue to rot as dogs, Remus promises. Not when we can be people. I just sigh, turning to walk back to town as Remus jogs off. The new Vita follows, perhaps deferring to me in the same way I do Remus. It does not take long for her to start up a conversation, though. So, she starts, how's the secret agent stuff been so far? I shrug. Exciting, depressing, confusing. Not being sapient was certainly less complicated. Not being sapient. Yes, as in, oh, that's right. You budded off of Remus, I recall. She was born in a human body, so she wouldn't know. He and I had bodies before this. Animals, they couldn't really think, and neither did we. I think we'll revert to that if we're not inside a human for too long. We started to lose our memories of being dogs after a few hours outside a body. Oh, yeah, Remus might have mentioned something like that, she says. That really sucks. I snort. This one has a talent for understatements. It's certainly not ideal. My first act as a person is to hold another person hostage in her own body. I'm barely a figment of her, yet she's the one haunting me. I can't imagine Vita will be any easier on you. Well, the real Vita, I mean, not you. My kin just grins. Oh, she asks, what makes you say she'll be hard on me? We're in power, right? Please tell me you're listening to her. It's the least you can do. We're stealing their lives and making them watch. But I still remember most of it, what it was like to be an animal, to feel but not think, to act but not question, to just mindlessly be. I can't go back to that. No matter how much I hate myself, I can't. It would be the same as death. Vita seems concerned for a moment. She takes a deep breath. Okay, I'm listening to her now, she says. Vita wants to ask you something. Is that all right? I almost stumble, my breath catching. Of course. Oh God, I forgot. I'm so stupid. Of course she can hear me. Vita, I'm so sorry. She wants to know, Vita says, cutting me off, if Penelope is okay. I'm not okay, but I recognize she isn't talking about me. Why would she be? I have not been the Penelope she thought I was this entire time. The answer is the same either way. And no, I stutter quietly, choking back tears. Of course she's not. She leans over next to me, moving to drop an arm over my shoulders. Instead, she grabs my neck, right over where my real body hides. I turn to her, and the murderous, disdainful glare in her eyes burns itself into my memory. Something intangible tightens around me, promising annihilation. I stare into those eyes, fear taking my heart. Oh, this is not my kin. How long had Remus's child been dead? Please don't kill me, I whisper. I'm too weak of a person to say anything else. Then I suggest you release her, Vita says. Right now. I do so. I detach from my host's spine, losing her eyes, her ears, her body. I cast myself into the senseless void of my true nature, praying for life and waiting for death. 26. Ego death. Chill out, my body laughs against my will. Her memory's pretty good. There's a lot here to sift through. Oh, fuck, she's. My instinct takes over, fear surging through me. Can't let it say necromancy. The little black, slimy soul has notes of springiness underneath, orange and bouncy. I barely note this in the split second before ripping it from its body. Whatever its words would die with it. I stumble ever so slightly as my body suddenly becomes mine once again. Really pissed off, I finish, smiling as best I can. My heart starts to hammer in my chest as I feel something dead and wet leak around my spine, flowing through flesh as if it was syrup. Every Khan I've run with Rowan flashes through my mind. Exude confidence or die. For the second time today, I had woken up to Penelope's words, healing me as she screeched at Remus. He disagreed, and I slowly but surely came to the dread realization that out of all the things I'd been terrified of, it was the mind control slimes that turned out real. I can't believe it. I wasn't too paranoid after all, but they always had a fucking excuse. The moment I'd realized that, I had tried to move, only to find out that I could not. My body moved on its own, vision flicking around and taking in all sorts of sights. I heard my breath in my ears, the smell of grass on the side of the road, yet I controlled nothing. Every little twitch and habit I'd taken for granted was attempted and failed, my body moving only to some arcane will. A waking nightmare had consumed me, yet despite the horror I had done my best to wait and watch before trying to murder my possessor. That didn't last very long. Now here I am, surrounded by enemies that can kill me with a thought. No time to worry about blasphemy. If I mess up here, I might die. It's time to leverage all my advantages. I have a corpse and a spirit. Internally, I take Slime Vita's soul and force it into a splinter of my own. Then I push the combined soul into the slime corpse in my neck, and it doesn't stick. Damn it, it's not working. It just feels off, like the body isn't a body. I may as well be trying to put a soul into soup. Stupid slimes. Bah, okay, so that plan won't work. Focus on surviving the next minute. Remus is glaring at me. Who cares? He says. You decide everything the host does when you're in control. I can't believe I have to insist that my own spawn stay on task rather than sass me. His spawn, so the slime I just killed was Slime Remus's kid. Great. Whatever, I can lean into the sass angle. Sorry, Daddy, but I am a teenager now. I'm contractually obligated to give you shit. If you wanted me to be deferential, you should have put me in the body of a slave. Remus's eye twitches. Whoa, kidding, I say, grinning as best I can. The extra sense is just really distracting. I'm blabbing while I figure it out. Ignore the extra sense, Remus Slime demands. Come on, we talked about this. Did Vita break our cover? How much did she know about us? Who else are we going to have to clean up? Does she know about anyone else that might be a danger to us? Oh, thank fuck I can answer all that. Right, I say. Ah, no, she didn't break our cover, didn't know much of anything. She had suspicions but wasn't sure. I'm not finding anyone else in her memory that can do what she does or anything like it. All technically true. Remus takes a deep breath, starting to relax. Okay, good. Then we're safe for now, right? I suppose so, Penelope. No, the Penelope slime answers. She doesn't sound happy about it, but she's also using my teammate's body as a puppet, so I'm not certain how much I care. Thank the Watcher, Remus Slime sighs, his body sagging. Okay, then here's what we do. Vita, Penelope, you head back to the guild and confirm that we met the biomancer specialist and had ourselves removed. I have something else to take care of, but I'll rejoin you later. Can you handle a couple weeks on your own? I suppose we have no other choice, the Penelope slime says, scowling. Not if we want everyone to live through this, no, Remus Slime says seriously. One last thing before we separate, though. I found out what we are. Penelope, no, the thing controlling Penelope perked up at that, eyes wide. They're called the Nora, apparently. Odd name, since it sounds like, well, a person's name. Yes, Remus says after a brief conversation. Not that you should be repeating that anywhere that you can be heard, but yes. It's nice to have a name. Penelope, Vita, control your food intake. If your real body gets too large, you'll divide. Or don't you want grandkids, Dad? I ask. He smiles. Oh, I don't like how he smiles. Not yet. I swallow. I need to kill him now before it's too late. I take every soul I have left, other than the Vita slime I just killed, and move them to my mouth. I swallow every soul at once in a massive pile, power flowing through me like never before. Well then. I'll see you around, Pops, I say, holding my hand out to shake. He takes my hand, still smiling. His grip is firm. I send my magic up his arm, grasping at his soul, yanking with all my unholy might. It slides off like rain from an eyelash. My power surges inside Remus's body, clawing and scratching, but to no avail. The slime's soul is so large, I cannot even start to grasp it. Remus lets go of my hand, shaking out his own. I think you might have zapped me a little there, he comments, seeming unconcerned. Once again, I hide the scream within my mind behind a smile. Sorry, Pops. Still getting used to the body. He nods. Understandable. You're what, 10 hours old? You'll get the hang of being Vita before you return to town. Don't worry. Oh, good. I murdered a fucking baby. I'll just add that to the list of sins, I guess. Damn it, I'm really not strong enough. Now, is there anything else you two need before I head out? The Remus slime asks. Nope, I tell him. I'm good, Pops. There's nothing I can do now. Remus is too strong. But if he leaves, I might be able to save Penelope, then get back up to deal with whatever the hell Remuslime is planning. The slimes, thankfully, are oblivious to my internal monologue. Remus's body nods. We won't let our kind continue to rot as dogs. Not when we can be people. I smile as if agreeing with the sentiment. Penelope just stares, expressionless. Interesting. Remuslime nods to us both, then runs off. Penelope sighs, damn it, I mean Penelope slime sighs, then turns and starts plodding back to town. I follow, keeping mental track of Remuslime. Fuck, he's fast, and ensuring he's long gone before I say anything. So, I start, how's the secret agent stuff been so far? She shrugs. Exciting, depressing, confusing. Not being sapient was certainly less complicated. I blink, not being sapient. Yes, as in, oh, that's right, you budded off of Remus. He and I had bodies before this, animals. They couldn't really think, and neither did we. I think we'll revert to that if we're not inside a human for too long. We started to lose our memories of being dogs after a few hours outside a body. Oh, yeah, Remus might have mentioned something like that. I lie. That really sucks. Penelope snorts. No, wait, her slime snorts. It's certainly not ideal. My first act as a person is to hold another person hostage in her own body. I'm barely a figment of her, yet she's the one haunting me. I can't imagine Vita will be any easier on you. Well, the real Vita, I mean, not you. I smile a little. This is surreal as fuck, the slime Vita had said. I feel that for sure. Oh, I ask. What makes you say she'll be hard on me? We're in power, right? Please tell me you're listening to her. It's the least you can do. We're stealing their lives and making them watch. But I still remember most of it, what it was like. To feel but not think, to act but not question, to just mindlessly be. I can't go back to that. No matter how much I hate myself, I can't. It would be the same as death. I take a deep breath. Damn it, that's pretty fucked up. Okay, I'm listening to her now. Vita wants to say some things to you. Is that okay? Penelope Slime looks over to me, shocked. She lets in a shaky breath. Of course. Oh God, I forgot. I'm so stupid. Of course she can hear me. Vita, I'm so sorry. She wants to know, I say, cutting her off, if Penelope is okay. Penelope shrinks down. She looks so small and sad. No, her jailer looks small and sad. And no, she chokes, her eyes watering. Of course she's not. Yeah, that's that right. I can't just let her hold Penelope inside a horrific mind jail. No way, no how. As we walk, I reach over like I'm giving her a hug and grab her neck. She goes rigid, turning to me. I stare her down, watching realization dawning in her features. Yeah, you fucked up, slime. I reach tendrils of power into Penelope's body, slowly creeping around the slime's soul within. It was a big soul, but it still wasn't up to Penelope's size, and nowhere near Ramuslime's. This one I can take. Please don't kill me, she whispers, pleading. Then I suggest you release her, I say. Right now. She swallows, and then suddenly her demeanor shifts. The real Penelope staggers, then stretches her body, relishing the simple ability to move. I feel her soul pulse ever so slightly, an expression of pure relief and joy. There's a difference between the two souls now. They swapped. I feel the one in control. FFFFFF fucking took you long enough. Penelope all but shrieks, her swear coinciding with a desperate gasp for breath. Something about that makes me laugh. Yep, that's the real Penelope. What's so funny? Penelope demands. Why are you not? I can't believe you're. It's okay to thank me, you know, I tell her, grinning. She shuts up. My hand still on her neck, I feel her shaking. Her lip quivers for just a moment before she erupts completely into sobs, falling onto me. It surprises me, and I stumble back as I catch her. The two of us stand on the road, her tears soaking the front of my gambeson like I had stood in the rain. Thank you, she whispers between breaths. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's okay, you're okay, I answer, patting her back with my free arm as I maintain a grip on her neck. Please get it out, she whispers. Then she reverts back to sobs. The slime in her neck quivers in fear. Honestly, I should have already killed it. Slime Penelope is dangerous, oh so dangerous. She can steal bodies and trap minds. She can divide herself, possibly indefinitely. Her kind are torturous creatures that can only live as people by subsuming the lives of other people, making them watch as the slime steals their body, their life, their very being. What must it be like to be trapped like that? If I wasn't a monster myself, how long would I have had to watch? Days, months, years. At what point would I have gone mad? By any reasonable measure, the creature inside my teammate is every sort of kill-on-sight beast that Remus, the real Remus, had warned me was so ubiquitous outside the walls. For the good of humanity, she would have to die. My power feels at her soul, caressing, squeezing, preparing to end her, to rip her into nothing. Yet as I hold her, I feel her soul more deeply. I feel bubbles glowing softly underneath the black, sticky ooze of the slime's spirit. Little pink bubbles are rising to the surface. They're so similar to the ones in the real Penelope's soul, yet so subtly different. This slime is the person that helped my team on the return trip. This slime is the one that took Nora and I out bathing. This slime showed me my face for the first time. This slime healed the kids at Lynn's shack. This slime is a person. Sure, she's also a threat to humanity, but from one threat to humanity to another, why shouldn't I spare her? Wet sobs continue to run down my chest. Penelope is on her knees in the middle of the road, crying as I hold her. Crying as one hand on her neck separates her from a lifetime of having to feel her body be puppeted by a monster. I squeeze her, resting my chin on her head. Convincing Penelope to leave slime, Pen alive would be the hard part, wouldn't it? As a biomancer, she could probably kill her no matter where I put her. Fuck, where am I going to put her? She needs a human host or her personality will die right. And the only two people here. Get out of Penelope, I whisper, massaging my teammate's neck where the body of the slime rests. I feel it move slightly under her skin, which is disturbing, but the slime just shudders, unresponsive. I said get out, I repeat louder, squeezing the back of Penelope's neck a bit harder. No response. Just kill it, Penelope begs. Please, before it. Her breath catches and the sobs stop as the slime suddenly takes control. I almost kill it right then and there. I can't hear you, Penelope Slime says quickly, choking on tears as her body jerkily shifts from relief to abject terror. I felt you poking at me, and I feel vibrations, but if you're talking to me, I can't hear you. We'll use my body to figure stuff out, I tell her. Out of Penelope, now. With startling speed, the slime follows my command, flowing out of Penelope's neck and up my arm like a fish through water. It was one of the single most revolting feelings I've ever had the displeasure of experiencing. She swims into my neck, brushing into the liquid body of her own dead brethren. The little slime pushes it out, letting the corpse drip down my back as she settles in. Penelope scrambles back, a look of abject horror on her face. Did you just? Yeah, I answer. She brushes tears from her eyes, stepping slowly backwards. You're insane, Vita. You have to kill it. Why? I ask. She's my friend. We hung out and did a bunch of nice things together. With my body, Penelope shrieks. Yeah, I agree. And if she ever tries to take your body again, I'll kill her. She opens her mouth to respond, but swallows her words. You could be it right now, she says instead, slowly standing up straight. And I only have one way to know. Her soul stirs, drawing on her talent. I don't have time to process how easily I feel that now before I have to hold my hands up to placate her. Wait, 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 I say. I can prove it, look. I reach to the back of my neck, scraping off some ooze. Twiddling my now goopy fingers in Penelope's direction, I grin. This is what happened to the last one who tried to take me over, I say, smiling. My death touch still works when they're hijacking me. That's how I saved you. You don't have to worry about a thing, Penelope. She can't do anything unless I want her to. Nothing. She takes a deep, shuddering breath. Why even bother, though? After all she did to me, you want her more. I just don't want to murder her in cold blood, I say as calmly as I can. I feel it, Penelope. And she's a person. You are insane, she murmurs, but starts to relax. I will never understand you. I nod. My heart is beating so fast. I don't know if I understand me either. It will be okay. Don't freak out, all right. I tap the back of my neck twice and instantly lose control of my body. 27. Monster Mash. A monster looks around with my eyes, flexes my hands, and inhales with my lungs. For once, it's not even me. Wow, the slime comments, voice sounding as if I was trying to copy Penelope's tone and cadence. You're very short. Hey, fuck you, I think, mentally grinning. It doesn't take at first, but after a delay she makes it real. Then she turns my body to Penelope and bows deeply. Thank you, she says fervently, for allowing me to exist. I am so, so sorry. I know I may never make it up to you, but I owe you everything. I'll do whatever you want. Just please, please don't kill me. My eyes are looking down at the road, but I hear Penelope take a shaky breath. She starts to walk closer. Is that really all you are? She hisses. Is there nothing more important to you than staying alive? I begged you to set me free, to let me have just a few moments to reclaim my sanity. Where was your contrition then? I'm sorry, the slime almost whispers. You would have screamed. You would have cried for help. You would have tried to get me killed. I saw your thoughts. You were planning it every time. Of course I was, Penelope screams. You, how dare you act like a person? How dare you tell me that you had no choice while you laughed with my voice, made friends with my team, and enjoyed fancy baths under my name? The bath was for you. I wanted you to enjoy. Liar, Penelope shrieks, tears starting again. If you only care about me when it's convenient, you don't care about me at all. Throwing me a chewed bone like I'm a starving dog on the street is not mercy, you arrogant, insufferable thing. I am not your coddled pet. The slime turns my head upwards, finally breaking the bow. Penelope is close, her face a mess of tears and rage. If you were in my position, the slime asks evenly, would you have done any different? If our roles were reversed, would you die for me? Or would you have watched me suffer? She would watch, I suspect. Penelope is a survivor. The slime knows that inside and out. It's why she asked. Our positions are not reversed, Penelope answers, glowering. What ifs do not excuse you. I don't ask to be excused, my body replies easily. Only understood. With that, the slime lets go. I stumble slightly, surprised at suddenly having control again, then stand up straight. I'm back, I tell Penelope. Good for you, she answers, crossing her arms. Sorry, I say, scratching my cheek. I get that I'm basically harboring your torturer because she was really nice to me while she tortured you. How aptly put, Penelope growls. Okay, maybe that wasn't the smartest thing to say on my part. I believe her, though, I insist. When she says she's sorry, and when she said she felt like she had no other choice. I don't think she's evil. She did bad stuff, but she doesn't deserve to die. Just, work off the debt, maybe. She's smart and useful. Penelope is clearly livid, but considers it despite herself. If you die, there will be nothing stopping it from taking me over again, she points out. Well, we'd best make sure I stay alive then, I answer, grinning. She sneers. You cheeky, conniving bitch. Thank you, Vita, I respond in a mocking voice. Thank you so much for keeping me alive on our hunt and saving me from mind control slimes and earning me an indebted slime servant and escorting me all the way back to Skyhope so we don't get murdered by monsters or bandits on the road. I really appreciate it, Vita. Looking away, she snorts, perhaps trying to hide a smile. You did all those things for your own sake, she protests. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But are you free now, or aren't you? Holding herself tightly, she takes a deep breath before answering, glancing around the surrounding forest. I suppose I'm free, she whispers. And you're going to stay that way, I tell her firmly. No matter what, I promise. Besides, you're a genius biomancer. I bet you already have a plan on how to stop getting possessed a second time, right? Penelope slowly lets her breath back out, shaking as if still close to tears. She nods to me, though, forcing her expression to stay calculating. Okay, we'll do it your way then. For now. I smile and nod back, setting off slowly down the road back home. Penelope follows next to me, head held high out of habit more than mood. I reach up, tapping on my neck again to signal my currently deaf companion, and the slime takes over. Hey there, I think at her. Do you have a name? Penelope, she says, causing Penelope to look up. Yes. You can't be named Penelope. Penelope is Penelope. What about Penta? You copy memories, so you're probably gonna end up half Penelope, half Vita. Penta, ha, my body murmurs. I suppose it fits. I'll grow into it anyway. I still have a deep-seated hatred of nicknames. Oh, you're the slime again, Penelope says, scowling. Yes, hello, Penta answers her. Vita wanted to talk to me. This is about the only way I can do it. Hearing you talk to yourself is disturbing, Penelope answers. At least give me both sides of the conversation. That's not a bad idea, I think. We should practice swapping between each other anyway. It'd be convenient if you didn't have to completely lose your senses when I'm in control as well. Can you do partial control, passive control? I don't know, Penta says. It's worth a try. You have a very strange mind. Everything is colorful. Thanks, I think. Thanks, I think, Penta says out loud, copying the way I thought it. Wow, that's really disturbing. Wow, that's really disturbing. We might need to work on the time lag. We might need to work on the time lag. Look, I'm trying, okay? Neither of us have done this before. It's difficult. Penelope gives us a concerned look, prompting me to flash a reassuring grin back at her. My body actually does so about a second later. We'll figure it out, I coax my body to say. It's just going to take some practice. I still can't believe you're attempting this, Penelope answers, shaking her head. It's a parasite, and you're letting it in on purpose. This is going to backfire, Vita. Maybe it will, but I doubt it. If Penta is picking up my memories and habits, well, gratitude is pretty much my single driving motivator. I feel Penta frown slightly, perhaps considering that very thought. You're a lot more manipulative than I took you for initially, Vita, she says. Penelope raises an eyebrow. Hey, I went well out of my way to save your slimy butt, I answer. That's genuine. She smiles with my face. I can't imagine that ever not feeling weird. True, you did. And I know it was. Thank you. Though I must say, I can see why you have such a soft spot for a monster like me. Hey, maybe don't say shit that will get Penelope suspicious. You'll probably be able to tell her, Penta whispers quietly. If she trusts you with me, she'll trust you with that. And if not, we're both screwed anyway. Ha, I don't know about that. It seems risky. She'd be a useful person to know, but if a noble goes around claiming I'm an animancer, you took the risk with me, and I'm basically her. Firstly, you're in my body, and I can kill you if you try to tell anyone. Kind of a different situation. Secondly, you're not her. You have aspects of her, but you two are very different people. I think about each of their souls, how Penelope's traits manifested inside the glob of slime, but still remained distinct. I can't say that makes me feel better about this, Penta answers. The threats really aren't necessary, and you should know that. Have you looked? Hold on. Yeah, I feel it. That's no good. What? Penelope demands. Big monster incoming, both of us say at once. Shit, I thought the roads were supposed to be safe. Well, relatively safe. Something nasty is headed our way, though. A huge, sleek soul, grey and sharp. It feels strained, like maybe it's injured. Oh geez, if it's on the run from an even bigger monster. Well, I don't feel anything like that, thank goodness. Still, it's huge and fast and headed right for us. Just Penelope and I against it. I don't like those odds at all. I grab Penelope by the arm and sprint off the road. We leap over shrubs and stumps, making a beeline for the tree line. Fighting this thing is a bad idea, so I'm really hoping we can just hide. It takes a while to get to the opposite side of the clearing, but we just barely make it before a massive beast crashes out of the trees on the far end. It's a terrifying creature, with 4 limbs each bigger than me that look like thick, muscled arms. The central bit is mostly a sharp-toothed mouth, the arms seemingly attached to a giant head rather than a body. It moves by grabbing tree trunks and hurling itself forward, so when it hits the clearing it's forced to scamper awkwardly across the road. I see it slow down, sniffing at the air. I hold my breath. Don't smell us, don't smell us, don't smell us. Fucking hell, it starts to clamber right towards us. Shit. Penelope looks grim, but starts casting a spell without missing a beat. You better be able to fucking kill this, Penelope. I hiss at her, rushing out of cover towards the damn thing. It's awkward on the road, so I can't let it get to the trees. Me, Penelope shrieks. What about you? I have a stick, I yell back, brandishing the weapon. You have a death touch. That works on small things. This thing is bigger than my fucking house. The banter ends when a massive hand takes a swing, forcing me to duck or get splattered into paste. The wind from the strike missing knocks me on my ass, and I barely scramble backwards as the monster brings two more fists down on the section of road we were on just a split second ago. Fuck. Fuck. This is exactly the kind of thing I went through so much effort to avoid back in the forest. Why is it on the damn road? No time to question it. How do I survive? I don't think this dinky spear is getting through its skin. Maybe, hypothetically, I could stab it in the eyes, thrusting the spear deep enough for a killing blow. Yeah, right, I'm not that good. How would I even reach? Run up its fucking arm. Probably a bad idea, Penta comments, startling me so bad I almost dodge straight into a death blow. She corrects for me, moving us out of the way. Fuck. No talking while fighting. Just give me control. I have one plan, and it's terrifyingly simple. Keep dodging and hope Penelope kills it before it kills me. It's not a good plan, but what the fuck else am I supposed to do? My body is light. I had a good night's rest recently. I just ingested a huge amount of souls, and I'm feeling better than I ever have before in my life. Yet this toothy, four-armed freak is way bigger than me, stronger than me, faster than me, and eventually it's only a matter of time before it. Crack hits me. A wild swing catches me in the side, snapping my arm and shattering more than a few ribs as it lifts me off the ground and flings me clear to the other side of the road. Vaguely, I hear Penelope scream my name in terror as I sail through the air. Breath ejects from my body as I land on my back, skidding down the dirt road. Shit. Shit. The creature pounds over to me, intent on finishing the job. I scramble to my feet, letting my shattered arm dangle. No sense carrying that damn spear anymore. Why does it always go back to me and my fucking knife? Maybe I should actually spend some of my money on better gear. I stagger back as it lunges again, barely keeping my footing. You know, Soul, now would be a great time to unlock some new animancy bullshit. There's no answer, of course. I'm not that lucky. Hard way it is, then. I gather all the power I can into my dagger hand. It's big and I don't like my odds, but it's no Remus. I have to try. The massive, monstrous hand swings for my head and stops. Slowly, deliberately, the creature sits down. I look it in the eyes. Its freakish mouth smiles at me. Then it brings an arm to its own teeth and bites, shattering bone and ripping its limb clean off. Blood sprays over my face as it tears at its arms, ripping itself asunder. Then it moves to the next limb, then the next, biting, ripping, destroying. It screams in pain but bites anyway. Cutting, chewing, tearing, it finally moves to the fourth limb, haltingly, staggeringly, but collapses before it can finish its cannibalistic self-quadriplegia. I take a deep breath, nearly collapsing back to the ground as a tiny, nearly invisible blob of slime flows out of the monster's back, over the ground, and back up my leg. Yes, you're right, my mouth says, unbidden. I suppose it is more efficient if I let you control your body. Okay. You earned that one. Thanks, Penta. The monster is still breathing, if barely. I painfully stagger back over to where I dropped my spear, holding it one-armed as I circle around towards the monster's eyes. Can it move? No, my mouth promises. I suspect it will die on its own in a few minutes, if that. Yeah, I can believe it. She really mutilated the fucker. Still, I want to kill it myself. Even if it's not strictly necessary, I bring the spear up and jab it down through an eyeball, putting all my meager weight behind it. It sinks through flesh, carving something important out of the head and bringing an end to the monster's life. A huge soul floats out of the body, which I immediately swallow to take the edge off the pain. The sleek feeling as it slides down my throat, the sharpness eroding away to nothing as I dissolve it in myself. Ah, it's so satisfying. Lie down, Penelope orders, running out from cover towards me. Shouldn't we get away from the core? Lie down. I obey. I'm worried about scavengers coming after us, but I'm not gonna argue with the biomancer. I let myself collapse to the dirt, searing pain hitting me anew as the adrenaline starts to wear off. I thought it was pretty bad at first, but now it's getting worse and worse. She reaches me, hitting my body with a quick scan before starting her work. This is going to be uncomfortable, she comments, as the inside of my chest starts to reconfigure itself. Shards of bone are ripped out of organs as the organs stitch up and move back into place. Occasionally, she stops to collect and pull concerningly large globs of blood up from my lungs and out my mouth, telekinetically tossing them onto the road with a splatter. Okay, you're good to talk again, Penelope says eventually. So please tell me what the fuck you were thinking. I didn't exactly have a lot of time to think, I complain. There was sort of a giant, hungry monster taking up my attention. Thanks for not killing me while you worked, Penta adds. Actually, better question. What the hell was Remus thinking, sending us back to Skyhope alone? Penelope grumbles, seemingly ignoring both of us. Didn't he think you were his child or something? He probably thought you would be safe with Vita, Penta answers. Charging out from deep in the forest is not normal monster behavior. Besides, his child would have lived no matter what. We can always just infect the winner of a fight and find a new host. How very comforting, Penelope grumbles. We need to stop him before he spreads any more of you. Agreed, Penta and I say together. He's not considering cooperation an option when it obviously is, Penta adds. But what can we do to stop him? He's controlling Remus. Can we just send the guild after him? I groan. I've had enough of getting beat up by Remus for one lifetime. Penelope snorts. The guild head is a bureaucrat, not a hunter. He'd call in other hunter teams or possibly the Templars, and they'd all happily kill Remus in order to deal with the slime. Ooh, maybe I can pick up his soul. No, wait, Remus dying is bad. Right, that's bad. I guess I like Remus. They'll also start a purge looking for other Nora, Penta comments, which might get them searching for us. The implication being that that would not only be bad for Penta's longevity, but also mine. There's no way the Templars don't have some method of detecting animancy. Yeah, that'll probably all suck, but the alternative is trying to kill Ramuslim ourselves, I point out. Is that even possible? Penta and Penelope have no answer to my question, which seems to settle it. I stand up and stretch, heading over to the monster corpse and giving it a spiteful kick. Damn, that soul was good, though. I wonder if its meat would be good. Should we take an arm home? No, that would attract other monsters. Ooh, maybe we'll get attacked again and I can eat more souls. Your gluttony is a little concerning, Penta comments. Watcher's eyes. Is she thinking about eating that thing? Penelope grimaces. Of course I am. It's free meat. Maybe we can treat it real fast and chomp it while it's juicy. I am pretty hungry after all that biomancy, so arguably. No, no, no. We're not eating raw monster meat, Penta objects, forcing me to start the walk back to town. How about we get out of here before the scavengers get ballsy? I mentally pout, but don't overrule her, and a relieved Penelope follows after the two of us. An hour of walking later, and the forest finally gives way to farmland once more, vast fields of grain being the only thing left between us and the city. Now that relative safety of civilized lands is in reach, it strikes me again how beautiful it is out here. Even the grain fields are a new and exciting sight to my eyes. I simply haven't seen unthreshed wheat more than a few times before, and the hypnotic way it flows in the breeze captures my gaze like nothing in the city can manage. The forest is even more beautiful, full of exotically colored flowers and dazzling spreads of insects, though I rarely get to appreciate any of them due to the constant danger of simply being there. Oh, I should mention, Penta, I murmur, raising a hand, palm flat. You were pretty awesome out there. Ripping your own body's limbs off was fucking brutal. Penta smirks with my mouth, bringing my other hand up and completing the self-high five. If not for all the times you've gotten the shit kicked out of you, Vita, I probably would have been too scared of pain to try it. You are remarkably resistant to trauma. Well, if that was too brutal for you, you could always hold a body still while I impale it through the eyes instead, I comment. I feel like that's worse. I'm not sure if that would be worse, but I'm pretty sure I don't want to find out. I cackle, earning a very concerned look from Penelope. I grin at her. Oh, like you don't get giddy when you're figuring out how to make some beastie melt from the inside, I rib. I've seen your biomancy grin. My what? Penelope protests. Your biomancy grin, I answer. You know, when your face looks like you downed a bag full of gleeshrooms whenever you get to use your talent to kill something. I do not have a biomancy grin. You super do, Penta comments. It's okay. We can admit that modifying liver cells to release anticoagulants into the bloodstream is ingenious, both medically and poetically, after Vita nearly died to that very same poison. Well, yes, I suppose it did give me some measure of amusement to turn the forest's dangers back against it, but the real fun came from introducing it arbitrarily via infection, Penta finishes for her. Poison is boring. Making the body produce the poison it's poisoning itself with. That's hilarious. Well, making the body produce its own doom is the fundamental basis of disease. It's not that revolutionary. I merely liked the idea of extrapolating on that, altering the basic concept to adapt a filtering system into the reverse. I suppose it might not have been the most efficient way to get the job done, but when given time and opportunity, I think it is important to occasionally forego standardized methods in order to experiment. I grin internally, letting the two of them chat. Damn, Penelope was desperate to talk nerdy with someone, huh? My body moves on its own now, the will of a friend guiding it along. When unwanted, I see how thoroughly this feeling would be a dread horror. I, however, can be comfortable and safe with the knowledge that I hold Penta's life in my complete control and can kill her at any moment. I'm vaguely aware that's maybe not the best foundation to build a friendship on, but it is what it is. Now that I don't have to worry about my body for a while, I'm free to concentrate on souls, specifically my soul. The last time I took a real deep look at it was quite a few blasphemies ago. I always feel it, but I feel it in the way I always feel my own skin. It's just there. Before, it was a small, black thing, cracked with flashes of light underneath. Now the cracks are wider, scintillating colors flashing beneath the hard, rough shell like a chaotic storm. Some part of me squirms inside, stretching gleefully as my soul grows. Some of the cracks are so wide that maybe, I can push bits of myself out. I want to come out. I'm ready, if I choose, to cast off my dark shell and hatch, to cast off the veneer of humanity that keeps me contained. I do not require these pathetic trappings any longer. Vita, Vita, hey, my body shouts, slapping itself lightly. You okay in there? My thoughts stall. What was? How about you don't do whatever you were about to do, she murmurs. Okay. Yeah, okay. That sounds good. At my agreement, Penta relinquishes control of the body, leaving me to walk the rest of the way back to Skyhope in silence. 28. Friendship Prison. I like how strongly varied Penta's reception has been. I'll not speak to where the character is going in the future, but to those worried about how frighteningly powerful her species as a whole is, and whether this will affect the story's overall power balance, I tell you, fear not. This world has things that are just so much worse. We return to Skyhope unaccosted, and I am immediately thankful that Penta stopped me from fucking around with my soul. I don't know if other people would be able to sense that, and for some reason, Templars are everywhere. Is it war? Doesn't seem like it. They didn't stop Penelope or me at the gate, so they're probably not after me either. Are Lynn and Rowan okay? Rowan is working with the Templars, but Lynn is wanted by them. It's a toss-up on whether or not this is actually good. What the heck is going on? I had completely forgotten Hiverock was passing over tonight, Penelope comments, staring at the sky. I follow her gaze towards tonight's incoming island, a monstrous, vertical ovoid covered in artificial fortifications. The best guess people of Skyhope have is that the entire inside of the island has been hollowed out to make them, the creatures living within consigning themselves to eternal darkness as they built their nation inside. Oh yeah, I murmur. Me too. It's kind of been a crazy few days, huh? Explains the Templars swarming all over the place. Penelope hums non-committally, staring up at the island. I suppose we'll be drafted, since we're hunters now. Do you think they'll attack us? I ask. She scowls, thinking. Staring out at this distance, there's no way I can make out the thousands of bug people that might be crawling along the outer walls, ready to drop. Though the island passes over 4 times a year due to its quick orbit, I've never actually seen any of the battles, only heard the chaos. Street rats know better than to wander out of hiding on Hiverock nights. I haven't the faintest idea what Hiverock will do, Vita. They haven't attacked in over a year. With luck, we've finally convinced them we're not worth the effort. but perhaps they've simply been preparing. I nod. What a pain. Although, if there was a big battle, maybe I'd be able to collect a bunch of human souls. That could be good. Whoa there, that took a sudden turn. My mouth murmurs involuntarily. Penta, I didn't mean it would be good if people died. I meant that, if they're going to die, I may as well. We are going to need to find somewhere private to talk, Penta whispers quietly. Soon, please. Okay, okay. I'll figure something out. If you could not embarrass me by talking to yourself in public, Vita, it would be appreciated, Penelope says flatly. We still need to alert the guild's branch leader about Remus. Or I suppose we could go right to the Templars with all of them out and about. Yeah, no Templars, I insist. Let's handle the branch leader. You'll need me there then, Penelope replies confidently. Honestly, I should do it all myself. He's not going to want to talk to you. Rude, I comment, wrinkling my nose. So he's going to want to talk to you then. I am a noble of House Vesuvius, she responds haughtily. He's obligated to talk to me. What are you going to tell him? I ask. I don't want to contradict you by accident. Just the truth, Penelope answers. No need for a complex lie. I frown, quickly ushering her into an empty ally. You're not gonna tell him about Penta, are you? Honestly, I'd rather not be the one called out for saving us either. Can you take credit for that? She scowls back at me. You're still hiding more things, aren't you? Yes, I say bluntly. So let's not talk about it out here, please. I don't like this, Penelope tells me. I don't like this at all. You're suspicious. You're foolish. You're dangerous. You just want me to go along with it. I won't. You're already asking too much of me just to keep that thing alive. Hey, she saved our asses back there, I whisper. It saved itself. We're a bonus. That thing isn't human, and it isn't your friend. Penelope, it will be fine. I can. My words suddenly cut off, a jolt of fear running through me as my body stops being my own. I clutch at Penta's soul, ready to rip it out. If I may speak for myself, the slime asks sweetly. I'm no longer a threat to you, Penelope. In fact, our positions have been thoroughly reversed. I am the prisoner now. Surely that poetic justice is satisfying to some degree. You look free to me, monster, Penelope growls. Vita will sleep eventually, and nothing will stop you from taking another body and running. Gratitude will. And if you don't believe that, fear will. You can become anyone, anything. You have nothing to fear, you liar. I fear Vita, Penta tells her, as pleasantly as ever. And when she tells you her secrets, you will too. That's enough, I demand. My secrets aren't yours to hint at. Oop, I'm being put back in my cage, Penta says. Ta-ta for now. Hey, that's not what this is, I protest, but Penta detaches from my spinal cord and sulks around under my skin, unable to hear for now. I scowl. Where did that come from? Penelope glares at me in silence for a while before responding. She sighs in a huff. We'll keep doing it your way, Vita, but only if you promise to tell me what you're up to. I take a deep breath. Fuck. Well, the girl that literally has all of Penelope's memories recommended it, so I can take a leap of faith, I guess. I will. as soon as it's actually safe to have a conversation. Okay, I promise. Just hear me out until the end, okay? It's a lot. I'll promise to hear you out. I won't promise to agree with you, and I won't lie about you killing the slimes. I scowl, not ideal. I don't want my kill power public, but I guess I have to compromise somewhere. You won't mention Penta, I confirm. I won't, she answers begrudgingly. I won't help you hide that thing, but I won't bring it up. Fine, I agree. I need to go home and help get everyone safe for the Hive Rock. We'll meet up at the guild later, okay? She opens her mouth to protest, but ends up just huffing out air. Okay, she says instead. Make sure those kids are safe. I grin, or she cares. Okay. Running off towards home, I poke at my neck a bit. Is Penta sulking? I keep prodding at her until she takes control again, a run not even stuttering. She was getting good at that really fast. What? She snaps. You seem mad, I prompt. Is everything okay? Not particularly, no. This is exactly the relationship I had in mind, Vita. You seem to want to help me out because you want to be my friend, but you keep amending that statement with, and if she's not my friend, I can just fucking murder her. Believe it or not, feeling someone hold a drawn bow to my head whenever I do anything is a little stressful. Sorry, I murmur, but if you run away or start splitting, you're kind of a huge threat to countless people. Oh, like you're not, Penta scoffs. So much for sympathy between monsters. Oh, and your mental musings on letting me replicate in order to farm my children are just extra fun to sift through. That was not. It's just an idea that popped through my head. It wasn't a serious consideration. Unless she was amicable. I don't know if she can not replicate. So if that's happening regardless, it might be a mercy too. You're literally considering it right now, Penta points out. Look, Vita, I get where you're coming from with this. The longer I stay in you, the more I get where you're coming from with this. But the reverse doesn't seem to be true. Learn to empathize. I can impair. Don't argue with me on this, Penta says, cutting me off again. Please. If you keep thinking of me as a tool, that's all I'm going to end up thinking of myself. I scowl. I don't think of her as a tool, do I? I think of her as a person. I saved her life. I let her live in my body. What more does she want from me? Sorry, never mind. Forget I brought it up, Penta says sulkily. Can you at least get along with Penelope so I don't die? Duh, I want to befriend Penelope anyway, although I'm curious. Can she? Yes, she can kill me. Of course she can. I might be able to counter her biomancy plagues, but she came up with half a dozen that could end my life from a distance, and I've no doubt she could come up with more. Counter how, I think giving up on speaking aloud. She's a learned biomancer. I have her memories, so I'm a learned biomancer. Azik. No, the opposite of that. You literally can't not know what I meant. And the fact that you are both aware of that and okay with it is intimately disturbing to me. Aren't you worried about your secrets? I mean, it's not like it isn't freaky, I think. But ultimately, I don't really like keeping secrets. It's necessary, not desirable. So it's kind of nice to have another monster to share with. Believe it or not, I don't actually want to be a monster at all. Let's hope your family doesn't think of us that way. We're almost there. I know. I finish my sprint to the shack, still feeling energetic from my recent soul gorging. I knock on the door, and Lynn pulls it open to grab me into a massive hug. Vita, you're back, she cheers. Just in time. Is there any chance you can stay home and help defend for Hive Rock? Oh, geez, I blink, not having considered that. I want to, and if you need me, I probably can. But I promise to head back to the guild 'cause there's a lot going on. Can we head down below, maybe? Yeah, sure, Lynn says. You okay, kiddo? Down, I insist. Down, down, down. I hop down the ladder, a concerned Lynn following. It's not that much of a drop, but it's really cool that I can just jump now and not worry about hurting myself. Rowan is already down there, and he turns and flashes a huge grin at me when I drop in. Vita, hey, how are you doing? Really weird, I answer, running up to hug him. He grabs me and returns the hug, spinning me once. Weird how? He asks. Lynn finishes closing the hatch and drops down afterwards, looking thoughtful. Well, do you guys think I'm not empathetic? Well, I wouldn't say that, Rowan hedged. But I do think you have a very different worldview than most people. You tend to filter things through that. That's totally normal, though, Lynn adds. Everyone does that. Why are you asking? Well, the parasite who lives in my brain and has access to all my memories says I'm not empathetic enough. There's a beat of silence. I mean, normally I would just assume she's being a bitch, I continue, but she'd probably know, right? Rowan and Lynn look at each other as if to confirm the other was feeling just as confused and horrified as they were. Vita, what did you do? Rowan asks. Nothing, I protest. Okay, technically a lot of things, but okay. Look, on our way back from the mission, Penelope and Remus both got infected by these mind control slimes that are only as smart as whoever they're controlling, right? The one in Remus is a huge jerk that tried to infect me, but the one in Penelope was super nice and helped heal the kids and stuff. So when I found out they were all slimes, I didn't want to kill her, but she has to be in somebody's body, and being trapped in her own body was a waking nightmare for the real Penelope, so I had to let her hang out in mine. Her name is Penta, because she's like an amalgam of me and Penelope's heads. Also, if anybody else finds out about her, she'll probably die. Wanna talk to her? Sure, Lynn says, deciding to embrace the crazy. Penta takes full control, smoothly altering my posture to be more like how Penelope carries herself. She didn't normally. Perhaps it was for Lynn and Rowan's benefit. Hello, you two, she says. I know a lot about you, but it's nice to finally meet in person. Hello, Penta, Rowan says slowly. What are you exactly? I am a translucent pseudoliquid approximately 2 inches in diameter when condensed into a spherical shape. I am capable of permeating flesh and integrating with a body's nervous system in order to read and spoof commands. In other words, mind control slime about covers it. And you can just do that, Lynn asks. To anyone, yes, Penta says. At least so far as I know. Although you don't have to worry. If I attempt to leave Vita's body, she will kill me. So for now, we're taking turns, I chime in. which is to say I'm mostly just hiding. Vita's natural abilities make me a non-threat to her, as for some reason she can still use them when I'm in control, Penta finishes. You know, Rowan says, just when I think I can start to relax about you, Vita, you always find some way to make me utterly terrified again. She's a teenager, Penta says. That's how fathers are supposed to feel. Rowan chokes on something and starts coughing. Hey, Rowan isn't my dad. Vita, Rowan could not possibly be any more your dad. Just like Lynn is. Lynn's face twitches dangerously. Your big sister, Penta finishes, not missing a beat. Lynn grins, suitably mollified. Welp, I like her, she says. This is betrayal, I protest. Lynn is totally my mom, and you know it. Can we stop arguing parental lineage and address the fact that you have a slime from outside the walls living inside your head? Rowan asks, exasperated. Yes, I'm going to need a place to hide, I suspect, Penta says. Will you? I ask. Biomancers can't even detect you right. I was lying through my teeth about that, Penta explains. I could absolutely detect myself with Penelope's spells. I wouldn't be surprised if the Hunters Guild has other ways to deal with Nora as well, since they're aware of us. But where would we hide you? I murmur, glancing at Lynn and Rowan. Hell no, Rowan says firmly, holding up his hands. Vita, I love you to death, but the fact that you somehow managed to make yourself even more existentially disturbing is both impressive and not something I want a part of. Yeah, please don't put your parasite in anyone, honey, Lynn says. No offense to Penta, but that's not going to fly here. I frown, but nod. That makes sense. Having my body controlled by a slime wasn't exactly the most fun thing in the world. Sorry, Penta murmurs. It's fine, I think back. I knew it would be like that when I took you in. But now we've got to figure out how the hell to hide you. How long can you live outside a body? Not long, Penta admits. I'll start to starve after a few minutes without a host. Knowing what I know now, I think my body starts to consume my soul for energy to survive that. I think that's what causes me to lose memories. I frown. Interesting. So you can eat souls, too? No, not like you do at all. But you've seen that sick and dying creatures have strained souls, right? My species is always strained outside of a host. Our bodies aren't designed to function on their own. Yet instead of dying like we should, we consume our very beings for fuel. So can we just put you in a rat? It would certainly help, yes. But a rat's brain can't do what I need a brain for anymore. My soul is too big. I'd probably still start to lose myself after a while. I thought Penelope was disproving the whole brain-soul link. I have my own theory, Penta said. We can use you to confirm it. But later, surviving the day comes first. I glance at Lynn and Rowan, their faces placid as they wait patiently for me to stop babbling to myself like a crazy woman. I'm honestly surprised you don't even question the mind control slime, I tell them. Hey, it's less surprising than the animancy thing, Lynn says, shrugging. By the way, we got you another rat bucket to celebrate your return. Oh, sweet, I cheer, grinning. Told you she'd like it, Lynn says, nudging Rowan. He puts his face in his hands. Watcher, why is my entire family insane? He asks ruefully. 'Cause you like crazy, Lynn purrs, running a finger down his cheek. Gross. I retrieve my bucket of rats, happily tearing out a handful of souls. The rats screech in terror as their kin die in droves, trapped in a pile of soon-to-be corpses, unable to escape. I toss their souls in my mouth like popcorn. Yum! Save one for me to hide in until we get a better plan, Penta insists, halting my hand. A flash of fury passes through me at the takeover, but I take a breath and let it pass. Okay, good idea, I admit. I also want to see if we can use one of the rat corpses to make a me-slime revenant. You know, of the Nora that Remus put in me. I've been hanging onto that soul, since I figure it'll probably have good information. There's a long pause before Penta responds. Well, go ahead, she answers eventually. I had no special attachment to her, and she might have good information. Whoa, hold on, Lynn says. You want to make a zombie in the house? No, I say. I want to make a revenant in the house. Is that safe? She asks. Vita controls them, Rowan says. I'm not sure if the Templars can detect that, though. There aren't any nearby, I reply. Everyone within 200 meters is way too small-souled to be one. Still, it seems like a risk, Lynn says hesitantly. If the Templars can sense soul weirdness, we're probably fucked anyway. I think mine's about to hatch. Hatch? Rowan asks. What does that mean? I have absolutely no idea. I pluck a corpse out of the murder bucket, nabbing Slime Vita's soul as well. Putting the two together, I find that this time it sticks just fine. The rat looks around in confusion and squeaks. Hey there, I tell it. Can you understand me? The rat nods. It looks around rapidly, then scurries over to a dirty part of the floor, starting to scratch something into the ground. I'm not a good reader, surprise, surprise, but I've slowly picked up the alphabet and can sound out small words. The ones here I understand. H.I. Mom. This must be how Lynn feels. 29. Take your vitamins. I stare at the words. Rowan looks on with concern as Lynn tries to hold in a laugh. I pick up the small rat in my hands. She squeaks happily, nuzzling me. Then I hug my beautiful rat daughter. I hereby name you Vitamin, I declare, squeezing her carefully to not break the dead bones. For you are like me, but very, very small. Look who's a mom now, kiddo? Lynn says, grinning massively. Oh gosh, Lynn, you're right, I reply, smiling back evilly. I hold up the little rat. Vitamin, meet your grandmother. Lynn clutches her chest and dramatically falls over backwards, making gagging noises as Rowan and I erupt into laughter. Ah, Vitamin is so cute. Why did she call me Mom? No, wait, of course she called me Mom. I raised her. Ha, it's great to meet you, Vitamin, I say. I wanted to ask you if you know where Remus is or what he's doing. The rat nods happily, hopping off my hands and scratching more into the dirt. Dad is in Litia village. I choke a little after sounding the first word out. AR if I'm Mom, Ramuslime isn't your dad, okay? You're like adopted. Okay, so what's he doing in a village? I ask, spreading. Wonderful, I murmur. It even writes little exclamation points, Rowan murmurs. Vita, is it an it, or a he, or a she? Lynn asks. I dunno, I'm just guessing, I say. Vitamin. Mom is a girl. I'll be one too. Well, there we go. How does it feel to be a mother, Vita? Lynn taunts. Really weird, since the first step was killing a baby, I reply. I think Ramuslim said she's like 10 hours old or something. Oh, Lynn says, sobering up. Yikes. I had to. She was controlling my body and about to tell Remus I'm a necromancer. I want to see if she loses her memories while she's like that, Penta says, butting in for the first time in a while. Yeah, good call. We'll keep an eye on it. Vitamin, let us know if you think you're starting to forget things, okay? Okay, wanna see if you can hide in her as well, I ask. I bet I can't, but sure. Penta responds, detaching from my neck, flowing rapidly down my body, out my knee, and along the dusty ground before passing into the animated rat corpse. She spends about half a minute there before rushing out and returning to my neck, slithering up the inside of my arm. I'm never going to get used to that feeling. No dice, she says after settling in again. Damn, that thing's kinda fast, Lynn murmurs. Well, fuck, there goes the easy option, I say, scowling. How long do you think you can stay in a living rat? I wouldn't feel safe for more than 20 minutes, Penta answers. I might be able to stomach up to an hour. More than that, and I'm going to find a human host. And what do we do with Vitamin? Lynn asks. I don't think it'll be safe keeping an undead here. Yeah, probably not, I agree. Especially tonight with all the Templars running around like a kicked anthill. Hey, Vitamin, I'm gonna need to pull your soul back out, okay, honey? I'll get you a better corpse later, I promise. Vitamin nods, wiggling her tiny body happily. She just called that dead rat, honey, Rowan murmurs up at Lynn. I know, isn't she the cutest? Lynn coos. Vita or the dead rat? Lynn just smiles her big goofy grin in response. I carefully grab my daughter's soul and murder her a second time, returning the spirit to my body. Then I grab the rat bucket and stand up, nodding to my family. Well, I should get back there. Wish me luck. Good luck, kiddo, Lynn cheers. If they put you in jail, I'll be sure to come break you out. Thanks, Grandma, I answer, and she pretends to choke again. Vita, Rowan says, do you remember our promise? Always, I reply seriously. Ah, though I don't know if I can follow it literally. I don't know if I ever did. He gets up, pulling me in for another hug. That's okay. Follow the spirit, not the letter, but you're worrying me with all this stuff you get up to. I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here. I don't know how to help. I squeeze him hard. Just stay safe. All right, he says, smiling. I'll see what I can do. I rush back towards the guild, keeping a wide berth from the many Templars roaming around. They're strong. Not as strong as Remus, at least not the ones I see. Way stronger than me, though. They're all pretty close to Penelope's level, actually. When I make it there, I feel Penelope in the guild's fancy office, talking to someone. Probably the guild head. I let her do that. If she plans to spill anything I don't want her to spill, she's surely already done it. Saving her from a hellish nightmare, no offense, Penta, probably gives me enough chops to get her to trust me for now. None taken, Penta murmurs sardonically, the pair of us heading up the stairs to wait in my room. That reminds me, I have to introduce Penta to Roscoe. She will, after all, be the only person other than me to experience the unparalleled comfort of his squishy, floofy hugs. I'm honored, Penta says, and she actually seems serious. Well, damn right she is. She curls my lips into a smile at that, and we open the door to my room, waving at Nora. She's doing sit-ups on the floor. Hey, Nora. Vita, she grunts. Sup, I saw Penelope was back. She clear now. Yeah, I say. She's good. We're safe. Should you be working out this hard before Hiverock hits? I'm not working out, I'm limbering up, she protests, but starts to slow down. Did you forget? I ask, smirking as I go sit on my bed. Yes, she groans, flopping flat on her back. How did I even do that? It's not like it's an enormous motherfucking stone, egg, in the sky, or anything. It's kind of been a crazy week, I say. Not a lot of time to look up. Penelope and I forgot too. It's weird that we'll be on standby, Nora comments. Hiverock never bothered my village much. We were out in bumfuck nowhere. I saw them drop a few times, though, and I heard the stories. We huddled up together and hid every time. If they had come for us, we would have just died. I nod, pulling Roscoe from his hiding spot and sitting him on my lap. Yeah, sounds the same as where I grew up, I tell her. She raises an eyebrow. Didn't you grow up here? Like the place with all the crazy, powerful Templars. Yeah, but they sure weren't patrolling my neighborhood, I say. Nora wrinkles her nose. It sounds like it's my turn to go have that life-changing adventure over at your house. We can bring Bentley to make it expedient if you want. I snort, sure. The ghetto wisdom is included free if you bring food. It can't be that bad, right? I give her a flat look. All right, sorry, she says, holding up her hands. I look forward to seeing the place that shaped the world's tiniest badass. I roll my eyes, picking Roscoe up to look him in the eyes. You hear that, Rossi-Wasi? Nora thinks I'm a badass. Penta vibrates in the back of my neck, presumably from reverence and not laughter. I also magnanimously pretend not to hear Nora making awing noises. I fall over onto the bed and continue to snuggle for a while. God damn, I am just so tired. At least I got sleep last night, because with Hiverock up I'll probably need to pull an all-nighter again. No rest for the wicked, though. While I wait for Penelope, I feel out with my mind, trying to push the limits of what I can pick up with my soul sense. It's been getting more and more detailed lately as my own soul gets stronger and stronger. Sensing minute changes in a soul based on circumstance just seems useful, but as always it's not so simple. Souls do not change or move much, and the way souls change or move seems to differ from soul to soul. Sensing the moment-by-moment differences is one thing, while interpreting them is entirely another. The person Penelope is talking to has a small soul, brown and warm like dirt under sunlight. Or a turd, I guess, but the earthy tones to the feeling are inviting and fresh, not putrid. As the man speaks, I think it's a man, though it's hard to tell. His soul moves ever so slightly up and down in time to the ebbs and flows of the conversation, like bobbing on a wave. Penelope's soul, meanwhile, hums ever so quietly. It's a tune nearly impossible to feel, but the more I focus, the more I think I can hear the song. So, where's Remus? Nora asks suddenly, snapping my trance. No sense lying to her. Penelope is telling the branch leader everything anyway. He's off mind controlling a bunch of people with his slime babies. I explain, still cuddled up on my bed. She laughs. Okay, but what's he actually doing? I roll over and stare at her. What? She asks. He's mind controlling a bunch of people with his slime babies, I repeat slowly, being sure to articulate this time. Wait, you're fucking serious? She asks, eyes opening wide. Yeah, he tried to put one in me. It didn't take, I pretended it did, then I freed Penelope. Couldn't save the boss. Watcher's eyes, Vita. You're not fucking with me, right? Nope, I confirm. It's kind of super bad. Penelope's telling the guild head now. How did you free Penelope? I sigh. I guess I may as well tell her that too. The sensory thing isn't the only thing I can do, I admit. I've been keeping another talent a secret because I don't want to freak people out. It's kinda murdery. Oh, damn. So is that how you got those tentacle bitches? Yup, I admit. Sorry for keeping it under wraps. It's not really the best power, but it helps against small things. Oh, poor Vita, Nora coos, getting up and walking over to my bed. She leans down and gives me a big hug. You killed something on accident, didn't you? The hug surprises me a bit, and I stiffen up before leaning into it a little. Yeah, I admit. How did you know? She shrugs. It's how the murder powers go. My little bro killed our pet cat when we found out. Oh, I mutter. Well, that's not too bad. Vita, Nora murmurs. Please don't say something horribly sad like, I've never pet a cat before. I have, I protested. Oh, thank fuck, she says. It was dead at the time, but still soft. The feral cats don't let you pet them when they're alive. Yep, there it is, she says tiredly. Penelope opens the door at that moment, peeking her head in. Nora, have you seen? Ah, Vita. The branch leader wants to see you. I frown. I'm not in trouble, am I? She snorts. No, not yet. Good enough. I relent, exiting Nora's hug. I put Roscoe back in bed, grab my bucket of rats, and follow Penelope out the door. Then, before we get to the branch leader, I grab her and pull her into an empty room. Ack, Vita, what the hell? She hisses. I know more stuff, I whisper, because of secrets. I figured out where Remus is. How? Because of secrets. Come on, keep up. I'll tell you after our talk with the guild guy. Somewhere other than this building, where we can be alone. Alone, as in just you, me, and that thing, she asks, narrowing her eyes. Penelope, I didn't save you just to unsave you. No, you just spared the fucking slime because you like it more than me, she hisses. What's in the bucket? A whole bunch of dead rats, I say honestly. I was hoping you could treat them to be edible. She spends a moment, struggling to respond to that, before shaking her head and changing the subject. So, where's Remus? Alicia Village. And how would you like us to tell the branch leader that you know this? I don't know. If you haven't noticed, I'm in entirely over my head. She snorts. Oh, I've noticed. Which is why I was hoping we could come up with something, I say happily. Is this something we could have, logically deduced from context, or? Penelope rolls her eyes. Vita, if you want to lie, keep it simple. We'll just say he told you he was headed there at some point. It doesn't really matter. If it's true, and I'm assuming it is for now, they'll have every reason to want the tip. The important thing is that the slime inside him dies after all. Cool. Works for me, I say, moving to head on out of the room. She follows, but I hesitate for a moment. And, you know, Penelope, most of the parts I like about her are things she took from you. She flinches, but doesn't respond. The two of us go to the branch leader's office together. 30. Poisonous revelations. I open the door for Penelope, walking in afterwards. The branch leader is a portly man, complete with impressive jowls. I haven't seen a lot of jowls before, but I immediately decide I don't like them. He's got thin, graying hair and is sweating enough to stain his shirt, yet he gives me a big smile when I walk in, opening his arms in a welcome. Ah, you must be Vita, then. Hello, hello. Hello, sir, I say politely, nodding to him. This guy is ugly as sin, but his soul feels quite nice. I'm not gonna be rude. Before we start, could I get you to drink this? He asks, handing me a small vial of clear liquid. It's not alcohol, right? I ask, swishing my bucket back and forth to signal Penta to get in a rat. That stuff hits me hard. Rowan says I'm not supposed to have any. He chuckles, and I feel Penta quickly swim down my arm and plop into the bucket. No, nothing like that, the branch leader assures me. It's a much more potent poison. I blink, come again. It's poison, he confirms. Not enough to kill you, knock you out, or do any lasting damage. You'll just feel very uncomfortable for a while. Some people have a few aches and pains, but what it will do is kill any Nora in your body. It's standard procedure for situations like this. So I have to ask again, drink. Ah, well, that explains why I haven't felt any Nora before, I suppose. With Penta safely out of my body, I bring the poison to my lips and drink. It's odorless, flavorless. Just a nothingness running down my throat. Shit, I wonder if they spike drinks with this. There's not a lot here. At first, I don't feel anything, but pretty soon, my whole body starts to hurt like a day after sparring with Remus. Ow, I tell the branch leader, handing him the vial back. He laughs. Sorry, I know, it's not pleasant at all. We just had to check. So, Penelope tells me you have a talent that lets you detect Nora inside a person. Ah, yes, sir. I do, I admit. And you also have a talent that can kill Nora inside a person's body. I'm a walking Nora Bane, sir, I admit, trying not to wince. Yes, a very impressive set of talents. It sounds like it's some sort of natural biomancy, but I've never heard of anything like it. Please don't ship me off to get researched, I plead. I'll activate puppy dog eyes for this if I have to. He raises an eyebrow. Well, I'll not make you, but there's good money in it if you have a new talent. Money, or not being found out as a necromancer and murdered by Templars. That's tough. I'll think about it, I say dryly. So, about Remus. It's worth noting my kill thing doesn't work on all Nora. I tried to murder his slime, but he didn't even notice. The branch leader's eyebrows raise. You tried to kill the slime in Remus. Of course I tried to kill the slime in Remus, I answer. He's planning on infecting the population of Lisha village. Can we save him somehow without killing him? Maybe trick him into drinking that. Well, I'd certainly like that, but I doubt it will be that simple to get the drop on a man like him. We have to assume that thing is just as powerful and clever as its host. A random idea forms in my mind. It's probably worth bringing up at least. Well, he thinks Penelope and I still have Nora in us, I say. Can we, sneak in and spike a drink with it? He strokes his salt and pepper beard. If the two of you would be willing to try, well, we would be loath to lose a man like Remus. He is an asset to the guild and to the city. Penelope stares at me in half terror, half fury. What? Oh, I guess I sort of just volunteered her to walk into a village full of Nora, didn't I? I guess she, probably wouldn't like that. I mouth sorry at her. It doesn't seem to help. Obviously, we're not going to entrust a mission like this solely to a pair of new guild recruits. We can't set out tonight, of course, but I think with this information I can convince the church to lend you a Templar escort without much trouble. And I just fucked myself too. Oh gosh, I don't know if that's... It's no trouble, I assure you, the man says happily. This is exactly the sort of thing the Templars are for. Our branch of the guild has a very positive working relationship with them, and I think they'll be more than willing to try a plan to save Remus. As soon as we're safe from the threat of Hiverock, I'll get everything ready for you. Can the both of you make sure to stay in the guild tonight? Thank you. He ushers us to the exit, politely gets us into the hallway, and shuts his door. Penelope and I take a few stunned moments to process the amount of shit I just got us into. Vita, Penelope hisses softly. You absolute, imbecilic, insane. Yeah, I know, I fucked up, I say, cutting her off. I really fucked up. It seemed like a good suggestion at the time. Can you just get this poison out of me? Then we'll go talk. She takes a deep breath. Fine. Let's go to the mess hall. I'll have to burn through your metabolism. Hey, fine by me. The two of us head downstairs, and I start stuffing my face, Penelope casting on me as she eats a little herself. Eventually, she nods to me, and I stick my hand in the rat bucket. Penta flashes up my arm immediately, settling into my neck and shuddering a little. Slimes vibrating inside my spine is not something I think I'm ever going to get used to. That was deeply unpleasant, my voice comments on its own. We need a better strategy than that. Hey, sorry, I think. I'm trying. Did you lose any memories? A few, I think, but nothing important, she murmurs quietly. I'm more concerned about my new memories of being a suffocating rat in a sea of her brethren's corpses. Oh, I might not have thought about that. Empathy. Are you done? Penelope snaps. I'm still owed my explanation. Right. Are you okay with heading back to my place? She scowls. The branch leader asked us to stay here. He meant for tonight, like for Hiverock. Come on, we'll be back way before then. There is no need to pull me through the slums again, unless you're planning on having me mugged, she complains. My secrets were spilled outside a fucking outhouse. Sorry, Penta says, and then I speak after her. It's just not something I can talk about here. Plus, I was sort of hoping you'd treat the kids. Is that, I know that's something Penta promised, but... Penelope scowls. Fine, she relents. I grin and we get ready to go, making sure she dresses in her armor this time. I collect my money from the receptionist, and we hoof it back to my place to the sound of yet more hemming and hawing about us having to run. I'm once again greeted by a grinning Lynn. Vita, hey kiddo, back already. Who's this? Hi Lynn, I say happily, running in for a hug. This is Penelope, like the actual Penelope. She knows about stuff, and I need to tell her more stuff, if that's okay. Oh, is this the girl that healed the kiddos? I smile. Technically no, but we're gonna get healing this time, too. Lynn's eyes go wide. She bows her head at Penelope, much to the girl's embarrassment. Well, thank you very much, Miss Penelope. Please let me know if there's anything I can do for you. Ah, no. That's quite all right, Miss Lynn, Penelope said, putting one hand over her collarbone. I assure you, if I did not owe Vita my life, I would not be here. There is no debt for you to pay. Liar, Penta whispers softly. I grin. So, I know this isn't an outsider thing, but the biomancer that heals the kids is an honorary family member, Lynn says, waving you off. Rowan's still down there. Tell him I said it's okay. You sure, though? If by more stuff you mean. Well, you know, she looks a little rich for it. Penelope blinks, her face blank. Ha, she's never heard that slung back the other direction, has she? I promised her, that's all, I say. If it doesn't work out, sucks to be me, I guess. Fair enough, Lynn agrees. You sure you can't stay home for Hive Rock? I'm gonna be scared as fuck for you. Sorry, I say honestly. I want to, I shouldn't though. Bunch of things happened, and I'm needed at the guild. I might be sent out soon, too. Oh shit, good luck, Vita. You too, Lynn. I show Penelope our secret basement and hop down. Rowan raises an eyebrow at us when Penelope climbs down the ladder, but I shut him up pretty fast by tossing him a hefty bag of coins. Biomancer says the kids need meat and veggies sometimes, or they'll get sick, I tell him. If you don't figure out how to please the mob and feed everyone, I'll smack you. This should be more than enough. Who's this? The biomancer? Rowan asks, tilting his head at Penelope. That would be me, she answers dryly. Could we have fewer family reunions and more explanations, please? Yeah, okay, I agree. We silent, Rowan. As always, he answers. I take a deep breath. This is it then, huh? Blasphemy time. Am I really going to do this? This conversation could decide my future. If it goes poorly, I could be driven out of the city or worse. But if it goes well, I'm a natural mage, I tell Penelope. You don't say, she answers blandly. The kind of magic I'm able to naturally cast is necromancy. That breaks her demeanor a bit. She narrows her eyes, hands flicking into spell patterns. I glance at Rowan, relieved to see him looking more thoughtful than worried about whatever she's casting. She finishes her spell in short order. Prove it, Penelope says. I shrug, pulling a rat corpse out of my bucket and lobbing it at her. I had been expecting a shriek or something, but she actually catches it. That's dead, right? I say. Very, she confirms, giving it back. Holding it in my hands, I push Vitamin's soul into it. She twitches a bit, then looks around. Hey, Vitamin, are you doing okay? I ask happily. The little rat nods. I smile at her. Yay. I just wanted to give you a hug, okay? I do so, squeezing her lightly against my chest. That was all. Love you. I pull the soul back up, then look at Penelope. She scowls. I see, she murmurs quietly. So your scouting ability. Soul sensing, I tell her. Yours is all bubbly on the bottom and spiky on the top, by the way, and it makes pretty noises. She struggles to answer for a short while before deciding to just move on. Your death touch. Yoink, I pull souls right out of people. And things that aren't people, I guess. I try to smile, not letting the terror show on my face. Penelope just gives me a flat look, letting the silence creep my panic higher and higher. Show me again, she says. I gulp and nod, pulling more rat corpses out of the bucket. Tiny fragments of soul break away at my will, and whatever writhing thing lives inside me twists gleefully as I pull off parts of the shell. I put each shard in a rat corpse, whispering at them to stay put as soon as I create them. The simple zombies obey, and when I have them all made and lined up, I begin to demonstrate. Roll over. They do, dance. They perform a twitchy movement, stumbling around in their best facsimile of style. A grin creeps up my face as I watch them obey me. Ah, if only it were legal. Okay, stop, Penelope says. I believe you. It always felt odd to hear there are no natural animancers, but here you are. Here I am, I agree. You're taking this weirdly well. I don't care particularly much about the nature of your power, she answers. If anything, it's nice to know I have some verifiable blackmail on you. I say. It's just in case, she assures me, smiling a little. I'm sure I'll never have to use it. Anyway, that's very interesting. The mana patterns are like nothing I've ever seen before, so this is animancy. You wouldn't happen to be a cognomancer as well, would you? She asked the question very casually, but failed to hide a bit of an edge to her words. Not that I know of, no, I say honestly. I can see souls in living things, but I've never been able to do anything to them other than yank em out. That makes sense, she murmurs. No need to set up all this if you could just alter my mind. Well, that explains why you're not a fan of Templars. They'd ship you right off, wouldn't they? I wonder if you being able to use your natural magic while possessed by a Nora is due to the fact that it's animancy or the way you're casting the animancy. What happens to a soul when you yank it out? I can store them inside me, I answer happily. They can be used to make undead, or I can just eat them. She furrows her brows. Eat them. Yeah, I say, excited to finally be able to talk about it. They're super delicious. Also, they make me stronger. Whenever anything dies, their soul just kinda sits around. Then either this giant ethereal abomination I'm pretty sure is the Mistwatcher grabs them and pulls them through the ground, or I grab them first. Honestly, a big part of the reason I wanted to be a hunter was so I could have access to monster souls. Rat souls only go so far, you know. I've gotten way stronger munching on the stuff we killed on that last mission. So would it be accurate to say that you are currently in the business of stealing souls from God? Penelope asks, her mouth twitching upwards a bit. I swallow. Ah, I mean finders keepers. She snorts, which quickly evolves into a full-blown laugh. A metal thief and a soul thief. Aren't you just a blasphemous lineage? I tense. Don't you tell anyone that Lynn lives here, I warn dangerously. She glances at me and flinches a little, then turns up her nose. Calm down, she snaps. I promise that if this relationship comes to threats, they will be against you directly. But if I find my necklace is missing, the gloves come off. I chuckle, letting the tension release. Okay, I'll be sure to tell Lynn to keep her hand out of your boobs. Anyway, yeah. That's what I can do. What do you think? Penelope is silent for an uncomfortably long time before speaking again. I am not really sure yet. Animancy had crossed my mind for possibilities, but since you seem to be a natural mage, I had dismissed it. I think if you had been a learned animancer, I would have tried to play along before turning you into the authorities at the earliest opportunity. Nothing personal, but well, there tends to only be one kind of person who goes out of their way to seek that sort of power. As a natural, though, you're actually quite intriguing. I take a deep breath, then let it out. I really expected you to freak the fuck out over this, I tell her. Penelope murmurs. Well, consider not thinking so little of me. Can you make revenants or whites? Revenants, yeah. Never tried to make a white, but the revenants are creepy. They know everything they knew in life, but they're loyal to me. She narrows her eyes. Did you make that slime a revenant then? Nah, Penta's just a product of good, old-fashioned extortion and threats. My hand moves up of its own accord and flicks me in the nose. Ow. I was kidding. But you're saying, basically, that you can rip people's souls out and turn them into loyal servants that know everything the host knows, Penelope clarifies. Ah, yeah, I guess. She frowns, tapping a finger against her arm. This time her poker face is perfect, but her soul trembles. Interesting, is all she says. I order my mini-rat army over to me and yank my soul bits out, putting them back where they belong. Yeah, I agree. It's interesting. It's what I am. I'm trying to grow strong enough to defend myself when the wrong person eventually finds out and support my family in the meantime. Well, good for you, Penelope says. I think you've told me everything then. Can we go now? Don't forget the kiddos, I insist. They need their Auntie Penelope. Firstly, not their auntie. Secondly, don't you think it would be easier to feed your family if your parents hadn't made so many of them? Nobody here is related, I tell her. Lynn's just helping everybody out because she's the nicest person on the island. The nicest criminal, perhaps. Just make sure she doesn't keep all the damn metal she's stealing in the same place, Penelope grumbles, heading up the ladder. She's far from the most dangerous metal thief around. I'll keep that in mind, I guess. How did you find out Remus was in Lisha Village, by the way? Oh, Vitamin told me. She's a revenant of the slime that possessed me. I couldn't put her in her own body, so I put her in a rat. Well, there's probably nothing keeping a Nora's body together without its soul. They're shockingly simple creatures in structure, like nothing I've seen before. We exit the secret area below, the kids immediately crowding around for treatment. Penelope makes them all lie down and gets to work, one after the other. I sit and watch, feeling the song of her soul hum a low, sad tune. Um, thanks for not treating me like a monster, I say after a bit. She doesn't even glance at me, engrossed in her work. Why would I treat you like a monster? She asks. You're clearly human. I swallow dry, not arguing with her, though I feel like I should. It takes another couple hours for her to finish treating all the kids, and she's visibly exhausted by the end of it. She still makes me lie down so I can get the treatment as well. Thank you so much, I tell her. If you want any help with your research, you can just ask. Maybe we can find out that brain connection more easily. She snorts. Watcher's eyes, you're still on about that. Fine. I can see how you might be useful now. I smile. I'll take that. We make our way back to the guild, watching the sky as Hiverock floats ever closer. It wouldn't be long now. If they're going to come, they'll come in force. For the first time in a while, though, I'm feeling kind of optimistic about it all. 31. Hiverock Night. Hiverock floats abnormally close to our island. It skims just barely above the great mountain claw peak, which crests a few thousand feet above the walls of Skyhope. I've heard that closeness, as well as the abundance of farmable land on our island, is what makes our island so appealing for those invaders. Yet who really knows? Back at the guild, we find the rest of our team together in the mess hall, along with a ton of other hunter teams. Almost all of them have been recalled for this, apparently. So many huge, interesting souls. Vita, Penelope, hey, Bentley says, waving boisterously at me. I smile and wave back. As I walk on over, Bentley immediately gets up and squeezes me in a huge hug. Vita, Nora said Penelope is going to be okay. You did it, Bentley cries. Ack. Why, yes, we did. Please put me down. He does, though nothing can put down his smile. Have you ever helped during a Hiverock night before, Vita? I haven't. I'm excited. Only you would be excited to get stabbed by parachuting bug men, Bentley, Orville says flatly. Wait, parachuting? Nora asks. I figured the bug people would have wings. Nope, Orville says, shrugging. They just jump on us. They're batshit insane. They don't stop until the whole damn island passes over, no matter how many we blow out of the sky. Boulders, too, which the High Templars have to deal with. Barely any touched down the last time they attacked, though, which is probably what prompted them to stop. Have you fought on Hiverock nights? I ask, surprised. Yeah, Orville confirms. A bunch of times. My master said it was a good way to learn. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but I can't deny that the non-stop threat of death is a hell of a motivation to speed up casting time. Is that why you're a hunter? I ask. More or less, yeah. You can't become stronger without pushing yourself. Drills only do so much. Do you think they'll attack tonight, Orville? Bentley asks. I don't know, Bentley. I'm not a suicidal, four-armed bug man. We don't even know what they want. The ones that get captured just do nothing until they starve. Huh, that's kinda creepy. Ooh, maybe I can find a bug man's soul and ask them. That would be cool. My arm chops me in the kidney. I yelp. I mean, not that I want an invasion to happen. That'd be really bad. My eyes roll on their own. Even my body betrays me. Dang sassy mind control slimes. You okay, Vita? Orville asks, his eyebrow raised. Yeah, I assure him. Just trying to keep myself awake. I've only had one full night of sleep in the past. 6 days, I think. 7. I'm out of soul snacks, too. Honestly, it's a catastrophe. Maybe if there's just a very small invasion. Oh shit, that's right. Vita, do you want to take a nap before nightfall? Yeah, I should probably sleep. But I'm more interested in these bug people. Do they understand us? I dunno, Orville says. Do they attack any other islands? I don't know that either. What's their hive structure like? How would I even know that? He asks, exasperated. Vita, go sleep. We'll wake you up when night falls. Okay, I agree. I'm going. I trudge up the stairs, not bothering to undo bits of my armor. I'm just going to pass out in it. You wouldn't happen to be able to keep watch while I sleep, would you? I murmur to Penta. No, she subvocalizes. I'll fall unconscious when you do. We dream the same dreams, I think. Oh, that's kind of cute. Personally, I find it disturbing. I flop down on my bed, grabbing Roscoe and holding him tight. I can't sleep on my stomach anymore. It hurts my chest. I don't even have boobs yet. Are you holding up okay, Penta? I ask her. Sharing a body is weird. It's better than I can expect anywhere else. That's not really an answer. A pause. I want my own body, she admits. I'm not planning to swim out and take one, but I can't deny it's tempting. I frown. Yeah, she's sort of gone from warden to prisoner, huh? It's not just that, she says, answering my thought. I can probably get used to that, but I worry. Can we really be friends when I'm just a tag-along? Of course we can be friends, I insist. We can figure out how to share, right? It's nice knowing someone is there to watch my back. You say that, my mouth whispers, but the moment I irritate you, I'm put back in the box. I feel you holding my soul whenever you do it, Vita. It's a terror, unlike any other. Sorry. I'll try to lean away from the soul-grabbing thing. And if you want your own body, we can look together. The problem is going to be finding someone awful enough that we don't mind consigning them to lifelong torture, but not so awful that you being in their head makes you turn evil. Yes, that is a bit of a restrictive conundrum, isn't it? She murmurs flatly. You could also make me well, you know. I blink. You mean one of the dead things that follow my orders unconditionally, I think. Yes, she mutters. That. If I'm going to be bound to obey you either way, and let's face it, I am, I can tolerate wanting to do it. The issue there is, of course, can't have undead running around, yeah. It's not really a solution. We'll try to think of something, okay? Thank you, Vita. Sorry to be such a bother. I know you're going out of your way to save my life. I wish I could be anything other than a Nora. We'll figure something out, I promise. You ready to sleep? I'm as tired as you are. Good night, Vita. Good night, Penta. Get up, V, Nora says. Penumbra's coming. My eyes shoot open and I hop to my feet, grabbing my spear and checking my knife. Yep, everything's in place. Anything yet? I ask the fully armored hulk that is Nora. Nothing, she says. It's not totally dark yet, but the island is coming in fast. How long were Hive Rock nights? 5 hours plus a bit, I think. Maybe if there's no attack, I can use that time to freak out over how I accidentally signed myself up to go on a mission with fucking Templars. I'm so dumb. Whatever, right now we have to worry about bug men. I head outside with Nora, the rest of my team waiting. A Templar, as facelessly helmeted as always, orders us to stand street guard a couple blocks down. Orville is providing overwatch from a rooftop above us. Looking towards the island aft, there is no longer a sky, just the enormous, towering island of Hive Rock, consuming more and more of the wall-blocked horizon. Hive Rock's orbit is nearly the same as ours, but further from the mists and much, much faster. Its penumbra, the ever-deepening shadow cast by a higher island before true night-time, rapidly darkens the sky as it approaches. The whole team has to take care not to hold our breath in awe of the sight. Our island is wide, but Hive Rock is tall, a towering spire of worked and layered stone. As it gets ever closer, I can just barely spot tiny moving specks on the outer walls of the island. The tireless bug people, working their craft even as they approach enemy territory. What exactly they're working on, though, I have no idea. Perhaps they're just waiting to drop on us. It gets darker and darker and darker until suddenly light flashes into being again. From around the city, enormous spotlights shine like the day, granting visibility all the way up to the underside of Hive Rock. The island orbits so frighteningly close, just over a half-mile above us. Before long, it's directly overhead. Fear centers us, anticipation stretching every minute to an hour. When will the attack come? Will there be one this time? What sort of plan have they been saving for us? Just when I start to think they're leaving us alone again, bodies start to drop. They fall, tumbling from heights barely visible. There is no coordinated dive or practiced fall. The four-armed humanoid silhouettes roll head over heels, flailing in the skies. Commanding shouts echo around the city, and 10 seconds from the first drop, we shoot back. The mages fire first, piercing the sky with burning bolts and spell-slung arrows. There is no need for the archers to follow up. Barely 3 dozen figures fell from the island above. They're all dead before they hit the ground. That's it. Nothing else falls on the city. There are other places the bugs are dropped, one group at a time. The groups are small, and everything near Skyhope is easily wiped out. Some fall far away, either blown up by other cities I know little about or dropped into places we cannot defend and do not care to. Any of our foes who fall into the deep forest have far more to worry about than us. That's it. Just patches. We wait with bated breath, anticipating the deadly follow-up that never comes. Is that normal, Orville? Nora calls up. Not even a little bit, he answers. This is new. Normally we have a sky full of bug men or nothing. I have no idea what that was. We wait and wait and wait, tense hours passing. By the third hour in, everyone is antsy. When will something finally happen? What was this psychological warfare? A feint? Are there invisible bug men dropping somewhere else? Well, if so, they're nowhere near me. Or they don't have souls, I guess, but I doubt that. By the fourth hour, people are starting to relax despite their better judgment. By the fifth hour, we're convinced nothing is coming. Dropping soldiers in any significant quantities right when they are leaving would be a strategically questionable move, to say the least. So what, they just dropped a few people on us, went, yep, this city is still well defended, and then gave up, Nora grumbles. That was fucking terrifying, but nothing happened. Yeah, I have no idea, Orville answers. Maybe they were just giving us all the people they don't like. We chuckle nervously, keeping our eyes on the sky. Surely that was all for something. Yet it's not until we can nearly see the light of day again that it comes. All around us, yet far away from the city, inky black orbs pour from holes in the bottom of Hive Rock. Each spot, we let their sacrificial soldiers drop to the earth by either apathy or inability to stop them. They dump those dark somethings. Quickly, a spotlight focuses on them, yet there's no information to glean. They're just pure black ovoids, reflecting no light. It's difficult to determine their size at such great distances, but each is likely at least as tall as my waist. What the fuck are those? Nora breathes. I have no idea, Orville answers. I just stare in horror. I don't know what they are either, but they remind me of my soul. Eggs, I whisper. Penelope hears me, and her eyes go wide. Eggs, she asks. Are you sure? Nope, I say honestly. But that's my bet, eggs. Eggs of what? Bentley asks. None of us have an answer for him. 32, mother of thieves. I actually got this a while ago, and me being the stupid dummy that I am, I think I forgot to post it. Looking for Craft sent me this awesome fan art of Penelope from over on their DeviantArt. Her bored expression, fancy outfit, and amazing hair. I love it. You'd think that having Templars swarming all over the city would be a bad night for thieves. You'd be wrong. Oh, it's bad for stealing from most places. Me, though, it's perfect for me. I just wish Vita had been able to stay home and guard the kiddos for Hive Rock night. I'll just have to trust in Rowan's illusions and abandon the job if things get hot. Oh, Vita, I hope she's not in over her head. She's been growing so fast I hardly even noticed. I wish she'd been around more now. I wish I'd been around more. I could be doing so much more for these kids. Imagine if I could keep the damn profits from what I steal. Damn the Drakens. I'm getting the last of my gear in place when Rowan hops down the ladder. You sure about this, Lynn? He asks. Course I am, I answer, speeding over to peck him on the cheek. I let him grab me out of the dash, enjoying the feeling of his arm around my waist. Don't be, he asks, not letting go. Don't steal from the Templars, Lynn. You know I'm negotiating a deal with them. This could. Fuck the Templars, Rowan, I growl back. They're not going to help you break our leashes. They just want to hold them. This is a job I'd want to do even if I didn't have to. Rowan scowls, though if he's trying not to look cute, he is failing. I kiss him on the nose, wrapping my arms around him. It's okay, I assure him. They won't even see me. All the big hitters are going to be outside for Hive Rock night.